Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 22-27 to Chapter 23-13. You're Xianxia? The blue-clothed youth looked at Xianxia and said coldly. Do we know each other? Xianxia asked. Huang Tianba came to me and said that you're very powerful. So, I want to challenge you. I want to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. The blue-clothed youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and his aura was powerful. His strength had reached the late void god realm. He was very eye-catching among the crowd. Does this fella still want face? Xianxia is an expert on the 100 battle ranking. It's not right for him to challenge a new disciple like this. Yeah. This fella has just entered Profound Feng sect for a few days. To be able to get an expert on the 100 battle ranking to challenge him, it's enough to show that this fella's strength is not ordinary. Ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking. Such an expert has already reached the late void god realm. Moreover, he's one of the best among the late void gods. Some of them have also reached the late void god realm, but they're not qualified to enter the 100 battle ranking. This means that the experts on the 100 battle ranking deserve their fame. What if I don't accept? Xianxia said coldly. Getting angry for a beauty. Such a person is definitely not a coward. Even if you know that you're no match for me, you'll still fight me. Xianxia said coldly. You've guessed half of it right. But you can't guess the ending. You'll end up like Huang Tianba, losing miserably. Xianxia said proudly. Such an arrogant fella. Looks like you don't know what a true expert is in this world. Profound Feng sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. I'll let you know that a new disciple must have the awareness of a new disciple. Huang Tianba had helped me in the past, so I had to help him take revenge. Plus, you don't deserve to have such a beautiful woman. Xianxia smiled and looked at Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with a gentle and refined aura. He was like an elegant and coquettish peerless young master. It was completely different from how he looked at Xianxia just now. This person is obviously here for Big Sister Ling. Big brother, you must teach him a lesson. Yue waved her little fists, her face gloomy and serious, causing Xianxia to be unable to restrain his laughter. She's a rare beauty. She's a cute little girl, but it's a pity that she's a little stubborn. Hee hee. Xianxia smiled and turned to Xianxia. His expression became serious again. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Victory and defeat will be decided, and life and death will be decided. Xianxia's words slightly shocked Xianxia. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I've been looking for. It's a battle of life and death. Originally, I didn't plan on killing you, but it seems like you're really confident in yourself. Huang Tianba didn't lose to you unjustly. But if you're too arrogant, you're destined to die an ugly death. I'll wait and see. Xianxia said. Many people were looking at this scene with great anticipation. Tomorrow's battle, an expert ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking against a new disciple. This was the first time in decades that such a thing had happened. Such a grand event would definitely attract many people from the outer sect to watch. Currently, wherever Xianxia went, he would be the center of attention. But what truly attracted his attention were the two beauties, especially Ling Yun. Even though she was covered by a green veil, she was still a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. No other woman could be compared to her. Who wouldn't like such a peerless beauty? Since ancient times, heroes were paired with beauties. Xianxia, a new disciple, was just a pile of mud in the eyes of these self-proclaimed young and promising senior brothers. They wondered what kind of luck he had to be able to receive the favor of such a beauty. That person's strength isn't ordinary. At least for the current you, that's true. You have to be careful. Ling Yan's reminder made Xianxia a little surprised. This woman seemed to be caring for him for the first time. You're still a young man after all. Beauties are always welcomed no matter where they go. Hee hee, if this old man was a few hundred years younger, I might also be in love. TSK, what an intoxicating woman. Elder Wu chuckled as he muttered to himself. There was a hint of mockery in his expression, but no one noticed that this seemingly old and frivolous elder of the library pavilion actually had an arrogant and cold expression in his eyes. He was incomparably concerned about everyone, and this was where his duty lay. After Jiang Chen and the other two entered the book collection pavilion, only Jiang Chen's expression was serious. He wanted to choose a truly powerful battle technique. Ling Yan's arrogance and Yuer's boredom made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. One did not place the cultivation techniques here in her eyes, the other did not even intend to cultivate the cultivation techniques here. He was the only one searching bitterly. In the eyes of Ling Yan and Yuer, he was really a fool. Jiang Chen's brows twitched. In the corner of the third floor, he found a remnant of a book. It was covered in dust and cobwebs, but the name of the book attracted Jiang Chen's attention. This was a set of sword art. Its name was Sword of Solitude. This name sounded really out of the ordinary. No one would know what kind of sword art it was. A life of solitude. Creating this sword. The sword is lonely, and so is the person. On the page of this sword art, there was this sentence. Jiang Chen felt that this sword art was not ordinary. This kind of state of solitude made him feel the same. You like this sword art? Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Why? Is there a problem? I heard that this is a sword art created by a true god. I have seen this book in my sect. The name is weird, but it's too trashy. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. How trashy? In other words, his sword art was invincible. Then, after a disciple cultivated it, he was utterly defeated. After that, every disciple that cultivated it was the same. I think this sort of solitude should belong to the same book as the one in my sect. In the end, it's just a gimmick to attract people. It might not even be considered a complete sword art. Ling Yan said. Acting cool is the most fatal. Is that what you mean? Jiang Chen said. In fact, this sword art should be a trashy book. I really want to see what this sword art is about. Jiang Chen said straightforwardly because he felt that this sword art was not as weak as Ling Yan thought. This is the Shadow Wolf clone technique. Big brother, I specially picked it for you. Yuer said proudly as she held a cultivation technique book in her hands. This is the flying sword technique. If your sword of solitude is not good, you can practice this one. Ling Yan ignored Jiang Chen. Ling Yan said that she did not need the cultivation techniques here and Yuer would give her the best. One day, the two of them would have to leave this place. So, the two of them picked a cultivation technique for Jiang Chen. The Sword of Solitude? Seems like you're really new here, kid. This sword technique is too weak, it's the weakest among those of the same level. Are you sure you want to choose this one? There's still plenty of time, I advise you to change to another cultivation technique. Elder Wu said with a smile. His eyes carried a hint of persuasion. This one, I want to see how trashy the Sword of Solitude is. I don't mind if you say so, Elder Wu shook his head and smiled. If it was another cultivation technique, he wouldn't have said so much. But this cultivation technique was too trashy, that's why he told Jiang Chen about it. But it seems like Jiang Chen didn't appreciate it. Jiang Chen kept the flying sword technique. He decided to practice the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique first. He had to admit that the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique was an upgraded version of the 9 Phantom Wolves. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique from the divine world that thoroughly analyzed the unpredictable changes of the Phantom Wolves. After learning the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique, the 9 Phantom Wolves would also be improved. Compared to the original Tao of transformation and speed, it was a level higher. When Jiang Chen brushed away the thick dust on the Sword of Solitude and opened the title page, Jiang Chen was shocked. These words were too domineering. Learning the Sword of Solitude will make one unrivaled in the world. One sword will cut through the mortal world, 10,000 swords will turn into solitude, exterminating all immortals and mortals. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. It would be great if it's that magical. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The first sword, cutting the water with a knife, the water flows even more. Solitude without sleep solves 1,000 worries. The second sword, I wish to ride the wind and return home. My sword cuts through the void and heaven's will. The third sword, solitude. Just these 3 moves? Jiang Chen murmured. It had the meaning, but it didn't have the form. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. Xianxia recalled the scenes of the immortal world. The wind of the immortal world, the rain of the immortal world, the mountains of the immortal world, the people of the immortal world. His father and brothers went through trials and tribulations, and the memories of Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qinyu, and Yan Qingqing were even more nostalgic. There was a flash of sadness in Jiang Chen's eyes. This kind of loneliness was something that no one could understand. It came from the overlapping and separation of one plane from another. Moreover, this kind of loneliness made Jiang Chen's sword intent even more confused. Amidst the confusion, there was also an unwavering belief. In the 9 provinces immortal world, the sword of solitude does not tell of the sorrow of parting. Jiang Chen murmured. In his mind, a figure holding a black sword appeared. That figure gave Jiang Chen a sense of familiarity. That kind of loneliness seeped into his bones, causing him to be overwhelmed with sadness. The sword of solitude moved with the heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword also started to dance slowly. Every move, every taste and every bite, it was like nature itself. The sword of solitude moved with the wind. Following the will of solitude, it soared into the 9 heavens, destroying the will of heaven. The first sword, solitude without sleep, dispels 1,000 worries. When the sword fell, there was no terrifying aura, only the sword intent of solitude. It didn't destroy a flower, a grass, a mountain, a rock, but it gave people a feeling of invincibility. This sword intent seemed to be engraved with the solitude and silence of this world. This sword intent seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens, the sword intent of solitude. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally had a deep understanding of it. It was as if the sword intent was in this book, as if it was right in front of his eyes, as if it was right in front of his hands. Solitude wasn't just a feeling of homesickness, but also sorrow, worry, reflection and loss. It was precisely in this kind of opposite emotions that a sword intent of solitude was born. It soared into the heavens, sweeping everything before it. How lonely is being invincible, Jiang Chen seemed to have heard that black figure murmuring. That slanted face was as cold as ice, filled with boundless killing intent, solitary under the heavens. Who are you? Jiang Chen recalled in his mind and asked faintly. I am you, the lonely one. I am also the new lonely one. As soon as the figure finished speaking, it instantly disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just gone through a great battle, sweating profusely. Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. She felt the terror of that sword intent just now. Even though she was once a heavenly god, she still felt a sense of fear. That sword intent seemed to be able to cut through the void, causing the heavens and earth to change its color. Did he really master it? This isn't an abandoned sword technique? Ling Yan's face was filled with disbelief. Others might not know about it, but she had some understanding of this sword technique. No one could rely on this sword technique to battle, those who learned it were the weakest representatives. But at this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to have comprehended the true essence of it, the sword intent of solitude. I have comprehended it. Although it's only the first move, it should be enough. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to improve. He knew that this sort of solitude was not that simple. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to learn the first style by chance. But at least he could be considered to have reached a higher level. The terror of the first style made him feel that this sword technique had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was not just a flower, a blade of grass, a mountain or a stone, but it could bring about a ferocious attack like a tidal wave. It turns out that this is not an abandoned sword technique. It's just that no one is able to unleash its full power. The sword intent of this move is indeed terrifying. Ling Yan said sincerely. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also quite complacent. The fact proved that his choice was not wrong. Big brother, you're so awesome. Sister Ling said that you're a 1 in a million genius. Although there's still a little gap between you and me, it's already very good. Yu'er said with a serious face. Ha ha ha, our little Yu'er is so awesome. Jiang Chen said with a laugh. On the second day, on the battle arena, Sui Zhenkai stood with his eyes closed, holding his sword in his arms. He stood there like a golden spear, standing upright and emitting a majestic aura. Around the ring, there were countless outer disciples. There were at least 10,000 of them. The news of Sui Zhenkai, who ranked 69th in the 100 battle ranking, challenging the new disciple Xianxia spread throughout the outer sect instantly, attracting countless people. Who on the 100 battle ranking was easy to deal with? On the one hand, Sui Zhenkai wanted to avenge Huang Tianba. On the other hand, he also had his own selfish reasons, that was, he wanted to get close to her. After all, Ling Yun was too beautiful. Such a stunning woman had attracted countless men. And Xianxia did not deserve to be with such a goddess. It was a naked stain. Everyone knew that there were countless men who coveted Ling Yun. No matter where she was, a beautiful woman was destined to attract men, especially those who boasted of heroism. If they were heroes, how could they lack beauties, sword-drinking blood, Jianghu tribulations, adoration for beauties? Who knew? Wasn't it all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile? Every man longed to be conquered by a peerless beauty. Otherwise, why would they want to conquer the world? What's the use of being the strongest in the world? An expert was fated to have a background and a pursuit. This was the Jianghu, this was life. In Sui Zhenkai's eyes, only with such a heavenly fragrance and peerless beauty would he be worthy of his title as a hero. Out of 100,000 disciples, he was ranked within the top 100, and he was even an expert in the middle. This kind of arrogance and pride was indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. Arrogant and unyielding, cold as ice. At least, he was not someone that Huang Tianba could look up to. Looks like that guy won't dare to come today. Haha. No wonder. Sui Zhenkai has gone overboard this time. He's a disciple who just entered Profound Feng sect. In just 4 days, he's being challenged again and again. This time, it's an expert on the 100 battle ranking. If it's me, I won't come either. Yeah. There's only one ending for those who act like heroes, death. With talent and ability, why would he be afraid of challenges? If he doesn't even dare to accept such a challenge, then what's the point of cultivating? You're right. But I think there's no suspense in this battle anymore. Sui Zhenkai is just helping Huang Tianba. I'm afraid that he has ulterior motives, hee. Many people were discussing about it, but Sui Zhenkai turned a deaf ear to them. He never needed others to tell him what to do. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. He's here. He's here. That guy really came to accept the challenge. He has no choice. All the new disciples and us old foxes have seen it with our own eyes. If he doesn't come, how can he stay in Profound Feng sect? Xianxia walked through the void. Beside him were 2 beauties, one big and one small. Their faces were covered by a green veil and their brows were slightly furrowed. Their eyes were as clear as autumn water, rippling like ripples. Who knew how many heroes had fallen for them? A girl like her was destined to bring chaos to the world and captivate all living beings. Little Yu was full of vigor. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she had already grown into a little beauty. She would definitely become a peerless beauty in the future. Ling Yan held Yuer's hand while Xianxia walked in front. Countless people were envious, but at the same time, they felt sad for Xianxia. The family of 3 is finally going to be separated. There's no life or death on the stage. Although this battle is unfair, no one forced him to participate. This new disciple is still too young and impetuous. Isn't that right? But strength and ability are also proportional. His woman is a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. If he doesn't have the ability to protect his woman, he is destined to be stepped on as a stepping stone. And his own woman will become a beautiful woman in someone else's arms. Hee, this is how the world is. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The strong will always stand at the top. If you're not satisfied, then you can only defeat him. Xianxia listened to the mockery and disdain of these people. His expression was calm. No one could replace him. His appearance was to make these people feel inferior. The current Xianxia's strength had reached another level. When facing Sui Zhenkai, he no longer had any worries. As for those who treated Ling Yun as his woman and Yuer as their child, Xianxia could only choose to listen to them. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. Ling Yun was already used to it. Although she did not say it, Xianxia could feel that she was unhappy and even angry. But what could he do? The three of them really made people think of them as a family of three. Of course, the one who was in the most danger was Xianxia, because he had to face challenges from different experts at all times. Protecting a woman who wasn't his woman had become a daily routine for him. I thought you weren't coming back. Xianxia smiled and glanced at Xianxia. But most of his attention was on Ling Yun. Because he did not put Xianxia in his eyes. I thought you were blind. Xianxia smiled indifferently. You're forcing me to kill you. Forcing me to act against you as soon as possible. Isn't it easy to die? Xianxia snorted. This time, let's see if you can escape from my palm. Huang Tianba's eyes were gloomy as he watched the battle below the arena. His heart was filled with coldness. Xianxia would definitely kill Xianxia. Xianxia's days of arrogance had finally come to an end. The revenge of his severed arm and the death of Huang Qiuying's brother would be avenged. Huang Tianba directly blamed Xianxia for Huang Qiuying's sudden death. If it wasn't for him, his brother would definitely not die. Although he did not find any clues, he was very clear that this matter was definitely done by Xianxia. After killing you, I should be able to replace your position as the 69th on the 100 battle ranking, right? Xianxia said. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you must have the ability to do so. Why don't we have a bet? This bet might be able to save your life. Xianxia said with a smile. His eyes were filled with playfulness. I'm all ears. How can there not be a bet if we're going to compete? If you lose, I won't kill you. But she must become my woman. If you win, you can kill or plunder as you wish. This is the bet you were talking about? Hee hee, what a disappointment. How can someone like you be worthy of being a man? You're not worthy of being a hero. Unfortunately, you're just trash. Xianxia scolded in a deep voice. You dare to scold me? Xianxia's face was as gloomy as water. Xianxia had completely angered him. So what if I scold you? I'll kill you later. Women are not tools for trading. If I use my own woman as a bet, then what's the difference between me and a beast? But it seems like you're more of a beast than me. Xianxia's words influenced many people. The one who was most moved was naturally Ling Yun. Although she wasn't his woman, Xianxia's words still made her feel good. She even looked at Xianxia in a different light. Such a man was indeed able to bear the responsibility and the backbone. She wasn't someone who was easily moved. However, Xianxia's words had touched her heart. Big Brother is really a good person. Yuer murmured. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, what didn't she know? At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears. She was proud of Xianxia, proud of Ling Yun. The Xianxia that they knew wasn't a selfish person. He might not be too strong, but he gave others the warmth and steadiness of a mountain. Yuer knew better than anyone that Xianxia was definitely a man of affection and righteousness. Even if Sister Ling didn't like such a man, countless women would still like him. Xianxia has gotten himself into trouble this time. I never expected him to be so dirty. Haha. He reaped what he sowed. But I guess the result will be the same. The strong will be the one laughing at the end. I am looking forward to it. Now, Xianxia can only get back some of his face by killing Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became colder. His words had aroused many people's discussion. Now, he could only kill Xianxia. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't want to take it. Why did you come to the gate of hell? I will let you know that there are no servants in the 100 battle ranking. Xianxia held his long sword and pressed towards Xianxia. He swept across the 100 zhang arena with thunderous means. Xianxia sneered. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. Using a woman as a wager. Only a retard like him would think of something like that. Xianxia and Xianxia pointed their swords at each other. Sword lights intertwined and terrifying sword marks were left on the arena. The 100 zhang arena had its own barrier. Once the battle started, the people around them would not be affected by it. Star-shattering sword. Xianxia's sword shadow soared up to the sky. His figure flickered. His swordsmanship was exquisite. Undeniably, he had fully displayed the strength of a late void god. The terrifying power completely suppressed Xianxia. In the eyes of others, Sui Zhenkai was only a middle void god. Want to defeat me? You've chosen the wrong opponent. Xianxia did not move at all. He stood still with his sword. Facing the terrifying sword shadows that came from all directions, Xianxia was calm. Even when Sui Zhenkai's attack had pushed him to a small distance, Xianxia was still calm. He raised his sword, shocking everyone. Once the heavenly dragon appeared, who could contend against it? The terrifying heavenly dragon sword was able to force Sui Zhenkai to take a few steps back. Sui Zhenkai's expression changed. The might of the heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Xianxia could only unleash 20 to 30% of the heavenly dragon sword's power. After being modified by the craftsman god, the heavenly dragon sword was truly unparalleled. But after all, Xianxia's strength was limited, so there was no way for him to truly achieve the ability to cut through the void and slash the 9 heavens with his sword. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was boundless. Even so, Sui Zhenkai's countenance changed drastically. He never expected that Xianxia's simple sword strike could push him back. Is he really a middle void god? The audience was in an uproar. No one thought that Xianxia's strength would be so strong. He was ranked 69th on the 100 battle list, a top master among more than 100,000 people, but he was actually forced to retreat by Xianxia's sword. Although it might be because Sui Zhenkai underestimated his opponent, even so, it was still frightening. Mother****, isn't he too strong? This guy seems to be able to compete with Sui Zhenkai. Never come to a conclusion until the end. Hee. This guy really scared me to death. That sword strike is a classic. Sui Zhenkai could only defend himself. Xianxia's sword strike had shocked many people. Sui Zhenkai did not underestimate his opponent because he knew that this guy was enough to attract his attention. He must not let his guard down. This battle might be the strongest battle he had in the past 5 years. Sui Zhenkai was not an ordinary person. Those who could enter the 100 battle list were not cowards. His opponent was also a late void god. Why couldn't those people enter the 100 battle list? But Sui Zhenkai was able to fight for a place. This meant that a true expert would always be able to stand out from the crowd. Meteor sword art, meteor sword technique. Xianxia had to admit that Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was profound. However, his sword technique was stronger than Sui Zhenkai's. The current him had already become one with the heavenly dragon sword. Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was not something that Sui Zhenkai could withstand. No matter how you attack me, I will not move. Xianxia sneered. He only moved when the cold sword shadow was about to hit him. There were no fancy moves. One sword strike, tens of thousands of swords were broken. The blade of Sui Zhenkai's pseudo-divine tool was cut off by Xianxia as he turned around. Xianxia had also successfully repelled Sui Zhenkai. The latter's expression changed. Xianxia slashed the stage with his sword. He was like an eagle soaring through the sky. His sword swept across all directions. He wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Sui Zhenkai. What a terrifying sword. Sui Zhenkai quickly retreated. Xianxia's 2 attacks had actually defeated his sword momentum. Even the pseudo-divine tool in his hand was completely broken. This was an unprecedented humiliation. The spectators were also extremely shocked. Xianxia's sword seemed to have a majestic power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. No matter what method Sui Zhenkai used, he could defeat all of them. Xianxia's sword technique was indeed like that. There were no extra moves. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, his sword essence was in his heart. Although the current Xianxia could not completely master the heavenly dragon sword and reach the realm of heart and sword as one, being one with the sword was already strong enough. My heart is the sword is my heart. Wherever it is pointed, the heart of the sword is directed. Heart and sword as one. Xianxia did not dare to hope for now. At least, he had to wait until he could exert more than 50% of the power of the heavenly dragon sword before he could touch that realm. However, Sui Zhenkai had not even reached the realm of heart and sword as one. Moreover, his sword did not have a sword soul like the heavenly dragon sword. It was impossible for it to help Sui Zhenkai achieve heart and sword as one. Eat my sword. Across the Milky Way. Sui Zhenkai did not retreat but advanced. Although his sword was broken, the sword momentum was still there. The terrifying sword shadow overlapped like a knife cutting water. It crossed the ground and attacked the enemy. Your sword is my sword. Heart and sword as one. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He did not want to continue wasting time with Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen directly used heart and sword as one and transformed into a sword. He was in the form of a dragon. Heart and sword as one. Invincible, Sui Zhenkai's pupils shrank. Jiang Chen disappeared and was replaced by an extremely sharp dragon sword. It pierced through the sky as if it had stepped through the ages and the endless Milky Way. It pierced through Sui Zhenkai's body. Poof, Jiang Chen transformed into a sword and became one with the heavenly dragon sword. This realm was far beyond Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's expression kept changing. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was indeed much stronger than his. Sui Zhenkai finally understood this point. However, it was all too late. Jiang Chen would never give him any chance to fight back. Don't kill me, no, Sui Zhenkai felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. It was as if he would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword in the next second. Jiang Chen's 10,000 swords pierced through Sui Zhenkai's body. Sui Zhenkai's body was completely riddled with holes. Stop. A loud roar could be heard, but it still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's attack. Sui Zhenkai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Up until the moment of his death, there was no sign of him losing to a middle void god kid. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. It was truly frightening. Silence, deathly silence, when Sui Zhenkai's body fell to the ground, no one could believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. His heart was pierced by thousands of swords. It was a tragic death. Jiang Chen carried a long sword on his back and looked up to the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Sui Zhenkai's death had formed a sharp contrast between the two of them. Everyone was still immersed in the battle just now because everything had ended too quickly. Yun Ben wanted to see Sui Zhenkai's prestige, but in the end, he was mercilessly killed by Jiang Chen. The tens of thousands of people on the scene were silent. More and more of them started to have a completely different opinion towards Jiang Chen. Now, they were filled with respect for him. Jiang Chen's technique was too terrifying, shocking the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. Thousands of people sighed. Jiang Chen's sword was too terrifying. A mid-void god killing a late void god on the 100 battle ranking. Some of them could not believe such news, especially Jiang Chen. He had just entered the outer sect of Profound Feng sect not long ago. Such a result made everyone sigh, feeling that they were far behind him. A man with a pair of horns on his head and a heavy ruler on his back stood on the stage. His expression was cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Yanqing shouted in anger. His fiery temper was just like his facial expression, filled with overbearing aura. He was as violent as a tiger. His eyes were piercing as he clenched his fists tightly. The moment he landed on the stage, the earth seemed to tremble and the air was burning. The life and death arena. Victory and defeat are decided. Who do you think you are? Since when did you have the right to interfere? Could it be that he can kill me and I can't kill him? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. You should know who you're talking to. Yanqing smiled slightly. He withdrew the violence from earlier and his aura gradually calmed down. This fellow was indeed very strong. However, he was not strong enough to make Jiang Chen lower his head. Even if the sect master were to stand here, he wouldn't have the right to reprimand me, right? Could it be that you are the sect leader? Jiang Chen sneered. Sharp-tongued people usually don't live long. Yanqing glared angrily at Jiang Chen. He was famous for his fiery temper. My goodness, even the devil's incarnate has appeared. It seems that Jiang Chen has killed Sui Zhenkai today. This matter will not end peacefully. Who is he? So domineering, it doesn't seem like he's a simple character. Yanqing, number 2 in the outer sanctum. In other words, apart from the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, he is the strongest in the outer sanctum. No way. It's really him, the number 2 on the 100 battle ranking, Yanqing? Everyone was silently mourning for Xianxia and felt a trace of worry for him. Xianxia was famous for his fiery temper. He was famous for killing without batting an eye. Back then, no one knew who had offended him. Xianxia, who had just entered the sect, fought against 23 people, shocking the entire outer sanctum. Now, his strength was enough to enter the inner sanctum. However, he still needed to advance. Such a person was not easy to deal with. Xianxia represented killing. No one could be arrogant in front of him. If you did that, there would only be one result, and that was death. Usually, this fellow would not even give face to the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, let alone a new disciple. Looks like you're courting death. Xianxia did not speak any nonsense. He raised his hand and punched towards Xianxia fiercely. The mightiness of his punch shocked everyone. Xianxia did not hold back at all. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since when did he back off? Both of their fists collided. At that moment, Xianxia and Xianxia both took 3 steps back. Xianxia's face was filled with solemnity, including the others. Xianxia had shocked them once again. Even Xianxia could not do anything to him. Although it was just a probe, the probing punch was enough to kill an ordinary middle void god. In other words, Xianxia was determined to kill Xianxia. However, Xianxia's expression did not change at all. He was still staring at Xianxia with lung. You can actually take a punch from me. Interesting. This is really interesting. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He finally found an opponent who could force him to use his full strength. Moreover, Xianxia had killed his friend. He had a good reason to attack. This. Xianxia can actually take a punch from the demon incarnate? Oh my god. What did I just see? This is too unbelievable. A new disciple is actually evenly matched with the fierce fire demon Xianxia. At this moment, that fellow must be feeling terrible in his heart. Ha ha ha. This time, the new disciple is a little too strong. Some sighed. Some were worried. A great battle was about to break out. Xianxia did not care about the rules. In his eyes, he was the rule. Don't force me. Otherwise, even if it's you, I will still kill you. Xianxia raised his head. Lung's eyes were staring at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia could really feel Xianxia's determination. This fellow was really a demon incarnate like him. However, this battle was definitely unavoidable. He wanted to fight with Xianxia more and more. This fellow could definitely enter the top 10 of the 100 battle ranking. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to take a punch from him. You're really wild. However, today, I will force you. Xianxia sneered. Don't you have any shame? Ha ha ha, to attack a new disciple. Xianxia, have you been living like a dog all these years? A white-cloaked figure appeared in front of Xianxia. He gently waved his feather fan and smiled. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Yunfei, don't ask for trouble. Xianxia said in a deep voice. This is the outer gate. I am in charge of the outer gate. This has something to do with me. Bai Yunfei said. Using a chicken feather as a token of authority, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, let's fight. Xianxia was furious. The hidden secret realm will be opening soon. If you don't want to be grounded, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the hidden secret realm anymore. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Bai Yunfei smiled. Are you threatening me? Xianxia's eyes widened in anger. You can weigh the pros and cons yourself. I have already delivered the message. If you dare to attack again, you can try and see if I have the ability to do so. Even if I can't, Big Senior can. Bai Yunfei seemed to be playing it down, but Xianxia had no choice but to give up because the hidden secret realm would only open once every 100 years. If he was locked up, he would lose the chance to enter the hidden secret realm. In the past, he killed 23 people consecutively. Although the sect did not order him to be executed, he was still grounded for 3 years. He could not ignore the sect's rules. After all, this was a serious matter. You're lucky today. Kid, I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqing turned around and left. This scene made the eyes of many outer sect disciples filled with admiration. Although Jiang Chen had Bai Yunfei's help, he was still able to escape from Yanqing's hands and even exchanged a punch with him. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's rise was unstoppable. Provided that he was not killed by Yanqing in the cradle. "Thank you, Senior Bai Yunfei," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "It's nothing. Moreover, it's against the rules for him to touch you. After today's battle, I'm afraid that you will be famous in the outer sect." Haha. Bai Yunfei laughed heartily. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was thinking about something. She's indeed a beauty. But she's too ostentatious. She's destined to be the target of everyone. Hee hee. You know what I mean. You're on your own now. When Bai Yunfei was about to leave, he was stopped by Jiang Chen. "Senior Bai, I have something to ask. May I know what kind of place is the hidden secret realm?" Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yanqing regarded the hidden secret realm with such importance. It meant that the hidden secret realm was a great attraction. "You want to know too?" Hee hee. I don't mind telling you. Every 100 years, the Linha boundary will hold a hidden secret realm trial. The hidden secret realm is the place where all the young experts of the Linha boundary gather. There are groups of demonic beasts and ruins everywhere. Those who are lucky can even become a dragon and become a peerless expert. That place will also become the cradle of experts. There are only 8 quotas for our profound Feng sect to enter the hidden secret realm. 5 for the inner sect and 3 for the outer sect. In a few days, I will challenge the 3rd-ranked senior. It's worth it to fight to the death for this quota. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. There are 3 quotas for the outer sect? Jiang Chen said. First, senior strength is something that even the inner disciples are afraid of. As for Yanqing, that fellow is also a devil incarnate. If there is no reason, no one would be willing to provoke him. I advise you to stay away from him. Although Bai Yunfei had left, Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He felt that he had a chance to fight for the 3 outer sect quotas in the hidden secret realm. His target was Yanqing. Everyone on the scene was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. First, he killed Sui Zhenkai, then he fought Li Huague. His name had spread throughout the outer sect. His momentum was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the center of everyone's attention. No matter if it was a man or a woman, this kind of battle had made their blood boil. One should know that Sui Zhenkai was an expert in the middle of the 100 battle ranking while Jiang Chen was just a new disciple. The scariest thing was that after killing Sui Zhenkai mercilessly, he went against Li Huague Yanqing. This was the scariest thing. Li Huague Yanqing was one of the top experts in the outer sect. Except for the first senior, Yang Jian, no one could be compared to him. However, Jiang Chen had done it. The power of his punch was equal to Jiang Chen's. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Although it was just a test, it was enough to shock everyone. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's punch had struck everyone's heart. That kind of shock came from the deepest part of their hearts. Many of the new disciples and lower-ranked disciples admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen had given them a different kind of hope. Who said that the lower-ranked disciples didn't have any experts who could amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat? Jiang Chen was an exception to this rule. When will we be able to reach Jiang Chen's level? Dream on. Jiang Chen is a mid-void god. He killed a late void god and did it so effortlessly. How could an ordinary genius do that? That's right. You're right. Looks like there's going to be another true expert on the 100 battle ranking. That's right. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Jiang Chen and Yanqing. I wonder who will come out on top. Although Jiang Chen is strong, Yanqing was a famous expert for many years. In the outer sect, he was second only to one and above tens of thousands of people. That kind of glory is directly proportional to his strength. Jiang Chen might not be his opponent. The people outside the arena were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at the scene on the arena. However, not many people knew how much hardship Jiang Chen had to go through to step into the 9 regions immortal world from the human world and step by step into the divine world from the 9 regions immortal world. The bitterness he went through was not something that outsiders could understand. Xianxia stood proudly and slowly walked towards Ling Yun and Yue. He did not let them down. At this moment, he was their hero. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Big brother, you're amazing. Sister Ling, although you're still far from her, it's already very good. After Yue finished speaking, she looked at Ling Yun with a smile. The latter's expression was calm. Perhaps I'm not as strong as you now. But one day, I will catch up to you. Xianxia said confidently. Catch up to Sister Ling? Are you really confident? Big brother. That's for sure. Xianxia said proudly. When he saw Yue's sinister smile, he knew that this girl was playing a pun with him. Luckily, Ling Yun did not show any expression. Ling Yun patted Yue's head lovingly, pulled her up and left. I hope that such a day will come. Ling Yun's words stunned Xianxia. Do you want my strength to catch up to you, or do you want me to catch up to you? But then again, if he could not catch up to her in terms of strength, he would not be qualified to appear in front of her and pursue her, right? Xianxia touched his nose in a self-deprecating manner. He actually had a shred of expectation. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had seen many beauties. Jiangxinxin, Goddess Luo, they were all first-class beauties. However, Ling Yun was the only one that made him feel something. He was also afraid that he would let down Yanxinyu and the others, but he could not control his feelings. Deep in his heart, Xianxia started to have feelings for her. Although it wasn't a strong feeling, he knew that this woman had quietly walked into his heart. Good luck. Big brother. Under everyone's worship, Xianxia left the stage with Ling Yun and Yue. But this matter was like a bomb, instantly spreading in the outer sect. Xianxia killed Sui Zhenkai and fought against Yanqing. Such a story naturally became a topic of discussion during their leisure time. Sui Zhenkai deserved to die because in the eyes of many disciples, he was a shameless person. It was not inappropriate for Xianxia to kill him. Moreover, on the stage, there was no need to talk about life and death. Killing someone was just a normal thing to do. If you have the ability, so what if you kill someone and take their belongings? In this world where people's lives were worthless, profound Feng sect was still considered peaceful. Once they entered the outside world, it would be even colder and more miserable. Killing people was the simplest method. If you don't kill, you will be killed by others. Survival of the fittest. No one could change that. Under the feet of an expert, success was destined to be built on the bones of thousands. After Xianxia returned to his cave residence, he planned to cultivate with all his might. However, the divine origin stones he had were almost used up. Moreover, the divine origin qi that he absorbed was basically a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xianxia was also depressed. According to what Ling Yun said, it would take 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones for others to break through to the middle void god realm. However, he had used up 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones. It was a huge consumption that would make one speechless. Xianxia was very clear that if he wanted to break through to the late void god realm, even 1,000,000 low-grade divine origin stones might not be enough. Therefore, Xianxia thought of a way to earn money. Concocting pills. It was too ostentatious to concoct a divine tool. Although it was possible, it was impossible to do it on a large scale. Moreover, only those with capital could afford to buy a real divine tool. If Xianxia took out a divine tool now, the sect lord would probably be alerted. The entire sect would probably fight for it. In the end, Xianxia chose to concoct pills. In terms of skill, his alchemy level was much higher than old Gang Tu's. Most importantly, he had a good grasp of his realm, especially in the realm of divinity. Alchemy in the realm of divinity was completely different from alchemy in the 9 regions immortal world. Old Gang Tu's words had brought a qualitative change to Xianxia. His pill concoction technique had improved to the next level, reaching perfection. This time, he wanted to see just how much his alchemy skills had improved. Xianxia directly went to find Zhou Yunpeng. This guy had stayed in the outer sect for 20 years and could be considered to be a network of the outer sect. Naturally, nothing could escape his ears. When Xianxia used the spirit summoning talisman to summon Zhou Yunpeng immediately rushed over without saying a word. His speed was so fast that even Xianxia did not expect it. Haha, Brother Zhou, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Xianxia smiled. I can't. Brother Jiang, you are now an influential figure in the entire outer sect. I don't know how many people want to see you. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I actually missed such a great bodhisattva. I feel very sad. Please don't blame me. Zhou Yunpeng smiled bitterly. Jiangchen could be said to be famous now. Who didn't know of his existence? At this moment, hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples went crazy because of the name Jiangchen. He was able to fight against Yanchen with just one punch. This made those experts who originally wanted to challenge him give up on their decision. Such an expert should at least be in the top 20 of the 100 battle ranking. Who would come to ask for a snub? When Zhou Yunpeng saw Jiangchen again, he could not help but sigh in his heart. An expert was an expert after all. No one could step on their heads. Jiangchen had overcome many obstacles along the way and killed a few people. However, he was already unstoppable. How would Zhou Yunpeng dare to let Jiangchen call him brother? It's not a big deal. Brother Zhou, I came to find you this time because I need your help. Jiangchen said seriously. Zhou Yunpeng's expression was solemn. He would definitely help Jiangchen and he would spare no effort. If he knew such an expert, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the outer sect? However, Zhou Yunpeng was not the kind of person who relied on others to intimidate others. However, to make friends with an expert like Jiangchen, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Say it. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Zhou Yunpeng said. I want to sell some elixirs in exchange for divine origin stones for cultivation. Zhou Yunpeng looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Do you have elixirs? Normally, no one would be willing to sell good elixirs. Are there a lot? A lot. Jiangchen said. Our outer sect and inner sect have an underground trading place every month. It's at the Hua Cave of the east of Fengyu Mountain. That's where our inner sect disciples trade with outer sect disciples. However, some of the inner sect disciples are unwilling to reveal their names and strength. They would usually wear masks and gradually, the outer sect disciples would do the same. Be it demon crystals, elixirs, or even pseudo-divine weapons, there will be people selling them. It all depends on whether you have enough divine origin stones to buy them. Zhou Yunpeng said. What kind of elixirs do you have? Wouldn't I be able to enjoy the moonlight first in a favorable position? Haha. That's for sure. However, I haven't refined any elixirs yet. Jiangchen's words made Zhou Yunpeng stumble and he almost fell to the ground. Brother, are you kidding me? Could you be an alchemist? Zhou Yunpeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't this too scary? I guess so. I know how to refine a few simple elixirs. I just don't know if I can sell them for a price. Jiangchen said. Amazing. A genius is a genius after all. Ordinary people like us can never be compared to him. He can even sell elixirs on the spot. When the time comes, if you have any good elixirs, don't forget about me, Brother Jiang. Zhou Yunpeng looked at Jiangchen with envy. Can you help me collect some herbs? In profound Feng sect, I only trust you. Jiangchen's words made Zhou Yunpeng's body tremble. His expression became extremely serious. It was his honor. Really? This kind of trust and solemn treatment made Zhou Yunpeng extremely excited. Jiangchen was not an arrogant person and he did not put on any airs in front of Zhou Yunpeng. If it was someone on the 100 battle ranking, they would be extremely arrogant. But to put it bluntly, Jiangchen had the right to be arrogant because he had the strength. Of course. This is 100 mid-grade divine origin stones. Help me collect some herbs. Bone catcher grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, fragrant hemp leaf and nourishing spirit grass. Jiangchen said. 100 mid-grade divine origin stones was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiangchen gave it to him just like that. Zhou Yunpeng felt that his hands were heavy. It was not only the weight of the divine origin stones, but also the weight of Jiangchen's trust and respect. This is 300 low-grade divine origin stones. Take it. This? I can't take it, Brother Jiang. Xianxia said sternly, take it. This is what you deserve. Moreover, 300 low-grade divine origin stones is not a lot. Help me collect these herbs. After I refine the elixirs, you might even need to help me sell some. Alright. I'll ask my friends if they have these herbs. If they don't, we can only go to the Donghua Caves trading market 7 days later. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I will do my best. After bidding farewell to Jiangchen, Zhou Yunpeng began to search for these herbs. Jiangchen did not have to wait for too long. In less than 3 days, Zhou Yunpeng brought all the herbs over. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much. Brother Zhou. You're too kind. Although my cultivation is average, I'm still quite familiar with the outer sect. If there's anything you need in the future, just tell me. Leave it to me. Zhou Yunpeng patted his chest and said. His face was full of confidence. His talent was average. After reaching the peak early Void God realm, it was hard for him to advance further. Moreover, 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones were not easy to get. He could only get 30 low-grade divine origin stones every year. It was not enough for his cultivation. After I'm done refining the pills, we'll go to the trading market together. At that time, I'll definitely help you break through to the middle Void God realm. Jiangchen's words made Zhou Yunpeng's body tremble as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. He had been stuck at the peak early Void God realm for many years. Without divine origin stones and a perfect opportunity, his talent was limited. It was almost impossible for him to step into the middle Void God realm. However, Jiangchen actually wanted to help him break through to the middle Void God realm. How could Zhou Yunpeng not be excited? Brother Jiang, how do you expect me to repay such great kindness? Zhou Yunpeng actually felt like crying bitterly. He was indeed a person with a true temperament. There's no need to say too much. I just treat you as a friend. Jiangchen's trust and help made Zhou Yunpeng feel that there was true love in the world. Jiangchen's magnanimity, as well as his chivalrous feelings, made him admire him greatly. After Zhou Yunpeng left, Jiangchen took out all of the medicinal ingredients: bone-absorbing soul grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, heaven-fragrant hemp leaf, and spirit-nurturing grass. He wanted to refine 2 kinds of pills. One was the soul-strengthening pill that could nourish the soul, and the other was the daybreak pill that could raise one's strength by 1 level after eating it. The daybreak pill could allow a peak early void god or even a peak mid void god to have an 80% chance of advancing to the next realm. However, it was only useful for void gods. When one reached the true god realm, this pill was useless. Even so, either one of these 2 elixirs was enough to cause a huge uproar in the outer sect. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. Ling Yan looked at Jiangchen. There are still many things that you didn't expect. Haha. Big brother, Grandpa said that your skill in alchemy is above his. Is it true? Yu Er asked. Your grandpa's realm is higher than mine. But in terms of alchemy, I'm afraid he's not as good as me. You're quite confident. Ling Yan said faintly. Since the 2 beauties are doubtful, then I'll finish practicing first before boasting. Jiangchen said with a smile. He summoned the true dragon fire. The effect of the true dragon fire was the most obvious when refining a pill. Moreover, it contained the true dragon intent. The grade of the pill was relatively high. Pills are divided into 5 grades. High grade is average, supreme grade is rare, immortal grade is extremely precious, divine grade is unparalleled. As for saint grade pills, rumor has it that it has never appeared in the divine world before. It's just a desire of alchemists. I wonder what grade you can achieve. Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at Jiangchen with a rare look of curiosity. I hope I won't disappoint you 2 beauties. Jiangchen refined for 2 hours and produced 200 soul-stabilizing pills and 200 daybreak pills. The pill fragrance is rich. It's supreme grade. Not bad. Ling Yan looked at the pills in Jiangchen's hand and commented. She was quite shocked because she had never seen Jiangchen's 2 pills before. Moreover, the concoction of these 2 pills looked extraordinary. Although it might not have much effect on her, but to those below the true God realm, these 2 pills would definitely be regarded as the saint grade. It's really amazing. It seems like it's better than my grandpa's. Yuer took one of the pills and played with it. Although she was young, she was quite proficient in the art of alchemy. After all, her grandpa was an alchemist. It's just that she was too young and did not have the chance to experiment with it. She did not show her talent in this aspect. I'm going to sell these 2 pills and exchange them for divine origin stones. At that time, I can cultivate wholeheartedly again. Haha. I'm excited just thinking about it. These 2 pills will definitely be exchanged for a lot of divine origin stones. Swimming in the ocean of divine origin stones, that's really nice. Xianxia chuckled. Vulgar. Ling Yin said and entered the cave to continue her cultivation. Vulgar. Yuer followed closely behind. Xianxia was at a loss and smiled bitterly. These 2 pills were bound to shake the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. However, they were not attractive at all in front of these 2 beauties. However, the 2 ladies still followed Xianxia to the trading fair. With Zhou Yunpeng leading the way, it was a walk in the park. The trading market of Donghua Cave was indeed huge, and it only happened once a month. It was considered to be quite magnificent. There were tens of thousands of people in the trading market, causing Xianxia's eyes to be dazzled by the sheer number. There were indeed all kinds of things being sold here. Some were selling demon crystals, some were selling medicinal herbs, some were selling pills, some were selling weapons, some were selling beast skins, and some were even selling pets and beasts. It could be said that there was everything that one could ever want. Let's stay here. The medicinal pill area is usually very expensive. It's estimated to be at least a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunpeng said in a low voice. Looking at the people in groups of 2s and 3s, all of them were wearing masks. Xianxia and the others were the same. He was not worried that Ling Yin would cause unnecessary panic here. We still need to go to a place where there are many people buying medicinal pills. That way, there will be more people buying. Xianxia said. He was not short of a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. It's just that Zhou Yunpeng felt a little heartache. Are you going to sell it for a few dozen low-grade divine origin stones? Zhou Yunpeng asked. 30. It's not good to be too high. Others might not be able to afford it. 30 is still high. Generally, medicinal pills are sold for 30 to 50 yuan. If your medicinal pills are of good quality, it won't be a problem to sell them for 100 yuan. Don't look down on those fellows. The people who come to buy medicinal pills are all rich people. Zhou Yunpeng said. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. Xianxia corrected him. How much? 30 mid-grade divine origin stones? This is a little too ridiculous. Zhou Yunpeng was instantly dumbfounded. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. If the price is too low, wouldn't people go crazy over it? Do you know what medicinal pill this is? Xianxia asked. I don't know. Zhou Yunpeng shook his head. A medicinal pill that can help you break through, do you think it's worth this price? Zhou Yunpeng took a deep breath. He had never heard of a medicinal pill that could help people break through. His expression became incomparably solemn. Zhou Yunpeng had never seen or heard of such a medicinal pill. How could he not be shocked? It's priceless to be able to increase one's strength. In his opinion, if anyone had such a medicinal pill, they would definitely keep it to themselves. Why would they take it out? This was completely illogical. He did not believe in such a thing. Although Zhou Yunpeng was shocked by Xianxia's strength, it had nothing to do with strength. Moreover, how could he concoct so many terrifying medicinal pills in such a short period of time? Such a medicinal pill was even more miraculous than the medicinal pills concocted by the alchemists in the sect. If it had miraculous effects, who wouldn't be tempted? However, Zhou Yunpeng still held a skeptical attitude and was skeptical. I still don't dare to believe it. Zhou Yunpeng's thoughts were within his expectations. After all, he was a middle void god now. Why wouldn't he use it? Xianxia had thought about it before, but he gave up in the end. He needed to take things one step at a time. After all, his cultivation realm was obviously not enough after entering the divine world. Therefore, he needed to grasp the opportunity and improve step by step. He must not take big steps. If he did that, he might be the one suffering in the future. Big Brother's medicinal pill definitely has such an effect. You were trusted Xianxia. Ling Yan stood behind Xianxia without saying anything. However, many people did not pay attention to her. You will eat one medicinal pill later. I will find another 2 people. 3 people will eat this medicinal pill together and you will be able to break through on the spot. This is definitely not a baseless rumor. Xianxia looked at Zhou Yunpeng and said. Zhou Yunpeng widened his eyes in disbelief. 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. Are you going to gift it to me? If it's not effective, who would be willing to fork out so much money? Xianxia asked with a faint smile on his face. That's true. But even a person like me only has a total of thousands of low-grade divine origin stones. Some of them are even less than me. How could there be so many people willing to spend so much money to buy them? Zhou Yunpeng was no longer worried about the curative effect, but he was still worried about the price. Big Brother Zhou, you're really afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Yu curled her lips and said. Zhou Yunpeng smiled embarrassedly. Compared to the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect, he was only considered to be well off. There were a lot of people who were not as good as him. His cultivation talent was limited. If he only relied on his annual salary for 20 years, he would only get 600 low-grade divine origin stones. If he went to Deermorn Mountain to hunt some demonic beasts, if he was lucky enough to get some demon crystals, he might be able to get some. It wouldn't be a problem for him to get more than 1,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Good things never have to worry about selling. Furthermore, didn't you say that there are people from the inner and outer sect here? Even if there aren't any in the outer sect, there are still quite a few rich people in the inner sect. Xianxia said. This pill will help you break through to the mid and late void god realm. It won't be a dream for you to enter the inner sect. If it doesn't work, I'll return double the divine origin stones. There was no problem that a daybreak pill couldn't solve for a breakthrough. If there was, then there would be 2. Now, I'm recruiting 2 free users to break through on the spot. There won't be any shackles. In front of the daybreak pill, all bottlenecks will disappear. Each person can only buy 1. 30 low-grade divine origin stones. First come, first served. Zhou Yunpeng followed Xianxia's words and started to sell the pill. In just a short while, dozens of people gathered here. Is your pill really that magical? Can it break through from the mid-void god realm to the late void god realm directly? Why don't I believe it? This pill is so magical. How is it possible? Yeah. I've never heard of anyone who could refine such a pill. It's unbelievable. Many people gathered here, mocking and doubting Xianxia's daybreak pill. Who's willing to try? Whether you can break through or not, you can try it on the spot. This shouldn't be fake, right? Xianxia smiled as he looked at the people around him. Can we really try this thing? Yeah. 30 low-grade divine origin stones. Why don't you just rob someone? Even if we can break through, only rich people can afford it. We can't afford it. That's 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones. I guess there aren't many people in the outer sect who can afford it. TSK. A bunch of poor people. I'll try it first. If it works, I'll get one for my woman. Some people doubted the price of the daybreak pill that Xianxia was selling. Some people doubted if his pill could pass the test. However, these were not the problems that Xianxia was facing. As long as someone took the daybreak pill, they would definitely break through. At that time, no one would doubt him anymore. I'm Man Shui. I'll try it too. As long as I don't die from it. I've been stuck at the peak mid-void god realm for a few years now. This time, I want to see how powerful this pill is to be able to break through directly. If I can break through in one go, I'll give you all these 30 middle-grade divine origin stones. A tall and sturdy man walked out. He wasn't wearing a mask. Instead, he looked very simple and honest, but his eyes were unusually sharp. I know this guy. Isn't he ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking, Man Shui? This name is worthy of this brother. He's quite handsome. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Man Shui is quite powerful. Some late void gods are not his match. There's going to be a good show today. If there's really such a magical pill, the entire outer sect will go crazy for it. It will definitely shock the entire sect. More and more people came to Xianxia's side. There were many busybodies after all. Everyone wanted to see what was going on, to see if it was real or not. Alright. Man Shui, Li Dixing, Zhou Yunpeng, the three of you can swallow this daybreak pill now. Sit down and refine the pill. In less than 15 minutes, the effect of the daybreak pill will take effect in your body and you'll be able to break through soon. Xianxia said. Everyone felt that it was very magical, but most of them still maintained a skeptical attitude. This was something that no one really believed. If this kind of medicinal pill really existed, once it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. If the three of them successfully broke through, then it would be the time to witness a miracle. Are you ready? Xianxia flicked his finger and threw 3 pills towards Zhou Yunpeng, Man Shui, and Li Dixing respectively. The three of them looked at Xianxia, especially Zhou Yunpeng. Although he did not believe it, he still hoped that this pill could help him to make a comeback. Zhou Yunpeng held the daybreak pill in his hand. His expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, there was nothing more exciting than this. Man Shui was the same. Although he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking, he still couldn't break through. He couldn't find the bottleneck. At this moment, if Xianxia's daybreak pill could really help him, he would be extremely excited. This guy can't be selling fake medicine, right? I don't think it's real. Since it can increase the strength of others, doesn't it mean that we don't have to worry about it in the future? Anyone with a little bit of capital can break through to the late void god realm. This is too terrifying. 30 middle-grade divine origin stones is not a small amount. Since he dares to buy it at such a high price, it means that there must be a reason for him to do so. Let's just wait and see. If this pill is useless, no one will buy it. You're right. Let's wait and see. I think at least half of the people here are waiting to see this guy make a fool of himself. Could it be that this pill has the magical effect of breaking through to the next realm? That's too heaven-defying. The onlookers were discussing whether the pill could really help others to break through to the next realm. Xianxia looked at Man Shui and the other two who took the pill and revealed a confident smile. The exciting moment was coming. This was the surprise he wanted to give to the people of Profound Feng sect. The three who took the daybreak pill sat cross-legged and began to absorb the effect of the pill. As expected, in less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them underwent great changes. Their faces were filled with seriousness. Moreover, 3 powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. The terrifying effect of the pill had helped the 3 of them to break through to the next realm. Zhou Yunpeng was the first to wake up as he was the weakest among them. At this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. However, when Zhou Yunpeng's eyes fell upon Xianxia, his eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he wouldn't have this opportunity. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the early void god realm. Now, he was a true middle void god. Xianxia looked at Zhou Yunpeng with satisfaction. Zhou Yunpeng's successful breakthrough made many people's eyes filled with disbelief and even jealousy. Because this pill was free, it was worth it to eat a pill that cost 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones for free. Brother Jiang, at this moment, Zhou Yunpeng's eyes were filled with gratitude. For so many years, he had endured humiliation and stayed at the bottom of Profound Feng sect's outer sect. No one knew about him. More than half of the outer sect disciples were early void gods. There were 30 to 40,000 middle void gods and the rest were late void gods. However, there were also some powerful late void gods. Some middle void gods might be stronger than late void gods. There's no need to say any more. This is what you deserve. Even without me, you would have succeeded one day. Xianxia's words made Zhou Yunpeng nod his head heavily. He was completely convinced by Xianxia's character. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Most of the people who were doubtful at the beginning had now become skeptical. The second person, Li Dixing, had also woken up. He had broken through to the late void god realm. At this moment, Li Disheng looked at Xianxia in shock. This pill was too terrifying. He had been stuck at the bottleneck of the middle void god realm for a long time. Although he was not as strong as Man Shui, he had broken through to the late void god realm and became a true expert. How could he not be shocked? Li Disheng and Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with tears. It was said that men do not easily shed tears when they were deeply hurt. They had worked hard and struggled to break through again and again. The feeling of being able to break through the shackles was extremely gratifying. Moreover, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts for more than 20 years. Now, they could finally avenge themselves. It's too magical. This time, I really believe it. These two fellas have really improved their strength in such a short period of time. It's unbelievable. Look, Man Shui is about to wake up. This fella has also reached the late void god realm. Oh my god. This time, Man Shui will definitely enter the top 30 of the 100 battle ranking. I dare to bet. It's hard to say. But the current Man Shui should not be someone ordinary people could compare to. One should know that he was a peak middle void god when he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking. Man Shui suddenly stood up and stared at Xianxia. Then, under the astonishment of the crowd, he bowed deeply. The crowd was in an uproar. To think that this arrogant and powerful fellow would do such a thing. It was out of everyone's expectation. Brother man, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm selling pills to level up and increase my strength. I'm glad that you're willing to test the pills for me. Haha. Xianxia helped Man Shui up and said. Man Shui looked at Xianxia righteously and said with a hint of excitement in his voice. My cultivation has not stabilized yet. I need to stabilize it as soon as possible. I'll take my leave now. This soul summoning talisman is my personal item. If there's anything you need, just call me with this talisman and I'll be there. Aren't you afraid that I'm a thief? Xianxia asked. How could a thief like him have such peerless talent in alchemy? At least, I don't believe it. How can I let you down for treating me like this? Xianxia nodded. This Man Shui is a righteous person. Moreover, he's frank. He doesn't even need to wear a mask to deceive the people in this market. Such boldness and confidence are admirable. I will never forget your kindness. If there's anything you need, I'll follow you in life and death. Xianxia and Man Shui looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, both of them could see mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Xianxia did not value Man Shui's strength, but his spirit. A man like Man Shui was definitely a man of great spirit. Ling Yan could also feel Xianxia's true feelings. This Man Shui is a righteous person. But in her eyes, she couldn't see through Xianxia. He's like a cloud of mist, unfathomable. But his temperament is real. Man Shui left the market, but the popularity did not decrease. Xianxia's daybreak pill was witnessed by hundreds and thousands of people. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. But because of this, Xianxia's daybreak pill was so crazily fought over. This was something that no one had expected. Good things would never lack customers, nor would there be a lack of people who admired them. At this moment, Zhou Yunping's initial worry was completely gone. Xianxia's daybreak pill was sold at the price of 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the daybreak pills were sold. Countless people were beating their chests and stamping their feet, sighing as they did not manage to get a single divine pill. They were either angry or depressed because they did not manage to get a single divine pill. After all, the situation just now was witnessed by everyone. Facts speak louder than words. Those who did not trust Xianxia at the beginning were the ones who bought the daybreak pills the most. Zhou Yunping hadn't expected this either. This turn of events was simply too fast. Even he was a bit dazed, and Xianxia's daybreak pills had already been robbed clean. How could it be so little? Just 200 and it's gone? Impossible. Yeah, how could this be? We did not even see what the pills look like. Brother, don't tell me that you only have so little in stock? Do you have any more daybreak pills? We are all waiting here. Someone could not help but complain that Xianxia had too little daybreak pills. It was not enough. Most of the 100,000 outer sect disciples were early void gods. There were even some ninth-grade immortal sovereigns. Some of them were limited by their talent and could not break through, some of them were stuck in a bottleneck. But the daybreak pills were not a problem for them. I'm sorry, that's all I have. If you want to buy more, do it 10 days later. I will still be here. But I have another kind of pill, soul-stabilizing pill. It can nourish the soul and increase the realm of the soul. If anyone knows, you should know that the realm of the soul is more important than anything else. But there's one thing that I must say. If your strength is enough but your soul realm is not enough, a soul-stabilizing pill can help you break through. But the probability of this pill being compared to the daybreak pill is self-evident. But the effect of the two pills is completely different. As for this soul-stabilizing pill, I don't need to explain too much. 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for 1. Don't look at the effect, look at the effect. Xianxia's words stunned countless people. But at this moment, some of the inner sect experts paid more attention to it. Because the soul-stabilizing pill was indeed more direct than the daybreak pill for the inner sect experts. Moreover, the daybreak pill did not have much effect on the inner sect experts. Most of the inner sect experts were peak void gods or half-step true gods. A simple daybreak pill would not have much effect on them. However, the soul-stabilizing pill was different. Especially since it could nourish one's soul, it made those true experts pay attention to it. With the reputation that Xianxia had earned previously, his words were highly trusted. Almost no one doubted his pills. Moreover, the inner sect disciples were generally richer than the outer sect disciples. So the price of 50 mid-grade divine origin stones was more acceptable to the inner sect disciples. Although it was still expensive, it was still within the acceptable range. Pill can really nourish the soul? Such a miraculous elixir did not exist in the inner and outer sects in the past. Now that there was a daybreak pill, the credibility of the soul-stabilizing pill was even higher. Those who believe will not doubt, those who doubt will not use it. Xianxia smiled faintly. Although his answer was arrogant, there were still people who were willing to pay 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for it. In the end, the soul-stabilizing pill and the daybreak pill were all sold out. Xianxia made a lot of money. This time, Xianxia sold the pills for 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. That was equivalent to 1,600,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge amount of wealth had made Xianxia a true tycoon. Even the top experts in the inner sect would not have such wealth. The 400 pills were all sold out. But there were still a lot of people who did not get any. Some of them were even furious. First come, first served. Those who arrived late would not even get any leftovers. Xianxia held the 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. His eyes lit up. With so many divine origin stones, he might be able to advance to the late void god realm. Even Ling Yun was a little surprised. She did not expect this guy to be so capable. She had never heard of these two pills before. Most importantly, the effects of these two pills had set off a frenzy in both the inner and outer sect of Profound Feng sect. The soul-stabilizing pill in the inner sect had shocked the experts. It could nourish the soul, increase the strength of the soul and heal the injuries of the soul. Such a pill was simply divine. Even if the price was a little high, they could still accept it. After all, such a pill could only be found by luck. Do you guys know who is selling the daybreak pill in the trading market? And that soul-stabilizing pill. I heard that it's quite effective. God knows how many people are looking for him. I don't know about the inner sect. But I heard that a total of 197 daybreak pills were sold in the outer sect. 197 people successfully advanced to the void god realm. This is unheard of in the outer sect. I heard that even the people in the sect were shocked. That's right. Although the grade of this pill isn't high, it's still quite useful for us void gods. That's right. There are also many people in the inner sect who have their soul injuries healed or made up for the lack of soul power. I heard that Su Nanfeng and Xingkuan of the inner sect are looking for this person. The two of them were injured by a soul-devouring beast when they were out on a mission 3 years ago. Both of them were quite unlucky. Not to mention that their strength has been stagnant for the past 2 years, their soul power is also extremely weak. Voices of doubt could be heard from the inner sect and outer sect. But it was not a crusade. Instead, they were looking for this mysterious alchemist. Only Zhou Yunpeng knew that Jiang Chen was the real alchemist. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the outside world. He was focused on breaking through. 15,000 middle-grade divine origin stones were absorbed into his body. But the result was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reaction. He did not even manage to reach the peak middle void god realm. Jiang Chen could not help but feel depressed. But no one could change this fact. If it was someone else, with so many middle-grade primordial stones, it would not be a problem for them to break through to the middle void god realm. Your body is really like a bottomless pit. So many divine origin stones are not enough to fill it. Ling Yin said doubtfully. Sad. This is really sad. Looks like I have to work harder to concoct pills. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and began to concoct pills again. This time, he concocted 500 daybreak pills and soul-stabilizing pills. These 2 pills were relatively easy to concoct. But it still took Jiang Chen 2 days. Plus, Jiang Chen liked to do things perfectly. The pills that he concocted must be of high grade. If the medicinal effect of a normal pill wasn't sufficient, or the medicinal effect couldn't be fully released, then it wouldn't be able to reach the grade. Therefore, normal pills were all gradeless pills. Naturally, they wouldn't be as effective as Jiang Chen's pill. When Jiang Chen appeared at the medicinal pellet trading area again, it was already crowded with people. This time, as expected, the 1,000 medicinal pellets were sold out again. Zhou Yunpeng was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen also gave him 500 mid-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunpeng was so happy that he could not close his mouth. It was quite beneficial for his cultivation. If he had enough divine origin stones, he was confident that he could break through to the late void god realm. For the disciples at the bottom level, it was not because they did not have enough talent. It was because they did not have enough resources for their cultivation. Once they had enough resources, they would be able to soar to the sky. Brother, I wonder what's the formula of your medicinal pellet. I have studied alchemy for more than 20 years and I have some achievements. I wonder if brother is willing to exchange pointers with me? A skinny man walked towards Jiang Chen slowly. His face was pale but his eyes were bright. He stared at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Moreover, he was not wearing a mask. After so many years, many people could recognize his existence. There was no point in wearing a mask. Brother, you mean that you're here to ask for my formula? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was selling pills in front of him. Now that he had entered the trading market twice, almost everyone had lost their business. A tall tree attracts the wind. Jiang Chen's pills were miraculously effective. For alchemists like them, he had naturally become a thorn in their side. Jiang Chen's pills were extremely effective. There were close to 30 people concocting pills here, but they were all beginner-level alchemists. Only 3 to 5 of them were selling pills that could truly be considered to have reached a higher level. But compared to Jiang Chen's pills, the difference was still like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. No, no. Why would I ask for your formula? It's a taboo for alchemists. Moreover, the formula is a private collection. Who would be willing to share it with others? But I am also representing everyone. It's just a beginner formula. Since we're all from the same sect, it's good for us to take it out and study it together. Since it can promote the unity of our profound Feng sect's disciples, it's very beneficial for us to study and improve. Gu Wanfeng smiled and said. He shook his head with a calm expression. The surrounding alchemists also slightly nodded, expressing their agreement. They were naturally resentful towards Jiang Chen for stealing their business. Now that Jiang Chen was the biggest seller, no one would buy their medicinal pellets anymore. How could they allow this kind of thing to continue disrupting the trading market? Jiang Chen had become a thorn in their eyes, blocking their path to riches. At this time, they would naturally attack Jiang Chen together. This guy is from the inner sect. He's very strong and is also the #1 alchemist in the inner sect. Rumor has it that he can concoct high-grade medicinal pellets. Not bad. Even the alchemist elder, Lin Zhongqiang, praised him and took him in as a disciple. Once he breaks through the void god realm and reaches the true god realm, he'll be taken in as a true disciple by the elder. Plus, no one is willing to offend an alchemist. The influence of an alchemist is very strong. Once someone offends them, they can use medicinal pellets to force others to work for them. Many people in the inner sect are on good terms with him. Zhou Yunpeng whispered to Jiang Chen's ear. This was to let Jiang Chen know his enemy and retreat. This Gu Wanfeng was not someone that could be offended easily. If that's the case, since we're all from the same sect, how about letting me have a look at your pill formula? Everyone can learn together. As for my inferior pill formula, I'm afraid it won't be able to enter everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. To put it bluntly, they just did not like Jiang Chen and wanted the formula of the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill. Because the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill had swept through the entire Profound Feng sect. Many people's eyes were red with greed. Gu Wanfeng was naturally the first. He was the #1 alchemist in Profound Feng sect. How could he miss out on such a good thing? If Jiang Chen was sensible and took out the formula, they could still have a win-win situation. If he did not agree, then they could only fight. Are you provoking me? You want my pill formula? You're really daydreaming. Aren't you being too full of yourself? Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Then on what basis do you want my pill formula? Who do you think you are? Only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people aren't allowed to light lamps. You want my pill recipe to be researched together, but I want yours? Is that a lunatic's ravings? Provoking you? Ha ha ha, looks like you're really retarded. You think I'm afraid of you? Grandson? I'm not giving it to you. What can you do to me? Bite me if you don't like it? Jiang Chen sneered, angering Gu Wanfeng to the point that his face turned gloomy and murderous aura filled the air. Good, good, good. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. This is the first time I've met someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Looks like I can only teach you a lesson and let you know how to respect your senior. Gu Wanfeng snorted. Senior is indeed senior. There's something we should learn from you. It's good that you know. Senior is able to master such a shameless technique. We are really inferior to you. Your face is as thick as a mountain. I can't help but admire you. Haha. Jiang Chen laughed madly and said, looking down on Gu Wanfeng. Brother Jiang, you're too rash. That's the inner sect's Gu Wanfeng. Even the inner sect's 7th, Lei Zhenting, is his good friend. This time, I'm afraid things won't be so simple. Zhou Yunpeng's face was filled with worry. So what? He's purposely provoking me. It's a fool's dream for me to ask for his pill formula. It's reasonable for him to ask for my pill formula. And he even said that we'll discuss it together? Fuck your mother. I, Jiang Chen, have never seen such a shameless person. Jiang Chen stared at Gu Wanfeng. Both of them were at each other's throats, neither willing to take a step back. More and more people began to gather around them. Then you're seeking your own death, right? So many senior brothers can't even persuade you. You're such a selfish guy. You're really deserving of others. Gu Wanfeng sighed, feeling nostalgic towards Jiang Chen. He seemed to be saying that Jiang Chen's pill formula originally belonged to everyone. You guarded the pill formula and treasured it. This is the greatest disrespect to your senior brothers. Now, it seems that you're really becoming more and more disappointing. It doesn't matter if you're an inner court disciple or an outer court disciple. Today, I will challenge you. If you don't dare to accept, then hand over the pill formula obediently. That way, perhaps you'll be able to be at ease. Our Profound Feng sect has always advocated peace. You've provoked senior brother openly. I've already given you a chance. Although the surrounding people were disdainful, no one was willing to get involved in this mess. They did not know who the seller was, but who was Gu Wanfeng? They would stay away from him. He was Elder Lin Zhongqiang's disciple in name, and Elder Lin Zhongqiang had said that as long as Gu Wanfeng entered the true God realm, he would accept him as his personal disciple. Who would dare to go against Gu Wanfeng? Moreover, Gu Wanfeng had a lot of friends in the inner sect. Once Gu Wanfeng was angered, one would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, many people gathered here, holding the attitude that it was none of their business. After all, there was no time to watch a show, and more people gathered. Gu Wanfeng was fearless. With his ability to gather people, he would not lose to anyone. As long as it was not an expert from the inner sect, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Those in the inner sect were all true gods. How could they lower themselves to his level? Moreover, those 5 people were all very strong. Even if he was not familiar with them, he could still feel it. However, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any aura of an expert from Xianxia. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any pressure towards this alchemist that appeared out of nowhere. So what? I'll do whatever you want. Since you said that I'm selfish, then I'll be selfish. If I want to do it, I'll do it. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to control me? So what if I accept your challenge? Xianxia shouted. His eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, Zhou Yunpeng was filled with worry. Quickly persuade Brother Jiang. Otherwise, he will not be able to win against this Gu Wanfeng. That fella is someone who can cover the sky in the inner sect. Big Brother will definitely defeat the bad guy. He knows what he's doing. Ling Yin remained calm, still standing behind Xianxia. Plus, this matter was not Jiangchen's fault, but this Gu Wanfeng was too shameless and overbearing. Obviously, he saw that Jiangchen had earned a lot of divine origin stones and felt jealous. Asking Jiangchen to hand over the pill formula was shameless to the extreme. Ling Yin did not expect that a shameless person in the world could provoke someone like this. Could it be that something like face was worthless now? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. All of you have seen it. Be my witness. Today, this fellow has disregarded my words and is full of himself. I will teach this kid a lesson on behalf of Profound Feng sect, to let him know what it means to respect his teachers. You're so arrogant, you'll definitely receive special attention. Humph. Brat, you're still too inexperienced. Gu Wanfeng pointed at Jiangchen and said, not putting Jiangchen in his eyes at all. His attitude as an inner sect elder was fully displayed. Because his strength had reached the half-step true God realm, not something those outer sect disciples could compare to. The half-step true God realm was qualified to enter the true God realm. All they needed was time to accumulate and condense their divine origin force. Today, I will not fight with you. You and I will concoct a pill each. Whoever has a higher grade will be the winner. If I win, you need to give me the pill formulas of the Daybreak pill and Soul Stabilizing pill. If I lose, I will never appear in front of you again. If we have to meet again, we'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming your disciple. What do you think? Gu Wanfeng's face was filled with pride. He was extremely confident in his skill in alchemy. It's not that he's not confident in his own strength, but if he can beat Jiangchen in alchemy, it'll be more glorious for him. Plus, this brat must have had some kind of luck to get the pill formula. Gu Wanfeng gave him the chance to give it to him, but he didn't know how to appreciate it. Well said, senior brother. When you see me in the future, you'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen laughed. Humph. What kind of ability is that? You'll know how weak you are in a moment. This fella's pill concoction skills are weak. He only obtained the pill formula by chance and concocted a substandard pill. If this pill formula is in my hands, I'll definitely be able to shock you guys even more. In fact, I want to benefit more disciples of Profound Feng sect by taking the prescription. Plus, I won't sell it at such a high price. Isn't this a ripoff? Even if I don't need this pill, I still feel that it's not worth it. Whose divine origin stones do not grow on trees? Even I can't bear to see such a high price. Gu Wanfeng actually incited the Profound Feng sect disciples. Moreover, there were people who supported Gu Wanfeng, saying that Jiangchen's pill was too expensive and they could not afford it. It would be great if they could sell it for 3 mid-grade divine origin stones. Yeah. Senior brother Gu is kind-hearted and considerate of us. Yeah. That's right. Senior brother Gu is indeed worthy of being the chief alchemist of the inner sect. You've really made us proud. This guy who popped out of nowhere is simply too evil. Just one pill and he wants all of our belongings. Damn it. In the end, it's too expensive. We can't afford it. If Senior Brother Gu can uphold justice for us, we'll support Senior Brother Gu. Looking at these fellas who shouted without distinguishing right from wrong, Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people deserved it. They were weak and did not want to improve themselves. They could not differentiate between right and wrong. Xianxia had nothing to sigh about even if these people died. Moreover, these people were too poor to afford the pill and yet they were shouting and making a ruckus here. Gu Wanfeng tried to confuse the public. Some people flattered him and some people supported him, saying that these people were ignorant. It's not scary to be ignorant and shameless. They deserved to die and even wasted the divine world's divine origin qi. What a bunch of scum. Xianxia shook his head with an indifferent face. He did not expect these fellas to surprise him. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. Xianxia had seen all kinds of people and the fickleness of the world. His heart was as calm as still water. Gu Wanfeng had turned black into white, openly snatching the pill formula, and was still so confident and fearless. This was completely using his power to oppress others. He was completely shameless to the extreme. Number one shameless person in history. You've made me look at you in a different light, Senior Brother. Xianxia was not as angry towards Gu Wanfeng as before. Because he was angered to the point of laughing. Cut the crap. How about we concoct an energy recovery pill? It can recover one's strength and is the most common pill. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Gu Wanfeng did not plan to give Xianxia any chance. He wanted to kill him here. Obtaining the spirit-stabilizing pill and daybreak pills formulas was the most important thing. Xianxia only said one word and was prepared to compete with Gu Wanfeng. Everyone here can be our witness. I, Gu Wanfeng, will never bully anyone. This time, we will have a fair battle. Everyone here can be our witness. Gu Wanfeng took out a small alchemy cauldron, ignited the flame and started adding ingredients into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Xianxia did not move at all, quietly observing Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression was calm. His steps were done very well. Every step was convincing. The number one alchemist in the inner sect was not an undeserved title. Gu Wanfeng's skills were obvious. His pills were the best before Xianxia's. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to refine pills? Could it be that those pills were not made by him? Yeah. Now I'm also suspecting if this guy really lives up to his name. Hee, so it was someone else who made those pills. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Has he been exposed this time? Ha ha ha. There's going to be a good show. I was wondering why he didn't take out the pill formula for everyone to see and study together. So he's just a liar. He doesn't even know how to refine pills. Where would he get the pill formula from? This is too funny. I can't wait to see how this guy with an undeserved reputation is going to end up. Xianxia did not move because he still had time. Plus, he had never tried using a cauldron to concoct pills before. He had always refined the herbs directly and condensed the pills in the flames. In this way, all the impurities would be burned away. Plus, no matter which of his 5 elemental true fire was used, he was afraid that no cauldron could withstand it. Perhaps only the myriad chi cauldron could, but if he used the myriad chi cauldron, wouldn't it be too scary? The myriad chi cauldron could only be taken out when Xianxia was by himself. More and more people were mocking, waiting to see Xianxia make a fool of himself. He did not make a move until now. Most likely, he really did not know how to refine pills. Gu Wanfeng was already halfway through. Now, many people could foresee that this guy was just trying to be mysterious and might not even know how to refine pills. What an arrogant person, pretending to be profound. Ling Yun murmured. Big Brother is using silence to stop us. Yu said seriously. You little bootlicker, you've learned to flatter him. Ling Yun glanced at Yu Yu chuckled with a hint of gentleness. The image of a big brother was incomparable in her heart. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, he did not have any hesitation. A surge of sun flame rose up. However, it was specially sealed by Xianxia, so others could not tell that it was the sun flame. However, the fierceness of the flame did not escape Gu Wanfeng's eyes. After all, he was also an alchemist and could feel how terrifying the flame in Jiang Chen's hand was. What a powerful fellow to actually possess such flames. This is truly surprising. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Humph. Gu Wanfeng laughed coldly in his heart. His pill refining skills could not be compared to this brat who had just arrived. This fellow is really shocking. He really knows how to refine pills. Looks like we've underestimated him. Yeah. This fellow is really starting to burn the herbs. Look, he's not using a cauldron. Is he joking? Yeah. I've never seen anyone who doesn't use a cauldron. This fellow is too arrogant. How could he absorb all the herbs? He's too arrogant. Look, that guy actually fused several types of medicinal herbs together. Has this guy ever refined pills before? Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. However, the shock that Jiang Chen gave them became more and more unbelievable. You'll know how powerful Brother Jiang is later. Zhou Yunpeng was full of confidence. Right now, he had absolute trust in Jiang Chen, even unconditionally. Jiang Chen's talent in pill refining might not be weaker than Gu Wanfeng because he was the one who benefited the most. If it was a life and death battle, he would definitely be worried. Now that it was a competition, his confidence in Jiang Chen naturally increased. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. In a bit, you'll know that the pills you've refined are not even worth mentioning when compared to mine. Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice, pill formed. Following Gu Wanfeng's shout, a bright red pill appeared completely. It was taken out from the cauldron and laid in Gu Wanfeng's hand. The energy recovery pill is here. As for the grade? Everyone can tell that it's definitely a high-grade energy recovery pill. Gu Wanfeng was full of confidence. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, I wonder when Junior Brother's pill will be formed? It's already formed. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. He retracted the flame in his hand and a round pill appeared in his hand. It emitted waves of pill fragrance, and the color of this pill was completely different from Gu Wanfeng's red energy recovery pill. What's going on? It's white. Gu Wanfeng frowned and his expression changed. He did not believe that Jiang Chen could refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Do I still need to tell you? As an alchemist, don't you know what a peak-grade pill is? Jiang Chen's words made the surrounding people suck in a cold breath. They all looked at him in disbelief. The corner of Gu Wanfeng's mouth also twitched. When he took the energy recovery pill from Jiang Chen's hand, his breathing stopped. It's really a white energy recovery pill. How is this possible? Even for his master Lin Zhongqiang, it was extremely difficult for him to concoct a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, it was extremely precious, and the failure rate was self-evident. A 100% effectiveness pill wouldn't even have a success rate of 10%. However, Jiang Chen had done it. This white pill that was emitting a faint medicinal fragrance was indeed a supreme-grade pill. It can't be? This guy really refined a peak-grade pill? Even a high-grade pill is not something that can be casually refined. It's because this energy recovery pill's grade is low, that's why Gu Wanfeng could succeed in one try. It really is a top-grade medicinal pill. I've heard people say that top-grade medicinal pills can emit bursts of medicinal fragrance, and the color is also true. I've been fortunate enough to see this top-grade chi recovery pill once, and it is indeed white. If that's the case, then he really refined a pill that's even more powerful than Senior Gu's. This soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill should also have been personally refined by him. Furthermore, he only used half of Senior Gu's time to refine a chi-returning pill that's even more effective than Senior Gu's. The crowd was in an uproar. Gu Wanfeng's expression also turned dark. At this moment, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's energy recovery pill was indeed a peak-grade pill. Moreover, he could not refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. This was equivalent to sealing off his path of obtaining Jiang Chen's pill formula. As long as this fellow was here, no one would come to his business. This fellow's soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill were extremely tempting to the inner and outer sect disciples. Now, everyone did not support Gu Wanfeng anymore because he had failed. Moreover, the title of the number one alchemist disciple in Profound Feng sect would probably be given to Xianxia. This was an extremely important matter to all the inner and outer sect disciples. And Xianxia would definitely become the hot rising star of Profound Feng sect. I lost. Gu Wanfeng held his energy recovery pill tightly and flicked Xianxia's energy recovery pill back. If you lose, do you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple? Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, don't go too far. Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Hee. Really despicable. Could this be the behavior of the number one alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng? Losing in the art of alchemy, but you can't even afford to lose your character? There are countless people here who can testify. You said it yourself. If you lose, you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Otherwise, where would your face be? Yeah, you're shameless. Talking about face with you, even I feel embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Xianxia sneered at Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, many people laughed along with him. Gu Wanfeng's face turned from green to white. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapsing. This fella was mocking him in front of everyone. How could Gu Wanfeng endure it? Gu Wanfeng has lost face this time. Yeah. Now, he doesn't even dare to keep his promise. TSK. I used to respect him as a talented alchemist senior. But now, he's just SOSO. That's right. This kind of person is really shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how he'll be able to survive in the inner sect in the future. The best way to deal with such a shameless person is to be even more shameless than him. Of course, I don't think this senior brother is that kind of person. Gu Wanfeng can be considered to have suffered a crushing defeat today. Everyone was happy to mock and watch the show. There were always some people who, no matter who won or lost, were happy to watch this tit-for-tat scene. Justice will prevail. Xianxia always believed in the existence of this sentence. All sorts of ridicule could be heard. Gu Wanfeng stared at Xianxia coldly, as if he was about to explode. You only have yourself to blame, humph. You couldn't stand that Gu Wanfeng and pouted. This guy, he's not going to fight, right? This time, Zhou Yunpeng panicked a little. If this guy really fought, Xianxia would definitely not be his opponent. This guy had already reached the half-step true god realm. There were only a handful of people who could win against him in the inner sect. Plus, the hidden force behind him was quite strong. You forced me to do this, bastard. Gu Wanfeng harumphed and clenched his fist. A 9-feet-long saber appeared in his hand. The saber light and the sword shadow were pointed at Xianxia. Could it be that Senior Gu wants to fight here? Xianxia said indifferently, incomparably calm. So what? You don't know how to respect your senior. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how strict the Profound Feng sect is. You're not qualified to show off here. Gu Wanfeng walked towards Xianxia step by step. The 9-feet-long saber emitted a cold light as it fluttered in the wind. You've turned black into white. I've finally understood that the only way to deal with a shameless person like you is not to be more shameless than you are, but to not reason with you at all. Killing without mercy is the best way. Xianxia Lingling said without fear. He took a step forward and faced Gu Wanfeng. This scene shocked many people. Gu Wanfeng and Xianxia really want to fight here? Could it be that they really disregarded the sect's rules and wanted to fight here? Stop, Senior Gu. As an inner sect senior, I advise you not to do such a ridiculous thing. Especially in this trading market. If you guys have any grudges, you can settle it in the life and death arena. Why do you have to be so overbearing here? Bai Yunfei flew through the air and stared at the two of them with a serious expression. I advise you to stay out of my business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Gu Wanfeng looked at Bai Yunfei. Leng said. Bai Yunfei was the 4th-ranked outer sect disciple. His strength was not to be underestimated. He was not any weaker than the top 10 inner sect experts. Even Gu Wanfeng had to give him some face. You are looking down on the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said. After this battle, I will go to the inner sect's law enforcement hall and ask for forgiveness. Today, I must kill him to relieve the hatred in my heart. Gu Wanfeng's aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Alright, I'll make an exception today and be a witness for all of you. If that junior brother is willing to accept your challenge, I can let bygones be bygones and report the truth to the law enforcement hall. If he's unwilling, then regardless of the outcome of today's battle, you will not be able to escape punishment. Bai Yunfei looked at Gu Wanfeng. Alright. Gu Wanfeng nodded. This junior, are you willing to fight with inner sect senior Gu Wanfeng? If you win or lose, life or death doesn't matter. Bai Yunfei looked at Xianxia and said. Someone is already bullying me. If I don't fight, won't I be laughed at by the sect disciples? Today's battle, life or death, the outcome will be clear. Xianxia said proudly. Generous. I've long found Gu Wanfeng an eyesore. If this senior brother defeats Gu Wanfeng, that guy should really find a hole to hide in. Yeah. His alchemy skills were crushed, and now he still has to fight to the death. The inner sect disciple's face has been thrown away by this Gu Wanfeng. What face does he have to lose now? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Now, I hope that nameless senior can make Gu Wanfeng lose this battle. This Gu Wanfeng had become everyone's target. However, he only had Xianxia in his heart. He must kill the opponent to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The right to speak was always in the hands of the winner. As long as he killed Xianxia, then wouldn't he be the one to speak in the future? Bai Yunfei frowned. This disciple is really stubborn. How could he not know who Gu Wanfeng was? In other words, even he was not willing to fall out with Gu Wanfeng. After all, Gu Wanfeng's position in the inner sect was unshakable. And because of his identity as an alchemist, he had a large number of people supporting him. Xianxia looked at Gu Wanfeng Ling. Only one of them could live. Then, he did not mind killing Gu Wanfeng today. If Xianxia was still cautious, then he would not be Xianxia. At most, he would leave Profound Feng sect. The world was so big, was there no place for him to hide? Since you accepted the challenge, then your death is not far away. Do you really want to fight with Gu Wanfeng? But the condition is that you must show your identity. Bai Yunfei frowned. He was worried that this Gu Wanfeng would bully the outer sect disciples. If this person was an outer sect disciple, then he would definitely not be Gu Wanfeng's opponent. Alright. The moment Xianxia took off his mask, Bai Yunfei's expression became extremely serious. It's you? Bai Yunfei was more shocked than anyone else. He knew that Xianxia was a talented outer sect disciple, and he could even take a punch from Yanqing. But now, he actually offended the most famous alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng. It's him. He's the one who exchanged blows with Yanqing. I know him. He's called Xianxia. So it's him. This fella has guts. A middle void god dares to challenge a half-step true god without backing down. This fella's strength is much stronger than what he looks like on the surface. To be able to exchange blows with Yanqing, even a late void god might not be able to do that. I'm really looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely cold. He did not care about some outer sect genius disciple. In the inner sect, there was no one who dared to challenge him. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he was the boss of the inner sect? Gu Wanfeng did not have a deep impression of Xianxia. But in the outer sect, Xianxia was quite famous. Previously, he killed a few people on the 100 battle ranking and even challenged Yanqing. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that he would use another identity to create a commotion between the inner and outer sect? Geniuses will not be buried no matter where they go. Ling Yan said faintly. Most of the people who stepped into the divine world from the immortal world were extremely talented. Ling Yan did not misjudge Xianxia. You better think carefully. His strength is stronger than yours, and the power behind him is much stronger than what you can imagine. Bai Yunfei reminded Xianxia again. If you were the one being pressured by him again, and he even wanted your pill formula and your life, do you think you would remain indifferent? Xianxia's question made Bai Yunfei fall into silence. Go. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. This was his last wish for Xianxia. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention, waiting to see what would happen. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Plus, he could imagine that Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if they don't offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Bai Yunfei knew that this Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if others did not offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Gu Wanfeng's forcefulness was well known in the profound Feng sect. Bai Yunfei knew that this fella must have seen that Jiang Chen was going to earn a lot of money from him. That's why he was jealous and then went to ask for Jiang Chen's pill formula. But why would Jiang Chen give it to him? Wasn't this a sign that he was going to fight to the death with you? Bai Yunfei also disliked Gu Wanfeng, but the truth was right in front of him. Who asked him to be so forceful and to have so many resources in the inner sect? If you had this kind of ability, you can also do whatever you want. Jiang Chen's identity had caused quite a commotion in the crowd. Previously, he fought against Yanqing, and now, he risked his life to protect the pill formula. Jiang Chen's forcefulness was destined. And this rising star of the outer sect was destined to become a true prodigy. Looks like you're destined to step on my name to get to the top. So it's my little junior. Looks like we're destined to meet today. Gu Wanfeng said with a smile. His eyes became colder and colder, like the eyes of an eagle, full of killing intent. You flatter me. Since Senior Gu is willing to give me face, then I will accompany you to the end. I'm afraid that I have neglected Senior Gu. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although his words were pleasant to hear, they were not vague at all. Fight with your life on the line without fear. Only the brave will win. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Gu Wanfeng swore. All right. As you wish. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he quickly attacked. In an instant, the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal was unleashed. Gu Wanfeng was incomparably serious. Facing the incoming attack, he was not flustered at all. He slashed with his blade, and a terrifying aura seemed to cover the entire marketplace. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng clashed with the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Even he did not expect Jiang Chen's attack to be so powerful. Under the impact, Gu Wanfeng retreated over 10 steps. He was completely pushed back by Jiang Chen's 5 elements combat dragon seal. Once they clashed, he displayed his terrifying combat strength. Bai Yunfei's eyes also brightened up. Even he was shocked by this attack. If it was him, he might not be any better than Gu Wanfeng. He had underestimated his opponent. Didn't expect you to have some skills. Hee, but that's all. Gu Wanfeng snorted and raised his blade again, sweeping across the universe. The blade's aura was sharp, slashing through reincarnation. Peerless Mandarin Duck Blade, kill without mercy. Thousands of blade shadows filled the sky, causing many people to exclaim. This is Gu Wanfeng's famous technique, the Mandarin Duck Blade technique. It's unstoppable. Within the inner sect, there are probably less than 10 people who dare to take it head-on. Yeah. This time, this arrogant guy is going to die under Gu Wanfeng's Mandarin Duck Blade. That might not be the case. I can see that this kid's strength is not ordinary from that attack. Along with a dragon roar, Jiang Chen used his killer move again. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the void, forcefully suppressing Gu Wanfeng's terrifying strength. The peerless Mandarin Duck Blade was actually unable to push Jiang Chen back. Instead, it was suppressed by Jiang Chen, unable to unleash its strongest attack. Such terrifying footwork. I've never seen or heard of it before. Yeah. Even Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin Duck Blade was blocked. Truly terrifying. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, completely ignoring Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin Duck Blade. His every step was filled with killing intent. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Gu Wanfeng's attack instantly weakened. His entire body was shattered by Jiang Chen and he was sent flying. Gu Wanfeng's blade shadows flashed, filling the void. He stabilized his body, but his expression was incomparably serious. Jiang Chen's brazen attack forced Gu Wanfeng to use his full strength. Azure Dragon's 5 steps and 5 elements combat dragon seal made Gu Wanfeng realize the true danger. This Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Wanfeng knew his own strength. He did not put this middle void god in his eyes. However, he spent most of his time on alchemy. Compared to those martial maniacs who spent all their time cultivating, he was naturally a notch lower. Jiang Chen attacked twice and each attack was fatal. However, the difference in their strength was too great. A half-step true god and a middle void god were two different concepts. Even a late void god would have been killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng knew that Jiang Chen could not be underestimated. This fella's strength is really shocking. Bai Yunfei murmured. He actually hoped that Jiang Chen could win. Although the two of them weren't fighting to the death right now, they were very close to each other. If one of them lost this battle, he or she would most likely be buried in this place. Bai Yunfei could see that this Jiang Chen was not a kind person. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he was completely enraged at this moment. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger. Plus, he was in a passive state, being pressured by Gu Wanfeng again and again. Who could remain indifferent? Jiang Chen's eyes stared at Gu Wanfeng. This fella's strength should not be underestimated. However, Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. Although it was hard for him to cross the true god realm, it should not be a problem for him to fight against a half-step true god. Gu Wanfeng focused on the art of alchemy. He wasn't weak in terms of cultivation, but he had his own specialties. However, he had already lost to Jiang Chen in alchemy. If he lost to Jiang Chen again, he would lose all his face. Gu Wanfeng was being criticized by countless people. He could only choose to fight with his life on the line. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, you're not my opponent. Surrender. Trash from the outer sect wants to fight with me? What an idiot. Gu Wanfeng said Ling Ling. Once again, he wielded his long blade and slashed through the waves, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat once again. However, Jiang Chen did not retreat. Without saying a word, he formed seals with his hands. Horrifying deathly aura condensed from the slaughter dragon seal, bringing along the power of heaven and earth as it flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He could feel how terrifying this seal was. If he did not dodge in time, he would be heavily injured. Deadly Mandarin Duck Blade. Gu Wanfeng also fought with his life on the line. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat. Two terrifying lights intertwined and Gu Wanfeng was pushed back a few hundred meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a black handprint. It was pitch black and even he felt his body shiver. A terrifying deathly aura entered his body as Gu Wanfeng's expression became extremely cold. What a terrifying aura of death. Gu Wanfeng took a deep cold breath. Only now did he know how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Not only was his skill in alchemy unparalleled, but his strength was also dreadful. Jiang Chen had a cold smile on his face. The terror of the slaughtered dragon seal was not something that Gu Wanfeng could imagine. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swept across all directions. His eyes were filled with coldness. The sword pierced through the void and the qi shook the universe. The dreadfulness of the heavenly dragon sword made everyone hold their breath and stare at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. What a terrifying sword aura. This has really opened my eyes. This sword, I'm afraid even the inner sect's third-ranked sword maniac is not inferior. An inner sect disciple evaluated. They viewed the battle between Jiang Chen and Gu Wanfeng with great importance. That's hard to say. After all, Jiang Chen's strength is still too weak. Who is Sword Maniac? He's someone who might fight for the position of Profound Feng Sect's 10 great elders in the future. How can a new disciple be compared to him? That's true. But from the looks of it, this Jiang Chen seems to be stronger. Gu Wanfeng is now in a dilemma. Such power. This kid's future is limitless. Many people were watching the show with an attitude that it was none of their business. Gu Wanfeng's words made many people angry at him. He obviously looked down on the outer sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, this kind of discrimination was unacceptable. Moreover, Gu Wanfeng's identity was very sensitive. His high and mighty attitude made many outer sect disciples and even inner sect disciples dislike him. Gu Wanfeng felt that his internal organs were filled with this horrifying deathly aura. The terror of the slaughtered dragon seal was fully manifested. Along with the heavenly dragon sword's terrifying sword aura, Gu Wanfeng was in a passive position. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's aura to the point that he could not resist at all. Gradually, it became a one-sided suppression. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed. He knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent and thought of a plan. He shouted angrily, "You evil demon, you actually used such a terrifying evil technique? This move of yours, death qi pervading, is truly ruthless. Who are you? You dare to sneak into my profound Feng sect. What are you trying to do? You refined a medicinal pill and sold it to my profound Feng sect's people. What's wrong with your medicinal pill?" Gu Wanfeng's words caused an uproar in the market. Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal was indeed filled with qi of death. Everyone felt a sense of danger. Some even stood on Gu Wanfeng's side and started to attack Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, who are you? What are you trying to do by coming to my profound Feng sect? That's right. Where did such a horrifying death qi come from? You have to give us an explanation for this matter. And the medicinal pill you sold us, is there something wrong with it?" To them, they were naturally more concerned about their own safety. Gu Wanfeng's words instantly stirred up everyone's heart. According to what Gu Wanfeng said, it was indeed possible. This Jiang Chen's origin was unknown. If something happened to him, who could bear the responsibility? Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal made everyone suspicious. After all, Jiang Chen had just entered the sect not long ago. However, Gu Wanfeng was already an elder in the inner sect. Although he was a despicable person, he still had the right to speak. Moreover, his words concerned everyone's safety. Thus, everyone had to take it seriously. Bewitching people's hearts, Jiang Chen Lunglung looked at Gu Wanfeng. He did not expect this guy to be this cunning. After realizing that he could not defeat him, he actually thought of such a sinister method. Most importantly, his credibility in profound Feng sect was not as high as Gu Wanfeng's. Gu Wanfeng's move pushed him to the moral high ground, but at the same time, he also stepped on Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei frowned. From his point of view, this was definitely Gu Wanfeng's method. However, he did not dare to believe it. He was even more uncertain if Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal's qi of death was evil or not. These people really want the world to be in chaos, following the crowd's opinion. Ling Yanlunglung said. At this moment, the public opinion was leaning towards Gu Wanfeng's side, and Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's criticism. Although this kind of suspicion was baseless, anyone would rather believe it than not. After all, such a big matter within the sect was not something to be trifled with. "Jiang Chen, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will be the first to not let you off." Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice. A tsunami-like voice rang out from behind him. "Give us an explanation. We need to take responsibility for our own lives. The sect's safety comes first. We request for a severe punishment, no mercy." Jiang Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. These people really followed the crowd's opinion. They did not have their own judgment. Could it be that he still needs to start a massacre? With his current strength, he definitely could not do it. However, these people were too hateful. Jiang Chen's patience had reached its limit. "Gu Wanfeng. You really don't want your face anymore. I really feel ashamed for you. You really put in a lot of effort to frame me." Jiang Chen said coldly. "Haha, I frame you? If you are innocent, you can throw away your weapon and follow me to the inner sect law enforcement hall. We can investigate this. If you are really innocent, then what can we do? Profound Feng sect has always enforced the law impartially. The sect rules are strict, and no one is allowed to enter Profound Feng sect. However, he would never wrongly accuse any good disciple who was truly striving upwards. What do you think?" Gu Wanfeng was even more arrogant this time as he looked at Jiang Chen proudly. At this moment, he had regained the initiative. Once he entered the inner sect, wouldn't he be the one in charge? His master had the highest status in the sect, second only to the sect master and the great elder, the alchemy elder. Who could compete with him? Even in the law enforcement hall, there were people who admired his pills. When he breaks through to the true god realm in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky. Moreover, he would take over his master Lin Zhongqiang's position and become the profound Feng sect's alchemy elder. Who could compete with such an identity? You do have a good mouth. Turning black into white, reversing the facts. Impermanence. Gu Wanfeng, you have made me lose my patience. Today, I must kill you. Jiang Chen was completely speechless towards this shameless fellow. Right now, he only wanted to kill, and he had to kill this Gu Wanfeng to relieve the hatred in his heart. Are you angry from embarrassment now? You don't even dare to speak a word or two, let alone follow me to the law enforcement hall, right? Ha ha ha, it seems that I really have a keen eye. This time, I've eradicated a malignant tumor for the sect, it's definitely a great merit. I don't believe that you still want to silence me in front of everyone's eyes. In such a short period of time, you've continuously stirred up chaos in the sect and killed several of our outer sect disciples. Moreover, you've completely disregarded the sect's rules. Now that you've been exposed, what else do you have to say? Gu Wanfeng stood proudly without fear towards Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had become the target of everyone's support. Every disciple had to be responsible for their own safety, and the sect would definitely not allow such a person to appear. Gu Wanfeng no longer had any worries. Such a person would definitely be punished by the sect. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. Because this kind of probability could topple a great sect. If it was an evil sect or a spy from the outer sect, then things would not be so simple. Jiang Chen, Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen. I'm a righteous person. Whether I'm an evil sect or not, I don't need a shameless scum like Gu Wanfeng to comment. Today shall be the day of your death. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not care about Bai Yunfei and flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, the void shattered as he charged towards Gu Wanfeng. You dare to kill me? Gu Wanfeng roared in anger. His expression became extremely ugly because Jiang Chen really raised his sword and charged towards him. Let's talk this out. Jiang Chen, this is a serious matter, you must not act recklessly. I believe you, but you must prove your innocence. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I've been forced by him time and time again, and he even framed me. If I let him live, then I'm not called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flashed past Bai Yunfei and went straight towards Gu Wanfeng. Brat, you dare? Stop. A cold voice rang out. A vigorous middle-aged man appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The man's expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. The beard on his face gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Inner Sect's 21st, Horned Beard Huang Bin. You want to kill Brother Wan today? Dream on. With me here, I'll take you to the law enforcement hall. Huang Bin roared in anger, his voice shaking the heavens. It's him? Horned Beard Huang Bin, this guy is only second to the top 10 inner sect experts. Someone said that even the big senior of the outer sect, Yang Jian, might not be his match. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Everyone was extremely shocked. This time, even an inner sect expert had appeared, and it was the 11th ranked inner sect expert, Curlybeard guessed. Frankly speaking, this battle would definitely alert the entire sect, and Jiang Chen had been forced into a desperate situation. Now, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. I've said it before. No one can stop me. I will kill him. Those who stop me shall die. Jiang Chen's voice was like the Sanskrit of the 9 heavens. At this moment, even Huang Bin felt a chill. This guy's eyes were really scary, making people feel strange. Then you'll have to go through me first. Huang Bin raised his blade and stood in front of Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. He and Gu Wanfeng were sworn brothers, so he naturally could not just stand by and watch. Kill him directly. Gu Wanfeng transmitted his voice to Huang Bin. In his heart, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. This guy must not live. No matter if he's a spy or not, he must be killed in one strike. Otherwise, he'll become a huge problem in the future. Huang Bin silently nodded, while Jiang Chen sneered. No one could withstand his rage. Fusion of dragon and sword. Invincible under the heavens. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He transformed into the heavenly dragon sword and fused with it. A 9-revolution golden dragon appeared, pointing towards the heavens. Huang Bin's expression was serious. His eyes suddenly widened, and he did not show any change in expression. He directly clashed with Xianxia. In the next moment, Xianxia's heavenly dragon and sword fusion instantly pierced through Huang Bin's body, completing the instant kill. At this moment, the entire sky turned golden. Everyone were dumbfounded. At this moment, Xianxia was like the son of a true dragon, invincible and invincible. The power of the sword rippled. Gu Wanfeng's pupils shrunk and his face was aghast. Because of Huang Bin's death, the heavenly dragon sword's next target was him. Even Huang Bin could not block the sword and was instantly killed. Gu Wanfeng knew that Xianxia was determined to kill him. Isn't this guy too terrifying? Yeah, he killed Huang Bin in an instant. I dare say that even the top 10 experts of the inner gate might not be able to do it so calmly, right? No, you can't kill me, Xianxia. No, Xianxia and the heavenly dragon sword fused into one. That kind of domineering aura was unstoppable. A middle void god was already so terrifying. Bai Yunfei's blood was boiling and his eyes were shining brightly. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. However, before Gu Wanfeng could finish his words, Xianxia's fusion of dragon and sword had already pierced through his body. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng's eyes widened and he died. No one expected that Xianxia would act so brazenly and kill 2 of them. One of them was the inner sect 100 battle rankings 21st expert, Huang Bin. The other one was the famous disciple of the alchemy elder, the most talented disciple. Killing people like drinking water. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. What was left was only fear for Xianxia and sympathy for Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, the heavens and earth became quiet. You've caused a huge disaster. Sigh. Bai Yunfei said. I don't think that this is a disaster. Xianxia smiled faintly with a playful smile on his face. He was full of confidence in himself. This is what an expert should be like. Ling Yin said indifferently. Yu'er looked at Sister Ling. She also supported Xianxia in her heart. This Gu Wanfeng was too overbearing, causing Xianxia to take a few steps back. Unfortunately, he did not know that he was asking for trouble. Now that Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin were both dead, the entire trading market was in chaos. All of a sudden, a figure appeared. I am the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lei Li. Who is Xianxia? A middle-aged man held a trident in his hand. His expression was cold as he looked down on everyone. This person's strength was obviously at the true god realm. No one could resist him. I am. Xianxia took a step forward. His eyes met Lei Li's, not backing down at all. All right, come with me. You're quite bold to kill someone in public and ignore the sex rules. Lei Li said calmly. There's nothing wrong with me killing people. Xianxia said coldly, neither servile nor overbearing as he looked at Lei Li. There's no point in telling me this. Come with me. You too, Bai Yunfei. Yes, Elder Lei. Bai Yunfei said respectfully. You're quite forceful. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. You'll meet your doom in the end. Lei Li said faintly. A despicable person will be punished by the heavens. A despicable person like Gu Wanfeng should be killed by the heavens. As for me, I'm just doing justice for the heavens. Xianxia's reply made Lei Li's eyelids twitch. You're quite optimistic. But I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as you think. You guys go back and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun. All right. Ling Yun nodded. Like a good wife, she brought you air and left the trading market. This time, you've suffered a huge setback. Gu Wanfeng is Elder Lin Zhongqiang's disciple. Elder Lin's position in the sect is just below the sect lord and the great elder. Plus, he's just a step away from fusing with the divine spark and becoming a heavenly god. If Elder Lin were to make things difficult for you, I'm afraid even the sect lord will be in a difficult position. Bai Yunfei said quietly. Thank you, Senior Bai. But this time it seems like I've alarmed quite a lot of people. Fengming Mountain, 9-star peak, Sect Lord Hall. Standing at the top of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful, and the aura shook the mountain range. There were carved beams and painted pillars, enshrouded in a divine charm and a rising aura. Cranes were singing, ancient vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were flocking in the forest, and streams were flowing. In the hall, a green-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat. The man's aura was steady, his eyes were sharp, and there was a majestic aura around him. He wore a plain robe without any decorations, but his aura was overbearing, giving people a hard to look at him. This person was Profound Feng Sect Lord, Xianxia. A heavenly god expert. Definitely. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the aura of this person. It was the same as when Ling Yan fought against the Profound Ice Azure Dragon. Beside him, there were 4 people sitting on each side. Their auras were quite extraordinary. Sect Lord, I brought Jiang Chen here. Lei Li bowed and said. Xian Qingming waved his hand, signaling Lei Li to step down. This matter concerns 2 inner sect disciples, and one of them is Elder Lin's nominal disciple. You're just an outer sect disciple, do you know your crime? Xian Qingming said faintly, giving Jiang Chen a formless pressure. Gu Wanfeng disturbed the hearts of the disciples, and forced me to hand over the pill formula again and again. It's because he couldn't bear to see me earning money from selling pills, so he pressured me. Every step he took was filled with killing intent, wanting to kill me. I've been patient, but he's still stubborn. When I asked him for the pill formula, he said that I'm shameless. When he asked me for the pill formula, it's natural. Such a shameless bastard. If I don't kill him, what's the point of keeping him alive? I'm afraid that the Profound Feng Sect's reputation will suffer a greater loss. I believe Sect Lord will see through this. The elders will not treat the innocent unjustly. Jiang Chen said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. In other words, what's the point of having such an inner sect disciple with talent but no virtue? In my eyes, talent is even more useless. Hee hee. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone. Such an arrogant fella. To say that the #1 inner sect alchemist has no virtue and no talent. Such words were rare. A bunch of nonsense. Although Gu Wanfeng is only my disciple in name, I still know what kind of person he is. This fella killed 2 people and disregarded the sect's rules. How can we let him go free? Won't Profound Feng Sect become a mess in the future? A long-bearded old man Ling Ling said. This person was the prominent alchemist elder of the sect, Lin Zhongqiang. If that's the case, you don't need to ask me. Go ask the disciples in the sect and you'll know. Senior brother Bai was also present, so he should know everything about this matter. If Sect Lord doesn't believe me, you can ask Senior Bai. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not putting the long-bearded old man in his eyes. He believed that Profound Feng Sect would not be so unreasonable. As a heavenly god expert, Jiang Chen could see that Xian Qingming was not an idiot. You're the outer sect's Bai Yunfei, right? Xian Qingming looked at Bai Yunfei. The truth is like what Jiang Chen said. Senior Gu Wanfeng bullied us and wanted to kill us. He was killed because he was not strong enough. Moreover, he insulted us with his words and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Senior Gu only has himself to blame. Nonsense. Bai Yunfei's words stirred up a discussion among the crowd. Other than Xian Qingming, almost everyone frowned. Because this issue had already reached a state of polarity. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to take revenge for his disciple, so he did not want Jiang Chen to stand on the side of justice and belittle his disciple. Although Gu Wanfeng was not his disciple yet, Lin Zhongqiang had already acknowledged him in his heart. He only wanted to train Gu Wanfeng's strength, so he took him as a disciple in name. But everyone knew that Gu Wanfeng was Lin Zhongqiang's heart. This piece of his heart was cut off by Jiang Chen. How could he not feel the pain? The other elders did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Zhongqiang's identity was there, second only to the sect lord and the great elder. Whoever went against him would definitely not have a good ending. Great elder Yan Junlunglung looked at Jiang Chen. He did not know why, but he felt that this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. He did not even seem like a good person. Moreover, he did not seem to have any respect for his elders, facing the sect lord without any fear. To put it nicely, he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he did not care about his status. This fella, I think he's a little arrogant. It's fine if you don't believe his words. Yan Jun sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was not afraid of Lin Zhongqiang, there was no need to offend him. After all, they were both elders of the sect. He still had to stand on Lin Zhongqiang's side in this matter. Thank you, great elder, for your insight, Lin Zhongqiang said with a smile. Everyone on the scene agreed with him. Only Xian Qingming did not say anything. But the truth was clear. Asking Bai Yunfei was basically a waste of time. After the great elder finished speaking, many people started to lean towards them. Supporting you is called being perceptive? Let me ask the sect lord, what kind of insight is this? Could it be that just based on the words of the first elder, you are able to conclude that all the blame for this matter is on me? Jiang Chen sneered, fearlessly facing the great elder and Lin Zhongqiang. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not show any signs of weakness. Even against the great elder's pressure, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Are you suspecting me? Yan Jun shouted with a deafening voice. Even Lei Li, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, frowned slightly. The great elder seemed to be a little too angry. The sect lord was still here and he was already furious. Even he, a member of the law enforcement hall, could not stand it anymore. In his point of view, Jiang Chen might not have done anything wrong, but it was a pity that he had offended two people, the great elder Yan Jun and the alchemist elder Lin Zhongqiang. It's not that I doubt you, but I don't believe you at all. With the sect master above, what right do you have to make such a ruckus? Are you trying to rebel against the great elder? The great elder is very dignified, of course I don't dare to go against you. But you shouldn't disregard the sect lord in public. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. What a clever little brat. You have a glib tongue and take things out of context. You dare to slander me. Is there anyone in Profound Feng sect who dares to talk to me like this? Even the sect lord doesn't dare to? It seems like you've never put the sect lord in your eyes from the beginning. Isn't that enough? Jiang Chen's words made Yan Jun speechless. This fella is really hard to deal with. But at this moment, Yan Jun was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Enough. Let's not talk about this now. Xian Qingming said faintly. As the sect lord, he stopped the great elder the moment he spoke. Although Jiang Chen's words were to push the blame away, it was not without reason. The great elder was overbearing and did not put the sect lord in his eyes. This was the truth. Xian Qingming naturally wouldn't be misled by others. However, the first elder was a bit too overbearing at this moment. Sect lord, I didn't mean it that way. I hope the sect lord will not listen to the slanderous words. Yan Jun said faintly. He could choose not to say it, but in order to make Xian Qingming not be on guard against him, he still said it out loud. After all, if the sect lord listened to Jiang Chen's words, then he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I know that the great elder only cares about the sect. Xian Qingming looked at Yan Jun and smiled. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. The hand seal that you used was filled with death qi. What's going on? Why did you kill Gu Wanfeng when he said that you're a spy? This should be the truth, right? Bai Yunfei, am I right? Indeed, it's like that. Bai Yunfei hesitated for a moment, but this was the undeniable truth. Jiang Chen didn't blame Bai Yunfei because he was telling the truth. Lei Li's eyes were as cold as an ice sword. He glanced at Jiang Chen and took a step forward and said faintly, Sect Lord, from what Lei Li sees, this Jiang Chen is not a coward. He's upright and righteous. If I'm framed again and again, and he tried to kill me time and time again, then let me ask the Sect Lord, is it wrong for me to kill this person? Taking advantage of one's position to bully others, was this the behavior of an inner sect senior brother? I did not want to be enemies with him, but he did not want to let it go and even wanted to steal my pill recipe. Shameless to the extreme. I killed this person to serve justice. As for the sky full of death qi, that's just a trick of mine. Could it be that this is a crime of betrayal? As for killing him, that's even more ridiculous. Since I dared to confront the Sect Lord, it means that I have a clear conscience. Sect Lord, please understand. Jiang Chen's words were impassioned and his expression was arrogant. Every word was true. At least, Jiang Chen had a clear conscience. Otherwise, why would he say such confident words? Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in admiration. This fellow was really arrogant. Even in front of the sect lord, he was still so confident. This fella is just quibbling. Just when Gu Wanfeng said that he had betrayed the sect, he killed him. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Hee hee. Lin Zhongqiang laughed coldly. Jiang Chen, are you afraid of me? Xian Qingming said as he stared at Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the sect lord to exert such pressure on Jiang Chen. But no one expected that Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. The sect lord's pressure seemed to have no effect on him. Even those late true god elders had a solemn expression. The sect lord's prestige was not to be underestimated. Why should I be afraid of the sect lord? The sect lord won't eat me. You're the sect lord, powerful and virtuous. You're our sect's role model, a role model for us to learn from. If there's a crisis, you'll definitely stand in front of us and protect us. I only have respect for the sect lord, no fear. I do things righteously, meticulously, and with a clear conscience. Why should I be afraid? A gentleman is magnanimous, a villain is always sad. Jiang Chen said righteously. He had a clear conscience, that's why he confronted Xian Qingming. He believed that Xian Qingming was a fair and just sect lord. Because of his gloominess and coldness, a person like him would never be swayed by slanderous words. That's why Jiang Chen dared to speak so boldly. Xian Qingming was a righteous sect lord. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. Everyone held their breath as they were waiting for Xian Qingming to punish Jiang Chen. Wasn't he courting death by talking to the sect lord in such a manner? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Yan Jun thought and looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. Bai Yunfei sighed. This fella really doesn't know how high the sky is. Looks like a prodigy of the generation is going to fall. Well said. Ha ha ha. I like you, kid. Respectable but not scary. You are indeed the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. You are also the most talented one. Killing 2 half-step true god inner sect disciples when you are only a mid-void god. You are indeed extraordinary. The 2 of them only have themselves to blame. What you've said is the same as what I know. As for whether they're loyal or not, I know what I'm doing. Xian Qingming's words made everyone dumbfounded. That's it? And he even praised Jiang Chen, saying that he's young and promising. Isn't this too hasty? Both the great elder Yan Jun and Lin Zhongqiang were depressed. They were not satisfied with the sect lord's result. Lin Zhongqiang was the most depressed. He was Gu Wanfeng's master. If he could not help Gu Wanfeng regain his face, how could he stand among the elders in the future? How could he gain a foothold in profound Feng sect? Sect leader, this is too easy on this brat. Don't tell me we're just going to let him off after killing Gu Wanfeng and Huang Ben? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. What else do you want? A half-step true god inner sect disciple couldn't even defeat a mid-void god outer sect disciple. I can only say that he deserved to die. Xian Qingming's words were filled with coldness. He was very dissatisfied with the alliance between Lin Zhongqiang and the Grand Elder. Moreover, this matter wasn't Jiang Chen's fault. You can find out more about this matter. Gu Wanfeng was overbearing and determined to kill, which led to this disaster. As for Jiang Chen's character, I will decide for myself. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Lin Zhongjiang's face darkened. But since the Grand Master had already said it like this, he couldn't continue on. Otherwise, he would be going against the Grand Master. On the other hand, Yan Jun closed his eyes to rest. Although he was unhappy and his grandson was killed, he felt depressed. At this moment, he did not want to say anything more. However, he felt that this Jiang Chen was not simple. Moreover, this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. Thank you, sect leader. Jiang Chen's gratitude was not only for the sect leader's insight, but also the last sentence, I like it. It made everyone understand that the sect leader was not only wise, he really admired this Jiang Chen. None of you should find trouble with him in the future. As the elders of the sect, they naturally understood the sect leader's intention. The only ones who were unhappy were Lin Zhongqiang and Yan Jun. Go back. You can try to enter the hidden secret realm soon. 10 inner disciples and 3 outer disciples. If you can defeat any one of them, you'll be qualified to enter the hidden secret realm. Little fella, don't disappoint me. Hee hee. Xian Qingming said with a faint smile. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sect leader's hall. However, Jiangchen saw 2 sharp eyes looking at him. It was the Great Elder, Yan Jun, and the Alchemy Elder, Lin Zhongqiang. Thinking about the hidden secret realm, Jiangchen's eyes lit up. He really wanted to get one of the quotas. The hidden secret realm would be a great place for them to train themselves. Jiangchen smiled proudly and did not put it in his heart. These 2 people would stand against him sooner or later. The Great Elder was Yan Feng's grandfather, and Lin Zhongqiang was Gu Wanfeng's master. They would not let this matter go easily. Outside the hall, Jiangchen looked at Lei Li with a smile. Thank you, Hall Master Lei. Jiangchen owes you a favor for today's matter. I'm just stating the facts. Everyone in the inner sect knows about Gu Wanfeng's character, but he's a hypocrite. If it wasn't for Elder Lin's protection, I'm afraid that someone would have taken action against him. By killing him, you've gotten rid of a scum for the inner sect. Lei Li said indifferently. His expression was cold as if he was a little unreasonable. However, Jiangchen could see that he was actually filled with justice. Otherwise, he would not speak up for Jiangchen today. Thank you, Senior Bai. I'm just stating the facts. Bai Yunfei waved his hand. He did not have any intention to claim credit. Moreover, this Jiangchen was already on the same level as him. His dignity as a senior seemed to be useless in front of Jiangchen. Sometimes, it's not easy to speak the truth. You guys are on your own now. Lei Li turned around and was about to leave. However, Jiangchen stopped him. Hall Master Lei, can I have a word with you? Lei Li frowned. He did not know what Jiangchen wanted to do. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Junior Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just come and find me. Bai Yunfei said goodbye to Jiangchen and left first. Hall Master Lei, are you suffering from the invasion of the lightning poison? Jiangchen's words caused Lei Li's eyes to freeze as he stared at Jiangchen. I can sense that the state of your body is extremely unstable. Moreover, you are unable to control the raging lightning energy within your body. At this very moment, that lightning energy has already turned into lightning poison. You should be suffering quite a lot right now. Brat, your eyes are quite sharp, aren't they? What do you mean? Lei Li said in a deep voice. However, his eyes revealed a shocked expression. This fellow's eyes were really sharp. He was actually able to see that his body was in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, he had never mentioned this matter to anyone. The lightning poison within his body was already causing him to be in great pain. I have a way to get rid of the lightning poison in your body. Jiangchen smiled. What did you say? Lei Li widened his eyes and looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. He was a mid-true god, yet he could not do anything about this lightning poison. Lin Zhongqiang also could not do anything about it. How could he get rid of this lightning poison? Are you sure you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Lei Li said word by word. Because this was not a small matter. A mid-void god disciple dared to say such words. If it was someone else, Lei Li would have slapped that person away. But Jiangchen's achievements were really shocking. Moreover, Jiangchen's expression was so serious that it didn't seem like he was joking. Jiangchen's face was full of confidence. If you can help me get rid of the lightning poison in my body, then I, Lei Li, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Lei Li and Jiangchen looked into each other's eyes with anticipation. Hall Leader Lei, you are too serious. If you don't help me, why should I do this? Good people will be rewarded. Don't worry, I will take care of your lightning poison. Then, thank you. Lei Li did not refuse, although he was still hesitant. After all, it was still unknown if Jiangchen could help him get rid of the lightning poison. The 2 of them came to Lei Li's cave dwelling. Jiangchen's expression was solemn as he held Lei Li's wrist with one hand. A pure 5 elemental true fire entered Lei Li's body. Before this, the dawn sky golden lightning in Xianxia's body felt something strange in Lei Li's body. It seemed to be a strange lightning, but it had already caused Lei Li's body to be riddled with holes, causing Lei Li to suffer greatly. When the strange lightning energy met Xianxia's five elemental true fire, it immediately retreated. Lightning and fire were incompatible, especially the five elemental true fire. The lightning energy seemed to be greatly frightened, it started to shrink and merge together. Xianxia sneered. The lightning energy seemed to have some consciousness. However, it still stood no chance against his five elemental true fire. The lightning energy wanted to stay in Xianxia's body, but it did not expect Xianxia's five elemental true fire to be extremely violent. Every type of fire made it hard for the lightning energy to resist. When the five elemental true fire appeared, the terrifying lightning energy started to weaken and was purified by the five elemental true fire. Still want to run? Let's see where you can run to. Xianxia let out a low roar. The five elemental true fire had completely fused into Lei Li's body. Lei Li had also experienced tremendous pain. The pain of the lightning fire fusing in his body was imaginable. Moreover, the five elemental true fire was even more ferocious than the lightning poison. If not for Xianxia's protection, the five elemental true fire would have completely destroyed Lei Li's body. Time ticked by and Lei Li had already experienced great pain. However, he could feel that the lightning poison in his body was being compressed bit by Xianxia, becoming smaller and smaller. Disappear for me. Following Xianxia's roar, the five-element true fire completely devoured the power of lightning in Lei Li's body, which was the so-called rampaging lightning poison. Lei Li's body shuddered, as though he had experienced 7 days and 7 nights of battle. His body was hollowed out and the five-elemental true fire had been eliminated. The thunderbolt energy in his body emitted a blue light and eventually disappeared into the void. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed as if he was deep in thought. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Xianxia smiled. I really did not expect you to be so powerful. Looks like I have underestimated you. Lei Li will forever remember this great favor. Lei Li's face was pale and his body was extremely weak. However, he was relatively happy. The lightning poison that had wreaked havoc in his body for over 50 years was finally gone. The torture that he had suffered from the lightning poison for over 50 years was indescribable. Xianxia was like a savior sent by the heavens. Even Lin Zhongqiang was helpless against the lightning poison, but it was actually removed by Xianxia. Lei Li could not believe it previously, but at this moment, he was incomparably excited. Hall Master Lei, you are exaggerating. Xianxia waved his hand and said. Oh right, how did you get entangled by the lightning poison? What about the lightning poison? Xianxia looked at Lei Li and asked. Speaking of this lightning poison, sigh, I can only blame myself for being greedy for a moment. Haha, that was something that happened over 50 years ago. When I was training outside, I encountered a lightning sea in a great canyon. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate it. However, I did not expect that in the end, I nearly lost my life there. Lei Li sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. For so many years, he had been tortured by the lightning poison. This pain was not something that others could understand. Only he knew how torturous it was. You should have wanted to take the lightning for yourself, but in the end, you realized that the lightning energy was not something that you could control, right? Xianxia said solemnly. You even know this. Looks like you have already guessed my thoughts. Lei Li smiled bitterly. His plan was naturally good, but it was a pity that he did not have the ability to do so. Although you are born with a lightning body, you are unable to bear such a majestic lightning energy. Moreover, the lightning poison in your body has a trace of consciousness. I think that the lightning you encountered should be even more terrifying than this. Xianxia's words made Lei Li widen his eyes once again. This guy is really shocking. It's as if he was at the scene and saw everything with his own eyes. Originally, Lei Li did not tell anyone about this matter. He even wanted to bury it deep in his heart. After all, this was not a good thing for him. Moreover, the lightning was too terrifying. Moreover, it had consciousness and its spiritual body had just risen. It was not restricted by the world. That was the most shocking thing. You're right. I did not expect you to know so much about it. That terrifying lightning was blue in color and the lightning source was red. It looked extremely strange. When I first discovered it in the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon, it was by chance. That place was a deserted place. Basically, no one would step into it. That was a natural death zone. At the peak of the canyon, a terrifying lightning bolt struck down. It was truly shocking. Unfortunately, I was too greedy and almost lost my life. Only then did I realize that I couldn't subdue the lightning energy. I'm afraid that the lightning energy has already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Although it hasn't reached its peak yet, it shouldn't be too far away. The heavenly treasures are blessed by the heavens and earth. Compared to humans, they are blessed by the heavens and earth. Looking at Lei Li's expression, Xianxia could imagine how terrifying the lightning energy must be to have left such a huge impact on him. If it wasn't for the lightning, I'm afraid that I would have already broken through to the late void god realm. Now that the lightning poison has been removed, I no longer need to compete with the lightning poison anymore. Ha ha ha. Where's the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon that you mentioned? Xianxia asked seriously. Lei Li's expression instantly turned gloomy. How could he not see through Xianxia's intention? This guy must be thinking about the lightning source. But his cultivation realm was too weak. Even with the 5 elemental true fire, it was still impossible for him to subdue the lightning source. Even though he was a true god and had the lightning body, he still failed and almost lost his life. Even if Xianxia was talented, it would still be extremely difficult for him to subdue the lightning source. That's not a fun place. I advise you not to go there. Since you know what I'm thinking, then you should know what kind of person I am. Even in profound Feng sect, there's no one who can subdue me. Xianxia smiled and said. Not even the sect lord? Maybe now. But I will definitely surpass him in the future. Xianxia's reply stunned Lei Li slightly and then he laughed out loud. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You'll definitely become a great person in the future. I'm optimistic about you. Haha. In other words, if you're a true god, I'm afraid that even I will have to be wary of you. Xianxia did not refute Lei Li's words. Instead, he smiled indifferently. Even if he were to go all out, he might not be afraid of Lei Li. Of course, he would not argue with Lei Li about this. I know that I can't stop you. But I hope that if you're not competent, don't go there. If you succeed, everything will be fine. If you fail, I'm afraid that your reputation will be ruined and you'll die on the spot. This is not a joke. I understand. Lei Li seemed to have fallen into his memories and his expression became a little cautious. This showed how terrifying the lightning source was. It was still unforgettable. The heaven-reaching Grand Canyon is between Deer Morn Mountain and Thousand Cauldron Mountain. I don't know how far it is from here. I'm afraid that you'll need at least a year to reach there. If you need it, I will draw a map for you. That nameless thunderbolt essence is something of extreme yang in the world. Furthermore, it absorbs the essence of the world, sun, and moon. It is far from something that humans can easily obtain. If it wasn't for my thunderbolt body, I wouldn't have dared to rashly attempt it even if I were 10 times more courageous. In the end, I discovered that my thunderbolt body is actually a joke in front of that thunderbolt essence. Lei Li sighed. But it was finally over. After so many years, he had already walked out of the haze. He just didn't want to see Xianxia follow in his footsteps. Thank you for the reminder, Hall Master Lei. There's no need to be so polite. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Lei from now on. I know that I was able to get my life back. If you hadn't helped me escape this place, I wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Haha, Brother Lei is too polite. In that case, I'll be leaving first. Alright. I will draw a map of the Tong Tian Grand Canyon for you another day. Lei Li looked at Xianxia's back as he left and sighed lightly. He hoped that Xianxia would not do anything stupid. After all, it was not a joke. He did not dare to try to obtain the thunderbolt essence anymore. It was something that was born from the heavens and earth. If he were to devour it, wouldn't he be going against the heavens, Fengshi Mountain? In Yanjun's cave dwelling. Yanjun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy. To think that you still dare to come to Profound Feng sect. I want to see just what kind of god you are. Yan Jun roared furiously, his voice reverberating 1,000 miles away. Practically all the elders in the entire Phoenix Creek Mountain could feel the first elder's rage. As for the reason, it was obvious that the death of his grandson had deeply agitated him. Since you're in Profound Feng sect, I will never let you leave here alive. To think that you would walk right into my trap. Don't let me find out where you are. Yan Jun's face was ferocious and trembling. He could feel the power of the 5 elemental true fire. His grandson was killed by the 5 elemental true fire. Hence, he was extremely sensitive to the 5 elemental true fire. The 5 elemental true fire had reappeared. He must find out who killed his grandson. However, when he was searching for the trace of the 5 elemental true fire, the power of the 5 elemental true fire suddenly disappeared. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yan Jun stood on the void, unable to restrain his anger. The power of the 5 elemental true fire had disappeared without a trace. He had finally found a clue, but it was broken again. I am not willing. I will find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Since you're in Profound Feng sect, I will not let you go. After Xianxia returned to the outer sect, it caused another uproar. No one had expected that Xianxia would return safely. One should know that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples. Both of them were famous people. They thought that the sect would punish Xianxia severely and kill him as an example. But now, it seemed like they had thought too much. Countless people were guessing Xianxia's identity. But now that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples, he had become one of the top figures in the sect. Moreover, he had defeated Gu Wanfeng in the alchemy competition. Now, he had reaped both benefits and benefits. Everyone knew that there was a person called Xianxia in the outer sect. His strength was not ordinary and his alchemy skills were shocking. In an instant, Xianxia had become the hottest figure in the entire Profound Feng sect. In a few days, it'll be the time to enter the hidden secret realm. Who are you going to challenge? Bai Yunfei came to Xianxia's cave dwelling. Although he knew what to do, he still wanted to see Xianxia's choice. Lihua Demon, Yanqing. Xianxia said faintly. I've already guessed it. However, you must not underestimate this fellow. To be able to become a ruthless person who was second only to one in the outer sect, Yanqing was definitely not someone easy to deal with. He might not be weaker than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. My strength is slightly stronger than Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin. But it's still a bit difficult for me to enter the top 10. But this Yanqing is different. He had the qualification to enter the inner sect a long time ago. But he did not enter the inner sect and hid his strength. His strength should be at the half-step true god realm or even higher than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. You should know this. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I'm a bit worried after listening to you. Why don't I challenge you? It should be easier. Forget it. You should challenge Yanqing. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said. Ha ha ha. All right. Don't worry. I'm only one step away from the late void god realm. Xianxia had absorbed more than 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones in this period of time, but he still could not break through to the late void god realm. These mid-grade divine origin stones helped him a lot. But his body was like a bottomless pit. Even Ling Yun was shocked. It was her first time encountering such a thing. 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones was enough to nurture many outer sect disciples. But this guy could not even break through to the middle void god realm. No matter what, I still think highly of you. As long as you don't challenge me. I need to go into seclusion for 10 days. Ling Yan looked at Yue and said. She needed Xianxia to take care of her for the time being. Your strength? Xianxia looked at Ling Yun in shock. Ling Yun nodded. Although I might not be able to recover to my peak, at least I'll be able to recover a part of my strength this time. Xianxia's heart calmed down. In this case, he wouldn't have to worry too much about Yue following her. Moreover, the two of them would definitely leave him in the future. Xianxia knew that this day wouldn't be far away. Ling Yun was destined not to be a person here. It was reasonable for her to leave. Yu following her would definitely be able to obtain a better and more perfect cultivation environment, far beyond what he could imagine. At her peak, Ling Yan's strength was comparable to the profound Feng sect's sect lord, Xianxia. Then, her sect must be extremely powerful. There was no doubt about it. Don't worry. Leave Yu to me. I'm not a kid anymore. Do I need you guys to watch over me every day? Yu curled her lips and said. The current her had already broken through the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. Her talent had also started to show. However, she would need Ling Yan's help to build her foundation in the void god realm. Xianxia was not idle either. He was going to challenge Yanqing in a few days. Therefore, he planned to enter Deer Morn Mountain to cultivate and find some demonic beasts to practice with. At this moment, Bai Yunfei came. We're going to a place to look for fire spirit lizards. Are you interested? The person who organized this mission is Yang Jian, our outer sect's big senior. I think you've met him when you just entered the sect. Great, I was thinking of going to Deer Morn Mountain for a walk. Let's do it now. Haha. Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei hit it off. The two of them found Yang Jian. There were 2 other disciples that came with them, the 6th and 9th on the 100 battle ranking. They were both peak late void gods. Bai Yunfei's strength should be at the half-step true god realm. Yang Jian's strength could only be described as unfathomable. In the entire inner sect, there might not be more than 3 to 5 people that could defeat him. Senior brother Yang. Jiangchen saw Yang Jian and 2 others. The 5 of them gathered at the foot of Deer Mountain. Jiangchen, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You are now a popular person in both the inner and outer sect. Yang Jian smiled faintly. Jiangchen also could not see through Yang Jian's depth. Senior brother Yang is too kind. Hee. Who are they? Jiangchen smiled. Shuirengang. Tan Shanhe. The 2 of them also smiled at Jiangchen. Now that Jiangchen had killed Huan Ben and Gu Wanfeng of the inner sect, even as outer sect seniors, the 2 of them did not put on any airs in front of Jiangchen. With their strength, even if they were to fight against Jiangchen, they would most likely lose. Moreover, especially at this time, strength triumphed over everything. Our trip might take 10 days to half a month. When we return, it will be the opening day of the hidden secret realm. We must not waste any time. So, no matter if we succeed or fail, we will return as soon as possible. The Qiyun mountain range in Deer Mountain is our destination. We should be able to reach there in 5 days. But once we reach there, it will no longer be under our profound Feng sect's influence. Let me tell you guys first, think twice before you do anything. Do not act recklessly. Yang Jian said solemnly. I received news that someone found a fire spirit lizard in the Qiyun mountain range. So, our target this time is a true god realm fire spirit lizard. So, I hope that everyone can lend me a hand. I, Yang Jian, will not mistreat everyone. Alright. Let's go now. Come back early. Bai Yunfei smiled. The 5 of them headed towards the Qiyun mountain range. The Qiyun mountain range was just a mountain range to the west of the profound Feng sect. But this place had already left the profound Feng sect's influence. The profound Feng sect's territory was not small, but it was not big either. The Qiyun mountain range was the territory of the Lotus Cloud sect. All the disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect were females. The sect lord was one of the experts in the Deer Mountain range, even more powerful than Xian Qingming. The Deer Mountain range only occupied 1% of the Linhe boundary. When Jiangchen looked at the boundless Deer Mountain range, he could only sigh silently. The divine world was too big. He had not even walked out of the Deer Mountain range, not to mention the Linhe boundary, Lone Dragon County, Northern Cold Divine Region, Central Region Divine Land. He still had a long way to go, and this was just the beginning. The Deer Mountain range was just a branch of the west side of the Deer Mountain range. Even so, the Qiyun mountain range was still unreachable. Jiang Chen and the others took 5 days to reach the Qiyun mountain range. The trees were lush and covered with silver frost. 1,000 miles of ice and snow. It was a beautiful scene. This place is really a beautiful snowfield of ice mountains. The ancient trees are lush and lush. The plum blossoms are in full bloom. Compared to our profound Feng sect, the scenery here is more refreshing. Bai Yufei was very elegant and calm. He held a fan in his hand. Compared to the others, he was more calm as he enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Xianxia nodded silently. This place was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The endless snowfield and the lush trees could still grow in such a low temperature. No wonder they were the wondrous trees of the divine world. Qiyun Mountain Range, we've finally arrived. Yang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect the journey to be so tiring. On the other hand, Jiang Chen seemed to be the weakest among them, but he seemed to be much more relaxed compared to them. This showed how strong his cultivation was. It was truly amazing. The afterglow of the setting sun shone down. 10 miles of mountain flowers were scattered in the clouds. Howl, a wolf's howl reverberated in the Qiyun Mountain Range. On the peak of the 8,000-meter mountain, the snow and ice were trembling. An avalanche could happen at any time. Then, more than 10 wolf howls reverberated in the air. Let's hurry up and be careful. The beasts here are very scary. I don't know why the fire spirit lizard would come to the Qiyun Mountain Range. Yang Jian said in a low voice, warning the others. His heart was filled with doubts. There's someone over there. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly and a strong wave of divine energy rippled out. It seemed like there were people fighting over there, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. Let's go and have a look. Who are these people? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. These people were all at the late Void God realm, but they still couldn't do anything to this huge wild boar. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the Lotus Cloud sect. Bai Yunfei said quietly. That's right. These people should be hunting this wild boar king. They came prepared. Yang Jian nodded and said. This wild boar king is very powerful. Although its strength hasn't reached the true God realm, it's not far from it. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. The terrifying beast was still able to advance and retreat in an orderly manner despite being besieged by more than 10 people. As expected of the wild boar king. However, the dozen of them were probably preparing to use their strongest moves to kill the wild boar king. This should be a black swallow boar. It's considered a demonic beast with low intelligence, but its strength is not weak at all. Demonic beasts are born from the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Normally, its strength is stronger than human cultivators. This wild boar king's combat strength should be comparable to a true God realm expert. They probably hunted this black swallow boar to eat it to aid their cultivation. The meat of this black swallow boar is even more precious than divine origin stones. After eating its meat, one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yang Jian said with a solemn expression. There's still a difference between a true god and a void god. These people might not be able to take down this wild boar king. Yang Jian's words made Jiang Chen's heart sink. These people are not easy to deal with, but this wild boar king is the same. In other words, they're just a bunch of butchers. But who knows, they might even be killed by the pigs. Haha. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bai Yunfei and Yang Jian were slightly stunned, but they soon smiled. You're right. If we don't kill the boar, we'll be killed by the boar. Tan Shanhe said with a laugh. Who's spying on us? Get out here. A loud roar sounded out as a woman wielding a cyan steel sword stood proudly. With a sweep of her sword, tens of ancient trees in the surroundings were instantly destroyed. If it weren't for Jiang Chen and the others dodging in time, they would have already been turned into ashes. What a domineering girl. Jiang Chen sneered. His opponent did not hold back at all. She wanted to take his life. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Exquisite beyond compare, cold and elegant. She stood in the air with an imposing manner. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. No matter who you are, get out of the Qiyun Mountain Range. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. The snow-robed woman said indifferently. However, her voice was like that of a death god from hell. She was not polite at all. I am Yang Jian, the eldest outer disciple of profound Feng sect. Today, I have no intention of disturbing your esteemed sect, but only to gain experience. I will leave the Qiyun Mountain Range in at most 5 days. Yang Jian said solemnly. They were here to look for the fire spirit lizard and did not want to cause any trouble. Especially the overlord of this place, Lotus Cloud Sect. They could not afford to offend them. Profound Feng Sect? Are you here for the Dragon Ball? The snow-robed woman stood high above, her back facing Jiang Chen and the others. Dragon Ball? No, no, no. We are only here for the fire spirit lizard. Once we catch the fire spirit lizard, we will not stay any longer. We will not cause any trouble for your esteemed sect. I hope you can agree to this. Yang Jian said respectfully. His eyes were filled with a hint of infatuation. He had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman before. She was simply a peerless fairy. If that's the case, leave the Qian mountain range 5 days later and I will let bygones be bygones. The snow-robed woman said and quickly turned around, rushing towards the wild boar king. This woman should only exist in the heavens. Yang Jian nodded and said, his eyes were filled with admiration. Her temperament is out of this world and she's so sensible. It's really rare in this world. Bai Yunfei was the same. He looked highly upon the snow-robed woman in front of him. If we didn't dodge in time, we would have been killed by this woman. Jiangchen rolled his eyes and said. It was hard to understand why these two brothers admired this woman so much. In the end, goddesses always had their privileges. That's just a misunderstanding. If it's a life and death situation, anyone would do that. Moreover, our identities are unknown. We can't blame them. Yang Jian said in a low voice. That's reasonable. But what is the Dragon Ball that they mentioned? Bai Yunfei looked at Yang Jian and asked. Among the 5 of them, Yang Jian was the most knowledgeable one. Moreover, he had gone out for training several times. His experience and strength were not something the others could compare with. It should be the Dragon Crystal, also known as the Dragon Ball. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Dragon Ball is a legendary item. Could it be that the Qian mountain range will have a Dragon Ball? Looks like we didn't make this trip in vain. Jiangchen said with a smile. What do you mean? Bai Yunfei looked at him thoughtfully. How can we return empty-handed when we enter a treasure mountain? Jiangchen asked. This is not a small matter. Jiangchen, our target is the fire spirit lizard. Once we get the fire spirit lizard, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. We can't let anything happen to us. I brought all of you out of the sect, and I will bring all of you back safely. This is my principle and mission. Yang Jian said seriously. Alright, I understand, Senior Yang. Jiangchen shrugged and said. At this moment, the snow-robed woman wielded her cyan steel sword and swept across the sky. The wild boar king's tusk was cut off by her sword. It let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. A dozen female disciples of the Lotus Cloud sect rushed forward. The snow-robed woman turned around and raised her sword again. The radiance spread across 10 miles and slashed across the sky. What a powerful sword. Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. He would definitely not be able to block this sword. The power of the lady in the snow-white robe was so strong that it shocked them. Even Yang Jian did not dare to be careless. His expression was stern and he was meticulous. Not bad. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. This sword strike caused the wild boar king to be unable to retreat. A sword mark swept across its body, causing fresh blood to flow out. More than 10 female disciples took advantage of the situation and surrounded the wild boar king. The wild boar king was heavily injured and was finally defeated. Such a woman is really a proud daughter of heaven. Tan Shanha said with a sigh. He was too far behind to catch up. Yeah, the strongest in the world surpasses us. Maybe only Senior Yang can compete with her. Shui Rengang nodded silently. Jiang Chen and the others left the place quietly, disappearing from the eyes of the snow-robed lady and the others. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. No one knew how important the Dragon Ball was to him. He had a premonition that if he could obtain the Dragon Ball, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, there were 9 hollows on the Zulong Tower. If Jiang Chen was not wrong, those hollows might be the place where the Dragon Ball was embedded. However, Yang Jian insisted on finding the fire spirit lizard, so he could only follow him for now. Xianxia turned his head and looked at the group of Lotus Cloud sect disciples. He had a premonition that they would meet again. Xianxia and the others searched for 3 days in the Qiyun mountain range, but they still could not find the shadow of the fire spirit lizard. However, they found 2 traces of it. Wherever it went, ice and snow would melt. There was also a thick claw mark. This meant that the fire spirit lizard must be in the Qiyun mountain range, and it was not far from them. It was just that they had not discovered it yet. We must find the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian firmly believed that he could find the fire spirit lizard. As long as he obtained the fire spirit lizard's monster crystal, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. At that time, not only would he be ranked first in the outer sect, but he would also be ranked third in the inner sect. However, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with the shadow of the Dragon Ball. "Why are you so absent-minded these 2 days?" Bai Yunfei whispered and looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. "I did not rest well. Maybe I'm not used to this place." Jiang Chen gave an excuse and said with a smile. "It's all right. We are enough to find the fire spirit lizard. That fire spirit lizard is not that strong. According to Senior Yang's information, that fire spirit lizard is at most an early true god." "That's good." Jiang Chen nodded. The 5 of them walked through the Qiyun mountain range's 30,000 li southeast region again, but they still found nothing. The starry sky flickered. The moonlight shone brightly on the pure white snow. Jiang Chen and the others finally found the fire spirit lizard's tracks in the Grand Canyon. "This guy is probably hiding in this canyon," Yang Jian said in a deep voice, unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. The surroundings were filled with its paw prints. At this moment, the sky started to snow. Even though snowflakes filled the sky and fell one after another, they still couldn't completely erase its traces. The wind in the mountain was cold and gloomy. Snowflakes drifted down, and all was silent. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. My wait has finally come. Yang Jian was excited. If they could not find the fire spirit lizard in a day, they might have to go back because the hidden secret realm would open in a few days. Yang Jian would definitely not give up the opportunity to go to the hidden secret realm. Even if he was willing, Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei would not want to waste time here. "I'll go take a look. Wait for my news," Bai Yunfei said. "Okay, be careful," Yang Jian reminded. Bai Yunfei followed the trail of the fire spirit lizard into the canyon. The wind and snow covered the deep mountain, giving people a feeling that a storm was coming. Jiang Chen also sensed a dangerous aura. This place seemed to be a natural stronghold. Unknowingly, this hidden canyon gave him an extremely oppressive feeling. Yang Jian and the others were also incomparably serious. At this moment, no one dared to let their guard down. Even though there was no battle yet, a battle could break out at any time. Half an hour passed. Bai Yunfei finally returned. At this moment, the fire spirit lizard's tracks had disappeared. "The fire spirit lizard is inside. I also saw a 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. That guy is even stronger than the fire spirit lizard. These 2 big guys are actually together peacefully. It's really unbelievable," Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with an incomparably solemn aura. 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. As long as this thing breaks through to the true god realm, it's not a problem to fight against 3 of them, Yang Jian said solemnly. He did not dare to act rashly. If they failed, the fire spirit lizard was easy to deal with, but the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon would not be so easy to deal with. "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're going back like this?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. He did not care about this now. If they couldn't win, they could only run away. Moreover, he was not that stubborn to put himself in a desperate situation just for a mission. Jiang Chen was not stupid. Even if Yang Jian made a great promise to him, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. "Shanhe, you and Bai Yunfei will be the vanguard. The 3 of us will cover your back. Once we fight, we can advance and retreat orderly." As soon as Yang Jian finished his words, Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Wait." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and went into a trance. His soul power could feel that there was more than one force. There were 3 forces coming towards them at high speed and each of them was not weak. Jiang Chen's spiritual perception was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Not only did he absorb 100,000 divine sparks, he even killed a divine emperor divine soul for his own use. Although it was impossible to use all of the divine souls, Jiang Chen's divine soul had reached an extremely terrifying state. Even Jiang Chen himself did not know what level his divine soul had reached. "What's wrong?" Bai Yunfei asked. "Are you sure we're the only force?" "What do you mean?" Yang Jian's expression changed. "That's right. I'm born with keen senses. I'm sure that there are 3 extremely powerful forces rushing here. Their target is also the Grand Canyon below," Jiang Chen said confidently. "Are you sure?" Tan Shanhe said in a low voice. He seemed to be doubtful. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "It's fine to wait." Jiang Chen smiled. "All right, we'll listen to you. Let's wait a little longer." As expected, 5 minutes later, the 3 forces had all entered the Grand Canyon. Among them, there was a group of people. They were the people from the Lotus Cloud sect that they had met before. The lady in Snow White led the way, looking down on the crowd. "It's them." Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This guy was really godly. The other 2 groups should not be underestimated. This time, we can only choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If we act rashly, it's easy to be ganged up on," Yang Jian said in a low voice. At this moment, he did not act rashly. Instead, he chose the safest method, which was to wait for the right moment. Jiang Chen stared at the snow-robed lady from afar. Other than that, there were 2 other forces that should not be underestimated. Yang Jian knew that these guys were stronger than them. If they were to rush out now, they would only be cannon fodder. The 3 leaders have already broken through to the true God realm. Looks like there's going to be a fierce battle, Bai Yunfei said as he looked at Yang Jian with a serious expression. His strength should have reached the true God realm too, right? Yang Jian nodded, giving Bai Yunfei and the others some peace of mind. Otherwise, if Yang Jian had not even reached the true God realm, then they could only return home. They did not have the qualifications to compete with this group of people. Be it the fire spirit lizard or the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon, their strengths were not to be underestimated. Not taking action now and letting the 3 groups fight each other was not a bad idea. It was just that they did not know if they would be the last one laughing. There was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to obtain the Dragon Ball. Although he did not know what the Dragon Ball was, he was sure that it would be beneficial to him. Therefore, he must find a way to get it, even if he had to give it his all. Let's not take action now. Let's hope that they won't notice us later, Yang Jian said softly. If Jiang Chen noticed them, they might have noticed them too. Hee, I never thought that even the people from the Valley of Happiness would come here to join in the fun. What a pity. TSK. A valiant-looking man who was bare-chested and half-armored said with a faint smile. He held a chipped blood-red battle axe in his hand, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. The Shadow Killer sect is here. Shouldn't my Valley of Happiness be here too? What a joke. Do you think you can look down on the martial world with your own strength? What a fool's dream. The man from the Valley of Happiness said with a cold smile. He looked at the shirtless man with disdain. The 2 of you stepped into the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect without any explanation. Now, you want to do some shady business within the territory of my Lotus Cloud sect. Yuki Chihyun said faintly. Her temperament was refined, causing people to be unable to look away after a single glance, especially men. Very few people could escape from her eyes. Xiaoying of the Assassin Sect. I've long heard that the Lotus Cloud sect's direct disciple, Yuki Chihyun, is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to her reputation. Even with my 10 years of meditation, I can't help but want to take a few more glances at Miss Yuki, to dispel my longing for her. Xiaoying said seriously, looking at Yuki Chihyun calmly. It's hard for me to refute that. Lady Shui is an outstanding person with unparalleled beauty. If you want to find a woman comparable to her in this world, I'm afraid it would be difficult to find one even if you traveled thousands of miles. I'm Liao Bufan of the Valley of Happiness. Nice to meet you, Lady Shui. Liao Bufan also smiled faintly. His smile towards Yuki Chihian was elegant, even filled with an ambiguous feeling. Since the two of you know about it, why did you come to my Lotus Cloud sect's territory to act so impudently? Yuki Chihian's expression was cold and meticulous. In the depths of her eyes, there was only a cold killing intent. She didn't have a good impression of these two people. Their motive couldn't be any clearer, they were here to fight for the Dragon Pearl. Haha, although this Chiyun mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Lotus Cloud sect, it's not your territory. We're just here to sightsee. Could it be that Lady Shui wants to chase us away? Liao Bufan lightly stroked his hair and smiled. It was true that he was filled with admiration towards Yuki Chihian. That's right. We're not here to destroy the Chiyun mountain range. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Lady Shui, we're fated to meet here. This can be considered a kind of opportunity, isn't it? Xiaoying smiled faintly. It's a pity that we're not fated. In the end, aren't we here for the Dragon Pearl? Yuki Chihian said coldly. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They gathered here to find the location of the Dragon Pearl. Since ancient times, the treasures of the heavens and earth belong to the virtuous. Since Lady Shui has already said so, there's no need for us to hide anymore. Since we're all here for the Dragon Pearl, let's see who's going to be the winner. Xiaoying shrugged and did not hide anymore. There were also 7 people standing behind him, all of them were half-step true gods. On the other hand, there were 12 peak late void god experts behind Liao Bufan, standing on his left and right. Both of them were not weak. Haha. Then let's be frank. Although the Dragon Pearl has appeared in the Chiyun mountain range, whoever is capable can take the Dragon Pearl away. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, right? Liao Bufan glanced at Xiaoying and Yuki Chihian. The three of them became cold and distant. A divine item like the Dragon Pearl appearing in the Chiyun mountain range was an absolute advantage for the Lotus Cloud sect. However, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect appearing at the same time surprised Yuki Chihian. She did not expect these people to receive the news so quickly. Although the Chiyun mountain range was within the Lotus Cloud sect's territory, it was still tens of thousands of li away from the sect. It wasn't easy for Yuki Chihian to bring her people here so quickly. Moreover, the Valley of Happiness and the Assassin sect also appeared here at the same time. Although Yuki Chihian already had this thought, she still needed to be wary of these two people. Neither of them were easy to deal with. What a bunch of hypocrites. They're obviously here for the Dragon Pearl, but they're still so dignified and arrogant. Even this Yuki Chihian is the same. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Lung said. These people obviously did not believe each other. They were also taking precautions against each other. No one dared to let their guard down. The fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. The world is full of wonders. Jiangchen sneered. In his heart, he had already seen through everything. After 3 lifetimes and experiencing so many ups and downs, the current Jiangchen was no longer the same as before. In his heart, there was nothing but the desire to become stronger. In his eyes, only by standing on the commanding heights of the strong would he be qualified to stand at the top and look down on everyone. Heroes should not be questioned. Jiangchen believed that one day, he would reach a height that everyone could only dream of. Do you think that the demonic beasts guarding the Dragon Pearl are easy to deal with? I suggest the 3 of us join forces. How about it? Once we defeat the demonic beasts guarding this place, we'll see who can obtain the Dragon Pearl. I'm really worried that I'll be eaten if I form an alliance with the Valley of Happiness. As for Lotus Cloud sect? I'm interested but not with you. Xiaoying smiled at Yuki Chihian but she did not respond. Liao Bufan and Xiaoying looked at each other. It seemed like Yuki Chihian was determined to force them to retreat. I don't care where you're from but you can't take the Dragon Ball away. This is Lotus Cloud sect and the Dragon Ball belongs to Lotus Cloud sect. No one can take it away. Yuki Chihian said in an unreasonable tone. But Liao Bufan and Xiaoying knew that Lotus Cloud sect had always been overbearing. They did not find it strange that Yuki Chihian behaved in such a manner. Since you're unwilling, we'll see. Xiaoying said. At this moment, Liao Bufan looked up at the canyon where Jiang Chen and the others were. Since you're here, why don't you come and have a good chat? Why do you have to hide and act like a thief? Seems like you're here for the Dragon Ball. Yuki Chihian's eyes flickered. It's still the same group of people as before. Sure enough, we've been discovered. Although Yang Jian and the others had the thought of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight, they had been discovered. I'm an outer sect disciple of Profound Feng sect. I'm here to look for the fire spirit lizard. Once we find the fire spirit lizard, we'll leave immediately. Yang Jian said with a smile. Since you're here, you're qualified to get a share. The Dragon Ball is not an ordinary item. Only the talented, capable, and virtuous can get it. Liao Bufan said in a serious tone. How could Yang Jian not see it? Now, they wanted to pull Profound Feng sect into their camp to fight against Yuki Chihian. Profound Feng sect is indeed not to be outdone. Even Yellow Flame sect is about to catch up with you. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Jian. Yellow Flame sect doesn't have the capital to do so. Moreover, it's not your place to interfere in the matters of Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian Lingling said while looking at Xiao Ying. This guy was full of superiority, as if he was looking down on Profound Feng sect. We are only looking for the fire spirit lizard. Bai Yunfei continued. At the end of the day, it's just to hide their greed. They dare to do it, but they don't dare to admit it. Yuki Chihian said coldly. Yes, we are here for the Dragon Balls. What can you do? Since they are certain that we have ulterior motives, what's the point of explaining? Hee hee. Jiangchen sneered as he looked at Yuki Chihian and the others. Profound Feng sect is really full of geniuses. Even such a weak disciple can stand on the stage? Ha ha ha. Liao Bufan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. Jiangchen was only a peak middle void god. Of course, they would not put him in their eyes. They could even kill him with just a wave of their hands. Such a lowly disciple dares to talk nonsense here? Your Profound Feng sect is becoming more and more impressive. Xiao Ying said mockingly. With a wave of his hand, a cold light was shot towards Jiang Chen. Yang Jian's expression turned gloomy as he flew out. Before Jiang Chen could react, he had already blocked the attack for Jiang Chen. Xiao Ying harumphed as his attack missed. Profound Feng sect is really good at protecting their disciples. He's a disciple of my Profound Feng sect. Even if he made a huge mistake, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson. Since when did the assassin sect become so arrogant? Profound Feng sect is not afraid of you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Moreover, this is not your assassin sect's territory. It's better to protect yourself first. Otherwise, you might lose your life in the Yellow Springs. Yang Jian said. He was the one who brought Jiang Chen here. At this moment, he would not let Xiao Ying hurt Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was moved by this. Looks like this Yang Jian is not bad. There are two great beasts in this cave. One is the fire spirit lizard and the other is the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. I only want the fire spirit lizard. After I get it, I will not stay here any longer. Is that true? Liao Bufan squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Really? Yang Jian was clear that he was not a match for the snow-robed lady of the Lotus Cloud sect. The other two people were also very powerful. If he were to fight and snatch the Dragon Ball, they would be in a very dangerous situation. It's better to stop while he's ahead. As long as he killed the fire spirit lizard, he would quickly retreat. Alright. You guys deal with the fire spirit lizard. Leave the rest to us. Whoever gets the Dragon Ball will depend on their luck. Xiao Ying said in a deep voice. No matter how strong the other party was, he was quite happy to have one less competitor. After all, with fewer people fighting for the Dragon Ball, his chances of getting it would greatly increase. Yuki Chihian did not say anything, but it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing to their decision. Jiangchen looked at Yuki Chihian, Xiao Ying, and Liao Bufan. The three of them were indeed very strong. Moreover, they did not rely on their fists. They were all the best in the sect. Even Yang Jian was slightly inferior to them. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to withdraw so quickly. However, Yang Jian's rationality and ability to act according to his strength were even more impressive. It's decided then. Ha ha ha. Liao Bufan took the lead and rushed into the Grand Canyon. The four forces all quickly entered the canyon. The two beasts that Bai Yunfei encountered before were the fire spirit lizard and the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. It seems like they really came for the fire spirit lizard. Yuki Chihian thought in her heart. Why not hand the fire spirit lizard over to them? The real treasure was the Dragon Ball. Two fire-attributed demonic beasts had gathered in the Grand Canyon. If there was an abnormality, there must be a reason behind it. Everyone knew that these two demonic beasts did not belong to the Chiyun mountain range. Their purpose in coming here should be to protect the Dragon Pearl. Leave the fire spirit lizard to me. You guys deal with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. Yang Jian took the lead and rushed towards the fire spirit lizard. Its incomparably huge body was actually more than 10 meters long. This incomparably violent lizard was even more terrifying than a crocodile. Its body was incomparably hot and it spat out flames from its mouth because there was a fire spirit in its body. Let's attack together and help me kill this monster. On the other side, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was also extremely smart. Demonic beasts at their level were not able to transform, but their spiritual intelligence was no weaker than that of humans. There were even some strange demonic beasts that humans could not catch up to. The strength of this three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon has already reached the mid-true god realm. Even though it has just broken through, it's still quite powerful. Be careful. Liao Bufan shouted with a serious expression. The three of them took the lead and fought against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was covered in flames. As its name suggested, the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon had 3 heads, and it was quite ferocious. Its body was 9 zhang long, and its 3 heads were able to observe and listen in all directions. There were no blind spots at all. This three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is an ancient demonic beast. Its strength should not be underestimated, Xiaoying said in a low voice. At this moment, they were in the same boat. They could not afford to be careless when dealing with the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. If the 3 of them were to fight against the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon alone, none of them would be a match for it. They were very clear that only by working together could they defeat the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon and obtain the Dragon Ball. Roar roar! The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's roar was deafening like thunder. Yuki Chihian and the other 2 attacked ferociously, but they could not suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon for a while. This showed how terrifying this beast was. However, the 3 of them were not easy to deal with. They were all outstanding disciples in their respective sections. How could they be defeated so easily? Yuki Chihian stood with her sword and fought against one of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. This gigantic creature used its head as a weapon and fought against the 3 of them for 300 rounds without losing. As for the others, before they could even get close to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, they were thrown away by its tail and were severely injured. In the ice-snow Grand Canyon, the fire spirit lizard was not to be underestimated. But compared to the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, it was only an early true god. Even so, the fire spirit lizard's strength was comparable to a mid-true god when it exerted its full strength. Yang Jian took the lead and fought with the fire spirit lizard while Jiang Chen, Bai Yunfei, Tan Shanhe, and Shui Rengang supported the fire spirit lizard from the side and attacked it several times. The fire spirit lizard screamed, but its strong vitality was unbelievable. Even though it was heavily injured and riddled with holes, it did not show any signs of defeat and fought with Jiang Chen and the others. Yuki Chihian was indeed the strongest disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect. Her strength was even stronger than Liao Bufan and Xiaoying. Because one of the heads of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was injured by her sword and every step she took was filled with killing intent. The three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon did not dare to fight against Yuki Chihian head-on. On the other side, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying had also given it a lot of pressure. Hence, they were able to suppress the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to a certain extent. In the ice-snow Grand Canyon, there were continuous roars, flashes of light, and the sound of metal colliding. Those 3 guys seemed to be quite capable. The strength of the three-headed scarlet flame snake dragon is unfathomable, but it still couldn't make them surrender completely. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a meaningful arc. At this moment, he did not hold back and struck out the 5 elements combat dragon seal. His strength was not any weaker than Xianxia. The 5 of them were fighting the fire spirit lizard. Yang Jian was unstoppable. He flew straight into the sky and the 3-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand was fatal. The fire spirit lizard was seriously injured and retreated continuously. It did not have any strength to fight back, but its tenacity was unexpected. A bunch of lowly humans. A purple-eyed young man stood in the void and said coldly, but no one noticed his existence. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and saw the purple-eyed young man in the void. His face sank. This young man gave off a rather terrifying feeling, as though he was unstoppable. His face was a little pale, but his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. "Damn it, Thunderbolt Domain!" Liao Bufan roared angrily. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck, whistling through the canyon. Lightning flashed and rolled, striking the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon. It was quite uncomfortable. Assassination reconnaissance. Xiaoying's figure flashed 9 times, making it impossible to catch his shadow. It was the same for the 3-headed scarlet flame snake. No one knew which one was the real Xiaoying. Xiaoying's shadow sword fell on the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head, but its head was also dripping with blood. Sword breaks the horizon, flying snowflakes. Yuki Chihian pointed her sword at the void. Snowflakes fell like a rain of swords, causing the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon to wail in pain. However, it was not to be outdone. It roared again, and its head and tail resonated with each other. It lashed out twice in a row. It was extremely terrifying. The void seemed to be torn apart, and the raging fire burned. The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon spewed out 3 terrifying flames. Although it was not comparable to the 5 elements true fire, it was still suffocating. The 3 of them quickly retreated. The terrifying power of the flames swept across the sky. The 3 of them were all burned by the flames. When they turned around, the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's divine dragon tail whip had already put the 3 of them in a desperate situation. The 3 of them were all slapped away. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces again and rode on the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head. Yuki Chihian raised her sword and slashed it down. Her figure was ghostly, and she cut through the sky. On the blade of the sword, a rain of blood fell. The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's head was directly cut off. Roar! The 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon screamed continuously. However, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying were not to be outdone. They used all their means, and the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon was completely at death's door. Even if it had 3 heads and 3 lives, it was not enough at this moment. A drop of the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon's blood splashed on Yuki Chihian's jade-like hand. She felt a burning pain. In addition to the divine dragon tail whip of the 3-headed scarlet flame snake dragon, her body was a little weak. No one dared to underestimate this big guy. If it was a one-on-one fight, even Yuki Chihian would not be this beast's opponent. Yang Jian had also completely displayed the profound Feng Sec's prestige. He suppressed the fire spirit lizard all the way. Although he had used all his strength, the fire spirit lizard was still severely injured and had no chance to fight back. Jiang Chen and the others had consumed a lot of their energy. Yang Jian was the same. After all, this big lizard was full of energy and its resistance was surprisingly strong. Even at this stage, although the fire spirit lizard was severely injured, it still fought with all its might, as if it wanted to protect something it wanted to protect. That young man should be a demonic beast. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. There was a huge cave at the top of the canyon not far away. The entrance of the cave was emitting dense purple chi, mysterious and fiery. Xiaoying's shadow saber turned into waves of saber radiance that fell to the ground. The summit of the canyon trembled. The saber slashed the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon in half, but the dragon's blood splashed on Xiaoying's body. Liao Bufan was the steadiest. He made his move slowly, but he also chopped off the last head of the 3-headed scarlet flame dragon. The blood that splattered made them feel a burning sensation. The 3-headed scarlet flame dragon roared furiously and its entire body exploded at this moment. The explosion in the void created turbulence, but the 3 of them all suffered different degrees of injuries. It was as if they had hurt their enemy by 1,000 and they had also hurt themselves by 800. You can't run away. Yang Jian's saber pierced through the sky, piercing through the fire spirit lizard and stabbing into his three-pointed, double-edged saber. At this moment, both the three-headed scarlet flame dragon and the fire spirit lizard had turned into ghosts. Finally, we got it. Yang Jian let out a long sigh of relief. Out of the four of them, Yang Jian was probably the one with the highest fighting strength. That was because the injuries of the three of them weren't light. Moreover, the battle just now had consumed a lot of their energy, and it was impossible for them to ignore it. Most importantly, Yuki Chihian and the others could feel the scorching heat of the three-headed scarlet flame dragon's blood. When it splashed on their bodies, they felt as if their bodies were on fire. It was unbearable. Even though Yuki Chihian was born with an ice physique, she still felt great pressure. We've got the fire spirit lizard. You can choose to leave now. Xiaoying said in a low voice. Okay. Yang Jian's expression changed and he nodded silently. What's good about it? If we leave now, we won't have a chance at all. These guys want to monopolize it. There's no way. Why should we leave? I can't bear to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Moreover, we've gone through so much to come here. We can't just leave so easily, can we? Jiangchen said with a smile. Anyway, he was not willing to leave so easily. But, Yang Jian frowned. I think what Jiangchen said is reasonable. Senior brother Yang, we are not worse than them now, and they are also injured. Why should we give such a good opportunity to them? Bai Yunfei smiled. He had the same thought as Jiangchen. If they were to return now, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? That's right, senior brother Yang, it wasn't easy for us to come out, how could we go back so easily? Not to mention, our chances are very high this time. Tan Shanhe also tried to dissuade him. Yang Jian was a little hesitant. After all, if he continued to stay here, he would be going against his oath. It would damage the reputation of Profound Feng sect. Therefore, it was understandable that Yang Jian was afraid. After all, he had gotten what he wanted. However, he hadn't gotten what Jiangchen wanted. To put it bluntly, senior brother Yang, in the face of absolute benefits, credibility is useless, especially in front of these people with ulterior motives. Why do you need to talk about credibility with them? Isn't it because they want to keep the Dragon Ball for themselves? Are we supposed to leave this place? You are afraid of people's words, but an expert should never be afraid of these things. Jiangchen looked at Yang Jian seriously. Yang Jian seemed to be thinking about something and nodded in the end. He was dragged into this mess by Jiangchen and the others. You guys are still not leaving? Could it be that the people of Profound Feng sect are so untrustworthy? Liao Bufan said. Of course, senior brother Yang will not interfere. But we still want to watch the show. Jiangchen said with a smile. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Looks like Profound Feng sect is getting more and more disappointing. Humph. Going back on their words. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump up and down. What a joke. Hee hee. Xiaoying looked at Jiangchen with disdain. A mid-void god like Jiangchen, even if they were to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. Never mind. Let's not leave. Since we're already here, the one who laughs last will be the one who laughs the best. The Dragon Ball is a divine item. Of course, it belongs to the virtuous. Yuki Chihian shook her head calmly. This time, she was not her usual self. She did not make things difficult for Jiangchen and the others. She seemed to have a subtle relationship with Profound Feng sect. Jiangchen could see through Yuki Chihian's wishful thinking. If she could not get rid of him, she would rather not offend the people of Profound Feng sect. Since these two groups of people were like fire and water, no one would take a step back. That should be the place where the Dragon Ball is. I can feel it. Xiaoying said and pointed at a cave on the peak of the canyon. If we don't get it now, when will we get it? Ha ha ha. Liao Bufan was the first to rush into the cave. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying followed closely behind. Jiangchen, Bai Yunfei and the others also rushed into the cave. However, just as they charged into the cave, they were swept out by a fiery gale, causing them to be in a rather sorry state. Every single one of them had a grim expression on their faces, as they were incomparably shocked. Could it be that there are demonic beasts? Xiaoying said quietly. A bunch of ants. How dare you try to get the Dragon Ball? Get lost. The purple-eyed young man suddenly appeared in the void and waved his hand, causing everyone to be pushed back. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. This fella's cultivation realm has already reached the late true god realm. However, he seemed to be injured as his pale face was filled with depression. Who are you? Whoever dares to stop me shall die. Liao Bufan shouted. Now that they had come to this stage, there was no room for them to retreat anymore. Just you? A grain of rice dares to compete with the moon. Don't overestimate yourself. The purple-eyed young man raised his hand and a fiery astral wind turned into a blade. It cut through the void and tore apart Liao Bufan's defense. He was immediately pushed back 800 li. When Liao Bufan returned, his expression was extremely ugly. Puff, Liao Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries had worsened once again. No one would have thought that this purple-eyed youth would be so mystical. With just a raise of his hand, he had such great power. Looks like this won't be easy. Jiangchen murmured and curled his lips. Yuki Chihian and Xiaoying were also frowning. Even Liao Bufan was pushed back so easily. It would be extremely difficult for them to turn the situation around. Brother Yang, the four of us should be able to get rid of this guy. Please don't be stingy and give it your all. Xiaoying looked at Yang Jian. This time, they must give it their all. If they did not work together, it would be difficult to break through the purple-eyed young man's defense. All right. Jiangchen watched the battle happily. At this moment, he did not reveal his strength, because he felt that the biggest variable was still Yuki Chihian. That girl was the chief disciple of the Lotus Cloud sect, it was impossible for her strength to be so weak. She must still be holding back. At this moment, if he revealed all of his strength, his chances of winning would definitely be reduced. Who wouldn't understand this logic? Despicable humans, greedy faces, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. The purple-eyed youth, Lung Lung, said. He stood in the air, facing Yang Jian and the other three. His face was calm, as if he had already won. He's injured, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't be stubborn, use all of your strength. Jiang Chen's shout made the four of them slightly stunned. When they looked at the purple-eyed youth again, there was a hint of avoidance in his eyes. It seemed that he was really injured. This kid is still useful. His eyes are so sharp, he can actually see that the purple-eyed youth is already injured. Yuki Chihian squinted her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen and murmured. Liao Bufan and Xiaoying were slightly stunned, looking at Jiang Chen. Can this guy's words be trusted? He's right. The youth is already injured, we don't have to be afraid. Attack with all your strength. Yuki Chihian shouted and took the lead. Her sword moved the 9 provinces, and the road turned around. Layers of sword shadows blocked the path of retreat of the purple-eyed youth. Liao Bufan took advantage of the situation and attacked with his palms like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. Xiaoying fought with his clones, and the shadow blade moved continuously. On the other side, Yang Jian's 3-pointed, double-edged blade was also getting more and more overbearing. Every blade was fatal, forcing the purple-eyed youth into a desperate situation. He could only defend passively, and he was advancing step by step. The longer he fought, the weaker he became. This situation was naturally what Yuki Chihian and the others were happy to see. Shameless humans, you will receive retribution in the end. The purple-eyed youth roared. Flames rose from his mouth and swept out. The flames instantly ignited, tearing the void apart. Ice melted and snow melted. Above the Grand Canyon, avalanches occurred one after another. It was deafening. Yuki Chihian and the others were also forced to retreat. The purple-eyed youth's eyes turned cold and he tried to escape, but Yuki Chihian and the others did not give him the chance. They knew that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could they give him the chance to escape? Following the attacks of Yuki Chihian and the others, the injuries of the purple-eyed youth became more and more serious. The expression on his face became colder and colder. However, he still couldn't escape from the encirclement of Yuki Chihian and the others. You want the Dragon Balls? Dream on. The purple-eyed youth's body trembled as flames soared into the sky. He actually wanted to self-detonate and perish together with Yuki Chihian and the others. Don't let him self-detonate. Otherwise, we will never get the Dragon Balls. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Yuki Chihian and the others quickly went up and attacked again. The purple-eyed youth had no way to self-detonate at all. Sword shadows cut through the void and slashed down. The purple-eyed youth's body was left with horrible wounds. His internal organs also suffered different degrees of damage. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. If I was at my peak, who would dare to fight with me? 2 streams of tears flowed down from the purple-eyed youth's cheeks. He was furious, but he no longer had a chance. He didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. The 4 of them had surrounded him, and he would be killed if he made even the slightest movement. However, you are now a restrained person. Xiaoying said with a smile. Hand over the Dragon Balls and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will be buried here. Buried in the Green Mountains, accompanied by wind and snow. Hee, it is indeed a treasured place. Liao Bufan said with a playful look. There is only 1 Dragon Ball. If I give it to you, what about the other 3? The purple-eyed youth narrowed his eyes and said faintly. Since it was impossible to escape, he might as well find a way to protect himself. You want to sow discord? That's impossible. Hand over the Dragon Ball and we will naturally have a way. Xiaoying said in a deep voice. Oh? Is that so? Is that really what you think? Maybe your companions don't think so. Ha ha ha. The purple-eyed youth smiled proudly. He had now discovered that this was not truly a unified entity. Each of them had their own way of doing things, and because of their own selfishness, there was definitely not enough for them to share a single Dragon Ball. Thus, if there was a disagreement, it would be the best opportunity for him. Facing death to live, it did not mean that there was no chance of survival. If you don't hand over the Dragon Ball, I can kill you right now. Liao Bufan said. Is that so? Then who should I hand it to? I am already a dying man and I only want to protect myself. But if I hand over the Dragon Ball to you, will the other 3 agree? The purple-eyed youth's words echoed everyone's thoughts. There was only 1 Dragon Ball. But how would the 4 of them divide it? Who would have the right to own it? Jiangchen's lips curled up and his expression became serious. Since you guys are worried about each other, then hand the Dragon Ball to me first. Whoever wins will get the Dragon Ball. How about it? My strength is only at the Middle Void God realm. You guys can kill me with just a thought. It's impossible for me to run away with the Dragon Ball. This should be the safest way, right? Or should I say, hand the Dragon Ball to you, hand it to you, or hand it to you? At this moment, only Bai Yunfei gave Jiangchen a thumbs up. This guy was too cunning. Bai Yunfei knew how difficult it was to deal with Jiangchen. Once the Dragon Ball fell into Jiangchen's hands, it would be like falling into a rat's hole. It would be impossible to take it back. Jiangchen nodded his head and said, let's talk about the Dragon Ball first. Bai Yunfei nodded his head. The purple-eyed youth squinted his eyes and looked at Jiangchen. Alright, I agree to hand the Dragon Ball to him first. How about it? The purple-eyed youth and Jiangchen looked at each other. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. In the purple-eyed youth's eyes, as long as the 4 of them fought and both sides were injured, he could seize the opportunity to snatch the Dragon Ball back from Jiangchen and run away. This guy's strength was only at the Middle Void God realm. Even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to deal with this little guy. Alright, it's decided. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Since she had spoken, the other 3 could only choose to acquiesce. Because there was no better way. No matter who won or lost, they would not be at ease to hand the Dragon Ball to each other. Count yourself lucky. Look after the Dragon Ball. If there's any mistake, I will take your life. Alright. Jiangchen smiled and was not angry. When the purple-eyed youth took out the shining purple Dragon Ball, even the Zulong Tower began to tremble, as if it was extremely excited. The moment Jiangchen took the Dragon Ball, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was definitely the real Dragon Ball. He took it effortlessly. This was really exciting. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only the Dragon Ball left. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Ha ha ha. Xianxia nodded silently, holding the Dragon Ball tightly. At this moment, he was ready to run. However, the purple-eyed youth was still eyeing Xianxia covetously, because he was ready to take back the Dragon Ball at any time. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Hee hee. Liao Bufan said with a smile. If any of you are willing to back out, I'm willing to give you any compensation. I have nothing else to ask for, just the Dragon Ball. People from the Valley of Happiness are really impressive. Are you the only one who wants the Dragon Ball? Are we all here to watch the show? As long as you raise any conditions, I will satisfy you without hesitation. I have nothing else to ask for, just the Dragon Ball. Xiaoying snorted coldly. Looks like we can only use our own way to solve the problem. Yuki Chihian said. Her meaning was clear. She only wanted the Dragon Ball and nothing else. Since you said so, I have no other choice. Yang Jian shrugged and said. In the end, no one was willing to take a step back. Although Yang Jian had no intention of getting the Dragon Ball, since he had participated in this battle, he was qualified to fight for the Dragon Ball. What was that? It was something that a fire spirit lizard could not compare to. Even the sect master would be shocked by it. The four of them could not agree and started fighting again. However, they were still locked in a stalemate. The purple-eyed youth's gaze once again fell on Xianxia. These people really make people speechless. Although the Dragon Ball is good, you need to be alive to enjoy it. The purple-eyed youth said with a sigh. However, just as he was about to attack Xianxia again, a deafening roar reverberated through the entire Qiyun mountain range. Such a terrifying roar made one think of a true divine overlord. Zichen, I chased you for 800,000 miles. I never thought that I would still catch you in the end. A raging flame raged. Above the raging flames was an entirely blood-red qilin that looked down on the sky. It was actually ferocious, able to devour mountains and rivers. Fire qilin. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't let me go. You're already a divine beast of the heavens, why do you have to snatch my Dragon Ball? Zichen's face was gloomy. He really couldn't defeat the fire qilin in front of him. Even if it was Yuki Chihian and the others, they would only be cannon fodder in front of it. They didn't have the qualifications to compete with it. What a powerful fire Kirin. I've never seen such a mighty fire qilin. This kind of divine beast only exists in the legends. I didn't expect to see its true appearance today. Yes, the fire qilin is more arrogant than the dragon clan. They're rare, so the fire qilin's bloodline is more precious than the dragon clan. At this moment, Yuki Chihian and the others had completely given up on fighting. The threat of the fire qilin was too great. This is a half-step heavenly god. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that this fire qilin would be this powerful. A half-step heavenly god fire qilin was a natural-born divine beast with extraordinary talent. It was even stronger than an early heavenly god human. He was also injured. Back then, the two of us fought to the death. Although I've suffered a fatal injury, he's not much better. The pressure of a half-step heavenly god is no longer the same as before. Ha ha ha. Zichen's words stunned everyone. This fella, it seems like the two of them had fought before. Moreover, Zichen's injury was caused by the fire qilin. Chasing for thousands of miles just to get the Dragon Ball. It seems like Yuki Chihian and the others were inferior to the fire qilin. Moreover, the fire qilin's strength was obvious. Even if he was injured, who would dare to act rashly with the might of a half-step heavenly god? Even so, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. The fire qilin stepped on the void, flames were everywhere. Even Jiangchen could feel the heat. The fire qilin's flame should be the beast fire of the king of 10,000 beasts. It was only slightly stronger than his 5-elemental true fire. Moreover, his 5-elemental true fire might not be able to suppress the fire qilin. Fire qilin, I want to see how powerful he is. Now that things have come to this, if we don't fight to the death, how can we get the Dragon Ball? Xiaoying Linling said. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Fire Qilin, he still wanted to try. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. I think so too. Although he has the strength of a half-step heavenly god, he is injured after all. Liao Bufan said. I agree. Yang Jian nodded and said. Yuki Chihian had no reason to refute. At this moment, even Zichen would need to fight back against the Fire Qilin. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, there would be no eggs left intact. If they died, they would not be able to escape. I will fight against the Fire Qilin with you. Zichen said while gritting his teeth. Killing the Fire Qilin was his wish. The Fire Qilin was a peerless divine beast with unfathomable strength. This was definitely a battle of life and death. It's getting more and more lively. Jiangchen shrugged. He had been watching the show from the beginning. It would be better if both sides were injured. Then, he could leave this place with the Dragon Ball in peace. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. I must get the Dragon Ball. As long as I get the Dragon Ball, I will have the chance to become a Dragon Qilin. At that time I will be above the true Dragon and Qilin, and become the true king of beasts. No one can stop me. The Fire Qilin roared and spewed out flames, causing Yuki Chihian and the others to retreat quickly. The Fire Qilin's aura was suffocating. After all, it was a half-step heavenly god. Even though its strength was damaged, it was still not to be underestimated. A grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon? What a fool's dream. All of you must die. The Fire Qilin was like a sentence from hell, reverberating in everyone's heart. The coldness and contempt of the Fire Qilin aroused the anger in Yuki Chihian and the others. It's a fight to the death. Those who fight are heroes. Do your best, beautiful sister. The heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. Jiangchen crossed his legs and leaned against the cliff wall. His face was full of vigor. Everyone looked incomparably solemn, except for him, as if he was not afraid that the Fire Qilin would kill him. You fella, it really has nothing to do with you even if the sky falls down. At this moment, Bai Yunfei was a little nervous because the Fire Qilin was too strong. He, a half-step true god, could not help much and might even be killed instantly. However, Jiangchen was still so happy as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. What else can we do? Don't tell me we're going to cry our hearts out? Ha ha ha, that's not my style. Senior Yang and the others might not lose. Don't worry. Your heart is bigger than Wugua. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said. Say, what do you plan to do with the Dragon Ball? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of this saying? This thing naturally belongs to the person who has it. Jiangchen said confidently. He had no intention to take out the Dragon Ball. You're ruthless. Bai Yunfei shook his head and sighed. However, this battle will decide the fate of the Dragon Ball. The Fire Qilin was unstoppable. Yang Jian held his three-pointed, double-edged blade and slashed towards the Fire Qilin's head. However, the Fire Qilin did not dodge at all and allowed Yang Jian to slash down. On the contrary, the Fire Qilin's body trembled and pushed Yang Jian back. Even the area between his thumb and forefinger was numb. Yuki Chihian also used her true strength. Her heavenly flying immortal sword shocked the 9 heavens. However, the Fire Qilin's flames were not weak at all. The flames that were shot out from the Fire Qilin forced them back a few times. Moreover, each time, the flames were extremely sharp. Those who came into contact with the flames would be severely injured. Zichen roared and transformed completely. He was also a peerless ferocious beast with a terrifying appearance. This is? Yazi. He's the ferocious beast Yazi. He's indeed the son of the dragon. Xiaoying looked at Zichen in shock. As the son of the dragon, Yazi was even more ferocious. Even if you revert to your original form, you still won't stand a chance. Furthermore, you've already lost to me. Don't you have any self-awareness? Haha. The Fire Qilin looked at the crowd with disdain as it stared coldly at Zichen. Legend has it that the dragon has 9 sons. This is actually the dragon's son, Yazi. This has truly broadened my horizons. Shui Rengang said with an ugly expression. Whether it was Yazi or Fire Qilin, both of them had given them a huge shock, and even made them feel uneasy. According to legend, the dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each of them was different. They were ferocious like peerless beasts, and their ferocious might covered the heavens as they wreaked havoc in the world and plunged all living beings into misery and suffering. The 9 sons seemed to have gone extinct in ancient times. Bai Yunfei said solemnly. You mean? The 9 sons of the dragon were extinct in ancient times? Then what was going on with it? It's exactly the same as the Yazi described by humans. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This legend should be fake. I don't know. But this Yazi is definitely real, and the dragon ball in his hand should also be real. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. At this moment, the fire Qilin had completely suppressed Yongjian and the others. The flames were pouring down. Once they got close to the fire Qilin, they would feel like they were being grilled on the fire. It was quite difficult to fight against the fire Qilin. In this way, the pressure that the fire Qilin exerted on Yongjian and the others became more and more terrifying. You're not my opponent at all. Those who stand in my way will die. The fire Qilin was ferocious. With an incomparably ferocious attack, the Yazi and Zichen were sent flying. Even Jiangchen felt pain when he saw that. The fire Qilin's body was really too strong. No matter how these people attacked, they couldn't even break through his defense. This made the situation even more dangerous. However, the fire Qilin did not dare to underestimate them. After all, these 4 people were the elites of their respective sections. If they were at their peak, the fire Qilin would not dare to risk his life to fight them because these 4 people were not simple. It's too early for you to be happy. Liao Bufan sneered. An incomparably huge golden bell suddenly appeared and suppressed the fire Qilin. Above the void, the sound of the bell was heard and golden light was overflowing. Moreover, a deterring aura that covered the sky was even more frightening. This is the Eastern Emperor Bell? No, how can the Eastern Emperor Bell be so weak? The fire Qilin's eyes were cold. If it was the Eastern Emperor Bell, he would have been completely suppressed to death. This was obviously a replica of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Not bad. Although it's a replica and not the real Eastern Emperor Bell, it should be enough to suppress you. Liao Bufan's eyes were extremely cold. This was his strongest divine tool, a replica of the Eastern Emperor Bell. It only had a 10,000th of the Eastern Emperor Bell's power, but it was still a divine tool. It should not be underestimated. The sound of the bell was deafening and it enveloped the fire Qilin. In the end, the fire Qilin was suppressed by the Eastern Emperor Bell. This scene was incomparably shocking. However, the Eastern Emperor Bell continued to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger. In the end, the Eastern Emperor Bell was knocked away and smashed onto Liao Bufan's body, causing him to be heavily injured and blood spurted out from his mouth. The fire Qilin grew to 100 feet tall and its ferocious aura covered the sky. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. This fellow was too strong. Although this broken bell is not bad, it's impossible to suppress me. Absolute Shadow Heavenly Blade. Xiao Ying's blade flickered and he soared into the sky. His shadow covered the clouds. Looking at the blade that was coming towards him, the fire Qilin was not afraid at all. He roared and used his body to take the blade head-on. However, he still staggered 100 steps back. Unfortunately, Xiao Ying was still forced back and his eyes were filled with shock. Heaven-ripping eye, destruction. Yang Jian roared. On his forehead, the divine eye was like a torch, piercing through the sky and destroying everything in its path. The fire Qilin looked at the sky arrogantly and trampled on the valley. Annihilation flame. The fire Qilin's flames burned fiercely, competing with Yang Jian's. Yang Jian was roasted by the flames. The destruction flame almost caused great damage to Yang Jian's heaven-shredding eye. He quickly dodged. The destruction flame burned the entire canyon. What a strong beast. Yang Jian took a deep breath and his face turned pale. The impact just now had caused him to lose his ability to fight. I seal, eternity. Yuki Chihian's beautiful eyes shone. She pointed her sword at the sky and 1,000 miles of the valley and the annihilation flame were instantly devoured. The fire Qilin roared continuously. Obviously, the ice seal of Yuki Chihian had caused great damage to the fire Qilin. In addition to the injuries of the others, the fire Qilin was also in danger. The fire Qilin's body shone brightly. Once again, the fire Qilin tore a crack in the Grand Canyon. The ice melted and a flame seal was shot out by him, enveloping Shui Qianying within it. This is my natal flame seal. You will die a worthy death. The flame seal pierced through the void and swallowed Yuki Qian. Yuki Qian screamed, but she was still injured by the flame seal. She flew backwards and spat out a blue pearl from her mouth, fusing with the flame seal. My ice soul. Yuki Qian's face was pale. That was the ice soul given to her by her master. It was extremely precious and could increase her strength. But now, it was swallowed by the fire Qilin's natal flame seal. Of course, the flame seal had already disappeared. Not bad. To be able to withstand my attack, little girl. The fire Qilin was also heavily injured. But compared to Yuki Qian and the others, he was considered to be in a good condition. The one in the worst condition was Yazi. He was hit by the fire Qilin and his body almost fell apart. Give me the Dragon Ball. The fire Qilin said faintly. The fire Qilin is in that guy's hands. Liao Bufan pointed at Jiangchen. Jiangchen shrugged. The sandpiper and the clam were fighting and the fisherman would benefit from it. It was time for him to show up. Leave it to me, puny human. Otherwise, you will turn into ashes. The fire Qilin wore a calm expression and said with a faint smile. I'm currently lacking a mount. How about you be my mount? I will consider if I should give you the Dragon Ball. Everyone was stunned by Jiangchen's words. Their expressions were extremely strange. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. You're not even a true god, you're really interesting. You want me to be your mount? Ha 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 ha. The fire Qilin didn't stop laughing, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Even Bai Yunfei was wondering if Jiangchen's brain had gone haywire. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Jiangchen smiled, but didn't say anything. He simply watched silently, looking at the fire Qilin. It seemed that the fire Qilin was sneering at Jiangchen. But suddenly, his face turned ferocious. Lung Lung stared at Jiangchen. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting me to be their mount. Since you're so ignorant, I'll just tear you to pieces. Humph, the fire Qilin's voice was as cold as ice, but Jiangchen didn't feel the slightest bit of it. He stared straight at the fire Qilin. Their eyes met. One was as majestic as a mountain, the other as tiny as an ant. You need to have the ability first. Jiangchen said indifferently. Even if I'm injured, how can you look down on me? Kid, you're too arrogant. Go to hell. The fire Qilin roared, and a terrifying flame swept towards Jiangchen. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei's expressions changed. Run, Jiangchen. Yang Jian roared. He couldn't wait to bring Jiangchen away, because he was the one who brought Jiangchen here. He had to bring Jiangchen back to the sect safely. This was his responsibility and also his belief. But Jiangchen ignored everything and provoked the fire Qilin. Wasn't he digging his own grave? It's over, Bai Yunfei murmured. Who didn't know how terrifying the fire Qilin was? At this moment, Jiangchen was already engulfed in the flames of the fire Qilin. Overestimating yourself. Maybe this is karma. Xiaoying sneered. Although he couldn't even protect himself now, he felt that Jiangchen's death was not in vain when he saw how reckless and impulsive he was. At this moment, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others had already started to mourn for Jiangchen. But who would have thought that Jiangchen would be engulfed by an even more terrifying flame, completely ignoring the beast fire of the fire Qilin? How is this possible? Liao Bufan murmured. His eyes were filled with shock. A middle void god kid actually withstood the attack of the fire Qilin. This was too unbelievable. Who would believe it? The difference in strength was unimaginable. In their hearts, Jiangchen would definitely not be left with any bones. Because at this moment, the flame was so terrifying that even the true god expert's expression changed. It's a mystical flame between the heavens and earth. It's the fire of the sun. The fire Qilin was extremely sensitive to flames. At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. He could tell that Jiang Chen's flame was one of the 5 elemental true fires, the fire of the sun. This fire of the sun originated from the golden crow. It was even more terrifying than his fire qilin. It was a sacred beast, the golden crow, that shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Because the sacred beast existed when the world was created, it was not born from the heavens and earth. Look, the flame on his body seemed to have devoured the fire qilin's beast fire. Tanshanha's face was filled with shock. He said those words through his teeth. This fella is too shocking. Yang Jian said with a bitter smile. His eyes were filled with worry. Jiang Chen, don't fight the fire qilin. You're not his match. Be careful. Yang Jian's worry was not without reason. Although Jiang Chen had a mystical heavenly flame, it did not mean that the fire qilin could not deal with him. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Yeah. Jiang Chen, we don't have the fortune to enjoy the Dragon Ball. You better give it to him quickly. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. Bai Yunfei was quite worried about Jiang Chen. Although he acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength, Jiang Chen was still far from breaking through to the true God realm. This was a one-sided massacre. Even the experts of the 4 great sects were completely suppressed by the fire qilin without any strength to fight back. Don't worry. This fella can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Even Yuki Chihian couldn't help but feel a little depressed. She rolled her eyes. This fella was too confident in himself. He even thought of himself as a peerless expert. Confidence was one thing, but more importantly, it was arrogance. He couldn't see himself clearly. His death will make him understand one thing. Experts always need to keep a low profile. Yuki Chihian said faintly. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for this. Hand over the Dragon Ball and I'll leave your corpse intact. The fire qilin's patience seemed to have been worn out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light was dazzling and the sword aura swept across 90,000 li. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. It seemed that Jiang Chen was very confident, but could he really fight against the fire qilin? Was the Dragon Ball something that he could get his hands on? You're really high-spirited. But it's a pity that you're too weak, too weak. The fire qilin smiled faintly and stepped on the void. Its iron hooves shook the canyon and flame soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen swept his sword across. The mountains and rivers shook and the canyon cracked. The ice melted and snow melted. Everything seemed to have become oppressive. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword shot out in all directions. The sword aura spread in all directions. Such power had completely filled the gap between Jiang Chen's current strength. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he was fearless. Such a domineering sword. I'm afraid that this sword has the power of a heavenly divine tool. Yuki Chihian looked incomparably solemn. A heavenly divine tool was a divine weapon that even her master didn't dare to talk about. Even her master was only a mid-grade heavenly divine tool. Even the fire qilin doesn't dare to take it head-on. Obviously, it knows how terrifying that sword is. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Shui Rengang looked at Tan Shanhe and Bai Yunfei. At this moment, Jiang Chen had dodged the fire qilin's first attack and even fought against the fire qilin. At least at this moment, Jiang Chen had become a true expert and a hero in Shui Rengang's eyes. Facing a super ferocious beast like the fire qilin, whether it was Shui Rengang or Tan Shanhe, they did not even have the courage to resist. However, the weakest peak mid-void god, Jiang Chen, was fearless and arrogant. He fought against the fire qilin. This was something that no one had expected. It was also the most confusing thing. Although Jiang Chen would lose, his spirit had already made people feel great. Such a terrifying sword. The fire qilin murmured in his heart. Of course, he would not say it out loud. Otherwise, they would think that he was afraid of this arrogant guy. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. The fire qilin spat out a mouthful of flames and the destiny flame seal shot out once again. Even Yuki Chihian found it hard to defend against it. If she did not use her ice spirit to defend, she would be killed by the destiny flame seal. At this moment, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat for Jiang Chen. It went without saying how terrifying the fire Qilin's origin flame mark was. However, Xianxia didn't cower in the slightest. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out a seal. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal that was formed from the 5 elemental true flames directly destroyed the fire Qilin's flame seal. There was no other reason than the fact that the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was able to restrain the flame seal. Perhaps for Yuki Qian, the flame seal was extremely powerful. Moreover, ice and fire were incompatible, so she was completely suppressed by the fire Qilin. However, it was completely different for Xianxia. With the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the flame seal became something that couldn't withstand a single blow. Is this guy really that strong? One should know that his strength is only at the peak of the mid-Void God realm. He hasn't even reached the late Void God realm. However, he's not even afraid of the fire Qilin. Xiaoying was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't believe that Xianxia didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the fire Qilin. How is this possible? This time, the fire Qilin was completely shocked. Xianxia's attack was unstoppable. Not only that, Xianxia broke 2 of his attacks consecutively. In his eyes, the fire Qilin was shocked. Is this guy really a mid-void god? At this moment, the fire Qilin couldn't believe it. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal gave the fire Qilin a feeling of fear. If the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal were to hit the fire Qilin's body, it would definitely be heavily injured. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword's mightiness was unstoppable. If Xianxia's attack landed on the fire Qilin, he wouldn't be unharmed like Xiaoying. This attack would definitely shock the world. Heavenly Fire Prairie. The fire Qilin closed in on Xianxia again. Xianxia used the fire of sun to protect his body and fought with the fire Qilin. Moreover, the fire Qilin couldn't harm Xianxia at all. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out another seal. A terrifying force swept out. Bai Yunfei, Tan Shanhe, and the others were dumbfounded. They wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Unless they were a true god, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, they were too far behind to catch up. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia's attacks were ruthless. With the strength of a mid-void god, he displayed the strength of a true god. Facing the injured fire Qilin, he had no fear at all. Although it seemed like a fisherman who benefits from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam, one should know that Xianxia's strength was only at the void god realm. After striking out 2 terrifying seals, the fire Qilin retreated step by step. However, he wasn't heavily injured. But he knew that this void god kid had shown him what it meant by there's always someone stronger out there. At such a young age, he was so ruthless and knew how to endure. In the face of such a glorious battle strength, the fire Qilin would rather be a person behind the scenes and let the 4 great experts take the limelight. You're enough to make me want to kill you. Fire Qilin forcefully withstood the Slaughter Dragon Seal and the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. His body was also left with 2 dreadful scars, but it was not a big deal to him given his strong body. It's not too late to act now. Xianxia shrugged. He looked relaxed. He was prepared to go all out in this battle. He would not give the fire Qilin any chance because he must get the Dragon Ball. This fella is really out of my expectation. Yang Jian said. Even the great senior brother of the outer sect was afraid of Xianxia. One could imagine that Yuki Qian and the others were also curious about Xianxia. Because his strength was really strange. A middle void god being able to unleash such strength was really frightening. This fella, even if I'm at my peak, I might not be able to win against him. Liao Bufan smiled bitterly and finally said what he thought. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that Xianxia's performance made everyone look at him in a different light. If he's given 100 years, perhaps he'll become another monstrous genius in the Linhe boundary. Xiaoying murmured. Yeah. Even I didn't know that this fella had hidden his strength so deeply. Yang Jian shook his head and said. He did not know if he should be happy or ashamed. Xianxia's strength had undoubtedly brought great prestige to the profound Feng sect. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia stepped on the void and ascended to the heavens with each step. In just 5 steps, the void was shattered. The fire Qilin's momentum was overbearing. After a collision, the fire Qilin sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia's entire body was burned by the fire Qilin's beast fire. However, Xianxia remained calm. He waved his hand and the beast fire was extinguished. Then, he followed up with another attack. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps exerted great pressure on the fire Qilin. Unification of dragon and sword. Flames filling the heavens. Once again, Xianxia and the fire Qilin clashed with each other. That terrifying aura was beyond the mid-true god realm. Xianxia looked down at the heavens. Under the unification of man and sword, he pierced through the heavens and through the fire Qilin's body. At this moment, the fire Qilin's body was bleeding profusely. Under the unification of man and sword, the heavenly dragon sword was invincible. The heavenly dragon sword had already surpassed the heavenly divine tool. Under the unification of man and sword, Xianxia was sure that even a mid-true god realm expert would not dare to take it head-on. The fire Qilin, who was heavily injured, became the loser under the unification of man and sword. Xianxia pierced through the fire Qilin's body, causing him to suffer great injuries. How could this be? How could this be? The fire Qilin murmured. In the flames, his body was constantly recovering. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak condition. The fire Qilin was reborn from the flames. In the flames, he was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was too difficult for him to die. However, his injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. The heavenly dragon sword. A drop of blood fell on the peak of the valley, burning the pine resin. The entire valley became silent. To think that I lost to avoid God human. This is impossible. Impossible. The fire Qilin fell to the mortal realm and lay prostrate on the ground. The flames also disappeared with it. In that moment of silence, he seemed to have become the victim. Too strong, too strong. Liao Bufan said from the bottom of his heart. At first, he looked down on Xianxia, but now, he took him seriously. Moreover, he knew that it was impossible for him to ask Xianxia for the Dragon Ball. Among the people present, who could be his opponent? Xianxia took a step forward and knelt on one knee. He held the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and his face was pale. Needless to say, this battle was fought beautifully. However, he had also exhausted a large amount of his divine origin energy. Now, he was being corroded by the beast fire of the fire Qilin. Although it wasn't difficult to get rid of the beast fire, he was still burnt by the terrifying flames of the fire Qilin in a short period of time. I lost. The fire Qilin finally lowered its arrogant head. At this moment, it finally understood how conceited it was. Moreover, human experts might not necessarily be so weak. It's good that you lost. You didn't lose unjustly. Xianxia was still so arrogant and confident. Pa. 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 It's really exciting. My blood is boiling. Profound Feng sect, Valley of Happiness, Shadow Murder sect, Lotus Cloud sect, the outstanding disciples of the 4 great sects, and the battle between the fire Qilin and the ferocious beast Yazi. It's really exciting. Even I can't help but want to join in the fun. But in the end, it became a joke? Ha ha ha. I've lost to a nobody. Moreover, he's just a void god trash. How sad, how lamentable. A cold voice reverberated between the heavens and earth. A young man riding on a green bull with a Tai Chi diagram on his back slowly walked over. His aura was extraordinary, giving people a feeling that he was out of this world. As if he was a speck of dust, a wisp of smoke, a clear spring or even a beam of time. Who are you? Xianxia suddenly raised his head. It's another guy who's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, in his eyes, this guy was not qualified to be the oriole. Looks like we're just the first batch of cannon fodder. Even the people of Tai Chi sect are here. Liao Bufan's expression slightly changed. Tai Chi sect? You mean one of the 10 great sects of Deermorn Mountain, the Tai Chi sect? Xiaoying of the Assassin sect was also shocked. Compared to the Tai Chi sect, the Assassin sect's foundation was weaker. The people of the Tai Chi sect were considered to be famous in the entire Linhe boundary. After all, Dearmorn Mountain was not a big place. Profound Feng sect was not even ranked in the Linhe boundary. Therefore, compared to Tai Chi sect, Profound Feng sect and the Valley of Happiness were slightly weaker. The Taiji school was rather famous in the entire Dearmorn Mountain. It must be known that the Taiji school had once produced a divine king, but it had already declined. However, that was when it was at its peak. Even now, the Taiji school still had a late heavenly god, which was why it was ranked at the top of Dearmorn Mountain. Moreover, Tai Chi sect had always been mysterious. Usually, no disciples would come out of the mountain. But this time a mysterious disciple who rode on a green bull came out. I've heard of a person. There's a Helian Wuji in Tai Chi sect. He's the leader of the 3 great geniuses of the sect. His younger brother, Helian Wushuang, rode on a green bull. That bull is not an ordinary bull. It's a heavenly rake bull. Helian Wuji is very low-key, but his younger brother is quite powerful. The reason is because he's the second of the 3 great geniuses, Helian Wushuang. Yuki Chihian said. Yang Jian and the others felt a great pressure. This guy was obviously more terrifying than them. Moreover, his strength was at its peak. At this moment even Xianxia was injured. Moreover, it was unrealistic for him to fight against a mid-true god as a mid-void god. The reason why he could win against Fire Qilin was because Fire Qilin was injured. However, the one in front of him was a true expert of Tai Chi sect. Who would dare to offend him? To think that there's someone who knows of my existence. It's not easy. Little girl, I can see that you're talented and as beautiful as a flower. Why don't you come back with me and cultivate the Tao of dual cultivation together? Helian Wushuang said with a smile. The young man looked gentle and refined. However, not many people had seen how terrifying he was. You're the kid who has been following me for 5 years? Fire Qilin finally squinted his eyes and looked at Helian Wushuang. He seemed to have some impression of Helian Wushuang. Not bad. To think that you've noticed me. But it's useless to talk about this now. Helian Wushuang shook his head. He seemed to be very disappointed with Fire Qilin. I thought that you'll be very powerful. But to think that you've lost to a void god trash. Helian Wushuang looked at Xianxia with disdain. You've really suffered a lot. Hee, you've really won. It doesn't matter who laughs the best. What's important is who can laugh in the end. The Fire Qilin also seemed to have a kind of heavenly tribulation, as if it had its own destiny. You're so arrogant. Why didn't you come out and deal with everyone else? You still don't have enough confidence in your own strength. Haha, mid-true god, what's so great about you? Jiangchen snorted disdainfully at Helian Wushuang. Even though he was severely injured at this moment, he would never allow Helian Wushuang to stand on his head and show off his strength. You're arrogant and strong. Unfortunately, you're not my match. You're too weak and you're injured. Helian Wushuang shook his head. I don't want to kill anyone. Hand over the Dragon Ball and you can leave. That might not be possible. You'll have to defeat me first if you want to get the Dragon Ball. What do you think? Kill me and the Dragon Ball will be yours. Jiangchen looked at Helian Wushuang. Helian Wushuang smiled. The green bull under him also mooed. Even my old bull thinks that you're joking. Alright, I'll send you out of here. I hope there's no death in heaven. The Dragon Ball will be mine sooner or later. You've been enduring for 5 years. You're quite determined. Unfortunately, you've met me. You can only blame your bad luck. Jiangchen did not take a step back. At this moment, he was destined to fight against Helian Wushuang. He would never hand over the Dragon Ball. Only by defeating Helian Wushuang would he be able to obtain the Dragon Ball safely. Youngsters nowadays really don't know how high the sky is. Haha. I wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. You've failed. Helian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. This guy is getting more and more confident. But forgive me for being blunt, but I really don't think he can defeat Helian Wushuang. Helian Wushuang is the number 2 expert of the Taiji sect. His brother's divine might is unparalleled, and he's also extremely powerful. He's even stronger than the fire Qilin. Looks like the Dragon Ball will belong to Tai Chi sect in the end. Liao Bufan said silently. Although Jiangchen was very strong, there was a gap of 3 stages between them. Moreover, he was injured now. It was almost impossible for him to counterattack when Jiangchen was at his peak. For Yuki Chihian and the others, defeating the fire Qilin was completely unexpected. But if Jiangchen could really defeat Helian Wushuang, it would be a fantasy. The 2 people were not proportional at all. One was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and the other was unparalleled. The result could be imagined. Jiangchen is a little too careless. He really shouldn't have continued to fight with this guy. This guy is obviously playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This time, Jiangchen has suffered a setback. Tan Shanha said. Yeah, in the end, I still hope that he can create a miracle, but it doesn't seem very possible. Bai Yunfei's face was filled with regret, but he knew Jiangchen's temperament. Jiangchen was too competitive, too arrogant, and did not put anyone in his eyes. Jiangchen probably did not have any tricks up his sleeves to counterattack in this final attack. If you had the same strength, maybe I really wouldn't be your opponent. But now, you're still too weak. And I want your sword. Helian Wushuang put down the bamboo flute in his hand and inserted it into his back. You want my sword? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Make your move, I'm in a hurry to go home. Jiangchen sneered. Since you're so anxious, I'll give you this chance. Anyo, someone wants to provoke us. Should I teach him a lesson? Moo, even Anyo said that you're too annoying. The sound of the flute is pleasing to the ear. Helian Wushuang was playing his flute. The sound was gentle, but at this moment, it made everyone fall into a state of confusion. It was a sound wave attack. Each sound wave was like a blade's shadow. It seemed invisible, but in a strange way, it forced Jiangchen to take a few steps back. Jiangchen's face became distorted. What a terrifying sound wave attack. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. His face was unsightly, but he gradually calmed down. This was because this sound wave attack directly attacked the soul. But how strong was Jiangchen's soul? Even a heavenly god expert might not be able to fight against it. You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. Get lost. Jiangchen's heart moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying soul ripple spread out. The entire summit of the canyon was in a state of panic. The sound of his flute turned into a beautiful melody without any lethality. It was completely dispersed by Jiangchen's soul attack. Helian Wushuang slightly closed his eyes, feeling a little surprised in his heart. This little fellow really has some ability to make others have a whole new level of respect for him. He was actually able to withstand my sound wave attack. Is his spiritual strength really that powerful? Not simple, not simple. Looks like if I don't give you some good stuff, you won't know how powerful I, Helian Wushuang, am. Helian Wushuang raised his hand. The bamboo flute in his hand suddenly shone brightly, turning into a pillar that covered the sky. Jiangchen instantly retreated. The pillar covered the entire canyon. It fell from the sky and landed on top of Jiangchen's head. Jiangchen's expression was stern. He blocked it with his sword. The 10,000 zhang tall bamboo flute made Jiangchen breathless. He knelt on one knee and pointed his sword at the flute. Helian Wushuang's hands pressed down fiercely, trying to crush Jiangchen. You want me to surrender with this little trick? Jiangchen sneered. He instantly disappeared from his spot. It was as if he no longer existed in this world. But it was also as if he could appear anywhere. This? How could this be? Where did Jiangchen go? Liao Bufan was completely dumbfounded. This isn't teleportation. Absolutely not. This is the Great Void Shift. Yuki Chihian's expression finally changed. The Great Void Shift was something that even divine kings couldn't do. Until now, according to her knowledge, no one could do it. Because only the spatial formation could complete the Great Void Shift. Impossible. Impossible. Where is this guy? Yang Jian's expression changed. Waves of shock surged in his heart, causing him to be completely dumbfounded. Void Shift, this, Helian Wushuang was also shocked. The stronger he was, the more he knew how difficult it was to travel through the void. If he was not careful enough, he might be killed by the turbulence of the void. However, Xianxia had done it just now, and that was to travel through the void. When the bamboo flute fell, the entire canyon was completely crushed. Xianxia appeared behind Helian Wushuang and used the slaughter dragon seal. Helian Wushuang's expression changed. The green bowl moved and disappeared 100 zhang away. This is getting more and more interesting. Xianxia's void travel had shocked everyone. One should know that void travel was something that even powerful divine kings and hierarchs might not be able to do. Moreover, void travel was quite dangerous. If one was not careful, one might be strangled to death in the void turbulence. At that time, it would be really hopeless. After Xianxia entered the divine world, he almost never used the great void technique in front of others because he would not easily use it unless it was a life and death situation. This was his life-saving technique. In fact, even if he wanted to leave now, Helian Wushuang would not be able to stop him. Moreover, if he hid in the Zulong Tower, it would be even more difficult for him to track him down. However, he could not ignore the lives of Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian, and the others. That was not his original intention. Although Xianxia was not a kind person, he also knew about friendship. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei were not ungrateful people. These two people were definitely worth befriending for Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had always made friends based on his mood. If he did not like a person who wanted to become his disciple, no matter how strong the person was, he would not put them in his eyes. Void travel, is it? Then let me see how you are going to travel through my Tai Chi No beginning formation. Helian Wushuang said coldly. In an instant, the formation was formed. The Tai Chi No beginning formation was formed with more than 300 middle-grade divine origin stones. It was quite strange. Within a radius of 10 miles of the Great Canyon, the whole area was covered by the formation. Moreover, the strength of the formation was also increasing. Being in control of the formation made him the real leader. Now, facing Xianxia's void travel, he also swore that in this Tai Chi No beginning formation, as long as Xianxia appeared, he would definitely be able to sense it. This formation is a bit strange. Xianxia furrowed his brows. A layer of invisible energy barrier enveloped the entire Grand Canyon and the surrounding 10 miles. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities. This formation is formed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Disturbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth should be enough to make the formation lose its effectiveness. Xianxia kept his heavenly dragon sword and held the divine burying flag in his hand. The divine burying flag fluttered along with the wind. The wind howled and the cranes howled, stirring up the universe. The entire Grand Canyon was filled with storms and snow. The Tai Chi No beginning grand formation that Helian Wushuang had set up started to shake. The spiritual chi was chaotic and the spiritual stones were flying everywhere. At this moment, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Helian Wushuang quickly retreated and his face showed a solemn expression. This is the divine burying flag? Yuki Chehian's expression changed. Not only does this guy have a divine weapon that surpasses a heavenly divine tool, but he also has a divine burying flag. The divine burying flag is a heavenly divine tool. Moreover, it has a great suppressive effect on dark creatures. It can even be used to fight against those of a higher realm. The might of the divine burying flag was rather terrifying. It was almost impossible for anyone below the heaven god realm to deal with the divine burying flag. No way. This guy has the divine burying flag? That's too ridiculous. I've only heard that the divine burying flag only exists in the tombs of supreme experts to guard the 9 underworlds. Furthermore, almost no one knows how powerful the divine burying flag is. This thing is truly an ominous object. Xiaoying said in a low voice. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Xianxia anymore. Whether it was the heavenly dragon sword or the divine burying flag, these divine weapons were peerless treasures that even the world venerables might not have the qualification to obtain. To think that they appeared in the hands of a void god brat. It was really a waste. But in the end, this was the symbol of strength. Although he was unwilling, Liao Bufan was clear that if he were to fight with his life on the line, he would never be able to defeat this little guy. With the strength of a peak middle void god, how did he do it? Moreover, just by relying on these two peerless godly weapons, his identity and wealth were already unfathomable. Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. But to them, this was something to rejoice about. Because Jiang Chen was a disciple of their profound Feng sect. Looks like it's too late for me to even look at your neck and back. Bai Yunfei sighed while looking at Jiang Chen's background. His strength had completely pulled apart from Jiang Chen. It would be a luxury to compete with him in the future. Moreover, Jiang Chen had sworn that the person he wanted to challenge was not Bai Yunfei, but Yan Qing. If he could kill Helian Wushuang, then when he returned to the sect, that Yan Qing would be a target to be killed in a second. Bai Yunfei finally understood that his vision was different from Jiang Chen's. Yang Jian also had the same feeling. Although Helian Wushuang's background was mysterious, he was a kind person. He was not a thief. With his ability to travel through the void, Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others knew that if he wanted to leave, Helian Wushuang would not be able to stop him. However, he did not leave. There could only be two reasons. Firstly, he did not want to see them die, so he risked his life to stay. Secondly, he was full of confidence and was not afraid of Helian Wushuang. No matter which one it was good for Yang Jian and the others. A brother like this was worth it for them to risk their lives. The Tai Chi No beginning formation was completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's divine burying flag. The formation was in ruins. Hundreds of middle-grade divine origin stones were destroyed at this moment. It was heart-wrenching, but obviously, Helian Wushuang did not care about it. Moreover, he was getting more and more excited about Jiang Chen. This guy had a lot of treasures. First, it was the heavenly dragon sword, and now, it was the divine burying flag. In terms of value, these two items were not any less valuable than the Dragon Balls. This time, it seems like I have gained a lot. I did not wait for 5 years in vain. So, the real harvest is here. Ha ha ha. Helian Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a chicken drumstick. It tasted so good that he could not stop himself from eating it. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. But since you don't want to leave, I'll let you have a taste of my power. You're just a void god trash. Such a divine item is just a waste of resources in your hands. You might as well give it to me. When I return, I will be in control of a sword and a flag. Even my annoying big brother will not be a match for me. God's luck is something that cannot be stopped. Haha. Helian Wushuang held the flute and stepped on the green bull, pressing towards Jiang Chen. The flute was extremely terrifying. Every time it attacked, it would emit an invisible sound wave attack. Facing such an attack, Jiang Chen had no choice but to be cautious. Plus, Helian Wushuang was a powerful expert. If Jiang Chen made a slight mistake, he might really fail miserably in an easy task. For the fastest novel reading, please visit It's a Pity That This Sound Wave Attack Has No Effect on Me. Jiang Chen sneered and held the divine burying flag in his hand. Waves of terrifying wind blades pierced through the sky, tearing the void apart. The giant boulders on the peak of the canyon were slashed down and the avalanche followed. The scene was magnificent and majestic, but it was also filled with danger. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to escape from this terrifying avalanche. The mightiness of Jiang Chen's divine burying flag made Helian Wushuang unable to deal with it. The flute in his hand was also a divine tool. However, it was not worth mentioning in Jiang Chen's hand because the divine burying flag was not an ordinary treasure. Gusts of chilly wind were howling, stirring up the clouds and snow. Helian Wushuang retreated as he fought. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Jiang Chen's divine burying flag was obviously superior. However, in terms of strength, Jiang Chen was much weaker. If it wasn't for the divine burying flag, how could Jiang Chen fight against Helian Wushuang, who was a mid-true god? Looks like you're forcing me to use my trump card. Helian Wushuang held the flute and squinted his eyes. His silhouette flickered and a treasure cauldron that could tear space appeared in his hand. The cauldron was the will of the 9 prefectures. It was a true heavy weapon and it was quite terrifying. The cauldron broke through the sky and covered everything in the void. It completely shrouded above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen used the divine burying flag to block it and hit the treasure cauldron. Your divine burying flag is indeed unstoppable, but my luminous cauldron is not weak either. Helian Wushuang pressed with one hand and the luminous cauldron once again suppressed the divine burying flag. It was not that the divine burying flag was inferior to the luminous cauldron. It was because the difference in strength between the people who used the god artifact was just too great. As a result, even the divine burying flag could only ensure that Xianxia was undefeatable. However, it was understandable that he was suppressed. If they had the same battle prowess, with the divine burying flag in Xianxia's hands, the wind blades that burst out would be enough to render Helian Wushuang unable to retaliate. It might even be possible for him to be instantly killed. Luminous Heaven Cauldron, suppress all directions. Helian Wushuang bellowed furiously. Under the divine burying flag, Xianxia's expression became a little difficult once again. Will Xianxia be unable to hold on any longer? Liao Bufan was stunned. Yeah, even the divine burying flag isn't a match for Helian Wushuang. This guy is really terrifying. Xiaoying said solemnly. His cauldron just so happens to restrain the divine burying flag. Furthermore, the difference in strength between the two is too great. Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Could it be that we are really going to be suppressed by this guy? A trace of disappointment rose in Tan Shanta's heart, and even the fear of death. Once Xianxia died, none of them would be spared. This Helian Wushuang wasn't a kind-hearted person. It was impossible for him to let them go. Xianxia was being suppressed miserably by Helian Wushuang. Although he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, the luminous cauldron had suppressed Xianxia to the point where he couldn't breathe. If this went on, he would be defeated sooner or later. You are not a match for me. I've said it from the beginning. Helian Wushuang was incomparably confident. With the suppression of both his hands, Xianxia's divine burying flag couldn't exert any power anymore. Unity of Dragon and Sword. Xianxia suddenly burst out a terrifying aura. However, even so, it couldn't make Helian Wushuang take half a step back. The indestructible unity of Dragon and Sword still became dimmer under the suppression of the luminous cauldron. However, at this moment, Helian Wushuang felt even more pain because there was a crack on his luminous cauldron. I'm going to kill you, my luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang was furious. He must kill this guy and snatch the heavenly dragon sword and divine burying flag from his hands. Cough cough, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. This time, Helian Wushuang once again took out the luminous cauldron. Even if the luminous cauldron collapsed, he still wanted to suppress Xianxia. Unparalleled Tai Chi, omnidirectional divine finger. Helian Wushuang held the Tai Chi diagram in his palm and directly imprinted it on the luminous cauldron. This time, Xianxia used one hand to support the terrifying power of the cauldron. However, he couldn't break the luminous cauldron no matter what. Because the luminous cauldron had already completed its transformation. With the suppression of the unparalleled Tai Chi diagram, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to break it. Looks like I need to call my friends too. Just when Yang Jian and the others were feeling gloomy, Xianxia suddenly shouted. The 12 fire god guards quickly appeared in front of Xianxia and surrounded him. The 12 fire god guards supported the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards' strength had reached the half-step true god realm. Along with the increase of Xianxia's strength, they had also advanced from the peak late void god realm to the half-step true god realm. There was a slight increase in their strength. However, when the 12 fire god guards regrouped, the increase was not just a little. The might of the 12 fire god guards could totally kill a mid-true god realm expert. The might of the fire god guards was shocking. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even Helian Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The 12 fire god guards had completely blocked the suppression of the luminous cauldron. Moreover, the Tai Chi diagram on the luminous cauldron was showing signs of cracking. Why do I feel that these flaming puppets are somewhat fearful? Fire Qilin murmured. At the same time, Yazi also looked at him. You also have this feeling? This guy's flaming puppets are not that simple. If he had taken out these flaming puppets from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Fire Qilin smiled bitterly. At this moment, Xianxia's image in their hearts had become incomparably lofty. Moreover, it was the kind that kept increasing. Kacha, Xianxia's 12 fire god guards continued to melt the Tai Chi diagram. In the end, it completely collapsed. Even a wisp of the karmic fire of the red lotus was enough to destroy the Tai Chi diagram. Even the luminous cauldron was scorching hot at this moment. Under the burning of the 12 fire god guards, it even began to melt. Helian Wushuang staggered backwards and his facial expression changed a few times. How is this possible? These flaming puppets could even melt a divine tool like the luminous cauldron. Helian Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. However, he was very clear about his own strength. Facing the 12 fire god guards, he had already raised his condition to 100%. Jiang Chen's means were endless. Helian Wushuang was already somewhat numb to it, but the battle still continued. However, the destruction of the luminous cauldron was a huge blow to Helian Wushuang. In his eyes, his luminous cauldron was a real treasure. It had accompanied him for a long time. Who would have thought that it would be melted by Jiang Chen in the end? Then you're thinking too much. Defeat my 12 fire god guards first. Haha. Jiang Chen smiled proudly and took a few steps back. He was panting slightly. After all, his injuries were very serious. The suppression of the luminous cauldron made him feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, he was suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. It was impossible for him to leave even if he wanted to because once he left, the divine burying flag would be suppressed and taken away by him. That was not something that Jiang Chen was willing to see. Your flaming puppets are indeed very strong. However, I forgot to tell you that I am also a formation master. Since you have flaming puppets, have a taste of my 9 palace sword formation. Helian Wushuang sneered. There were also 9 flaming puppets. However, compared to Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards, they were obviously weaker. They were only at the peak void god realm. However, most importantly, once the 9 palace sword formation was formed, it would be more flexible than the 12 fire god guards. The power that the puppet sword formation could exert had completely made up for the difference in strength. Under the 9 palace sword formation, Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards were completely entangled. This Helian Wushuang is too strong, Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's safety had always been in an awkward situation. No one could help him. Everything depended on his own strength. Moreover, under the situation where Helian Wushuang had used all his trump cards, Jiang Chen was forced into a desperate situation. It was an indisputable fact. The second strongest disciple of Tai Chi sect. He is one of the few experts in Dearmorn Mountain. Exactly. That's right, Jiang Chen is in danger. That's hard to say. There is always a higher mountain. I don't believe that Jiang Chen will lose. Bai Yunfei chose to trust Jiang Chen unconditionally because there was no other way. Jiang Chen was their last hope. If Jiang Chen were to fall, then their lives would come to an end. The 9 palaces sword formation is indeed not bad, but are you sure it can stop my 12 fire god guards? Jiang Chen said faintly. Helian Wushuang glanced at his 9 palace sword array, then looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Don't try to trick me. Even if I can't stop you, it won't matter if your flaming puppet breaks through my 9 palace sword array the moment I kill you. Haha. I admire your delusional confidence, but you have to confirm whether or not you can kill me first. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Helian Wushuang did not show any weakness either. The two of them clashed again. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, Jiang Chen used all of his skills. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Helian Wushuang also did the same. He would definitely use his last attack to kill Jiang Chen. You should be proud to die under my Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm. Helian Wushuang raised his hand and pressed towards Jiang Chen. His morale was like a rainbow. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm could tear the heaven and earth apart, and it was everywhere. Tai Chi generates yin and yang generates 4 divisions, 4 divisions generates 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams divine palm refines the heaven and earth. Helian Wushuang's palm wind seemed to be formed by the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. It covered the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen could not avoid it. He was hit by 2 consecutive palm strikes. That kind of pain was unspeakable. Jiang Chen's body also suffered great damage. Seal Skychi Lock Formation, open. Heli and Wushuang completely sealed Xianxia in the formation. The Seal Skychi Lock Formation was to seal the chi of the heaven and earth, so that Xianxia's void travel was completely under his control. In that case, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Heli and Wushuang's palm wind was invincible. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was derived from the spiritual energy between the heaven and earth. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm was ever-changing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The Seal Skychi Lock Formation made Xianxia have nowhere to hide. He could only stay in this heaven and earth. This time, Xianxia will not be able to escape even if he has wings. In the end, we still failed. Counting on a void god to save us. Ha ha ha. What a joke. The fire Qilin snorted disdainfully. However, it was not directed at Xianxia because Xianxia had already won its respect. Especially the pride of a divine beast, it was stronger than a human's. However, once it recognized you as a human, it would not have any objections. The fire Qilin sighed. Yuki Chihian, Yang Jian, Liao Bufan, Xiaoying, and the others were the peerless geniuses of the great sections. However, at this moment, they had become true cowards. They did not have any ability to turn the tide. Perhaps this is fate. Yuki Chihian murmured. The battle was about to come to an end. Xianxia did not have any strength to fight back under Heli and Wushuang's terrifying attacks. His flaming puppet was completely held back by Heli and Wushuang, and he was also repelled by the Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. That was the secret technique of the Tai Chi sect. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm. One could imagine the power of such a peerless cultivation technique. Xianxia was in a passive position in the Seal Skychi Lock Formation. He was in a deadlock. Yeah. What qualifications do we have to complain here? Yang Jian said coldly. The world was cruel and heartless. Xianxia was just an ordinary outer sect disciple of the profound Feng sect. However, he had shouldered too much in this battle. Even Yuki Chihian and the others could not compare to him. In this desperate situation, Xianxia didn't choose to leave. Instead, he chose to fight till the end. His goal was simple, he wanted everyone to survive. At least, they would not be killed by Heli and Wushuang. However, in the end, this was the scene of life and death. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, a beast in a cage. No one was willing to endure such torment. Xianxia, Bai Yunfei, will take you as my role model. Although I will lose, I will be proud. Bai Yunfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, his heart was trembling. However, he could not do anything to help. In the grand formation, Xianxia was struck down again and again. It was like a sharp knife was pierced into his chest. There were so many senior brothers, but he was left to fight Heli and Wushuang alone. All they could do was to watch the battle silently. You won't be able to defeat me in the end. Heli and Wushuang stared at Xianxia coldly. Waves of terrifying palm wind whistled towards him. Xianxia advanced step by step, falling into a passive situation. Everyone's eyes were filled with sympathy. After all, his situation was too difficult. Moreover, he stayed because of the friendship between the people of profound Feng sect. His persistence was admirable. Such a silly and cute junior brother. Yang Jian murmured. He really wished that Xianxia could leave at that time. If that was the case, this scene would not have happened. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and kept dodging. However, the space that he could move was extremely limited. Currently, he didn't have any offensive ability. He could only passively take a beating. Heli and Wushuang was also extremely powerful. If he didn't kill Xianxia in one go, he was afraid that this guy who had a lot of tricks would turn against him and cause him a great loss. This guy was too hard to deal with. He might not fall just like that. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. She could see a hint of ruthlessness in Xianxia's eyes. He did not give up hope at all. He seemed to be preparing for the final blow. There was no despair in his eyes at all. Instead, it was filled with coldness and anger. Yuki Chihian realized that this guy was really too strong. Even if she did not want to admit it now, the fact spoke louder than words. Even she might not be able to defeat Xianxia. The side that he showed was too strong. If he could kill Hellion Wushuang, then Yuki Chihian would regard him as her idol. Could this final blow really change the situation? Yuki Chihian murmured in her heart. But she still had a glimmer of hope for Jiang Chen. You no longer have a chance. Just surrender. Even a fly can't fly out of this heaven-sealing Aura Lock Grand Formation. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen rushed to the sky again and again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The sword light shot out in all directions, trying to tear the sealing Heaven Chi Lock formation apart. Hellion Wushuang strengthened the formation again and again. The Tai Chi 8 trigram palm was getting more and more terrifying. It came from all directions, making Jiang Chen unable to avoid it. His injuries continued to worsen. Is it really so indestructible? Jiang Chen murmured. Of course. If you want to escape from my formation, you have to practice for another few hundred years. Haha. Today's disaster is entirely your own fault. Moreover, you gave me 2 heavenly divine tools. I really don't know how to thank you. Haha. Today can be considered as a real day of joy. The Dragon Ball and heavenly divine tools are all mine. Hellion Wushuang looked disdainfully at the sky. His eyes were piercingly cold. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen was just putting up a desperate struggle. How could he make a comeback? That was impossible. Everything should end now. Hellion Wushuang said with a smile. This smile was a smile of confidence, a smile of victory. For the past 5 years, he had been chasing and chasing day and night, and today, he had finally seen the light of day. Furthermore, with the unexpected harvest of Jiang Chen, it had to be said that this time, Hellion Wushuang would definitely become the strongest disciple in the Taiji sect, and after returning this time, he would definitely pull his big brother down from the throne of the #1 genius in the Taiji sect. Now, Hellion Wushuang even felt an unprecedented excitement. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. No, you're wrong. Everything has just begun. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his head. All of the clouds in the surrounding 500 kilometers had gathered together, looking as gloomy as the bottom of a wok. Black clouds filled the area, and lightning flickered. And immense pressure filled the area, as if the sky were about to collapse. The surroundings were filled with wind and snow. Snowflakes flew for thousands of miles. The top of the canyon had been completely turned into ruins. In the sky, the terrifying thunderclouds gradually gathered together, turning into a super lightning bolt that could shake the heavens and earth. It was extremely dazzling as it streaked across the void. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the scene in silence. What was going on in the sky that was changing so suddenly? Even at this moment, no one had thought that it was Jiang Chen who attracted the thunderclouds. What's going on? Hellion Wushuang said with a gloomy expression. Even he felt a tremor in the face of this terrifying thundercloud. He couldn't understand why these terrifying thunderclouds would appear above his head. This is? Is someone going to undergo tribulation? Yeah, this is definitely not an ordinary thundercloud. This is the heavenly lightning tribulation. Could it be Jiang Chen? How is this possible? Jiang Chen is only a peak mid-void god. How could he attract such a powerful heavenly lightning tribulation? Stop joking. As soon as Liao Bufan finished his words, Jiang Chen suddenly soared into the sky. His aura was extremely violent and unparalleled. Could it be that Jiang Chen is really going to undergo tribulation? Bai Yunfei took a deep breath. At this moment, even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Since you're so confident that I won't be able to escape from your sky-sealing Chi Lock formation, then neither of us should leave. Let's undergo tribulation together. Actually, Jiang Chen wasn't going to undergo tribulation, but he didn't want others to know that he had the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a commotion. Plus, this was one of his trump cards, he didn't want to expose it. It would be fine if no one was here, but the people of Lotus Cloud Sect, Valley of Happiness and Shadow Murder Sect were all here. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill all of them, so he could only create a heavenly lightning tribulation. As a matter of fact, this lightning tribulation was triggered by Jiang Chen's Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. The sky was filled with terrifying thunderclouds. As long as the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang would definitely not be his match. You are actually going to undergo tribulation? Helian Wushuang said in shock. Even he felt a tinge of fear when facing this heavenly lightning tribulation. This was definitely not an ordinary heavenly lightning tribulation. It can't be, right? This fella is really going to undergo tribulation. Xiaoying said in a trembling voice. He could only use one word to describe Jiang Chen: monster. Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. Otherwise, how could these self-proclaimed geniuses continue to live? They were so embarrassed that they could die. Jiang Chen undergoing tribulation, everyone was filled with disbelief, but the facts spoke louder than words. The thunderclouds above Jiang Chen's head had already proved everything, and it wasn't a simple heavenly lightning tribulation. This made everyone feel a sense of respect and helplessness towards this monstrous fella. Respect was self-evident, but helplessness was because they might never be able to surpass this fella in their lifetime. In fact, their strength was higher than Jiang Chen's, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. Although they weren't willing to admit it, they were happy to see this scene because this was Jiang Chen's last chance to fight against Helian Wushuang. Once he succeeded, Helian Wushuang wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone's potential is different. His potential gives us unlimited possibilities, but it also gives us unlimited pressure. Yuki Chihian stared at Jiang Chen. At that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky were about to pour down. Moreover, more and more of them gathered, making it gloomier and gloomier. For the first time in millions of years, the great snowy mountain, which was as bright as day, had dark clouds covering the valley. Helian Wushuang's expression also changed a few times. His expression was extremely solemn. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen would undergo tribulation at this time, but the scene in front of him showed that Jiang Chen was indeed going to undergo tribulation. The heavenly lightning tribulation was different from ordinary ones. Once it was formed, it would definitely not stop. Moreover, would Jiang Chen be able to survive under the heavenly lightning tribulation? Of course, this wasn't what Helian Wushuang was worried about. What he was worried about was whether he could survive under the heavenly lightning tribulation. You're already struggling at death's door. Even if you undergo tribulation, how are you going to survive the heavenly lightning tribulation? You don't have to worry about that. Your heaven-sealing energy lock grand formation is airtight. Let this lightning tribulation teach you a lesson. If I can't escape, you can't escape either. So what if I want to perish together with you? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said proudly as he laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. You want to perish together with me? You're not worthy. Helian Wushuang instantly rose and wanted to leave the heaven-sealing energy lock grand formation. But at this moment, the thunderclouds were already pouring down. Bastard, you're playing with fire. Do you know that? Helian Wushuang's eyes were filled with fear. Now, he finally believed that this heaven lightning tribulation wasn't a joke. But it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape this 9 heaven lightning tribulation. He wanted to perish together with him. But Helian Wushuang didn't think that Jiang Chen was worthy of dying together with him. You can't kill me. Helian Wushuang harumphed coldly and flew up. However, the heavenly lightning above his head struck down at this moment. Everyone felt their flesh aching as the dawn sky golden lightning struck Helian Wushuang's head. No. Helian Wushuang roared in anger and used all his strength to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. But he was already heavily injured by the lightning. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. It was just a lightning. As the thunderclouds rumbled, more and more terrifying thunderclouds descended. Jiang Chen walked slowly under the heaven lightning tribulation fearlessly. But Helian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the thunderclouds, looked as though he had nothing left to live for. One could imagine the pain and misery he was in. The dawn sky golden lightning seemed to have landed on Jiang Chen's body without any harm. All of the heaven lightning tribulation was endured by Helian Wushuang alone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Helian Wushuang's face was full of tears. His eyes were filled with regret and anger. However, when the thunderbolt struck his body, he had already lost all ability to resist. Like a dead dog, he struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. Why are you completely fine? Why? Helian Wushuang screamed his lungs out, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. His face was getting uglier and uglier. Jiangchen stopped talking and walked beside Helian Wushuang. He caught a bolt of dawn sky golden lightning with one hand and was completely unharmed. Helian Wushuang was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Shui Qianying couldn't help but shiver. The instant the dawn sky golden lightning struck down, Helian Wushuang fell into despair. At that moment, he had no desire at all, there was nothing for him to live for. His expression gave everyone goosebumps. Most importantly, Jiangchen completely ignored the heavenly lightning tribulation. He was the one who attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation, but it didn't cause any damage to him. Amidst their shock and sighs, they could only choose to keep their distance from Jiangchen. Even though Jiangchen had fallen, they didn't even dare to ask Jiangchen for the Dragon Ball. Because only God knows if Jiangchen still has any trump cards. Facing the fire Qilin, facing Helian Wushuang, one of the strongest disciples of Tai Chi sect, Jiangchen had many tricks up his sleeves. He was a hidden super boss. Unfortunately, he was only a middle void god. Anyone who saw him would think that they could kill him with one hand. However, Jiangchen's ability to play the pig to eat the tiger was better than anyone else. I really want to know why the heavenly lightning tribulation only struck Helian Wushuang and not Jiangchen. I'm also curious about this. Liao Bufan and Xiaoying looked at each other and said. At this moment, green smoke rose from Helian Wushuang's body after being struck by the dawn sky golden lightning. Why, Helian Wushuang murmured with great difficulty. He died with everlasting regret. He was like a dead dog. Not only was he split into pieces, he couldn't even be seen clearly. In the end, under the heavenly lightning tribulation, Helian Wushuang's body was turned into ashes. Helian Wushuang had only himself to blame for dying in his own heaven-sealing chi-locking grand formation. Bai Yunfei couldn't help but shiver. This Jiangchen is so powerful that it's hard to understand. Why are you so weak? Aren't you very strong? Why are you so weak now? You can't even take a few strikes. How embarrassing. Hey! Jiangchen said in disdain. He shook his head and sighed. Yuki Chihyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you? You're invincible in the heavenly lightning tribulation, completely disregarding the heavenly lightning tribulation. Who can endure this? I finally got rid of this guy. The fire Qilin's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the Yazi had already fled in an unknown direction. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the fire Qilin took the opportunity to run away. Jiangchen couldn't be bothered to chase after the two fellas. After all, the Dragon Ball was already in his hands. However, his body was also severely injured. Why are you unscathed when the heavenly lightning tribulation struck you? Yuki Chihyun looked at Jiangchen and asked. She was really curious. Is this guy wearing some kind of protection? That shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, how could he be beaten up so badly by Helian Wushuang? Yeah, I'm curious too. Yang Jian looked at Jiangchen and continued to ask. Maybe it's because I have a good character and I'm handsome. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Is it wrong to be handsome? Jiangchen looked at Yuki Chihyun with a face full of disdain. Shameless. Yuki Chihyun said in a low voice. Her face turned red. This guy dared to tease her. But in the end, if it wasn't for Jiangchen, Helian Wushuang and the fire Qilin would not let them go. Is it wrong to be handsome? Senior Yang. I'm low profile enough. Jiangchen said innocently. Yes, you're very low profile. Yang Jian said while gritting his teeth. Even he felt that what he said was against his will. Shui Qianying, Liao Bufan and Xiaoying left. They had no desire for the Dragon Ball anymore. Jiangchen letting them go was already the most he could do. Jiangchen had no enmity with these sections. There was no need for him to start a massacre. Moreover, it would only make enemies for himself and the Profound Feng sect. It was not worth it. Tai Chi sect will not let you go. Take care of yourself. Yuki Chihyun said and turned to leave. The Grand Canyon was a mess, but it was terrifyingly cold. This time, it's all thanks to you, Xianxia. You've hidden your strength too well. Even the Fire Qilin and Helian Wushuang are not your match. I've heard that Helian Wushuang is one of the rare geniuses of Tai Chi sect. His brother is even scarier than him. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. He was happy for Xianxia. This time, he had a narrow escape, but he still managed to get the Dragon Ball. Yeah. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. There's always someone better than us. We must leave this place quickly. The people of Tai Chi sect will definitely investigate this. We must not leak this matter. Yang Jian said solemnly. One day later, night fell and the sky turned dark. A meteor tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. A middle-aged man with a stalwart figure had a terrifying killing intent in his eyes. However, he was still one step too late. The middle-aged man had a Taiji diagram on his back. His long beard was slightly white, and his expression was grave and stern. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. It's actually a Fire Qilin, and there's even a hint of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'm afraid it hasn't appeared in thousands of years. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy as he sighed. However, the dead could not be revived. But the middle-aged man headed straight for the Lotus Cloud sect. Within the Lotus Cloud sect's main hall, there were carved beams and painted pillars. Lotus flowers covered the entire Lotus Mountain, extending for thousands of miles without end, and the fragrance of flowers overflowed in all directions, intoxicating the fragrance. In the main hall, a beautiful middle-aged woman sitting on a 1,000-layered lotus throne raised her eyebrows slightly. When she raised her eyes, a beam of light flashed through the void and headed straight for the Lotus Mountain. Taiji sect, Taiji Z. I'm here to pay a visit. A cold shout sounded out. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyebrows twitched. She was devastatingly beautiful, and her temperament was warm and elegant, incomparably noble. He wore plain clothes and held a green lotus in his hand. His expression and actions were very natural. Brother Taiji, why have you come to visit me? Greetings, little sister. The sect master of the Lotus Cloud sect, Qing Lianzi, smiled and said calmly. Taiji Z's eyes were cold, which puzzled Qing Lianzi. You already know the answer. My Taiji sect's genius disciple, Helian Wushuang, died tragically in your Lotus Cloud sect's Qiyun mountain range. Not even his bones were left. Therefore, I hope you can give me an explanation. Taiji Zilingling said. Such a thing actually happened? Qing Lianzi frowned as her expression darkened. I sensed the aura of your Lotus Cloud sect's cultivation technique there. Invite your disciples out and we'll know. Taiji Z said in a deep voice. That's fine as well. Since such a big thing happened to your sect's disciple in my Lotus Cloud sect's territory, I should have some understanding of it. Where is Channing? Quickly come and see me. A voice transmission reverberated above Lotus Mountain. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yuki Chihian rushed over. That's right, it's this aura. Taiji Z narrowed his eyes. I wonder what's the matter, master? Yuki Chihian said in a low voice, bowing slightly with a respectful look on her face. You already know the answer. Let me ask you, yesterday, in a great canyon in the Qiyun mountain range, was my Taiji sect disciple Helian Wushuang killed by you? Taiji Z's words caused Qing Lianzi's eyes to turn cold. She finally pulled a long face. The immense pressure forced Yuki Chihian to take more than 10 steps back before she could steady herself. Taiji Z, don't think that just because your Taiji sect has a great reputation these few years, you can be rude and unreasonable in my Lotus Cloud sect. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you trying to do by making things difficult for my disciple? Ever since you entered my Lotus Cloud sect, I have exercised forbearance time and time again. I hope that you don't go overboard. Taiji Z pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. I was rash just now. I only want to know if you know about Helian Wushuang's death. Taiji Z looked at Yuki Chihian again, his aura was intimidating and overbearing. This junior doesn't know. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. You want to send me away with a you don't know? I think you know the answer, but you just don't want to say it. Could it be that my disciple was killed by you? Taijizi said in a low voice. I really don't know. Yuki Chihian's reply was still the same as before. Are you lying to me? Taijizi raised his voice again, snorting coldly. Looks like Brother Taiji doesn't put my words in your eyes. Since that's the case, please leave the Lotus Cloud sect. Qing Lianzi waved her hand, directly pushing Taijizi out of the sect's hall. Taijizi retreated 100 feet, his body as light as a swallow, floating in the void. Sister Qing Lianzi's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. If it was my Taiji sect master who came today, I'm afraid that Sister Qing Lianzi wouldn't have treated him like this. However, my Taiji sect will definitely not let today's matter go. The mountains never change, and the rivers never stop flowing. We will meet again. Taijizi turned around and left. As the Grand Elder of the Taiji sect, it was already not easy for Taijizi to be able to exchange a move with Qing Lianzi. The Grand Elder of the Taiji sect is actually so powerful, he really has the style of a great sect. Sigh. Qing Lianzi sighed. Although she pushed Taijizi out of the sect's hall, she didn't know his background. This person could only be described as unfathomable. Tell me, how did that Taiji sect disciple die? Qing Lianzi glanced at Yuki Chihian and said faintly. She was the one who brought up her disciple. Only she knew whether she was lying or not. Helian Wushuang was killed by the people of Profound Feng sect. But he saved my life. Yuki Chihian said in a low voice. Since it has nothing to do with you, I'm relieved. But it's not easy for Profound Feng sect to have such a disciple. Looks like there's going to be a bloody storm in Dearmorn Mountain. Qing Lianzi said. Master, I want to enter the Icebound Land. What? Don't you know what kind of place that is? The number of disciples who entered or came out from the Icebound Land can be counted with one's fingers. The cruelty of that place is not suitable for your cultivation. Qing Lianzi looked at Yuki Chihian in astonishment and said. I have no regrets even if I die. Please allow me to enter the Icebound Land. Yuki Chihian's insistence surprised Qing Lianzi. The Icebound Land was a place of death. No one was willing to go there. But the Icebound Land was the most terrifying cultivation place in the Lotus Cloud sect for thousands of years. Those who could come out from that place had great potential and perseverance. For more than 2,000 years, no one had come out from that place. All right, I'll let you go then. Qing Lianzi sighed. She knew Yuki Chihian's character. She must have felt that her strength was not enough after the Dragon Ball fight. That's why she wanted to enter the Icebound Land to train. 1 week from now, the hidden secret realm will open. You only have 1 week. You can't go against it. You can't force it. You're the disciple that I have high hopes for. I'll hand over the sect lord's position to you in the future. Disciple will remember. Yuki Chihian's eyes flashed with determination. She must increase her strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to stand out among the younger generation. This time, in Yuki Chihian's eyes, Xianxia was a mountain that she might not be able to cross in her entire life. She must at least reach the mid-true god realm or late true god realm in order to catch up to him. Shui Qianying could not get rid of that guy's shadow in her mind for a long time. After returning to Profound Feng sect, Xianxia went into seclusion because he needed to recover his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, he still needed to fight against Yan Qing. Of course, he could not challenge Bai Yunfei and Yang Jian. Perhaps, he could challenge the top 10 disciples of the inner sect. But who told Xianxia to have an agreement with Yan Qing first? Furthermore, if this guy wasn't eliminated, he would become a cancerous existence. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let him go. When Xianxia took out the Dragon Ball, the Zulong Tower trembled immediately. The Dragon Ball was sucked into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Xianxia felt that the Zulong Tower had undergone a great change. The Dragon Ball that looked light and weak actually allowed the ancestral dragon to break through one floor after another until it reached the 88th floor. At this moment, Xianxia was completely shocked. This Dragon Ball has such a terrifying power. Xianxia gasped. Moreover, his strength had gone through the baptism of the Dragon Ball. In addition to the battle, Xianxia had benefited a lot. He broke through the peak middle Void God realm and reached the late Void God realm on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Moreover, Xianxia found a scroll of the heavenly book on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Above the void, an ancient sheepskin scroll came into his sight. Xianxia grabbed the ancient sheepskin scroll in his hand. This is the ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. The ancient soaring dragon technique. What is it? When Xianxia finished reading the entire scroll, he found out that the soaring dragon technique was the supreme secret technique of the dragon clan. Those who were not from the dragon clan could not cultivate it. Moreover, the soaring dragon technique was used to increase one's strength and strength. It was much more terrifying than the dragon transformation. The dragon soars under the heavens, I am the only one, as the name suggested, the essence of the soaring dragon technique lay in the soaring dragon technique. It allowed one's strength to undergo a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, it was extremely important for the strength of one's body. The dragon soaring technique had a total of 3 volumes. This was only the first volume, see glimpse. There was also the second part, Zhan Feng, and the third part, Sinkhole. The most important part of the ancient soaring dragon technique was dragon soaring 1,000 feet, indestructible Vajra. It could allow one's battle prowess to rapidly increase and their bodies to rapidly transform, allowing them to unleash the full potential of the dragon race. I should be considered half a dragon, right? I want to see what miraculous uses this dragon soaring art has. Xianxia spent the entire day cultivating the ancient soaring dragon technique. In just a day, he had learned the ancient soaring dragon technique. However, the ancient soaring dragon technique of the sea glimpsing realm was merely the first step. Even so, Xianxia had undergone a qualitative transformation. He even wanted to compete with the heavens. After casting the ancient soaring dragon technique, not only did his speed become faster and his strength became stronger, his 6 senses had also increased by more than 1 level. The strength of his body could even shatter mountains and rocks. Indestructible Vajra was comparable to a divine tool. This ancient soaring dragon technique could unleash one's potential to the extreme, allowing one's strength to be maximized. To the current Xianxia, it was perfect. Although Xianxia was only a late void god, he would not feel any pressure if he were to fight against Helian Wushuang with his bare hands after casting the ancient soaring dragon technique. What a great ancient soaring dragon technique. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled up as he left the Zulong Tower. However, an old figure appeared on the 88th floor of the Zulong Tower. Even Xianxia did not notice it. The dragon ball had already been embedded into the Zulong Tower. The old man held the dragon pearl in his hand and gently rubbed it. A drop of tear flowed down and landed on the dragon pearl. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of disciples gathered below the outer sect arena of Profound Feng sect. It was very noisy and lively. What day is it today? Why are there so many people below the arena? Don't you know? Damn it. Are you really a disciple of Profound Feng sect? Today is the day where Xianxia is going to challenge the Lihua demon Yanqing, who is ranked 2nd on the 100 battle ranking. Almost everyone on the 100 battle ranking is here. Do you think we can miss such a scene? Then it's going to be interesting. Lihua demon Yanqing is a very powerful figure. In the entire outer sect, even by Yunfei of the law enforcement team, ranked 3rd on the 100 battle ranking, is not willing to provoke that god of plagues. I can't wait anymore. Ha ha ha. This Xianxia has just entered the sect not long ago, but he's very restless. To think that he has caused so many troubles. Interesting, very interesting. Haha. At this moment, Lihua demon Yanqing stood on the arena with his hands behind his back. His long hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Although this Xianxia has made a name for himself in the outer sect, he wouldn't be afraid to come, right? Who can say for sure? Everything is ready, and we're just waiting for the right thing to happen. If that Xianxia isn't coming, then he must be afraid of Yanqing. Looking at the bustling crowd below the arena, Lihua demon Yanqing's eyes were cold. Now, he wanted to show his strength to Xianxia. Even if he killed Gu Wanfeng in the inner sect, he might not be able to stand on the high ground. The water in the inner sect was deep, and the water in the outer sect was also deep. Have you recovered your strength? Yang Jian looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Don't worry. I'm fine now. Jiang Chen smiled and said. I can't beat this fella. I'll leave him to you. Don't disappoint me. Bai Yunfei smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen smiled. Do you think he's my match? I'm only here to get the pass to enter the hidden secret realm. If he loses, will he challenge me again? Bai Yunfei was stunned. Don't worry. He won't have the chance. Jiang Chen slowly walked onto the arena. This fella. Bai Yunfei laughed bitterly. He knew that because of what he had said, he had already sentenced Yanqing to death. This month, I've killed 13 of them. You're the 14th. Yanqing looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Really? Seems like I'm honored. Jiang Chen sneered. You can say that. Yanqing nodded, as if he had already determined that Jiang Chen was a dead man. Make your move. You only have one chance. Jiang Chen said. Really? Then I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. If I don't kill you today, I won't have the face to leave this arena. Do you see that? The blood not far away was left behind by your fellow disciples from before. Yanqing took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he approached Jiang Chen. In his eyes, killing Jiang Chen was just adding another flower to his glory. This blood is suitable for you. Jiang Chen smiled and raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword was swung out, untainted by worldly dust and unstained by blood. Yanqing's footsteps stopped at the same place at this moment. He stood there motionlessly. Jiang Chen leaped and flew up to the sky. At this moment, Yanqing's body slowly fell down. Even until his death, he still did not know how he was killed. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. No one could believe the scene in front of them. Blood slowly flowed out from Yanqing's neck. It was a ghastly wound. Instant kill, a complete instant kill. There was no objection. Under everyone's anticipation, Jiang Chen's sword swept across the world. Yanqing, who was ranked second on the 100 battle ranking, did not even have the chance to say a word. At this moment, tens of thousands of people gasped and held their breath. When he looked back, Jiang Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Killing the second in the outer sect 100 battle ranking with one sword strike. Shocking the entire Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen's attack was like a dragon, coming and going like the wind. Whether it was Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei, or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they were all dumbfounded. Jiang Chen would definitely become a legend in the entire Profound Feng sect. In the end, the quota to enter the hidden secret realm was destined to be taken by Jiang Chen. The entire Profound Feng sect was talking about how Jiang Chen defeated baleful flaming ghost Yanqing and became the #1 evil god in the outer sect. His unrestrained aura had even surpassed many inner sect experts. Even Yang Jian, who was ranked first in the 100 battle ranking, was nothing to him. Of course, Jiang Chen did not challenge Yang Jian in the end. This made many people disappointed. Within the sect, Jiang Chen's name had risen to fame, and no one could compare to him. At this moment, Ling Yan had just come out from her seclusion. How much of your strength have you recovered? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yan and asked. Compared to before, her face was rosier and whiter. However, she was still wearing a green veil. Other than him, no one had seen her face before. About 60%. I should be able to protect myself now. Even if the sect lord of Profound Feng sect were to take action, I should be able to handle him, but I'm definitely not his match. Ling Yan remained silent for a moment and said softly. That's already pretty good. I received Master's message token. Then, are you leaving? Jiang Chen was a little disappointed. I don't think I'll be in such a hurry. Then when will it be? I won't go to the hidden secret realm with you. But I'll wait for you to come back. Ling Yan said in a deep voice. Her expression was calm, without a shred of emotion. However, Jiang Chen could feel a trace of emotion from her. All right. Jiang Chen did not say much. Since she said that she would leave after he came out from the hidden secret realm, it should not be too long. Jiang Chen, something bad has happened. The sect is in big trouble. Big trouble. Bai Yunfei rushed over in a hurry. What is it? Why are you so nervous? Even if the sky falls down, there are still people bigger than us to hold it up. What are you afraid of? Jiangchen said indifferently. The Yellow Flame sect has sent someone to provoke us. He has already defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Except for Gu Wanfeng, no one could fight against him. Moreover, he is extremely arrogant now. He even wants to challenge our alchemy elder. Yellow Flame sect? Jiangchen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of it. The Yellow Flame sect is our brother sect. They were Heavenly Star sect, Earthly Hades sect, Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect. These four great sects were originally one big family, and each sect was as close as lips and teeth. But after so many years, they had become independent, and there was still some estrangement. The Heavenly Star sect is the strongest and is one of the top 10 sects in Dearmorn Mountain. The Earthly Hades sect is second, but they are also one of the top 10 sections. Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect are next. All these years, our Profound Feng sect has been suppressing the Yellow Flame sect. But 5 years ago, there was a peerless genius in the Yellow Flame sect. His alchemy skill was invincible. His talent in cultivation was also quite terrifying. So, the Yellow Flame sect naturally wants to regain their face here. Now, 12 alchemy disciples have been defeated by him. Bai Yunfei said with a solemn face. He was quite worried. So there is such a difference. Never thought that our Profound Feng sect is not fighting alone. Haha. But a guy who has always been suppressed by us dares to fight back. Jiangchen curled his lips in disdain. Sigh. Humans fight for pride, Buddha fights for incense. For so many years, the Yellow Flame sect has never won against us. Now that they have the chance, they will definitely not let it go. They will definitely spit out all their resentment and feel elated. You're right. Let's go and have a look. Let's see what's the background of this guy who even dares to challenge the alchemy elder. Jiangchen said. If he was willing to come out, then this guy would not be able to do anything. Bai Yunfei even had a blind confidence in Jiangchen. This guy could always surprise people. The huge square looked like it was cut into half by a sharp weapon. It was 10,000 zhang wide and extremely flat. Tens of thousands of disciples were gathered on the square. Even the sect lord, Xian Qingming, was present. After all, he had defeated 12 alchemy disciples. Now, he was going to challenge the alchemy elder. This was quite a big matter. It was quite damaging to the prestige of the sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for even the sect master to be here. Isn't this guy too arrogant? He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. He's not putting our Profound Feng sect in his eyes. Yeah. This kind of person is too despicable. Using his ability to cheat people everywhere. He's not a good person. In the end, we've done something similar in the past. Otherwise, he might not come here to show off. The Yellow Flame sect has been suppressed by us all these years. Now that we've finally become the master, other than an outstanding genius, the rest of the disciples will definitely do something. But even so, he's too much. He dares to challenge our alchemy elder. Once Elder Lin wins, it won't be glorious. Isn't it reasonable for him to win against a junior? But once he loses, it'll be quite shameful. Profound Feng sect will be laughed at by them if we lose to a junior. I think Elder Lin will definitely suppress the sky. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Humph. How dare he come to our Profound Feng sect's base camp? We will not tolerate him. Everyone was incomparably angry. But everyone knew that this challenge could be described as a provocation. No matter if this guy won or lost, he would still be praised for challenging Lin Zhongqiang. The tens of thousands of Profound Feng sect's disciples were furious. Alchemists were rare and almost all of them were defeated. Now, some of them couldn't help but miss Gu Wanfeng. Oh yeah. Outer sect Jiangchen, didn't he defeat Gu Wanfeng? Where is he? He will definitely defeat this guy. Yeah. How could we forget about this guy? More and more people began to feel a glimmer of hope. However, Lin Zhongqiang had already appeared on the public square at this moment. His expression was cold and he was meticulous. Lin Zhongqiang walked forward with a calm and steady aura. As the alchemist elder of Profound Feng sect, he must come out at this moment because all the disciples had failed. Profound Feng sect's alchemy technique could no longer surpass this person who came to challenge them. My name is Jiang Hao. Today, I came here to ask for some advice from Profound Feng sect's Elder Lin. I hope Elder Lin can give me this chance. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already defeated 12 people in a row. He felt that he was unstoppable. As the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame sect, Jiang Hao naturally had a proud side. Challenging the alchemy elder of the Profound Feng sect, Lin Zhongqiang, was the most important thing to him. He was confident that he would win the battle today because he had already surpassed his own master. Jiang Hao, it seems like you're just SOSO. Do you want to challenge me? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Bai Yunfei had also arrived at the scene. Both of them were filled with anger. It seemed like this match was unavoidable. I dare not say whether I can defeat Elder Lin or not. However, I have already surpassed my master. Jiang Hao said confidently. He smiled faintly and gave Lin Zhongqiang more pressure. So, your alchemy skill is already above your master, Wang Hongyu? Lin Zhongqiang asked again. Slightly better. My master also asked me to send his regards to you. Jiang Hao said confidently. Moreover, he had already surpassed his master. Wang Hongyu was also a genius in alchemy in the past. However, he was suppressed by Lin Zhongqiang. Regardless of strength or alchemy skill, Wang Hongyu was weaker than Lin Zhongqiang. Now that he had taught a disciple who had surpassed his master, he naturally would not let it go. In a sense, this might be a revenge of Wang Hongyu from the Yellow Flame sect, and his ultimate goal was to let Jiang Hao challenge Lin Zhongqiang. Hee. This is interesting. It seems like you're Wang Hongyu's successor. I'm afraid today's battle is unavoidable. Lin Zhongqiang smiled indifferently. As a senior, he naturally could not be so impolite. Moreover, Jiang Hao was the disciple of his defeated opponent. Even if the disciple had surpassed his master, so what? I dare not. I will listen to your orders. Although Jiang Hao had pushed away the initiative, he still had the upper hand. Because Jiang Hao had already said so. Was he still going to reject it? Obviously, he couldn't. Otherwise, not only would he be ridiculed by the people outside, even the disciples within the sect wouldn't be able to convince the masses, right? If Lin Zhongqiang accepted the challenge, then winning or losing would become the key. If he lost the competition, it would be because Jiang Hao had the courage to challenge his seniors. Although he was defeated, it would still be honorable. If he won, Profound Feng sect would become worthless. No matter if he won or lost, the winner of this competition would be Jiang Hao and his Yellow Flame sect. Moreover, Jiang Hao was just trying his best. He was relaxed and at ease. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different. He had to give it his all and fight with his back against the wall. This was related to himself and his sect's reputation. Whether Jiang Hao succeeded or not, he was the winner. Are you not going to make a move? Bai Yunfei glanced at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. He's challenging Lin Zhongqiang, why should I join in the fun? Jiang Chen said disdainfully. He didn't intend to make a move at all. That's true. This fellow has an irreconcilable enmity with you. Why are you helping him? But what if Elder Lin were to lose? What should we do? Bai Yunfei said. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Yunfei. He really cared about a lot of things. Does that mean he's not as good as him? Who can he blame? Since he could defeat him, it means he's not as good as him. Then don't be arrogant. What's so great about being an elder? Is an elder not a human being? Let's see if he can afford to lose. Jiang Chen sneered. That makes sense, Yi Zichen nodded. Bai Yunfei knew about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Lin Zhongqiang. It was inappropriate to let Jiang Chen fight at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Chen had named Lin Zhongqiang as the person he wanted to challenge. Of course, Jiang Chen would not join in the fun. Congratulations. I have agreed to compete with you. But I hope you can understand that Yellow Flame sect will never surpass Profound Feng sect. It's the same in the past and it's the same now. Lin Zhongqiang said seriously. Senior is right. I came here today only to exchange pointers, to broaden my knowledge, and to improve my skills. I hope Elder Lin will not be stingy with your guidance. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Don't worry. I will not go easy on you. If you can win against me, it proves that your master is not wrong. Elder Lin is really domineering. You're noble and imposing. I admire you. It's useless to say more. Let's start. How do you want to compete? Tell me. I'm all ears. Lin Zhongqiang said. Since it's a competition of alchemy, we naturally have to concoct the most difficult medicinal pill, the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. It uses a nameless beast fire as the ingredient to concoct the medicinal pill. It can help a person recover from a serious injury. After swallowing it, if there's no serious injury, it can help a person recover from a serious injury. This kind of medicinal pill is extremely difficult to concoct. I believe Elder Lin has heard of it before, right? Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Lin Zhongqiang's heart was slightly moved. He had tried to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill before but he had failed. He only succeeded once but the quality was extremely low. Could it be that this kid could concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? It was Wang Hongyu who had exchanged the recipe with him. Now, if Jiang Hao could really concoct the pill, it might be a great challenge for him. Why? Elder Lin doesn't have the confidence to concoct the pill? Jiang Hao curled his lips and said playfully. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was extremely difficult to concoct. That was why he chose to concoct the pill. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to find. Previously, he had found 10 medicinal ingredients but he only managed to concoct one pill. However, to Jiang Hao and his master, Wang Hongyu, it was enough for him to finish his apprenticeship. Moreover, Wang Hongyu was certain that even Lin Zhongqiang might not be able to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is so magical. It must be extremely difficult to concoct, right? That's right. I've heard that this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill had even saved Elder Lin's life. However, the method of concocting it is extremely difficult. I'm afraid that he himself has only managed to concoct a few of them. Looks like this guy is very confident. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? You're right. If he's not here to cause trouble, why does he have to force us? It looks like this guy is definitely up to no good. Lin Zhongqiang smiled faintly. Alright. Then, let's concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Let's see if you can fulfill your master's wish. I'm here today to seek advice from you. I hope Elder Lin can give me some pointers. Jiang Hao's words were watertight. He did not give anyone a chance to gossip. He came here today to teach Lin Zhongqiang a lesson. He wanted to let him know that Lin Zhongqiang would suffer the consequences of his disdain towards his master. Have you heard of the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Bai Yunfei glanced at Jiang Chen and said. I've heard of it, but I've never concocted it before. Jiang Chen said. Then, how confident are you? It's not difficult. Stop bragging. Even Elder Lin looks so serious. This Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is definitely not simple. That's only relatively speaking. For me, this pill is not challenging at all. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. His skill in alchemy was already at the peak. However, he might not be able to concoct some pills because he was limited by his strength. However, he had heard about this Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. If he were to concoct it, it would be effortless for him. Look, both of them are preparing to concoct the pill. Someone shouted. On the square, Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao looked at each other and nodded slightly. As a senior, Lin Zhongqiang naturally had to be courteous. Jiang Hao did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and pushed one of the medicinal ingredients to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill in front of Lin Zhongqiang. It turned out that he was already prepared for this. Looks like you've come prepared. Lin Zhongqiang murmured. Jiang Hao smiled and did not say anything. There were more than 30 medicinal ingredients floating around him. He removed them one by one, extracted their essence and removed their impurities. Then, he opened his alchemy furnace and started to concoct the pill wholeheartedly. When Jiang Hao's hand spurted out flames, Lin Zhongqiang's expression changed completely. No wonder. No wonder he dared to compete with me so confidently. Moreover, they are competing to concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. It turns out that his beast fire is different from the others. It's even better than my beast fire. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear. I wonder how Elder Lin's beast fire is? Jiang Hao was very confident. The beast fire of the fiery dragon bear would definitely play an important role in his concoction. Moreover, it could definitely be used to concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. The fiery dragon bear was a kind of mystical divine beast. Its beast fire was extremely fierce. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to get his hands on such a beast fire in the past. Unfortunately, he did not manage to do so. Now, he had the beast fire of the fire scale wolf. It was completely different from the fiery dragon bear's beast fire. The stronger the beast fire, the higher the success rate and the more obvious the effect of the pill. Fire scale wolf, it's a little worse than yours. But since we're concocting pills, let's concoct the pills first. However, Lin Zhongqiang was different. He was carrying the glory of the entire sect and his own dignity. However, Lin Zhongqiang did not put Jiang Hao in his eyes. After all, Jiang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious. He did not believe that Jiang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemy. Even if Wang Hongyu was surpassed by Jiang Hao, Lin Zhongqiang would not admit defeat so easily. Lin Zhongqiang looked at Jiang Hao calmly. Lin Zhongqiang did not put Jiang Hao in his eyes. After all, Jiang Hao was a junior and his strength was obvious. Lin Zhongqiang did not believe that Jiang Hao would be able to crush him in the field of alchemy. Jiang Hao took the lead and started to remove the medicinal herbs rapidly. After that, he put them into the furnace and started to refine the medicinal herbs. He was very cautious in this step. He threw away most of the medicinal herbs and only kept the most essential part. It was very strict. Lin Zhongqiang did not show any weakness and started to refine the pellets. Compared to Jiang Hao, his method was gentler and more steady. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was a little nervous. However, it was not hard to see that Lin Zhongqiang was also nervous because he could not lose. He could not afford to lose. This competition would certainly be regarded as the true competition between Profound Feng sect and Yellow Flame sect. Xian Qingming looked at the battle between Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao without saying a word. As the sect master, he shouldn't interfere in this kind of matter. However, the opponent was too aggressive and forced the sect master to take action. This was no longer a simple matter. This junior seemed to be the most outstanding disciple of the Yellow Flame sect. Could it be that there was no one in the Profound Feng sect who could surpass him? Must Elder Lin Zhongqiang take action? Don't worry, sect lord. Elder Lin is our Profound Feng sect's #1 alchemist elder. It's impossible for him to lose. The first elder, on the other hand, was calm and composed as he said calmly. I hope so. Xian Qingming nodded his head silently. All he could do was to wait for the final result. Could a junior of the Yellow Flame sect really make a mess in the Profound Feng sect? Jiang Hao's beast fire surprised many people. The beast fire of the flaming dragon bear was indeed extraordinary. It was obviously better than Elder Lin's beast fire. However, the final result was not about whose beast fire was more powerful. Instead, it was about who could refine the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill of higher quality. Jiang Hao was full of confidence. His movements were extremely skillful. It could be seen that he had tried many times for today's battle just to fight against Jun Xia. No matter what, Lin Zhongqiang was still a senior. His skills were not to be outdone. His skill in alchemy made many people dumbfounded. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just SOSO. In less than half an hour, both of their pills were about to take shape. Moreover, both of them seemed to be very confident in their pills. Jiang Hao was well prepared for today's battle. If he won, he would surely soar to the sky and his reputation would rise. Not to mention the bigger region, at least in Dearmorn Mountain, he would surely become a famous person among the younger generation. Even if he lost, it was not a big deal. At least he dared to challenge a senior. Done. Xianxia let out a low roar. He took out a pill from the alchemy furnace and held it tightly in his hand. His expression was filled with excitement. Clearly, he was not worried about his pill at all. Furthermore, he had performed exceptionally well this time around. The effect of the pill was definitely the best one he had ever made. On the other hand, Lin Zhongqiang's expression was quite solemn. This made the people of Profound Feng sect even more curious and worried. Is Elder Lin really not as good as Xianxia? I don't think so. Elder Lin has been famous for 100 years. He is a true alchemy master. How could he lose to a junior? This guy is overestimating himself. I think Elder Lin is just giving him face. It's hard to say. I can see that Elder Lin's expression is extremely serious. Once he loses, our Profound Feng sect will really lose face. Elder Lin is not the only one who will lose face. Shut your crow's mouth. Damn it. Elder Lin will not lose. He definitely won't lose. Everyone naturally hoped that Elder Lin could win and chase this arrogant guy out of Profound Feng sect. However, it was just a beautiful hope. Would the truth really be like this? What do you mean? Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei seemed to have noticed something. Lin Zhongqiang has lost. Although his heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was successfully concocted, it was much weaker than Jianghao's. Regardless of the concocting technique or the final fusion, Jianghao had a stronger beast fire. Naturally, he was better than Jianghao. Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment, Lin Zhongqiang nodded his head slightly, indicating that he had finished concocting the pill. Isn't that the end? Does this mean that Elder Lin has lost? Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. Why don't we exchange and appraise each other? I believe that you will be fair. Jianghao passed the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to Lin Zhongqiang. Lin Zhongqiang did the same. The moment Lin Zhongqiang took the pill from Jianghao's hand, he knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. His heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was not even a medium-grade elixir. However, Jianghao's elixir was comparable to a high-grade elixir. Although there were some flaws, Jianghao was able to refine a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that was comparable to a high-grade elixir. That meant he had already won. Lin Zhongqiang took a deep breath. Everyone was staring at the scene, especially Jianghao. He was holding the pill in his hand with a sneer on his face. He thought that the alchemist elder of Profound Feng sect was only SOSO. Tens of thousands of people held their breath. But some of them could see something from Lin Zhongqiang's face. Even Xian Qingming could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed like he had lost. I have lost. Lin Zhongqiang's words were like a huge hammer, hammering on the hearts of most of the disciples of Profound Feng sect. It was shocking. However, a loss was a loss. If they did not even have the courage to admit it, then they would lose their dignity. Lin Zhongqiang was incomparably solemn. To him, these words were extremely heavy. However, he couldn't possibly go back on his word. Furthermore, as a senior, he couldn't do something that went against his conscience, even though this was his own sect. He really lost. Elder Lin really lost. Sigh. I wonder how proud the people of the Yellow Flame sect will be this time. They have been suppressed by us for 100 years. Looks like the path of alchemy is not something that anyone can get involved in. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in our Profound Feng sect, but there are only a few who can concoct pills. There were no harsh words of mockery or ridicule, but Lin Zhongqiang couldn't even get past him. He really lost. Moreover, he lost to the disciple of his defeated opponent. It was just like the saying, the student comes from the master, but surpasses the master. However, he didn't have such a good successor. This time, Jianghao had won beautifully. He could not say anything that was against his will and let himself suffer forever. Thank you for letting me win, Elder Lin. Junior knows that his strength is very weak. This time, it was just a fluke. I hope Senior will not be stingy in teaching me if there is a chance in the future. Jianghao said with a smile. However, his expression was extremely arrogant. What he said was just to show his magnanimity. However, the more he did so, the more abominable he was in the eyes of the people of Profound Feng sect. A win is a win. There's no such thing as fluke. So what if you're so hypocritical? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. Jiang Hao was still calm and unmoved. This time, the disciples of the Yellow Flame sect had completely suppressed the disciples of the Profound Feng sect. Jiang Hao felt very proud after being suppressed for 100 years. Moreover, he was the only one who had the chance to revive the Yellow Flame sect. If that's the case, Junior will take his leave. Today, I have not let you down. It's my honor to be able to have a duel with Elder Lin. Jiang Hao had a serious look on his face. However, his arrogance made people feel extremely uncomfortable. This guy was completely condescending. How can you be so arrogant with such an inferior pellet? It seems like the people of the Yellow Flame sect are just SOSO. If you want to challenge a sect, you need to show your true ability. How dare you embarrass yourself with such an inferior skill in alchemy? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Haha. The one who said this was not Jiang Chen but Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei sneered and looked at Jiang Hao disdainfully. Almost everyone looked at him and Jiang Hao also squinted his eyes. Who dares to talk nonsense? Even Elder Lin has admitted that my Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is superior. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? Jiang Hao stared at Bai Yunfei and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy is going to sell me out. I'll deal with you later. He glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei was innocent. Forgive me for being frank. I don't know any alchemy skills. But in my opinion, your pellet is really inferior. Jiang Chen, this guy's pellet is not even 1/10 of yours. No, it's not even 1/100th of yours. Bai Yunfei sighed. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Bai Yunfei had kicked the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glared at Bai Yunfei fiercely. Bai Yunfei smiled and shrugged, indicating that he could not help even if he wanted to. That's right. How could we forget about Jiang Chen? He had defeated senior brother Gu Wanfeng before. Isn't that right? Senior Bai is really insightful. That might not be the case. Even Elder Lin has lost. Could it be that an outer court disciple can really turn the tide? Everything is possible. Jiang Chen has become famous in Profound Feng sect recently. He has created many miracles. This time, he might be able to defeat this arrogant Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked into Jiang Chen's eyes and gave him a deep look. You, want to challenge me? Why don't I see what you're capable of? Jiang Hao said with a smile. His face was filled with arrogance. This was Profound Feng sect. If this was Yellow Flame sect, what would happen? But it was understandable. He had just defeated the alchemy elder of Profound Feng sect. It was reasonable for him to be so arrogant. You're here to ask for advice. What qualifications do you have to call yourself senior? Profound Feng sect is Yellow Flame sect's brother sect. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Since Bai Yunfei had pushed him out, he did not mind to teach this guy a lesson and become the savior of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming squinted his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. This guy might really be able to change his destiny. The great elder's eyes were cold. What the hell is this guy doing again? Lin Zhongqiang was also looking forward to it. Although he had a grudge against Jiang Chen, if Jiang Chen really had the strength to turn the tide, it would be a good thing for Profound Feng sect. In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother. I also have the same intention. I want to learn from all the alchemists in Profound Feng sect. Isn't it great to learn from each other and improve our skills? Jiang Hao had been tricked by Jiang Chen. Although he was unhappy, he endured it. Once Jiang Chen was not as good as him, perhaps he would be ridiculed by Jiang Chen again. I have seen your alchemy level. It's not that good. If you are willing to be my disciple, perhaps I can teach you some of the essence of alchemy. With your current level of concocting the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, I'm afraid you won't be able to improve it in your lifetime. Too weak. Too weak. Jiang Chen had yet to concoct the pill, but he had already put Jiang Hao in a very low position. This made Jiang Hao extremely angry. What right do you have to say that I'm trash? Isn't your alchemy elder also no match for me? I hope that senior brother is not someone with an undeserved reputation. If you can concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill better than me, I will not step out of Yellow Flame sect anymore. Moreover, I, Xianxia, will treat you as my disciple. If you lose, it means that your profound Feng sect's skill in alchemy is weak. You don't even have one person who can be on the stage. Xianxia was enraged by Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen was even more arrogant than him. He would never allow such a person to step on his head. Alright, it's a deal. Good disciple. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, he had already raised a commotion among the disciples. Jiang Chen's arrogance did not make the people of Profound Feng sect feel disgusted. Instead, it pushed Jiang Chen to the top. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! The voices were deafening. Jiang Chen was ready to concoct the pill any time. Everyone in Profound Feng sect was looking forward to his performance. This man who had created miracles one after another. Would he be able to look down on everyone today? Xianxia sneered and felt disdain in his heart. Later, you will know that the higher you are, the more painful it is to fall. Let's see how you are going to end up if you can't refine the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Xianxia naturally knew how difficult it was to concoct the celestial fire great rejuvenating pill. Even he did not know how many sets of medicinal ingredients he had destroyed. However, the final success rate was very low. This time around, he did not expect himself to perform exceptionally well. However, in the end, he did not fail his mission. This is the recipe for the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, as well as a set of medicinal ingredients. Xianxia stared at Jiang Chen with a smile, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. There's no need. You should keep this set of medicinal ingredients for yourself. It's not easy to concoct a set of medicinal ingredients. If you keep wasting natural resources like this, you will be struck by lightning. I'll use the waste you threw away. I should be able to refine it. I'll remember this recipe. Jiang Chen's words caused an uproar. No one expected that Jiang Chen would be so confident and arrogant. He wanted to use the waste that Xianxia threw away to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Isn't this bullshit? Is this possible? Are you sure? Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. What is this guy trying to do? Those are just the waste that I threw away. Can they really be used to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Xianxia snorted disdainfully. He is too arrogant. Lin Zhongqiang frowned. At this moment, even he could not stand it anymore. Jiang Chen was completely fooling around. Those medicinal ingredients were all waste. Although they were also the main medicinal ingredients, they were just defective medicinal ingredients. Could they really be used to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Before one wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. At this moment, Jiangxiao's confidence grew even greater. His smile grew even wider. Even Bai Yunfei was dumbfounded. Brother, don't fool around. Those are all waste. You are just too picky. You did not refine all the medicinal ingredients. No matter how good the medicinal ingredients are, they are useless. There are no waste medicinal ingredients. There are only waste alchemists. Jiang Chen's words made Xianxia's smile disappear. If they were not in Profound Feng sect, he really wanted to beat Jiang Chen up. He thought that he was already arrogant enough. But Jiang Chen was 100 times more arrogant than him. You said that I am a waste alchemist. What about you? What are you? Jianxia stared at Jiang Chen. I'll wait and see. After that, Jianxia looked at Jiang Chen silently. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he had to show it to him. Ha ha ha. Such arrogance. I like it. Profound Feng sect is proud of you, Senior Jiang Chen. Yeah. I've seen arrogant people and even more arrogant people. But I've never seen someone as arrogant as Senior Jiang Chen. Do your best, Senior Jiang Chen. Don't be disappointed if you have high hopes. Everyone was looking forward to this moment. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen's outstanding performance. They were waiting for him to slap Jianxia in the face. Jiang Chen smiled, looking incomparably calm. He clenched his fist and an exceptionally violent flame appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao and Lin Zhongqiang suddenly held their breaths. That was because they had the deepest impression of that flame. That flame was definitely not an ordinary beast flame. They did not even know what kind of flame it was. However, even Jiang Hao's flaming dragon bear's beast flame could not be compared to that flame. What kind of flame is this? Lin Zhongqiang murmured. It seems to be a beast fire. Xian Qingming said solemnly. This kind of flame made his heart palpitate. Such a terrifying flame. To think that he could control it. This kid has a lot of secrets. Under the crowd's exclamation, Jiang Chen looked calm. He threw all the medicinal herbs that Jiang Hao rejected into the flame. He did it without any hesitation. Dozens of medicinal herbs were being refined and burned in the flame. In the end, they turned into a clear stream and flowed between Jiang Chen's hands. It made people feel refreshed. It was not just concocting a pill. It was more like an enjoyment. To the entire Profound Feng sect, everyone seemed to be immersed in shock. Jiang Chen's technique looked simple. However, Lin Zhongqiang and Jiang Hao were extremely shocked. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the artistry. The two of them had a very high evaluation of Jiang Chen's skill in concocting pills. Jiang Chen had turned dozens of waste materials into treasures with just a wave of his hand. This was the realm that every alchemist dreamed of achieving. In terms of purification, Jiang Chen had already surpassed Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's technique was really shocking. Lin Zhongqiang also sighed silently. It was not wrong for Gu Wanfeng to lose to Jiang Chen. This flame is really enviable. This guy seems like he's a monster. Not to mention his strength, his alchemy skill is also amazing. I'm afraid that even our alchemy elder Lin Zhongqiang can't find any flaws in him. Yang Jian said solemnly while looking at Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the square. At this moment, he was the hope of the entire Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian and the others also treated him as their last hope. You're right. This guy can only be described as a monster. I'm afraid that if we tell them about Jiang Chen in the Dragon Ball battle, their jaws would drop to the ground. Hee. I think Jiang Chen is going to defy the heavens again this time. Bai Yunfei was overjoyed. He was even happier than when he was fighting Jiang Hao. Jiang Chen's strength was obvious to everyone. At this moment, he was using his amazing alchemy skill to shine in the Profound Feng sect. At this moment, even those arrogant inner sect disciples couldn't help but respect Jiang Chen. If he really defeated Jiang Hao, he would definitely be loved and respected by the entire sect, and he would be able to stand at the peak. Xian Qingming's eyes were filled with joy. He already had a good impression of Jiang Chen. If he could defeat Jiang Hao this time and bring glory to the Profound Feng sect, his position would surely rise. Moreover, he would be unparalleled in the inner sect for a period of time. On the contrary, at this moment, the great elder's face was a bit gloomy. He always felt that this guy was not pleasing to his eyes. His heart was palpitating when he saw Jiang Chen's flame. Senior Jiang Chen, you must do your best. Profound Feng sect's alchemy disciples are proud of you. Kill this mother ***. Let him behave atrociously in our Profound Feng sect and go back to his yellow flame sect. Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen is mighty. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth amidst the cheers. Done. At the last moment when the pill was formed, Jiang Chen's 5 types of flames were condensed. The 5 elemental true fire was deafening. Everyone couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They were intimidated by the 5 elemental true fire. Even Lin Zhongqiang and the other elders felt a great pressure lingering around them. They felt like their mouths were dry and they couldn't say a word. Jiang Hao finally trembled in fear. This guy actually possesses 5 kinds of such powerful flames. After the final refining of the 5 kinds of flames, the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill became extremely smooth and full of a strong fragrance of the pill. Everyone was holding their breath. Most of them were still in the state of shock. Only when Jiang Chen withdrew all 5 types of flames did they let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of the 5 elemental true fire was too great, especially when it was used to concoct pills. It could even burn a hole in the sky if it burned with all its might. 5 Elemental True Fire. Xianxing's eyes shrunk. He had only heard about it before. Moreover, the 5 Elemental True Fire was very rare. Even a famous alchemist might not have one of them. However, the 5 types of flames were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. However, all of them were tamed by Xianxia. There was no conflict when he was refining the pill. In the end, under the 5 Elemental True Fire, the grade of the pill was raised to the highest grade. Xianxia was considered as one of the most knowledgeable people in Profound Feng sect. However, even he did not know about it. If Xianxia possessed the 5 Elemental True Fire and was not a peerless genius, no one would be able to compete with him. This guy is getting more and more curious, Xianxia murmured in his heart. However, at this moment, he already knew that the grade of Xianxia's pill was definitely higher than Jianghao's Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. Even Xianxia was tempted. What kind of flames are these? Are they all true fire? Jianghao looked at Xianxia without blinking his eyes and asked. True fire, as the name suggested, was the ultimate fire between the heavens and earth. It could melt anything, except for some taboo existences. True fire was extremely beneficial in concocting pills. Besides, Xianxia possessed 5 types of true fire at once, so wouldn't he suffer from the backlash of the true fire? Jianghao was extremely shocked. He might not be able to control 2 types of true fire. However, this guy was able to control 5 types of true fire. Although he did not want to believe it, it was the truth. Jianghao was very clear that the 5 types of true fire had brought great benefits to Xianxia. It was even more effective in refining pills. The 5 Elemental True Fire played an important role in refining the medicinal herbs to such a high degree of purity. Not bad. Xianxia smiled indifferently. He was never worried that someone would snatch his 5 Elemental True Fire. Because if he was not able to control the fire well, not to mention 5 types of true fire, he might even lose 2 types of true fire. This Jianghao had not reached that level yet. In order to obtain the 5 Elemental True Fire, he had suffered a lot and almost died because of it. As expected, Jianghao coveted Xianxia's 5 Elemental True Fire. If he possessed the 5 Elemental True Fire, not only his strength, but his skill in refining pills would also improve. Senior Xianxia is really shocking. He's simply the ancestor of playing with fire. Yeah, I've widened my horizons today. Ha ha ha. I think Jianghao is completely dumbfounded. Look at his dumbfounded face. I knew that he wouldn't have any chance of winning this competition. Xianxia did not care about what others thought of him. His pill had indeed reached a relatively high grade. Even Xianxia felt his breathing getting heavier. It was obvious that this pill was very important to him. This pill, how is it? Xianxia threw the pill to Jianghao. Jianghao's expression changed again and again. He took the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill from Xianxia's hand while trembling. Is this a Supreme Grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? Jianghao said in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, he had witnessed the whole process. It was impossible for it to be fake. It's barely at the supreme grade. Xianxia smiled faintly. At that moment, even Lin Zhongqiang was a little excited. He stared at the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill in Jianghao's hand without blinking. He was a little excited but also a little ashamed. Xianxia's skill in refining pills and the 5 Elemental True Fire were too terrifying. Is that the Qilin Sacred Fire? Jianghao seemed to have realized that the beast fire that controlled the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was no longer an ordinary beast fire. It was the king of beast fires. He could not surpass the Qilin Sacred Fire. I've lost. Jianghao murmured and sighed. He returned the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill to Jiangchen and lowered his head in shame. It wasn't that he was a sore loser. On the contrary, he could feel how strong his opponent was in this competition. Jiangchen had almost crushed him. No matter if it was the skill of alchemy or the control of the true flame, he was far inferior to Jiangchen. I've said it before. You're not my match. Jiang Chen's confidence made Jiang Hao smile bitterly and nodded silently. Jiang Chen was right. Jiang Chen might have been arrogant before, but now it seemed like he was just confident. Only Jiang Chen had such confidence. At this moment, Jiang Chen became the focus of everyone's attention. He was the real leader. He had helped Profound Feng sect to defeat the Yellow Flame sect's challenger. He was the sect's hero. I will remember this moment. One day, I will surpass you. Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly. As the genius of the Yellow Flame sect that only appeared once in 100 years, he had lost. He had lost so thoroughly, but he didn't feel that it was shameful. On the contrary, he felt that Jiang Chen had won with dignity and he had lost very decisively. It wasn't just a slight difference, it was a huge difference. His Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill could be considered as a high-grade pill. However, it was still not as good as a Heavenly God's pill. The effect would be good for those who were below the Heavenly God realm. As for Jiang Chen's Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill, it would be greatly beneficial for those who were below the Divine King realm. This was the gap between them. The Supreme Grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was not something that Jiang Hao could concoct now. In his eyes, only a true alchemist could concoct a Supreme Grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. At this moment, Jiang Chen was worthy of this title. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as him, his alchemy skill had already surpassed him. Teacher Jiang, farewell. In the whole Profound Feng sect, I only respect you. I hope to see you again in the hidden secret realm. At that time, your strength will not surpass mine. Although my alchemy skill is not as good as yours, I will definitely not lose to you in terms of strength. Jiang Hao said solemnly. All right. I will definitely go back to the hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. At this moment, Jiang Hao had lost all his face. He was too ashamed to stay there any longer. As expected of the Yellow Flame sect's genius, his strength has actually reached the Middle Void God realm. His alchemy skills are rarely matched and his cultivation technique is unparalleled. Why isn't such a genius disciple from my Profound Feng sect? Although Lin Zhongqiang had lost to Jiang Hao, he still cherished talented people. Jiang Hao's strength and alchemy skills were outstanding. Moreover, he did not delay his cultivation. He was a real peerless genius. However, the one who made Lin Zhongqiang feel ashamed was Jiang Chen. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to kill Jiang Chen in the past, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen would save Profound Feng sect's face at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Chen had such high attainments in alchemy. He would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. However, compared to Jiang Hao, Lin Zhongqiang's strength was slightly weaker. Perhaps this was also his shortcoming. Senior brother Jiang Chen is mighty and domineering. We are proud of you, ha ha ha. Senior brother Jiang Chen is unparalleled in the world. Along with the cheers of victory, Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He had already expected this. Among the disciples of Profound Feng sect, no one could defeat Jiang Hao. It was reasonable. This alchemy elder Lin Zhongqiang was just SOSO. However, Jiang Chen did not put Lin Zhongqiang in his eyes at all. He had been like this since the beginning. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose to the peak in the entire sect. It was approaching Jiang Chen at a terrifying speed. Bastard, give me back my grandson. A deafening roar resounded throughout the square. No one had expected that the great elder Yan Jun would come out at this moment. He was holding a 9-feet-long saber and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could react, Yan Jun's attack had already arrived. Moreover, Yan Jun's strength was quite strong, reaching the peak late true god realm. Such a sneak attack could even make a heavenly god expert break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Yan Jun's eyes lit up, and his eyes lit up. However, when Yan Jun landed in front of Jiang Chen, Ling Yun had already made her move. She clasped her hands together and locked Yan Jun's long saber tightly. At this moment, Yan Jun and Ling Yun looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Such a powerful lady. To think that there is such an expert in our Profound Feng sect. I don't even know who she is. Xian Qingming was shocked. This lady's strength was on par with the Great Elder. When the Great Elder attacked, she saved Jiang Chen. Moreover, she was as calm as a mountain. Mad dog. Xianxia squinted his eyes and his expression became extremely gloomy. The scene caused an uproar. No one had expected that the great elder Yan Jun would attack a great contributor of the profound Feng sect. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to kill Xianxia in one strike. If it was not for Ling Yun, the consequences would be unimaginable. This young lady is really skilled. Even I was deceived by you. You really have an extraordinary bearing. Xian Qingming looked at Ling Yun coldly and said. No matter what, he did not know that such a powerful expert had infiltrated the profound Feng sect. Therefore, he must find out the truth first. Otherwise, how could he answer to all the disciples of the profound Feng sect? At this moment, Xian Qingming couldn't help but recall the words that Gu Wanfeng said before his death. Jiangchen was a spy from the outer sect. However, Xian Qingming did not think that Jiangchen and the lady were in cahoots with bad intentions. After all, Jiangchen did not do anything to harm the sect since he entered the sect. Moreover, in order to save the face of the sect, he defeated the peerless genius of the Yellow Flame sect, Jiang Hao. I hope that you guys can give me an explanation. I hope that my guess is wrong. Xian Qingming looked at Ling Yun. The entire sect fell into dead silence. The tens of thousands of disciples became extremely obedient. Not even whispers could be heard, to the point where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Because at this moment, even the sect lord looked so serious. Who would dare to act rashly? Heavenly lightning and earthly fire, only my light will prevail. Sect lord, don't tell me that you don't know about this? Ling Yan said faintly. Xian Qingming's expression became extremely serious. His pupils shrunk. Heavenly thunder moves earth fire, only I can stand up. This was the slogan of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was one of the most powerful sects in the entire Lone Dragon County and even the northern Cold Divine region. It was a sect that even had an hierarch expert. Others might not know about it, but Xian Qingming knew about it. The four great sects of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect were indebted to the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. The founder of the four great sects was an expert who left the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect and established his own sect. Only the sect lord knew about this secret. Although the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was extremely powerful, the four great sects had a rule. If the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect was in trouble, they must protect the sect with all their might. I was originally in the Heavenly God realm. But because I fought with a demonic beast, my realm dropped. Jiangchen saved my life. Do you need me to perform the Thunder Fire technique with Sect Lord Xian? My master is Reverend Tianlei. Ling Yin transmitted her voice. Tianlei Venerable's name was well known. Such an expert was one of the elites in the Lone Dragon County. He was not someone that Xian Qingming could compete with. Moreover, he could not afford to offend the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Even if he offended them, Heavenly Star sect and Earthly Hades sect would not let him off. Xian Qingming held his breath. The other party's identity was obvious. She dared to say that she was Tianlei Venerable's disciple. Xian Qingming no longer doubted her. The Thunderfire technique was a secret technique of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. If he really wanted to see it, wouldn't he be disrespecting the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect? Since she knew about this secret, she must be someone from the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. Xian Qingming did not doubt her and nodded. I see. Since that's the case, I understand. This Jiangchen should be taught by you, right? Xian Qingming transmitted his voice. He has his own path of cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. I was going to leave soon, but I did not expect the Great Elder to take action at this time. I think Sect Lord should give us an explanation, right? Ling Yan's words made Xian Qingming understand. Even if she did not say it, he would still ask about it. Moreover, since Jiangchen was not her disciple, it meant that Jiangchen had an ordinary background. He was definitely a sharp sword that could rise up the profound Feng sect in the future. Jiangchen looked at Ling Yun. The latter was calm and did not seem worried at all. He knew that she was transmitting her voice to the sect lord. Moreover, she did not seem to feel any pressure at all. Great Elder, what is the meaning of this? Xian Qingming looked at the great elder and said. Profound Feng sect owed Jiangchen a debt of gratitude and had contributed greatly to the sect. It was unjustifiable for the great elder to kill Jiangchen at this time. What do I mean? Ha ha ha. This fellow killed my grandson. Sect Lord, do you think I should kill him? Yan Jun sneered as his eyes were filled with killing intent. If Xian Qingming wasn't here, he would have taken action already. Even this girl wouldn't be able to stop him. The moment Jiangchen activated the 5 elemental true fire, Yan Jun had already sensed that something was wrong. However, when he confirmed it, Yan Jun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He had to kill Jiangchen to vent the hatred in his heart. To Yan Jun, Yan Feng was his last hope. Now that his son was gone, he was a lonely old man. His last hope was his grandson. Hence, Yan Jun doted on Yan Feng so much that no one in the sect dared to mess with him. After all, the great elder was an existence that was second only to the sect master. Who would dare to mess with his precious darling? When Yan Feng died, many people in the sect were secretly glad because that scourge would never appear in front of them again. Especially those beautiful female disciples. Once they were entangled with Yan Feng, they would definitely not have a good ending. Yan Jun's indulgence towards Yan Feng had reached a point where he would not care about anything. The entire Profound Feng sect was like this. Even Xian Qingming had closed one eye. After all, Yan Feng was the last treasure in Yan Jun's palm. However, who would have thought that Yan Feng was killed by Jiangchen? Yan Jun's words couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to kill Jiangchen to vent his anger. You need evidence to speak. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm the one who killed your grandson? Don't slander me. I, Jiangchen, will not allow anyone to frame me. I hope the sect master will investigate this. Jiangchen said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. He was not an idiot. Why would he admit it? Moreover, even if he killed Yan Feng, he would be doing a good deed for the people. Yan Feng was a malignant tumor in Profound Feng sect. Many people wished for him to die and reincarnate as soon as possible. So what if he's dead? What's so great about it? The great elder's grandson is a human. Are our disciples not human too? We don't know how many of our fellow disciples he has killed and how many of our senior and junior sisters he has humiliated. Such a bastard deserves to die. He only has himself to blame. You're right. If it wasn't for the great elder supporting him, I would have done something to him. I guess no one will remember this kind of scumbag even after he's dead. Except for this protective grandfather. The great elder has indulged that bastard Yan Feng too much. He will not be able to escape from the responsibility of Yan Feng's death. Many people murmured. However, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, the great elder still had a lot of authority. Even the sect master would have to take him into consideration. All of you, retreat for now. Today's battle has come to an end. Jiangchen, come with me to the great hall of the sect. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Great elder, let's go together. Xian Qingming's words made everyone disappointed. They wanted to see the enmity between Jiangchen and the great elder. But it seemed like it was impossible now. Jiangchen and the great elder entered the great hall together. Of course, Lingyan also followed them. If Xian Qingming did not take action in time, Yan Jun would not be able to do anything. Great elder, you said that Jiangchen killed your grandson, Yan Feng. What evidence do you have? Why don't you take it out? Otherwise, even I, the sect master, will not be able to make a decision. Jiangchen is our Profound Feng sect's hero. You've seen it in today's battle. Jiangchen's skill in alchemy is unparalleled. Even the Yellow Flame sect's genius in 100 years was defeated by him. Now that Jiangchen has made a great contribution to our sect, I can't possibly punish him for no reason, can I? Otherwise, how can I answer to the disciples? Moreover, this is against our Profound Feng sect's principle of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Xian Qingming said solemnly. He needed to give everyone an explanation for this matter. He could not neglect Jiangchen because he was Profound Feng sect's hero. With Ling Yin here, he naturally could not act out of favoritism. Moreover, he might stand on Jiangchen's side and not Yan Jun's side. Because everyone in Profound Feng's sect knew what kind of person his grandson was. The great elder meant a lot to the sect. Hence, he could not make a rash decision on this matter. Yan Jun's expression became extremely cold. His expression was quite oppressive. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. There was only Xianxia in his eyes. I am the evidence. He killed my grandson and a few people from the sect. This debt cannot be repaid. I felt a few types of flames there. Who else could it be other than him? In the entire Profound Feng sect, in the entire Deer Morn Mountain, who has such an ability? Humph. Even Elder Lin does not have the ability to control so many types of flames at the same time. Isn't this matter very clear? Xianxingming's heart slightly moved. Could it really be Jiangchen? This matter is not easy to handle. Great Elder Yan Jun has always disliked Jiangchen. Why would he give in at this moment? He was certain that Jiangchen was the culprit behind all of this. Jiangchen was calm and not worried at all. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Since you don't have any evidence, don't slander me. Is it your specialty to flaunt your seniority? Just listen to your side of the story. Doesn't that mean that everyone will die because of your conspiracy? Ling Yan said coldly. Who are you? Profound Feng sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Yan Jun gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Yan angrily. If it wasn't for this girl, he would have killed Jiangchen already. Unfortunately, he was just one step away. She's indeed not a disciple of Profound Feng sect. She's an outer sect's guest. Xian Qingming said. You don't have to be unhappy. I'm just telling the truth. But I never thought that the elders of your sect would be this unreasonable. Do you think you can just kill a disciple of the sect just like that? It's really an eye-opener. Ling Yan's words pierced through his heart. Yan Jun's expression changed a few times. He was sure that Jiangchen was the one who killed him. But he really did not have any evidence. Great Elder, I think we should discuss this matter at length. Jiangchen has contributed greatly to our sect. Even if we have a huge grievance against him, we can't let our disciple be wronged. Jiangchen said with a deep voice. Xian Qingming said. He contributed greatly to the sect? Don't tell me that I haven't made great contributions to the sect. Is it wrong for me to do this for the sect all these years? Sect Master, your words have really disappointed this old man. Don't I have the right to punish a disciple? Yan Jun said. Great Elder, you must know that this is not just Jiangchen alone. He has gained the support of countless disciples. If we punish Jiangchen without distinguishing between right and wrong, what will the other disciples think? Will they accept it? Won't our Profound Feng sect hurt everyone's heart? Most importantly, you need evidence. Otherwise, we can't judge if this is Jiangchen's doing. It's hard to convince everyone with just your side of the story, Great Elder. Xian Qingming said. As the sect lord, he was in a dilemma. The Great Elder was highly respected and was the pillar of the sect. On the other hand, Jiangchen had contributed greatly to the sect and had the support of the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect's disciples. Xian Qingming was in a dilemma. Great Elder and I are like brothers, but in this matter, I will never give in. Unless Great Elder can show me some evidence, I won't interfere, and you can do whatever you want with Jiangchen. But, if you can't show me any evidence, I have to be responsible for the hearts of the people of the sect. Xian Qingming said firmly. At this moment, Yan Jun knew that it was impossible for him to cause any harm to Jiangchen. Putting aside the fact that the woman could stop him, even the sect lord was standing on the kid's side. Yan Jun was not an unreasonable person. If he continued to pester Jiangchen, he would become an unreasonable person. However, the anger in his heart could not be quelled at all. You're right. Yan Jun was clear that Xian Qingming was not a person who would tolerate anything. But he did not have any evidence at this moment. It would become a false accusation. At that time, Jiangchen would be standing on the moral high ground. I have given my all for the sect. To think that the Great Elder has wronged me like this. It makes my heart sour. Jiangchen sighed with a helpless expression on his face. Don't be too happy. I will make you pay with your blood sooner or later. Yan Jun harumphed and left. If he continued to pester Xianxia, he would be playing to the crowd. This fellow will understand the consequences of offending him sooner or later. I don't believe that the sect lord can protect you forever. Yan Jun suppressed the anger in his heart and left with a gloomy expression. Seeing that the great elder had left, Xianxia changed the topic and said, Jianchen, although you've rendered meritorious service to the sect, and you've shown brilliantly today to turn things around, you've been implicated in the death of the first elder's grandson. There are many suspicious points, and your reward and punishment are equal. You must remember to cultivate properly. Don't let down my expectations of you. If you can come back from the hidden secret realm, I will give you a fortune. Thank you, sect lord. Jiangchen will do his best to bring glory to the sect. This heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill has reached the supreme grade. It should be useful to sect lord. I hope that sect lord will accept it. Jiangchen passed the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to Xianxia. Cough cough. This isn't too good. Xianxia coughed lightly and said with a smile. Jiangchen could tell that the sect lord was interested in the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that he had concocted. So he did a favor and gave the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill to the sect lord. Wasn't it a good thing? Moreover, he could tell that the sect lord was on his side. Jiangchen was naturally grateful towards Xianxia. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Jiangchen never liked to owe people favors. I don't need this pill. Moreover, I can concoct it myself in the future. But this pill should be useful to sect lord. I hope that sect lord will not reject it. Jiangchen smiled. All right then, I shall respectfully accept your invitation. Xianxia accepted Jiangchen's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. He was a little excited. This supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was priceless. There was no market for it. It was extremely rare even among heavenly god experts. Xianxia never expected that Jiangchen could concoct such a high-grade pill. It seemed like he would have to ask for help from Jiangchen if he wanted to use pills in the future. Sect lord, what kind of place is the hidden secret realm? Jiangchen asked. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. He kept the pill and said, the hidden secret realm is a secret realm created by a peerless almighty in the Lone Dragon County. It can be considered as a world of its own. Although it's not as good as the divine world, it's still not that bad compared to the immortal world of the lower planes. But after the fall of that almighty, the hidden secret realm became an ownerless item. Hence, it landed on the 9 Nether Sunset Mountain in the Linha boundary. The hidden secret realm is connected to another world of its own. It will open once every 100 years for a year. In the hidden secret realm, there are treasures and wealth left behind by the Almighty. The entire hidden secret realm is filled with danger. The demonic beasts in the hidden secret realm are extremely terrifying. They are even more terrifying than the demonic beasts in the divine world. We, Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect, and Yellow Flame Sect are the 4 great sections. Even though Yellow Flame Sect provoked us this time, we will be the strongest allies in the hidden secret realm of Linha boundary. You must remember this point, not everyone can be your back. No one in the sect can help you there. You can only rely on yourself. Those above the heavenly god realm are not allowed to enter, so only disciples below the heavenly god realm can enter. Most of them are around the true god realm. Only a few super sects can send out peak true god realm experts. Your current strength is still too weak. If it wasn't for the last battle where you instantly killed the half-step true god realm Yanqing, I wouldn't even let you enter this place. Because the hidden secret realm is too dangerous. It's also known as the graveyard of the experts. Only 1,000 people will be able to come out alive after entering the hidden secret realm. However, these 1,000 people will become the most influential experts in the Linha boundary in the next 100 years. Xianxia said with a serious face and told Jiangchen a lot. Jiangchen was very grateful. Thank you, Sect Lord. In that case, Sect Lord, we shall take our leave. Jiangchen said. All right. Jiangchen and Ling Yan left the main hall. Ling Yan's expression was still incomparably solemn and cold, as if nothing could make her happy. This time, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been injured even if he couldn't kill me. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Yun. This woman never smiles. She always keeps a straight face. Does she always feel lonely at the top? No need. Ling Yan's answer made Jiang Chen smile. What kind of answer is that? But Ling Yan still cared about him. It's just that her personality dictated that she would not say anything. Wait for me to come back. I will let you see a different me. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yan's departing figure and the corner of his lips curled up. Jiang Chen was cultivating alone at the foot of Deermorn Mountain. He noticed that someone was following him and the person was very strong. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen's keen senses made it impossible for the other party to hide. However, the other party's strength also made his heart palpitate. This fellow's strength was even greater than the first elder's. Your senses are really sharp. A deep voice echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, only to discover a gigantic demonic beast. Under its feet, all the grass and trees had completely withered. Flames rose, charring everything in its path. He was the fire Qilin. Have you been following me since we left Qiyun mountain range? Jiang Chen frowned, as if he was facing a great enemy. Back then, he had felt that someone was following him, but after entering the sect, he didn't feel anything. Perhaps the sect's grand protective array had isolated the fire Qilin. And today, when he was cultivating at the foot of Deer Mountain, he once again appeared in front of him, and the fire Qilin had already recovered his strength. Not bad. The fire Qilin said faintly. What do you want? This is the foot of Profound Feng sect. Even if you want to take action, you shouldn't choose this place. Moreover, I have already refined the Dragon Ball. You don't have it anymore. Jiang Chen said. I came here today to make a deal with you. The fire Qilin said seriously. Make a deal with me? Hee hee. Let's hear it. I'm interested. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. He also wanted to know what the fire Qilin wanted to do after following him for such a long time. I want your 5 elemental true fire. The fire Qilin said. Ha ha ha. Looks like you're dreaming. Jiang Chen laughed. Don't misunderstand. I don't want your 5 elemental true fire's origin. I need to grow, but I need to devour flames during this period. Ordinary beast flames have little effect on me. Moreover, there are very few beasts that have beast flames. Therefore, I need to find other kinds of flames to devour in order to increase my strength and continue to grow. Your 5 elemental true fire is the most perfect form for my growth. I also have your Qilin Saint fire, but it's not fully formed yet. The other 4 types of flames are also great nourishment for me. So I want to follow you and devour your 5 elemental true fire. During this period, I will be your guardian. The fire Qilin said seriously. Jiang Chen could feel the fire Qilin's sincerity. According to what the fire Qilin said, he needed to devour different types of flames to complete his transformation and growth. Moreover, the Qilin was an ancient sacred beast. It was extremely arrogant. Even the dragon race would not have any respect in front of it. Jiang Chen was already shocked that the fire Qilin was willing to lower himself and beg him. Plus, the fire Qilin's strength was quite strong, it had even reached the late true god realm. However, it did not threaten him. It was not because it was not confident in its own strength, but because Jiang Chen had saved its life before. It was a very prideful person. Naturally, it would not do something ungrateful. Although demonic beasts were beasts, they were more honest and cute than humans. Don't worry. I will not covet your 5 elemental true fire. As long as my Qilin Saint fire can evolve, I will be satisfied. Because the 5 elemental true fire is very important to you. I don't want their origin fire. The fire Qilin continued as if it was afraid that Jiang Chen would have some worries. Is this really what you want? But you have to be my mount. How about it? Are you willing? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Haha. I'm just teasing you. Your sincerity has surprised me. Moreover, devouring the 5 elemental true fire will not harm me at all. So, I agree. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Really? The fire Qilin was very excited and almost shed tears of gratitude. Xianxia patted the fire Qilin's head. If you treat me as your brother, then I will definitely not treat you badly. But if you dare to do anything, I believe you know what I am capable of. Xianxia said confidently. If it was a battle of life and death, he might not lose to the fire Qilin. Although the two of them were 3 levels apart, Xianxia still had many tricks up his sleeves. Don't worry. Every word of the Qilin clan is worth 1,000 gold. The fire Qilin said proudly. My name is Xianyuan Fingqi. Xianxia. But I am going to the hidden secret realm. Can you come with me? I will turn into the size of an ant and lie on your shoulder to cultivate. The Qilin clan's ability to hide is something that no one can discover. Xianyuan Fingqi said confidently. Suddenly, the Xianyuan Fingqi turned into the size of an ant and landed on Xianxia's shoulder. Interesting. Ha ha ha. At the foot of Deer Morn Mountain, in the sect. Xian Qingming's expression was solemn as he stood on the leader's seat. Today, I will bring all of you to the Linhe boundary. 3 outer sect disciples and 10 inner sect disciples. During this period of time, all matters in the sect shall be handled by the Great Elder. Those who disobey will be punished according to the sect rules. Xian Qingming said coldly. Understood. Yan Jun said with a powerful and domineering aura. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to have any doubts about the Great Elder being in charge of the sect. Yan Jun Lunglung looked at Jiangchen. Fortunately, you entered the hidden secret realm. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Where are the inner and outer sect disciples? A green-cloaked man with starry eyebrows and sharp eyes said coldly. This is the inner sect's great senior brother, Pan Hong. I heard that his strength has reached the middle true god realm, comparable to some of the elders. Bai Yunfei said quietly. As expected, he's quite strong. Jiangchen slightly nodded. To be able to become the inner sect's great senior brother, he's definitely not simple. Pan Hong looked at Jiangchen and the others. Everyone had arrived and nodded at Xian Qingming. Jiangchen did not expect to see 2 familiar faces in the inner sect. Inner sect 7th, Man Shui. Man Shui looked at Jiangchen. He was able to become one of the top 10 inner sect disciples because of Jiangchen. Jiangchen was already a half-step true god, but his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Man Shui was quite grateful towards Jiangchen. If he missed this rare opportunity to enter the hidden secret realm, he might never have the chance to enter the true training grounds of the younger generation experts in the Linhe boundary again. Such an opportunity, it was all Jiangchen's doing. Outer sect 2nd. I knew you're not an ordinary person. Haha, sure enough. Man Shui patted on Jiangchen's arm and said. If it was any ordinary disciple, he would have been smashed to pieces by now. Not bad, brother man, haha, you're also improving rapidly. It's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for your daybreak pill, I don't know how long I would be stuck at the peak middle void god realm. Most importantly, I can enter the hidden secret realm this time. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness. Man Shui was a man of character. He would always remember of Jiangchen's daybreak pill in his heart. You, brother man intersects Wang Chongyang. Haha. Wang Chongyang gave Jiangchen a glance, and his smile became even brighter. You've really impressed me. The current me is no match for you. Jiangchen shrugged. In the past, Wang Chongyang wanted to seize the nameplate from Jiangchen, but was defeated by Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen didn't kill him, which made Wang Chongyang who he was today. Don't worry. If we can come out from the hidden secret realm alive, I will definitely challenge you again. Wang Chongyang's face was full of pride. However, his strength was obvious to everyone. This guy who had been hiding his strength for a few months had actually defeated the inner sect's 9th-ranked disciple and replaced that guy's chance to enter the hidden secret realm. I'll wait for that day. Jiangchen said with a smile. Get ready. I'll bring you guys to the Linhe boundary. Xian Qingming said. Is this the sect's teleportation formation? Jiangchen was surprised. Yes. This is the teleportation formation built by the sect's old ancestor thousands of years ago. It can send you to the ancient dragon city of the Linhe boundary. It's the biggest city in the Linhe boundary. Yang Jian said quietly. At this moment, Xianxia waved his hand and pushed everyone to the center of the formation. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones were thrown out from the formation. Instantly, the formation shone brightly. Everyone took a deep breath, including Xianxia. Tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones were needed to activate this formation. The consumption was too huge. If it wasn't for the void teleportation, no one would be willing to use this teleportation formation. After all, there was only one chance to enter the hidden secret realm every 100 years. Xianxia could see that even the sect lord felt the pinch. Tens of thousands of high-grade divine origin stones. Even a heavenly god expert would not dare to be moved. Isn't this too extravagant? Bai Yunfei sighed, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Because entering the hidden secret realm this time would be the biggest training in their lives. Nobody knew if they could come out from the hidden secret realm. The 1 in 10 chance of survival would definitely be a peerless expert in the Linha boundary or even the Lone Dragon County. As for the rest of them, they were destined to be the stepping stones and become the fertilizer for the hidden secret realm. Everyone knew that this might be their last. Because there was only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Those who could walk out of the hidden secret realm would be famous all over the world. But who would be willing to give up such a good opportunity? Just cultivating in the hidden secret realm for a year would bring unimaginable benefits. Death was not scary. What was scary was living a mediocre life. So, even if they had to think twice, they would still want to enter the hidden secret realm without regrets. That was the power of faith. No one would be willing to be mediocre. If an expert wanted to make a comeback, he would need to step on the corpses of other experts. Be quiet, all of you. The formation is about to be activated. Xianxia said solemnly. The formation was activated. Instantly, a bright light burst out. Everyone held their breath and the 9 revolutions transformation disappeared from the spot. Yu'er held Ling Yun's hand and her eyes turned red. Big brother didn't even say goodbye to me before leaving. Yu'er said softly and pouted as if she felt wronged. Isn't that place very dangerous? Sister. Yu'er raised her head innocently and looked at Ling Yun. It's not dangerous. Big brother will definitely come back. When he comes back, I'll bring you out of here. Ling Yun said softly. Looking at the formation where Xianxia disappeared, she felt a little lonely. But she still believed that a mere hidden secret realm would not be able to stop him. Don't make me look down on you. Ling Yun said to Xianxia in her heart. All right. I must see Big Brother come back alive. Yu'er turned around and held back her tears. She was young, but she was not stupid. Big Brother would definitely die if he went, but she had no other choice. She could not follow him, because that would only be a burden to him. Yu'er swore in her heart that one day, I will stand in front of you with my head held high. I will definitely protect you, Big Brother. The ancient dragon city could be considered as the biggest city in the entire Linha boundary. The inner city had a circumference of 100,000 miles. Cultivators were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. This was also the favorite place for human experts to stay. It was said that the city lord of this city was a divine king expert. That was why he was able to suppress the bandits and monstrous geniuses. No one dared to cause trouble in the ancient dragon city. The cultivators here were everywhere in the entire Linha boundary. It was much more prosperous than any other place. True god experts could be seen everywhere. Heavenly god experts were not rare either. Moreover, the opening of the hidden secret realm would definitely attract countless experts. Once an expert came out from the hidden secret realm and brought out something good, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It was a common occurrence in the entire ancient dragon city. This place is really lively. Xianxia looked at the surrounding city. It was the same as the immortal world. But the people here were obviously stronger. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. There were also a lot of peddlers and commoners. Hundreds of millions of people gathered to form ancient dragon city's 10,000-year splendor. This is the eastern part of the ancient dragon city. 3 days later, we will enter the hidden secret realm. Before that, we need to go to the sect union of the Linha boundary. The 100 sect alliance is there. If we want to enter the hidden secret realm, we need to get our nameplates there. Xian Qingming said. During this period of time, no one is allowed to cause trouble. If you really offend some big shots, I'm afraid that even I, the sect lord, cannot protect you. I do not wish for anything to go wrong in this trip to the hidden secret realm. Oh? Isn't this sect lord Xian? You're early. 100 years ago, your profound Feng sect was annihilated. Not a single one of them came out from the hidden secret realm. Are you going to send yourself to death this time? Hee hee. A strange voice appeared beside Xian Qingming. Currently, there were many experts gathered in front of the sect union, all of them were the elites of their respective sections. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Li Shuangqiang, to think that your mouth is still so smelly. Isn't there only one person left in your giant eagle sect? What's there to be proud of? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xian Qingming said in a deep voice. Even Jiang Chen and the others were slightly stunned. They never thought that there would be such a story. 100 years ago, the entire profound Feng sect was annihilated. None of those who entered the hidden secret realm came out alive. This also meant how terrifying the hidden secret realm was. Those who entered it, if they could come out alive, even if they were alone, they would definitely become a true expert. Alone, not bad. Lin Feng is already an elder of the Giant Eagle sect, haha. Li Shuangqiang said proudly. It's better than Xian Qingming having no one. I hope that you can still remain so calm this time around. I hope that you won't be completely annihilated this time around. Leng Leng said. Of course not. This time, our Giant Eagle sect has even more prodigies. Xian Qingming, watch carefully. Li Shuangqiang led his 15 disciples and swaggered into the sect union with an air of arrogance. I don't like this guy. Bai Yunfei harumphed coldly. Yeah. I hope that we won't be completely annihilated this time around. Wang Chongyang shrugged and said. Absolutely not. With Jiang Chen here, we'll definitely be able to sweep away all the obstacles. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said. No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak, Senior Bai. Jiang Chen stared at Bai Yunfei. Wang Chongyang had always been grateful towards Jiang Chen, but at the same time, he also had the fighting spirit, treating Jiang Chen as his strongest opponent. At this moment, no one dared to say anything because Xian Qingming's expression was extremely serious. What Li Shuangqiang said just now was really unpleasant. Xian Qingming had lost his face 100 years ago. Otherwise, the number of people entering the hidden secret realm this time would not be less than 2. Even a sect like the Giant Eagle sect would have 15 people entering the hidden secret realm. Qingming, long time no see. Haha. Greetings, second elder. Xian Qingming slightly bowed towards the middle-aged man and said with a smile. There's no need for formalities between us. Profound Feng sect has been dormant for 100 years, will you give us a surprise? Haha. Ren Yuanzi laughed. He was the second elder of Heavenly Star sect, his strength was unfathomable. He was even stronger than Xian Qingming. I'm ashamed. I hope we can get a good ranking. It won't be as embarrassing as last year. If this time, sigh. Xian Qingming shook his head and sighed. It's alright. This time, with the strength of our 4 sects, there won't be any problem. Lu Quanchao greets Sect Lord Xian. Greetings, Sect Lord Xian. A young man with curly hair slightly bowed. This is the chief disciple of Heavenly Star sect. His strength has reached the peak of late True God realm. Even in the entire Linhe boundary, he's definitely one of the top prodigies. When Ren Yuanzi looked at Lu Quanchao, his eyes were filled with pride. Although Xian Qingming knew that Ren Yuanzi was not trying to show off, he still felt that it was a little difficult. Profound Feng sect and Heavenly Star sect might be brother sects, but their strengths were very different. I'm Lu Quanchao. This time I will not let you guys down. I will definitely protect you guys. Lu Quanchao's words were filled with confidence. Jiang Chen and the others nodded silently. This person was really strong. Jiang Chen was slightly moved. The 10 great sects of the Linhe boundary did have a deep foundation. Ren Yuanzi was the second elder, but his strength was very strong. He was even stronger than Xian Qingming. Only now did they realize how terrifying the experts outside were. Along the way, Xianxia had met hundreds and thousands of heavenly god realm experts. As the leader of the four great sects, the heavenly star sect's strength was quite remarkable. There were a total of 24 people behind Lu Quanchao. The weakest among them was a mid-true god, on par with the chief disciple of Profound Feng sect, Pan Hong. Among the 25 disciples, there was a purple-clothed girl. Her expression was cold and her beautiful face was like jade, attracting many people's gazes. However, she was indifferent. Even Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and the others could not help but look at the girl, their eyes filled with admiration. Heavenly Star Sect is a place that nurtures geniuses. Everyone is envious of them. Hee hee. Xian Qingming said. My old ancestor Di Long is here. Haha. The great elder of the earthly Hades sect, old ancestor Di Long, laughed as he walked towards them. 18 disciples followed behind him. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. Although they could not be compared to Ren Yuanzi's heavenly star sect, they were still outstanding. The leader was a late true god. The weakest disciple of the earthly Hades sect was an early true god. You brat, you're always so ostentatious. You don't have to look down on me, Ren Yuanzi. Last time, our earthly Hades sect also competed with our strength. When are you going to let our earthly Hades sect have a seat at the top of your sect? Hee hee hee. Old ancestor Di Long said with a sinister smile. However, he was not hostile towards Profound Feng sect. Brother Di Long. How have you been? Xian Qingming said with a smile. I've been well. Why is Mu Tianan not here yet? Is the Yellow Flame sect going to disband? Haha. As soon as old ancestor Di Long finished his words, a skinny middle-aged man in a yellow robe slowly walked towards them. Behind him were 13 young disciples. The one leading the group was Jiang Hao, who had met Xianxia before. It was unexpected that they would meet here. You old fart, don't tell me you were hoping that I wouldn't come? Mu Tianan said with a cold smile. Jiang Hao and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of them were filled with battle intent. Although Xianxia was better than Jiang Hao in alchemy, Jiang Hao was not afraid of Xianxia in terms of cultivation. Who is Xianxia? Mu Tianan looked at the disciple behind Xian Qingming and asked. Old Mu, are you treating me as if I'm not here? Xian Qingming said with a cold smile. I only want to know who can concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Mu Tianan said calmly. At this moment, both old ancestor Di Long and Ren Yuanzi widened their eyes and their facial expression became solemn. They had heard about the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill before. It was not something that an ordinary person could concoct. Even some alchemist masters might not have the confidence to concoct such a pill, especially when Jiangxia used the leftover waste of Jiang Hao to concoct it. Mu Tianan couldn't believe it. You said that there's someone in their sect who can concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Old ancestor Di Long asked in surprise. That's right. Xian Qingming should know about this. Mu Tianan said. I'm Jiangxia. I'm just lucky. A supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was not that easy to refine. The difficulty of refining it again is unimaginable. Jiangxia faintly smiled. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Under the gazes of Ren Yuanzi, Patriarch Di Long, Mu Tianan and the rest, as well as the many curious gazes of the various sect's disciples, his expression remained calm and composed. However, there weren't many people who put Jiangxia in their eyes. Because Jiangxia's strength was too weak. A peak late void god was in existence that they could kill easily. What about the pills? Where is he now? I'm willing to trade with you. Name your price. Little fellow. Old ancestor Di Long said solemnly. The supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was so terrifying that even the famous alchemist grandmasters of the earthly Hades sect and heavenly star sect were not confident in concocting it. A high-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill should not be difficult for them, but it was not very useful for heavenly gods like old ancestor Di Long. Cough cough, I've already eaten. Xian Qingming cleared his throat and said. You. Hey, forget it. Why are you so greedy? Old ancestor Di Long was regretful. Why wasn't he a disciple of his sect? To be able to concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill at such a young age. This was shocking. No wonder he was so weak. He spent all his energy on concocting pills. Although Xianxia had become a famous person in the four great sects, he was also the most embarrassed one because his strength was too weak. Little friend, if you still have more heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, please give me one. Old Ancestor D Long said with a hint of hope. I really don't have any more. Please don't blame me, Great Elder. Xianxia smiled apologetically. Haha, heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? This kid can concoct a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Interesting. This is the first time I, Xianxia, heard of someone who's not even at the true God realm. If you have a supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, I'll take as many as you have. A bearded man sneered and said with disdain towards Xianxia. You're from the Divine Pill sect, why are you here? Ren Yuanzi said coldly. Ha ha ha. What I want to tell you is that you're all too naive. Even the genius alchemist of my Divine Pill sect only managed to concoct a low-grade supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill once. Do you really think that it's that easy to concoct such a pill? Haha. To think that a kid could lie to all of you. If you're so talented, so what if my Divine Pill sect takes you in? Xianxingzi's expression was cold as he sneered. Who do you think you are? What kind of place do you think your Divine Pill sect is? Who wants to go there? Xianxia said proudly. Everyone held their breaths and their expression became solemn. Because Xianxia's words were ungrateful to them. Many people from the other sects gathered around them. What kind of place was the Divine Pill sect? It was the third-ranked sect in the entire Linha boundary. In the Divine Pill sect, there were many experts and almost half of the disciples knew how to concoct pills. It was a paradise for alchemists and there were even immortal-grade alchemists there. If one had more than 50% success rate in concocting a supreme-grade alchemist, then one could be called a supreme-grade alchemist. It was the same for immortal-grade alchemists. It was not difficult to become an upper-grade alchemist. However, one must have exceptional talent to become an upper-grade alchemist. In the entire Divine Pill sect, there were more than 1,000 upper-grade alchemists. In Profound Feng sect, there was only Lin Zhongqiang and Gu Wanfeng. Lin Zhongqiang could only concoct a peak upper-grade pill. The success rate of concocting a supreme-grade pill was less than 1 in 10. In the Divine Pill sect, there were more than 30 supreme-grade alchemists. Only the sect lord and the great elder had the ability to concoct an immortal-grade alchemist. As the 7th elder of the Divine Pill sect, Xianxia was only at the level of a supreme-grade alchemist. But not every pill had such a high success rate. The Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was the same. The difficulty of concocting such a pill was comparable to other peak-grade alchemists. In other words, even he was not confident that he could concoct a supreme-grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. That was why he felt that Xianxia was just talking nonsense. If there was such a super genius, then it was reasonable for the Divine Pill sect to be recruited. Almost everyone in the Linha boundary wanted to join the Divine Pill sect. You may not know about other sects, but the Divine Pill sect was a transcendent existence. Even the first-ranked Clearstream sect and Ghost Eye sect did not want to offend the Divine Pill sect. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. If I have the chance to enter the Divine Pill sect, I will do my best to enter even if I have to use all my strength. Yeah. He's too arrogant. But it seems like it's not that he doesn't want to enter, but his strength is too weak. Haha. More and more people gathered around. The area in front of the sect union was packed with people. Every sect was the same. Since the Divine Pill sect, Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sect were all here, everyone wanted to find out what was going on. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on my Divine Pill sect? How shameless. A white-robed man stepped forward and said coldly. It's not that I'm looking down on your Divine Pill sect, but your Divine Pill sect is worthless. You can't even refine a supreme-grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? How dare you talk nonsense here? Xianxia sneered. Ren Yuanzi, Old Ancestor D Long, Xian Qingming and the others were slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's words had offended the entire Divine Pale sect. To put it bluntly, it was like a toad yawning. Such arrogance. He did not even put the Divine Pale sect in his eyes. You. Could it be that you can refine it? The white-robed man shouted. Are you out of your mind? If I can't refine it, why would I talk to you about this? Jiang Chen snorted and said with a laugh. Good, good, good. What a sharp tongue. Why don't we have a competition here? Whoever loses will be a puppy? Li Yanqiao said angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen and wanted to have a competition with him. Aren't you childish? Whoever loses is a puppy? Since you want to have a competition, why don't we show our true abilities and have a good competition? There should be some reward, right? Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to laugh. Indeed, it's not kids playing house. Whoever loses is a puppy. We're all adults, can't we have some manners? Jiang Qingzi stood up at this moment and looked at Li Yanqiao. He was the number 3 genius disciple in the entire Divine Pale sect. His strength had reached the late True God realm. His alchemy skills were extremely terrifying. The number 3 disciple of the Divine Pale sect was comparable to the top disciples of the top 10 sects in the Linhe boundary. Are you confident? Li Yanqiao. Jiang Qingzi purposely asked. It's as easy as pie. Li Yanqiao said proudly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Qingzi was full of confidence. He knew that Li Yanqiao would be able to deal with this little guy easily. He just wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Divine Pale sect was. Ren Yuanzi and Xian Qingming looked at each other helplessly. Especially Xian Qingming, he did not know if Jiang Chen had the confidence. Moreover, he was too reckless. One must know that his opponent was from the Divine Pale sect, not Jiang Hao from the Yellow Flame sect. The gap between the two of them was not just a little. He's indeed a little reckless, but his courage is commendable. If he could really concoct a supreme-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, the Divine Pale sect would definitely be disgraced, and this group of people wouldn't need to be so arrogant. The people of the Divine Pale sect have always been arrogant. Just because of their alchemy skills, everyone is respectful to them. I have been displeased with them for a long time. Ren Yuanzi smiled faintly. Although Jiang Chen was not a disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, he still found him pleasing to the eye. It's my first time seeing someone who dares to be so arrogant and look down on the Divine Pale sect. Ha ha ha, refreshing, refreshing. I like this kid a lot. It's best if he can concoct a heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill that suits me. Hee hee. Old Ancestor D Long squinted his eyes. He was also extremely curious. If he can really defeat the people of the Divine Pale sect, I think I won't be so angry anymore. Mu Tianan smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Hao who was behind him. Do you think he can win? I don't know, but I think it's 50-50. Although Jiang Chen is not from the Divine Pale sect, his alchemy skills are extremely terrifying. At least, I am not his match. Jiang Hao lowered his head in shame. As a rare alchemist of the Yellow Flame sect, he was so weak in front of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Hao did not feel ashamed at all. It's not scary to lose, what's scary is that you can't afford to lose. If Jiang Chen was able to defeat the people of the Divine Pale sect, Fourth Mu Tianan and Xian Qingming would be extremely happy. One could imagine the prestige of the Divine Pale sect. However, they would not use force to oppress Jiang Chen at this moment. They would use their expertise in alchemy to deal a fatal blow to Jiang Chen. Using virtue to win over others, wouldn't that make them more famous? Li Yanqiao's strength and alchemy skills were extremely powerful. Otherwise, Jiang Qingzi would not be so relaxed at this moment. There's someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dares to challenge the alchemy skills of the Divine Pale sect. In the entire Linhe boundary, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. The position of the Divine Pale sect is unshakable. Doesn't he know that? That's right. But there's someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It can't be helped. I'm speechless. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. Challenging the alchemy skills of the Divine Pale sect is no different from playing with fire. Then, let's wait and see. At this moment, Jiang Chen had become everyone's target. No one believed that he could win against Li Yanqiao. One should know that Li Yanqiao was also famous. His alchemy skills could even be compared to some of the sect's elders. Xianxia naturally trusted Li Yanqiao. Say it. What's the wager? Li Yanqiao looked down at Jiangchen. My wager is a divine tool. As soon as Jiangchen finished his words, he took out a divine tool. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. Xianxing's pupil shrunk. This fella is too extravagant. And he has a divine tool. Did Lingyan give it to him? There were simply too many secrets on this fellow. A divine artifact right off the bat. This disciple of yours is a little surprising. Qingming. Ren Yuanzi smiled. As the second elder of the Heavenly Star sect, he naturally would not covet Jiangchen's divine tool. However, he was slightly shocked. A powerful divine tool was extremely attractive even to Heavenly God Realm experts like them. Good lad. Interesting. His aggressiveness had probably shocked everyone present. He had taken out a god artifact with just a raise of his hand. Just how arrogant was that? Ha ha ha. Old Ancestor Di Long nodded silently. Jiangchen held the divine tool in his hand. It was refined by him in his free time. Although it was not a supreme grade weapon, it was still a true divine tool. It was quite attractive to Heavenly God Realm experts. As for those true God Realm experts, they were naturally shocked. No one dared to look down on Jiangchen anymore. Because this fellow was too overbearing. He dared to take out a divine tool as a wager. How heroic was that? Who wouldn't accept it? All right. What do you want? Say it. Li Yanqiao's eyes lit up as he stared at the divine tool in Jiangchen's hand. He could not move an inch. The pill formula for healing divine soul injuries must be used by Heavenly God Realm experts and above. Jiangchen said faintly. He also had a low-grade pill formula. However, it had little effect on Ling Yan's injuries. The soul-stabilizing pill had no effect on Ling Yan at all. So simple? Seventh Elder, Li Yanqiao looked at Jiangxingzi and said. I have it here. Don't worry. If you win, I will give you the pill formula with both hands. Everyone here can be my witness. If you lose, the divine tool will be mine. Li Yanqiao was slightly stunned, but he could not say a word. Don't worry. I will not take the divine tool. You can have it. Jiangxingzi said faintly. Li Yanqiao was overjoyed because the seventh elder was not greedy for the divine tool. The divine tool would still be given to him. Don't be happy too early. The divine tool might not be yours. Jiangchen said with a smile. Li Yanqiao was very confident and Jiangchen was not hesitant at all. It's time to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill again. This time, he should be able to concoct 3 of them at once. At that time, he would give them to the 3 seniors of Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect and Yellow Flame Sect. In the future, Profound Feng Sect would definitely have a good relationship with them. Jiangchen had already expected this. I never expected Jiangchen to be so domineering. You're indeed a disciple of Profound Feng Sect. Senior Bai is proud of you. Haha. Bai Yunfei laughed and said. You're indeed a monstrous existence. Others might not believe you, but I do. Man Shui said with a smile. He was very confident in Jiangchen. Even though he was quite arrogant, Man Shui still admired Jiangchen from the bottom of his heart. You must not lose. Otherwise, I don't know how many people are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Wang Chongyang smiled faintly. He felt that Jiangchen would not lose. Since he had the confidence to do it, he would not be fighting with his back against the wall. Jiangchen's leisurely walk was enough to prove that he was very confident. Watch carefully. I will let you see what a true supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill is. Li Yanqiao said with a smile. However, his tone was filled with provocation and arrogance. As the third genius disciple of the Divine Pill sect, he should have some pride. Although Li Yanqiao couldn't refine a supreme grade elixir every time, his success rate was still not bad. Moreover, he had also tried to refine the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill and succeeded a few times. However, the best one he made was only a peak upper grade elixir. He was only one step away from refining a supreme-grade elixir. It should be known that the difficulty of refining the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was much more difficult than ordinary elixirs. Moreover, that was 3 years ago. The current Li Yanqiao was no longer the same as he was in the past. He was not afraid of Xianxia. Li Yanqiao did not show any signs of weakness. He immediately took out his trump card, the beast fire of the fire cloud leopard. It was a terrifying beast fire. It was comparable to the beast fire of Jianghao's flaming dragon bear. Li has said. This beast fire is Chen. I can see that he is a Jiang. Don't speak too early. It's still too early to comment. I can't wait. Haha. Supreme Grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. TSK TSK TSK. It would be great if I could have one. A Supreme Grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill. I reckon it would not be lower than 1,000 high-grade divine origin stones if I were to auction it. Jiangchen looked at Jianghao unhurriedly. Brother Jiang, do you have any more herbs to concoct the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill? All right. Jianghao did not hesitate at all. Many people were watching. This time, Jiangchen had asked him for the materials to concoct the pill. He had shown his face in front of many people. Plus, Jianghao did not hate Jiangchen. Jiangchen had defeated him. It only meant that Jiangchen was powerful. If Jiangchen had defeated Li Yanqiao, it meant that Jiangchen did not lose too far. Plus, Li Yanqiao was one of the best alchemists in the Divine Pale sect. He was one of the top 3 disciples in the sect. Jiangchen did not care about it at all. He took out his divine weapon and fought with Li Yanqiao. Jiangchen's boldness was worthy of his admiration. Almost everyone on the scene was shocked by Jiangchen's boldness. The moment he took out the divine weapon, no one doubted him anymore. Even if he lost the match, no one would blame him for it. Arrogant and conceited. At this point, no one cared about the final result. What they wanted to see was this thrilling and heart-pounding feeling. Jianghao threw the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill to Jiangchen. Does this guy really have something up his sleeves? Lu Quanchao looked solemn. He could not help but be interested in Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen was only a late void god, his courage was not something an ordinary late true god would dare to challenge. Plus, the one he challenged was the strongest sect in the Linha boundary, the Divine Pale sect. It was not going to be easy. As the people of the heaven, earth, profound and yellow sects, whether it was Ren Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long, or even Mu Tianan, they all hoped that Jiangchen could win. However, it all depended on his own luck. Moreover, there were already more than 10 sects watching the battle. This was a battle that the Profound Feng sect and the Divine Pale sect could not afford to lose. If they lost, the Divine Pale sect would lose their face. Moreover, they had never thought that they would lose to an unknown disciple of a low-grade sect. Jiangchen looked at Li Yanqiao refining and purifying the pill step by step. He was not in a hurry and his technique was extremely skillful. He seemed to be a pretty good alchemist. However, that was all. No matter how strong he was, Jiangchen was confident that he could defeat him. One had to know that the materials Jiangchen had used last time were of the worst quality, and the pills he'd concocted had already reached the level of supreme rank. This time, however, Jiangchen had used the best ingredients available. The difference between the two was self-evident. Seeing that Li Yanqiao was about to complete the fusion of the pill, Jiangchen took action. I would like to see how you are going to win against the Divine Pale sect. Jiang Chengzi looked down on the world. In the Linha boundary, there was no one who was better than the Divine Pale sect in alchemy. Even Jiang Chengzi was dumbfounded when he saw Jiangchen's beast fire. This beast fire was too powerful. He could feel that the beast fire was suppressing Li Yanqiao's beast fire. The beast fire of the fire cloud leopard was one of the best among the beast fires, but it still couldn't withstand Jiangchen's beast fire. Jiangchen's beast fire was extremely powerful. What kind of beast fire is that? Jiang Chengzi and Li Yanqiao were puzzled. They could not sense what Jiangchen's beast fire was. Not far behind Jiang Chengzi was a skinny young man in a grey robe. His expression was slightly twisted as he stared at the Qilin Saint fire in Jiangchen's hand. He nodded silently and murmured with a hoarse voice. Xianxia was slightly shocked. That person was a supreme-grade alchemist that even he could not compare to. He was the strongest alchemist in the entire Divine Pale sect. There were only 2 people who were stronger than him. One was the second elder, and the other was the sect leader. Are you sure that his beast fire is the Qilin Saint fire? The skinny man nodded and closed his eyes. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Although he could not do anything now, it would be their world after entering the hidden secret realm. At that time, Jiangchen would have nowhere to hide. Even if he wanted to take his life, it would be a piece of cake. A late void god dared to come here to participate in the hidden secret realm. Jiangxia was already dissatisfied that these places were given to the low-grade sections. Jiangchen's purification speed was much faster this time. Compared to the time when he fought against Jiang Hao, it was much more precise. Moreover, the medicinal herbs that he purified were of the highest quality. Dozens of medicinal herbs began to fuse and interweave with each other. At this moment, Li Yanqiao had reached the last step, forming the pill. Supreme grade. It must be a supreme grade. Li Yanqiao murmured in his heart. When he opened his alchemy furnace, his eyes exploded with a bright light. He was exceptionally surprised. Although it was barely a supreme grade, it was still a supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Compared to a high-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill, it was many times stronger. I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha. A supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Li Yanqiao's eyes shone brightly. The crowd cheered for him. A supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. In the eyes of the other sects, Li Yanqiao was incomparably proud. Such a talent, even the 10 great sects might not have a few supreme grade alchemists. However, a mere disciple of the Divine Pale sect had reached the level of a supreme grade alchemist. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, the other sects were filled with envy. The Divine Pale sect really lives up to its name. Yeah, Li Yanqiao from the Divine Pale sect is stronger after all. The supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill is something that even heavenly god experts would want. Ha ha ha. That's what I said. An expert is an expert after all. Profound Feng sect dares to challenge the Divine Pale sect? You really overestimate yourself, haha. Now, some people started to lick the Divine Pale sect's boots and cheer for them. The supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was the limit. How could a mere disciple concoct an immortal grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Even if you managed to concoct it, your body would probably explode from the immortal grade pill, because it was not an energy that anyone below the heavenly god realm could control. Li Yanqiao and Jiangxia were incomparably happy because the divine tool would definitely belong to them. Moreover, Jiangchen had no chance of winning at all. This was a one-sided massacre. However, Jiangchen did not give up. In less than 3 minutes after Li Yanqiao finished concocting the pill, he also concocted the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Moreover, he concocted 3 pills in a row. Every pill was crystal clear and filled with a dense pill fragrance. Moreover, the strong pill qi made people feel relaxed and happy. The gray-robed skinny young man shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Li Yanqiao and Jiangxingzi's expressions turned solemn. Both of them were looking at the scene in front of them. They did not know whose elixir was truly of the highest quality. This, Jiangxingzi murmured. His eyes slowly squinted and shrunk. Because the dense pill fragrance had attracted him. You can have a look and see whose heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill is better. Jiangchen said calmly. With a flick of his finger, Jiangxingzi caught Jiangchen's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill in his hand. He took a deep breath. Comparing it to Li Yanqiao's pill, the two couldn't be compared at all. Jiangchen's heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was also a supreme grade pill. However, it was infinitely close to the immortal grade. A peak supreme grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. Perhaps even divine kings would not hesitate to spend a fortune to buy one. Li Yanqiao stared at the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill in Jiangxingzi's hand. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. His heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill was incomparable to Jiangchen's. I hope Senior can tell me the truth. What do you think of my heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill? Jiang Chen's words were like a hammer hammering on his heart. Jiang Qingzi knew that Li Yanqiao had lost. Moreover, he had lost completely. His opponent's Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill had completely crushed him. You've won. Although Jiang Qingzi's voice was soft, the surrounding people could hear it clearly. This sentence came from the mouth of the Divine Pill Sect's elder, Jiang Qingzi. This proved that the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill refined by Jiang Chen was much better than Li Yanqiao's Supreme Grade Pill. Ren Yuanzi, Old Ancestor Di Long and the others were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a young man appearing in Profound Feng sect was truly a cause for celebration. Only Xian Qingming's face was filled with confidence. However, it was impossible to say that he was not excited. Almost everyone was looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, following Jiang Qingzi's words, the crowd was in an uproar. No one believed that it was true. However, even Jiang Qingzi had admitted it. How could it be false? Li Yanqiao seemed to have lost his soul. His face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that he would fail miserably and lose to a late Void God kid. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how could the kid's alchemy be better than his own? This was simply too inconceivable. I don't believe it. Li Yanqiao gritted his teeth and said. However, Jiang Qingzi's gaze made him back off. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Jiang Qingzi Ling said. Li Yanqiao finally gave up on his impulse. At this moment, he thought that he would definitely win, but it had become Jiang Chen's show. At this moment, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Chen was not strong, his alchemy skills had shocked everyone. Even the people of the Divine Pill sect felt ashamed. At this moment, the Divine Pill sect would not send anyone to fight against Jiang Chen anymore. This competition ended with Jiang Chen's victory. Where's my pill formula? Senior. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Qingzi with a smile. Humph. Don't be happy too early. Jiang Qingzi threw a silk scroll to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen scanned it with his divine sense and felt relieved. Jiang Qingzi did not lie to him. He did not dare to cheat in front of so many people. The soul-nurturing pill was better than the soul-stabilizing pill. Furthermore, it wasn't considered a peerless grade pill. However, this pill recipe was extremely rare. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like he didn't come here for nothing. At least he got the recipe for Ling Yun. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will continue to flow. Let's wait and see. Li Yanqiao looked at Jiang Chen and turned to leave. The people of the Divine Pill sect also turned and left. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Because Jiang Chen gave 3 peak supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills to others. Senior Ren Yuanzi, Senior Di Long, Senior Mu, these 3 Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills are given to the 3 of you. Please accept them. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Ren Yuanzi and the other 2. They looked at Jiang Chen with astonishment. 3 peak supreme grade Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills. Even a Divine King expert might not be able to sit still. Yet, Jiang Chen just gave them away? At this moment, even Xian Qingming was a little envious. His Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pills were not as good as these 3 pills. However, Xian Qingming understood that Jiang Chen's gift of pills might have a deeper meaning. It would play a crucial role in the future development and alliance of the 4 great sections. Ren Yuanzi and the others were not stupid. Jiang Chen's gift of pills would make it harder for them to resist the Profound Feng sect. The 4 great sects would also become more united. Is this true? Old Ancestor Di Long looked at Jiang Chen in shock. It's just a pill. Jiang Chen said calmly. However, at this moment, the entire sect union was boiling. Just a pill? One had to know that that was a supreme grade pill. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill that even Heavenly God powerhouses needed immensely. Such a pill had a price but no supply. Every time a high-grade pill appeared in an auction, it was an existence that had a price but no supply. Jiang Chen waved his hand and gave the pills to the 3 of them. Ren Yuanzi and Mu Tianan looked at each other. Both of them were extremely happy, especially Mu Tianan. He never thought that this kid from the Profound Feng sect would be so generous. This was not just the demeanor of a great sect. How could he do such a thing if he didn't have a big heart? If these 3 pills were to be auctioned, it would be a great fortune. Especially to Xianxia, who was only a late void god. Even a lifetime of glory and splendor was more than enough. Some people thought that there was something wrong with Xianxia's brain, but there were also people who couldn't help but admire Xianxia's magnanimity. In this way, many people who coveted him had to reconsider. Such a magnanimous person was really rare in this world. Xianxia's gift of elixirs made all the disciples, including the elders and sect masters, go crazy. This was beyond their understanding. Who would give such elixirs to others? Moreover, the person who gave the gift was a void god disciple. Xianxia's name was destined to spread throughout the sect union. This kid is really surprising. Damn it, why don't I have such a talented alchemist under me? Old Ancestor D Long curled his lips and said unwillingly. In other words, she couldn't help but like Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had given him a peak-grade heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. This kindness could not be expressed in just a few words. Hee. You're right. This time, it seems like Profound Feng sect is going to be famous in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, this Xianxia will definitely become the center of attention this time. Ren Yuanzi said with a faint smile. In his heart, his evaluation of Xianxia became higher. But this is not a good thing. You should know that a gentleman's wealth will bring trouble to himself. I advise you not to let him enter the hidden secret realm. Otherwise, he will be targeted by many people. Now that his name has spread far and wide, the Divine Pill sect is just one of them. Mu Tianan said faintly. Although his words were not pleasant to hear, Xian Qingming had already thought about it. What he said was right. At this moment, Xianxia had become the lifelong residence of the entire hidden secret realm. Once he enters the hidden secret realm, there will be a fierce battle. Xian Qingming frowned. This was indeed a problem. This time, Xianxia had won a lot of applause for himself and Profound Feng sect. However, he might not be able to make a comeback in the hidden secret realm. After all, his strength was too weak. A late void god. This level was the lowest in the entire hidden secret realm. Damn it. I told you that you can do it. Haha. Good job, Xianxia. Bai Yunfei hammered on Xianxia's shoulder. The people of the 4 sects were cheering for Xianxia. Even some of the other sects were impressed by Xianxia. Such a young man was rare in the world. Many female disciples were secretly in love with Xianxia. Xianxia smiled without saying a word. He was already used to the crowd's cheers. At this moment, he was looking forward to the hidden secret realm more. It will be a battle of life and death. A battle of the young experts of the Linhe boundary. Xian Qingming hesitated for a while. He knew that this was for Xianxia's own good. But could he really do it without hesitation if he took away Xianxia's qualification to enter the hidden secret realm? Xian Qingming could not do it for such an outstanding disciple. Xianxia, I feel that your strength is still lacking. Otherwise, don't enter the hidden secret realm. Xian Qingming said in a low voice. He was slightly embarrassed to say these words, but he had no other choice. What Mu Tianan said was right. Xianxia had won the supreme glory for the Profound Feng sect and won the applause of the audience. Was he really willing to retreat at this moment? Xian Qingming felt that Xianxia was not such a person. Sect Lord, you should know that I killed Yanqing in a second for the sake of this hidden secret realm. So, I will not give up, Yanqing said. Xianxia shook his head and said. Xian Qingming sighed. He chose to respect Xianxia's opinion. However, the final result was not what he wanted to see. In the entire hidden secret realm, there were many experts. He might not be able to become one of the best amongst them. Xianxia is the hope of our Profound Feng sect's rise. You guys must ensure Xianxia's safety. Pan Hong, don't disappoint me this time. Xian Qingming looked at Pan Hong and said. Yes, Sect Lord. Pan Hong will definitely not let you down. Jiang Hao, if necessary, join forces with Profound Feng sect in the hidden secret realm. We must not let him suffer any losses, especially Xianxia. Mu Tianan said. I understand. Jiang Hao nodded and said. Zhang Lei, you too. Protect Xianxia well. Our earthly Hades sect will not let anyone bully us. Not our brothers. Old Ancestor D. Long said. Yes. Old Ancestor. A delicate-looking man said respectfully. Ling Long, protect Xianxia well. Ren Yuanzi looked at the only female disciple behind him and said. All right. Ling Long nodded lightly and glanced at Xianxia. Her expression was as calm as the wind. Xianxia also gave Ling Long a glance. That girl's beauty had attracted the attention of countless people. She was the daughter of the heavens, destined to stand above the clouds. I heard that there's going to be a large-scale auction at the eastern city's Jiyuan Square tomorrow night. Can we go and have a look? Sect? Bai Yunfei's eyes brightened up and said with a smile. He did not know where he got the news that there would be a large-scale auction at the eastern city's Jiyuan Square. Many people would be coming here to bid. Xian Qingming frowned his brows. But when he saw the hopeful expression of Jiang Chen and the others, he could not be ruthless. After all, Jiang Chen had just won such a great honor for Profound Feng sect. Even the people of Divine Pale sect were not as good as him. Such honor made Xian Qingming feel that Profound Feng sect's face was shining. You must come back before the sun sets. Xian Qingming said. Bai Yunfei and the others cheered. After all, it was their first time leaving the sect. Moreover, it was the biggest city in the Linhe boundary. How could they hold back their excitement? You guys go too. You must come back before the sun sets tomorrow night. Ren Yuanzi looked at the youths behind him who were eager to try. Since they were still in a state of cultivating the secular world, weren't they the same in the past? No one could pass the secular world. Moreover, this was a necessary lesson for them in the future, to see all kinds of people and encounter all kinds of strange things. Jiangchen was different. Whether it was the mortal world or the immortal world, or even the divine world, his heart was as calm as still water. Compared to these youths, he had lived through 3 lifetimes. The trials and tribulations that he had gone through were not something that these people could understand. Jiang Chen's calmness and silence was different from the others. It made him stand out from the crowd. Old Ancestor D. Long and Mu Tianen also let their disciples go out and have some fun. This might be their last cheer. Because no one knew how many of them would be able to come out alive after entering the hidden secret realm. This was something that no one could be sure of. Even Ren Yuanzi, Old Ancestor D. Long and the other elders of the great sects could not be sure. These 80 people would go to the real battlefield in 2 days. When they come out from the hidden secret realm, they would be completely different. It would be the baptism of the secular world and the abandonment of the whole world. You can only rely on yourself. You can only live for yourself. Although there are treasures everywhere in the hidden secret realm, there are also dangers everywhere. Not only do we have to be wary of the dangers inside, but we also have to be wary of the dangers around us. Those who could come out from there are all peerless experts, peerless geniuses. Old Ancestor D. Long's eyes moved slightly. He looked at the endless void of the eastern city and said in a low voice. However, everyone who comes out of that place will have a huge change in temperament, and they will grow up quickly. Just like us in the past, none of us could easily succeed. But once we succeed, the price we have to pay is extremely huge. The hidden secret realm is a place that people love and hate at the same time. Let's hope so. Let's hope that more people can walk out of that place alive. Xian Qingming sighed. On the second day, Jiang Chen, Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and the others came to the Juyuan place. This place was one of the biggest auction venues in the ancient Dragon City. Moreover, those who came here were all true experts and rich men. All of them were here for treasures. I heard that there are supreme-grade immortal medicines like the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng in this auction. So what? I heard that there would be a divine tool in every auction. This Gathering Destiny House is the biggest auction in the entire Eastern City. Of course, there would be everything you need. You're right. What can't you buy with money? Haha. But I heard that the finale is an immortal grade pill formula. The people from the Divine Pill sect are here and they are determined to get it. There were more and more people at the entrance of the Juyuan place. The place that could accommodate 100,000 people was now overcrowded. Hello, the entrance fee is 10 mid-grade divine origin stones. The guard at the entrance said, shocking Bai Yunfei and the others. The entrance fee is only 10 mid-grade divine origin stones? Wouldn't they earn as much as 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones just from the number of seats in the auction? That's too ruthless. Although some of them felt heartache, they could not return empty-handed since they were already here. Here are 50 mid-grade divine origin stones. Xianxia passed it to the guard. The guard nodded his head and did not look down on Xianxia. Because no one knew the background of the people here. Once they offended someone, they might be killed in an instant. In a world where human lives were worthless, one should never doubt the strong. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Man Shui said. You're welcome. It's nothing. Xianxia waved his hand. Yang Jian, Bai Yunfei and Wang Chongyang smiled and expressed their gratitude to Xianxia. But they were brothers, Xianxia did not care much about it. It was just a few pieces of divine origin stones. Xianxia had never cherished these worldly possessions. TSK. Look at this venue. It's even bigger than our profound Feng Sect's martial arts stage. It's the first time I've seen such a huge building. It's an eye-opener. Bai Yunfei said. The ancient dragon city is a city with a long history. The people here all have a strong background. The person behind this gathering destiny place is definitely not a nobody. Their strength is even stronger than our sect. There are many hidden experts in this ancient dragon city. Yang Jian said. Yeah. It's crowded. How enviable. But it's really crowded here. Man Shui said. You guys go ahead and have a look. I'm going to pawn something. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and walked towards the staff. I want to auction something. It's going to start in less than 15 minutes. Please, are you sure you can bear this responsibility? Shouldn't you ask me what I want to auction? Xianxia's words made the staff speechless. He did not know what to do. Xianxia was right. If he wanted to auction something valuable, he might not be able to bear this responsibility. All right. The staff nodded. He gritted his teeth and brought Xianxia into the auction hall. May I know what you want to auction? Divine tool. Xianxia said faintly. There was no one else in the auction hall except for 2 staff members. At this moment, the 2 staff members blinked their eyes in disbelief. I'll go look for the manager now. The staff member immediately went to look for the manager. Xianxia sat down and another staff member quickly served tea to Xianxia. Young master, may I know what kind of divine tool you are going to auction? It's just an ordinary blade. It's called Ziluo. Xianxia took out the violet sifting blade. This was a divine weapon that he had casually forged. Naturally, he had given it a random name. He still had more than 30 ordinary divine weapons like this, and they were all ordinary weapons that he had forged. They couldn't be considered as true treasures. Of course, these divine tools were priceless to others. Young master, are you sure you want to auction this divine tool? Ziluo's eyes lit up as she looked at Xianxia with delight. My name is Ziluo. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was stunned and instantly felt a little awkward. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I'm not well educated, please don't lie to me. Miss Ziluo, please don't blame me. I was the one who named this blade. Then we're really fated. Ziluo caressed her robe and said with a smile. This divine tool's base price is 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones. As for how much it's worth, it depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay. The highest divine tool that our Gathering Destiny house has ever auctioned was 11,000 high-grade divine origin stones. The price is 1%, which is the lowest in the entire ancient dragon city. Oh, I see. Xianxia nodded. Oh right, Miss Ziluo, will there be an immortal grade pill formula in this auction? Xianxia asked. Ziluo squinted her eyes. That's right. Is young master interested in this pill formula? As far as I know, the people from the Divine Pill sect are determined to get this pill formula. Haha. Nope, I'm just asking. Xianxia smiled. After deciding on the price with Ziluo, he left the mortgage hall. At this moment, there were no empty seats in the auction hall. The cheers were like a tsunami. In the original auction hall, there were many people who came for the auction. A tall and elegant auctioneer smiled and nodded. Beside her, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression said, "Everyone, please keep quiet. Everyone, please remain silent. The annual auction of the Gathering Destiny workshop is about to begin. I am your host, Hao Dabing. Next, the first item we're auctioning is a pseudo-divine artifact. It's worth 500 high-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 high-grade divine origin stones." As soon as Hao Dabing's words faded, the scene became somewhat out of control. Countless people raised their bids, but everyone was orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos. 510 yuan. $530. 540. 630 yuan. Is there any higher price? 630 going once, 630 going twice, 630 going thrice. Deal. With a single hammer strike, a pseudo-divine artifact was sold for 630 high-grade divine essence stones. Xianxia couldn't help but be speechless. They were truly rich and overbearing. It seemed like there were quite a few rich people. During this period, dozens of items were auctioned. There were pills, herbs, meteorites used to refine divine weapons, and some other strange things. Sigh, they're all good stuff. It's a pity that I don't have enough money. Bai Yunfei said bitterly. The cheapest item cost at least a few dozen high-grade divine origin stones. To them, it was a huge fortune. Even Yang Jian only had less than 10 high-grade divine origin stones. Looking at them squandering like that, even Yang Jian, who was usually strict, felt his heart ache. I'm really envious. Where did these people get so many divine origin stones? If there's no other way, let's become bandits and rob the rich to help the poor. Haha. Wang Chongyang said with a smile. The next item we're going to auction is the 10,000 years blood Lingji mushroom and the human-faced demon ginseng. Some people might ask, why are these two rare treasures being auctioned together? Because these two rare treasures actually grew together. Moreover, they're like conjoined twins, becoming an inseparable part of each other. Once they're separated, it'll definitely affect the medicinal properties of these two peerless divine treasures. Hao Dabing said solemnly. He looked extremely nervous. The starting price for this item is 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Hua, the entire auction house was in an uproar. 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. This price was destined to make more than 90% of the people flinch. 2,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Unless one was a disciple of a great sect or a powerful financial group, it was impossible for him to take out so many high-grade divine origin stones. The number of people in the auction house was also decreasing. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. He was determined to get this 10,000 years blood Lingji mushroom and human-faced demon ginseng. These two items, even if he didn't refine them and just swallowed them directly, they would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Not to mention, if they were refined into pills, it would be extremely overbearing. Of course, in the entire auction house, Jiangchen wasn't the only one who knew the magical effects of these priceless items. This 10,000 years blood Lingji mushroom, I'm determined to get it. The gray-robed young man said faintly. Jiang Qingzi, who was beside him, also nodded his head slightly. These peerless divine medicinal ingredients must not be let go. 2,100. The gray-robed young man said. 2,200. Someone bid. 2,300. 2,500. The price continued to rise. The 10,000 years blood Lingji mushroom and human-faced demon ginseng were extremely valuable. No one wanted to miss out on them. Moreover, they were conjoined together. They were definitely not to be underestimated. 3,000. The gray-robed young man said faintly. This price had already caused many people to give up. After all, although the price was high, it didn't mean that there would be people who were willing to pay this price. 3,100. Another unknown person was also interested in the 10,000 years blood Lingji mushroom and human-faced demon ginseng. Naturally, the price also soared. 3,500. The gray-robed young man spoke again. This time, the whole place was silent. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. Indeed, he was rich and imposing. This divine pill sect is really rich. Yeah, but I guess only the people from the divine pill sect would not waste such a precious treasure. That's true. Good medicinal ingredients also require a good alchemist to bring out the best effect. Jiang Chen's expression changed. At this moment, it was time for him to bid. Because there was no one else who could compete with the people from the divine pill sect. 3,800. Jiang Chen's words shocked the crowd. Almost everyone looked towards the direction where Jiang Chen was. It's him. The gray-robed young man squinted his eyes. Another local tycoon? Haha. Yeah, seems like the divine pill sect has met their match. I know that guy. Isn't he the alchemist who defeated the genius disciple of the divine pill sect? Looks like it's going to be another fierce battle. 4,000. Don't forget, he just gave away 3 priceless heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills. This fella should be very confident. Jiang Qingzi said, 4,500. Jiang Chen raised the price again, and this time, it was 500 high-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Do you have that many divine origin stones? 4,500 high-grade divine origin stones, you. Bai Yunfei stuttered. He could not see through Jiang Chen anymore. That's right, Jiang Chen. This isn't a game. Yang Jian also reminded. I can give 3 heavenly fire great rejuvenating pills worth more than 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones to the 3 sect masters. Do you think that I will be unreasonable here? Jiang Chen asked. That's true. Haha. Wang Chongyang stared blankly and nodded silently. However, they had no idea where Jiang Chen had gotten such a huge fortune from. If he was really extremely wealthy previously, then why would he need to sell those medicinal pills that were worth dozens of middle-grade divine essence stones? The gray-robed young man's face was a little gloomy. This fella's price was too ridiculous. The price of the 10,000-year-old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng was at most 4,000 high-grade divine origin stones. However, he raised the price again, 4,700. The gray-robed young man did not want to be outdone. 5,000, Jiang Chen's casual bid once again shocked the crowd. Many women went crazy at this moment. A man like him was too charming. His spirit was unimaginable. I must marry a man like him in the future. A man like him might not necessarily want you. Haha. Damn it. Am I not allowed to have a dream? Yeah, this man is my dream lover. Do whatever you want. Countless girls were still infatuated with Jiang Chen. Whether it was his generous gift of pills at the sect union or his casual generosity here, they were both shocking to their hearts. The gray-robed young man wanted to bid again but was stopped by Jiang Qingzi. Forget it. Our target this time is the immortal grade pill recipe. The gray-robed young man harumphed. He was unhappy that he could not get the 10,000-year-old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng. This fella was really annoying. All right. 5,000 going once, 5,000 going twice, 5,000 going thrice. Deal. How Dabing was overjoyed. He looked at Jiang Chen and nodded slightly. 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones, how domineering, how unstoppable. The next item to be auctioned was Jiang Chen's divine tool. The final price was 9,300, which was quite a high price. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this, but he didn't know what the final price of the pill formula would be. There's only one item left for today's auction, and it's also the highlight of today's auction. The starting price is the same as the divine artifact Violet Gauss Saber, 5,000 high-grade divine origin stones. Each increment must be no less than 500. Just as Hao Dabing's voice faded, the scene became a little space-time. An immortal grade pill formula was a supreme treasure that no one could resist. However, there were very few people who could use it. That's because the value of an immortal grade pill formula was immeasurable. Only a true immortal grade alchemist could refine an immortal grade pill. Moreover, an immortal grade pill recipe was not easy to refine. You're finally here. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had nothing else in his heart but this pill recipe. This pill recipe was created using a special method from the ancient times. Once you read it, you and the scroll will disappear. So, there's no need to worry about this pill recipe being leaked. This is unique. Hao Dabing said. Now, let the auction of the immortal grade pill recipe begin. 5,500, the first person to bid was the grey-robed young man. But other than him, no one else was bidding. Although the immortal grade pill formula was precious, it was something that many people could only dream of. Even if they obtained it, it would be useless. Only alchemists could make the best use of it. Moreover, only the divine pill sect had immortal grade alchemists. Everyone was stunned, including Hao Dabing. They were confused and embarrassed. Could it be that only the divine pill sect was bidding? 6,000, an old man in a bamboo hat said faintly. Hao Dabing heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, someone started bidding. 6,500, 7,000. 7,500, the grey-robed young man said confidently. This time, the old man under the black bamboo hat stopped bidding. This immortal grade pill recipe is mine. The grey-robed young man squinted his eyes and smiled. 8,000. Xianxia said faintly. Once again, an uproar broke out in the auction. You again. The grey-robed young man was furious. This fella was like the jinx of their divine pill sect. 8,500, 9,000. 9,500, 10,000, 10,000. When Xianxia raised the bid to 10,000, Bai Yunfei, Yang Jian and the others were dumbfounded. This fella is too arrogant. Moreover, he's going against the divine pill sect directly. Such boldness made people bid for him. My friend, why do you have to go against the divine pill sect? This immortal grade pill recipe isn't something you can refine. Why don't you give me some face? Xianxia said. How do you know that I can't refine it? Why don't you give me some face? Xianxia smiled. What face do you have? Li Yanchao said in a deep voice. Forgive me for being straightforward, but your divine pill sect doesn't have any face here. If you can't afford to lose, why do you have to auction it? Haha. Xianxia's laughter echoed in the auction hall. Domineering, the people of the divine pill sect looked gloomy. It seemed like they had met their match this time. Xianxia did not give them any face at all. As one of the 10 most powerful sects in the Linhe boundary, not even the number 1 sect, Clear Stream sect, or the number 2 sect, Ghost Eye sect, would dare to offend them. But someone from Profound Feng sect dared to go against them. Damn it. Li Yanchao's face turned gloomy. You bastard. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. How can a loser be brave? Xianxia said in disdain. He was determined to get the immortal grade pill recipe. Therefore, there was no need for him to be submissive to the people of the divine pill sect. He was not someone who would lower his face. They might not know today, but one day, they will know how valuable Xianxia's face is. You, Li Yanchao was speechless. If so, why don't we fight till the end? The grey-robed young man sneered. I'm determined to get the immortal grade pill recipe. Xianxia curled his lips. This fella is even more confident. Xianxia was incomparably confident. He had dozens of divine tools in his hands. If you really piss me off, I'll smash you to death with my divine tools. The grey-robed youth's expression was calm and he sneered confidently. He was also determined to get the immortal grade pill formula. Since Xianxia wanted to be a roadblock, he would never give up on it. The grey-robed youth did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. As the number 2 genius disciple in the entire divine pill sect, no one could stop him. That peerless monster did not come, so he naturally became the number 1 genius. Even Xianxia treated him as someone of the same generation, because no one knew how terrifying this guy was. Moreover, he would definitely become one of the most influential alchemy elders in the divine pill sect in the near future. Senior brother Xianxia, you must avenge me. Li Yanchao said while gritting his teeth. Xianxia, the super prodigy of the divine pill sect. No one in the entire divine pill sect dared to go against him. His existence even made many elders fearful of him. Because of his father's past glory, no one could compare to him. In the end, he was sent to the divine pill sect to be nurtured and became a peerless expert today. Whether it was in alchemy or cultivation, he was a dragon among men. Although he was skinny, he did not look weak at all. On the contrary, his cold eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He had always wanted to get the immortal-grade pill formula. Although he might not be able to concoct it, it would still be very useful to his alchemy skills. Xianxia was also very eager for the immortal-grade pill formula. The pill concocted with the immortal-grade pill formula could definitely be considered as an immortal-grade pill. However, a pill like the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill might not be able to be concocted into an immortal-grade pill. Even though Xianxia had tried his best, he still could not complete the final transformation. The peak of Supreme Grade Pill was already the limit. Because the Heavenly Fire Great Rejuvenating Pill was not an immortal-grade pill. 10,500, Xianxia said faintly and bid once again. At this moment, the whole place was in an uproar. More and more people were waiting to watch the show. No matter if it was Xianxia or Xianxia of the Divine Pill sect, both of them were against each other, none of them were willing to back off. 11,000, 11,500. 12,000. 12,500. 13,000. Xianxia's face was gloomy. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in. After all, it was not a small amount of divine origin stones. Even Xianxia, who was standing beside him, pulled his hand, hinting him to give up if he really couldn't hold it in. Elder Jiang, lend me 3,000 divine origin stones. Xianxia never thought that he actually dug a pit and jumped into it himself. 3,000 divine essence stones, that was his entire fortune. Do you think that I, an elder with no money, am as rich as you? But at this moment, it was clear that he couldn't hold it in any longer. 14,000. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to shout. These two fellows are too exciting. They're fighting each other, and neither wants to take a step back. Haha. That's right. In the end, the only one who will benefit is the Gathering Yuan House. Isn't that right? But this is too exciting. Every time the price is raised to 1,000 divine origin stones. Oh my god, I don't even have 1,000 divine essence stones with my entire fortune. Comparisons are odious. Today's trip is worthwhile. Haha. Satisfying. Truly satisfying. The battle between Xianxia and Xianxia had stirred up many people's emotions. Since when did divine origin stones become so worthless? In other words, no one could understand the world of the rich. Xianxia swore. Since he had so many divine tools, if 2 were not enough, he'll take 3. If 3 were not enough, he'll take 4. Xianxia, do you really have that many divine origin stones? If you can't take them out, we're done for. Bai Yunfei said worriedly. I don't have any. Xianxia shrugged and said. What? You really don't have any? I guessed it right. Bai Yunfei said solemnly. Then let's not bid any more. What's the point? I don't have divine origin stones, but I have divine tools. Can't I just pawn the divine tool? Everyone was stunned. Yang Jian, Wang Chongyang, and Man Shui were all shocked. How could he be so calm? Did he just pawn a divine artifact? Everyone stopped talking and became silent. Because Xianxia was too domineering. He could not be described as a prodigal anymore. In other words, who would sell a divine tool if it wasn't a special situation? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for themselves? But Xianxia did not do it. He wanted to sell the divine tool and buy the pill formula. Perhaps in Xianxia's eyes, the divine tool was not as attractive as the pill formula. 15,000. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other from afar. 16,000. Xianxia, are you sure you want to go against my divine pill sect? Xianxia said. What are you talking about? Did I come to this auction just to offend your divine pill sect? Everyone here is here to bear witness. Could it be that only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires and the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Can't we auction the things that you value? Xianxia's words ignited the entire auction hall. Indeed, why can't we auction what you want? Are you bullying us? The divine pill sect was strong, but was it stronger than the people's strength? Xianxia, you're on your own now. Xianxia harumphed and kept quiet. He did not want Jiang Chen to use this chance to provoke the crowd. It would not end well for him and the Divine Pale sect. This ancient dragon city was not like his Divine Pale sect. Even the sect master of the Divine Pale sect might not be able to shake the dignity of the ancient dragon city's city lord. Hence, no one dared to be impudent in this ancient dragon city. 17,000. Every time Jiang Chen bid, it was so easy. On the other hand, every time Xianxia bid, he looked like he was constipated, as if he was the one who excreted the divine origin stones. 18,000. Xianxia had reached his limit. Initially, he only had 14,000 divine origin stones. This time, he was well prepared for the immortal grade pill formula, the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng. Now, not only did he not get the 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng, he could not even get the immortal grade pill formula. Moreover, he still could not win against Xianxia even after borrowing 3,000 divine origin stones from him. What's this guy's background? Is he really just a disciple of Profound Feng sect? How could he be so rich? He adds so little every time. How stingy. What do you guys think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. 20,000. Their voices reverberated throughout the entire auction house. The crowd was excited and their eyes were burning with excitement. The Gathering Destiny House must have made a lot of money from today's pinnacle auction. Everyone was extremely excited. Alright. Then we'll accept everyone's request. 20,000 high-grade divine origin stones. At this moment, following Jiang Chen's bid, the crowd became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Chen was really giving them face, everyone was cheering for Jiang Chen. What is this? This is a tycoon, this is domineering. Motherf *Ker, this tycoon is inhumane. Bai Yunfei was speechless. His expression changed a few times before he finally squeezed out these words. On the backstage, Zi Luo squinted her eyes, watching the scene in silence. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Even she was grinning from ear to ear. Initially, she thought that 7,000 was already the highest price. Although his value was comparable to a divine weapon, not everyone could use it. On the other hand, a divine weapon was a completely different story. Everyone wanted to get their hands on one. This time, the people from the Divine Pale sect were bidding against this unknown young master, and they actually raised the price to 20,000 divine origin stones. This was the highest bid in the past 3 years. How could Zi Luo not be happy? This young master's background was definitely not ordinary. With such an intense bid, there were naturally some who were happy and some who were worried. Jiang Chen's happiness was followed by Xianxia's disappointment. Xianxia's eyes were staring at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had no choice as he did not have the capital to continue bidding. 20,000 divine origin stones going once, 20,000 divine origin stones going twice, 20,000 divine origin stones going thrice. Deal. When the host, Hao Dabing, hit the hammer, the crowd cheered. Jiang Chen won the first prize with 20,000 divine origin stones, stunning everyone. Jiang Chen nodded his head in satisfaction. This trip was not in vain. Wait. Someone from the Divine Pale sect shouted again. And this person was none other than Li Yanchao. Of course, he did not take the initiative this time, it was Xianxia who instructed him to do so. I suspect that he does not have the qualifications to pay such a high bid. He's just messing things up. How can a small sect's disciple have such a huge fortune? 20,000 immortal grade pill formula, 50,000 10,000 years old blood Lingji and human-faced demon ginseng. Hee, don't you guys have any doubts? Does he really think that he's the young master of a super tycoon? Today, I request that Jiang Chen conduct the transaction on the spot. Because I seriously doubt his ability to repay the debt. Li Yanchao originally hated Jiang Chen to the bone, and this time, he was even more pleased with himself, becoming the focus of everyone's attention, obtaining the immortal grade pill formula. How could he not make others jealous? Furthermore, the price was extremely high. It was destined to attract even more people. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He wanted Li Yanchao to unveil Jiang Chen's identity. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was really that wealthy. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Although Li Yanchao's words sounded like he was being unreasonable, it touched many people's hearts. Because they wanted to know what kind of background Xianxia had to be so daring to compete with the Divine Pale sect for the immortal grade elixir recipe. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Is this guy purposely going against the Divine Pale sect? The 10,000-year blood Lingji and the human-faced demonic ginseng were already like that. And now, this immortal grade pill recipe is still the same. This is truly hard to imagine. Is there really an unspeakable secret behind this? I'm looking forward to seeing if this young man is really that wealthy and powerful. The human heart is unpredictable. This might be the doing of the Divine Pale sect. Who knows? I would rather believe that this guy is really that powerful. Otherwise, wouldn't we be happy for nothing? There were many people who had their doubts. Following Li Yanchao's attitude, many people wanted to find out the truth. After all, it was not a small amount. At this moment, Zi Luo slowly walked up to the auction hall. Hello everyone, I am the manager of the Gathering Destiny House, Zi Luo. We can satisfy all of your requests, but we must first seek the opinions of the bidders. If the bidders do not agree, then we have no right to carry out the transaction on the spot. Thank you. Zi Luo smiled. Her tender red lips seemed to be flirting with the guests from all directions. Her pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak were even more captivating. Her slender legs, her cheongsam, and her towering breasts were faintly discernible. She could be said to be a beautiful lady with an exceptional temperament. Zi Luo's appearance immediately stabilized the situation. However, there were still many people who wanted to find out the truth. Obviously, Li Yanchao's words resonated with many people. However, facts speak louder than words. If Li Yanchao really had such terrifying wealth, then Li Yanchao would definitely be ashamed. Therefore, Langya did not provoke Li Yanchao. Instead, he passed this important task to Li Yanchao. Although Li Yanchao knew that he was being used, he had no other choice. Although both of them were genius disciples of the Divine Pale sect, and there was only a slight difference between them, their status was far from each other's. Alright. Then I'll accept your request, alright? Isn't the purpose of doing business fair and just? Xianxia said with a smile. With a leap, he landed on the high platform. Zi Luo smiled and looked at Xianxia with delight. Xianxia was her biggest client. Just based on that divine tool alone, Zi Luo still believed in Xianxia. She had seen many people who sold their divine tools before. Every single one of them would feel heartache for it. Only Xianxia was so calm, as if he was selling a broom. At that time, Zi Luo was certain that this young man was not simple. Let me put it this way. I don't have any divine origin stones. Xianxia spread his arms. His words had silenced the entire crowd. Only Zi Luo squinted her eyes and looked at Xianxia silently. She didn't do anything. Langya's eyes were filled with excitement. As long as Xianxia gave up on the auction, then he would be the final winner. Even those who were here to watch the show were somewhat indignant. No money? No divine origin stones? Isn't that just making fun of us? But, Xianxia changed the topic. I can take out 2 more divine tools to auction. Because the 9,300 high-grade divine origin stones that were auctioned earlier belongs to me. Whoa, everyone was stunned. That divine tool was auctioned by him? And he was going to take out 2 more divine tools? Big brother, is your family a divine tool shop? Since when did divine tools become so cheap? Not to mention the audience, even Zi Luo was dumbfounded. Take out 2 more divine tools? Big brother, are you kidding me? Under the screams of Zi Luo and the crowd, Xianxia took out 2 divine tools. Divine tool, scarlet light sword and 9-segment whip. Take them. Xianxia passed them to Zi Luo and said. Zi Luo was slightly stunned. Zi Luo gave Xianxia a resentful look. Her eyes were filled with anger, but the seductive look in her eyes didn't diminish. You little pervert. Zi Luo took the 2 divine tools and scolded softly. In the end, the 9-segmented whip was sold for 12,500 while the scarlet light sword was sold for 13,000. In the end, Xianxia got 34,800 divine origin stones. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. In the blink of an eye, he had sold 3 divine artifacts, yet he was calm and relaxed. In this world, even God King experts might not have such a peerless demeanor. Jiang Chen's actions completely shocked the crowd. Jiang Chen's name instantly spread across the entire gathering Yuan house. This was strength, this was domineering. At this moment, no one knew where Li Yanqiao had run off to, because he was too ashamed to continue staying here. Xianxia was also disappointed. His little plan had become his own grave. Luckily, the clown was not him. But deep down in his heart, Xianxia felt that he was a clown in front of Jiang Chen. This made him extremely angry. In the end, Xianxia and Xianxia also left in anger. Apart from the divine origin stones that I have to pay for these 3 divine weapons, the remaining divine origin stones will be my personal gift to Miss Ziluo. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a meaningful smile. Ziluo was stunned once again. Deducting the 25,000 divine origin stones that he spent from the auction of the 3 divine tools, the rest would be given to Ziluo as a greeting gift. What a powerful greeting gift! Jiang Chen pulled Miss Ziluo up. With a pious expression, he gently kissed Ziluo's smooth hand. I hope that you will always be as gentle and beautiful as you are today. Jiang Chen's action shocked the crowd. Ziluo revealed a faint smile. 9,800 high-grade divine origin stones. Everything was given to him. This gift was basically the value of a divine tool. Countless women even wanted to throw themselves into Jiang Chen's arms right now. Thank you, Ziluo murmured softly, as if she was talking in her sleep. Jiang Chen's hand kiss made Ziluo feel extremely honored. The 10,000 high-grade divine origin stones gift was destined to become a legend in ancient Dragon City. Damn, if I'm so rich, I can be so willful too. Look at those women next to him. They look at Jiang Chen like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Bai Yunfei said enviously. Jiang Chen enjoyed the attention, cheers, praise, and love of the audience. He was dazzling and illuminated the world. Today, Jiang Chen could be said to be the focus of the whole auction. Finally, in the mortgage hall, Ziluo was also full of smiles. Today, just her smile alone had earned her 10,000 divine origin stones. Jiang Chen's inhumane wealth had broadened everyone's horizons. This is your immortal grade pill formula, 10,000-year-old blood Lingji, and human-faced demon ginseng. Keep it well. Ziluo smiled gently. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. But this sudden kiss of yours made my heart beat wildly. Ziluo gently pulled up her hair, looking elegant and charming. Sister, don't flatter me. You're so beautiful, the one who should be beating wildly should be me. Jiang Chen said seriously. Are you going to the hidden secret realm? Ziluo looked at Jiang Chen and asked worriedly. Yes. The hidden secret realm is an extremely dangerous place. The strong can't enter and the weak can't survive. Those who could come out are all people with great fortuitous encounters and great perseverance. Your strength is a little ugly, isn't it? Ha ha ha, it's okay. I'm a lucky man. Jiang Chen looked like he did not care at all. Ziluo smiled faintly and shook her head. She took out a palm-sized black shield. I never want to owe anyone anything. This is a Qianquan shield given to me by a formation master. When the formation is activated, it can block an attack from a heavenly god expert. I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen was stunned. Ziluo had already stuffed the shield into his hand. Thank you, Sister Ziluo. Jiang Chen thanked her and left. This Qianquan shield was quite useful. It could block an attack from a heavenly god expert. Ziluo looked at Jiang Chen's back and sighed. She wondered if this arrogant little brother could walk out of the hidden secret realm alive. One should know that it was a place where less than 10% of the people could survive. Moreover, his strength was only at the late void god realm. Hao Dabing noticed Ziluo's disappointed look. He grinned and said, "Let's go." He smiled and said, "Miss, could it be that you've fallen for this kid? Don't talk nonsense. I just don't want to owe anyone." Ziluo said seriously. Oh, I see. The Qianquan shield's value is not low. It's a life-saving item given by Senior Ling Luo. Hao Dabing said with a chuckle. Before Ziluo could get angry, he had already turned around and left. Hey. Never mind. It's just a passing cloud. He's an interesting little brother. Ziluo smiled. That scene was witnessed by everyone. She blushed and her heart beat faster when she thought about it. Sect Union, Divine Pale Sects in. Xianxia and Lang Ye's faces were gloomy. They did not expect that they would be defeated by a kid from Profound Feng Sect. What kind of sect was Profound Feng Sect? Lang Ye did not even want to know. Don't worry. Let him keep the immortal grade pill formula and 10,000 years blood Lingji for a few days. Jiangqingzi said faintly. After entering the hidden secret realm, I will kill him with my own hands. Lang Ye said. His strength is too weak. Killing and robbing is the most suitable task for our divine pale sect. Li Yanchao sneered. Don't underestimate your enemy. Although Profound Feng Sect is weak, it'll be a bit tricky if the four sects unite. That girl from Heavenly Star Sect is quite strong. Be careful. Jiangqingzi warned. I know. In the entire Linhe boundary, there's less than a handful of people who are worthy of my attention. I hope she can give me a surprise. Lang Ye smiled faintly. That little fellow, I can easily crush him to death. Li Yanchao said disdainfully. I hope so. This time, I want you to bring everyone out of the hidden secret realm. Do you hear me? Lang Ye. Jiangqingzi said. Lang Ye nodded. He was more concerned about Jiang Chen, the guy who made him lose his face. Only by killing him would he be satisfied. Since he's having so much fun today and trampled on our divine pale sect, I will let him know what the world of the strong is like. The weak are only worthy to be an ant. Lang Ye clenched his fist lightly. His eyes were sharp and his killing intent was determined. The next morning, the entire eastern district of the ancient dragon city was filled with people. Tens of thousands of people were about to enter the hidden secret realm. It was not a secret at all. Moreover, such an opportunity only appeared once every 100 years. 10,000 years ago, the hidden secret realm was completely monopolized by the great sections. No one was able to enter. To enter the hidden secret realm, one must join a sect. Moreover, one must not reach the heavenly god realm within 100 years. Therefore, it was impossible for some people to enter the hidden secret realm. Moreover, this year was destined to be the busiest year in the entire ancient dragon city. In the hidden secret realm, there were countless treasures, divine weapons and ancient inheritances. Therefore, many people were waiting for those disciples who were able to come out of the hidden secret realm. If there was something really good, those who came here to join the fun would be able to exchange for it as long as they took out something attractive or divine origin stones. The disciples of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect quickly headed towards the Twisted Jungle on the outskirts of the Eastern District. The Twisted Jungle already existed before the Hidden Secret Realm was formed. Rather than saying that the Hidden Secret Realm was connected to the Twisted Jungle, it would be more accurate to say that the Twisted Jungle formed the Hidden Secret Realm. The Twisted Jungle was 100,000 miles long. It was called the 100,000 Mountains. Although it was not big, there were only a few experts who dared to enter the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle, as the name suggested, the space-time and time were all twisted in the jungle. There was once a divine king expert who accidentally entered the depths of the Twisted Jungle, but he did not come out alive. Since then, no one dared to step into the depths of the Twisted Jungle. There were no beasts in the Twisted Jungle because no beasts could withstand the space-time disorder. Since the ancient times, the Twisted Jungle had always existed. No one had ever seen any life in the Twisted Jungle. Fortunately, the Hidden Secret Realm was located at the periphery of the Twisted Jungle. Otherwise, not to mention true gods, even heavenly gods would have to avoid it. Not to mention the Hidden Secret Realm, they might not even be able to come out of the Twisted Jungle alive. Moreover, it was impossible to fly in the Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle was one of the most mysterious places in the whole Lone Dragon County. Turbulent flows of time and space often appeared. Once the time and space were in disorder, people who were flying could be sucked into the space and killed by the turbulent flows of space. Xian Qingming brought Jiang Chen and the others to the outer region of the Twisted Jungle. That was the Hidden Secret Realm. But even if they were to travel 1,000 miles a day, It would still take them 2 days to reach there. Profound Feng sect. Who is Xianxia? A cold voice appeared in front of Xian Qingming and the rest. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Who did I offend this time? Taijizi, what is the meaning of this? Xian Qingming squinted his eyes and noticed that the person blocking his path was Taijizi, the first elder of the Taiji sect. What do I mean? Humph. You should ask your disciple. My disciple was killed some time ago. My martial nephew can feel that the person is in your sect. I'm sure that it's Xianxia. Xianxia said with a cold smile. Taijizi pointed at the person behind Xian Qingming, Leng, and said. Behind Taijizi, there was a long-haired young man with green hair and a skinny face. He looked arrogant and cold. He glanced at the people behind Xian Qingming and finally looked at Xianxia. It's him. The green-haired young man, Leng, said. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. It seemed like someone had betrayed him in the end. He shouldn't have been merciful. He should have killed every single one of those heavenly beings. That way, the news would not be leaked. But it's too late to say anything now. My disciple, Helian Wushuang, died in the hands of Xianxia. You can ask him if it's true or not. Taijizi shouted. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Xian Qingming didn't dare to retreat either. He took a step forward with a cold expression. My Profound Feng sect's disciple, how dare you yell at him? If your Taiji sect spiritual master Zhang came, I might give him some face. Who do you think you are? Xian Qingming did not take a step back and confronted Taijizi. The confrontation between two heavenly god realm experts made countless people sigh. Many passers-by were watching the battle. Taiji sect and Profound Feng sect had gone all out this time. That means that you're not going to hand over Xianxia? Taijizi said proudly. Your disciple deserves to die. Whether it's my Profound Feng sect's disciple or not, I will not call him out today. If you want to cause trouble, I, Xian Qingming, will bear the responsibility and accompany you to the end. Xian Qingming and Taijizi looked at each other. Xianxia wanted to stand out but was stopped by Pan Hong. The sect lord is free to make the decision. Don't be impatient. Pan Hong was extremely polite to Xianxia. He was someone who could concoct the heavenly fire great rejuvenating pill. He wanted to build a good relationship with such a supreme great alchemist. Even if Xian Qingming did not say anything, he would still protect Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, Xian Qingming and Taijizi did not want to step back. Ha ha ha. It's so lively. Taijizi, you old fart. Are you going to attack Profound Feng sect? I, Old Ancestor D Long, will not stand by and watch. Old Ancestor D Long rushed over and laughed. His imposing manner was terrifying. Obviously, he was more powerful than Taijizi. Taijizi also took a step back but his face was still gloomy. Since when did your earthly Hades sect become like Profound Feng sect? Taijizi said while gritting his teeth. The earthly Hades sect was not a sect that Taiji sect could fight against. Old Ancestor D Long's strength was stronger than him. With Xian Qingming, Taijizi knew that he would not have the chance to attack Xianxia today. At this moment, Ren Yuanzi of Heavenly Star sect and Mu Tianan of Yellow Flame sect also rushed over. They looked like they would fight to the end. This made Taijizi depressed. He did not expect that he would almost offend the four of them today. I don't like what you said. Do you think my earthly Hades sect will ignore you if you want to attack Profound Feng sect? We are brother sections. If you want to attack Xianxia, you'll have to go through me first. Humph. So you've learned how to bully others. Taijizi harumphed. So what if I bully others? You're an old fart. You have the cheek to challenge a junior? I've lived like a dog all my life. Mu Tianan Lengling said. Fine. I admit defeat today. But in the hidden secret realm, you guys have to protect your little chick. Don't let the Taichi sect catch him. Otherwise, he'll die miserably. Great. Xianxia, you killed my brother. I hope that I won't meet you in the hidden secret realm. The green-haired youth said faintly. He was Helian Wushuang's brother, the #1 genius of Taiji sect, Helian Wuji. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. If we really meet, I'll have to send you to reunite with your brother's family. Xianxia said seriously. Xian Qingming was shocked. He really killed him. This fella is really a troublemaker. You finally admitted it? Taiji Zi said in disdain. I never denied it. You're just talking to yourself. Taiji sect, I'll make sure that you won't have any descendants. Xianxia had spoken his harsh words. Many of them looked at him with astonishment. The gentle, and calm Xianxia had suddenly become so cold. It was really inconceivable. I hope so. After Helian Wuji finished speaking, he turned around and left. Taiji Zi snorted and did not continue to tangle with Xian Qingming and the rest. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if he continued to tangle with them, he wouldn't have a good ending. Are you confident? Limitless. Taiji Zi asked. Just like how people drink water, the grass and trees are all in autumn. Trash. Helian Wuji said faintly. His strength was extremely powerful. He was known as the most talented disciple of Taiji sect in 100 years. Moreover, he had the highest chance to reach the level of Taiji ancestor. Helian Wuji. I've heard of him before. He's said to be able to fight against divine pill sect Xianxia and our heavenly star sect Ling Long. His Taiji diagram made the people of Taiji sect see the hope of Taiji ancestor. Ren Yuanzi said. Not bad. You're really good at stirring up trouble. You haven't even entered the hidden secret realm and you've already made enemies with countless young prodigies. Looks like your year in the hidden secret realm isn't going to be easy for you. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Di Long patted Xianxia's shoulder and said seriously. They would never forget the kindness of the medicinal pills. Moreover, Xianxia's skill in concocting medicinal pills was something that they must treat seriously. It's fine. There are so many lice that they don't want people. They're targeting me because I'm too handsome. Xianxia's words made Patriarch Di Long burst into laughter. You little brat, do you know that this trip to the hidden secret realm is extremely dangerous? Staying alive is your only belief. Ren Yuanzi shook his head and sighed. Xianxia was really too conceited, and too arrogant. In his eyes, such a person would not be able to go far. However, Xianxia's calmness just so happened to give him another kind of thinking. This fellow was a person who was as quiet as a virgin, but when he moved, he was like a fleeing rabbit. Xianxia, as a member of the Profound Feng sect, I hope that you will always remember that no matter where you are, there will always be a sect standing behind you that will never give up on you even if it's not strong. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he said, Xianxia, the Profound Feng sect is a part of Profound Feng sect. Undeniably, Xianxia did not have a strong sense of belonging to Profound Feng sect. Because he had lived 2 lives, he had experienced too much. However, Xian Qingming's words made him understand something. Xian Qingming might not be an all-powerful sect lord, but he was a person with flesh and blood. This made Xianxia treasure it very much. In this world, there were many people who talked about ideals and ambitions, but there were very few who walked step by step. Coincidentally, Xian Qingming was such a person. At least, from this moment onwards, he had a sense of belonging to Profound Feng sect. 2 days later, almost everyone had reached the 3,000 li radius of the twisted jungle. Xianxia also felt a strong sense of distortion. Just like what Ren Yuanzi and the others had said, this twisted jungle could distort space and time. No one would be willing to fight here. If they were careless, they would be injured by the distorted space-time. Although the outer area was not enough to drag people into the space-time turbulence, no one dared to be careless. However, at this moment, Xianxia was not affected at all. Xianxia was slightly moved. Could it be because of his great void technique? Xianxia didn't know, but at least in this twisted jungle, he wasn't affected at all. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces, and he was the only one walking leisurely. The entrance to the hidden secret realm is right in front of us. Ren Yuanzi said. Xianxia looked ahead. A huge illusory realm appeared halfway up the mountain. Tens of thousands of people were waiting to enter the hidden secret realm. Bang! Along with a deafening sound, the 4 big rocks in front of the hidden secret realm suddenly exploded. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. "There are people in those rocks?" Xianxia said with a serious expression. "That's right. Those are the realm guardians of the hidden secret realm. The 4 of them are at the half-step divine king realm. No one here is a match for them," Xian Qingming said. "The realm guardians change every 500 years. These realm guardians are the elders of the strongest sects in the Linhe boundary. Their strength is unfathomable. They are the guardians of the hidden secret realm," Old Ancestor Di Long said. "The great elder of the Clear Stream sect, Meng Fanpeng, leads the 8 sects of the Linhe boundary to the hidden secret realm. The elder has given permission." An old man with white hair and beard stepped forward, clasped his fists and said, "Elder Meng's strength is unfathomable. He has even reached the peak of the late heavenly god realm." Ren Yuanzi said. He was envious of Meng Fanpeng. "It's a pity. Elder Meng's time is up. If he can't break through to the half-step divine king realm and increase his lifespan, I'm afraid he'll have to wait for another 100 years." Xian Qingming sighed. 10 great sects, come forward and show your sect token." At this moment, the leading realm guardian said faintly. His eyes were squinted, no one knew if they were closed or not. Clear Stream sect, Meng Fanpeng. Ghost Eye sect, Li Tianhua. Divine Pill sect, Jiang Qingzi. Overlord sect, Lu Yang. Heavenly Star sect, Ren Yuanzi. The 10 great sects all showed their sect tokens. The 4 great realm guardians looked at each other and nodded slightly. With a wave of their hands, a broad path appeared in the entire void. The hidden secret realm opens for 3 days and closes for a year. The next time it opens, you'll have to wait for a year. At that time, it will also be open for 3 days. If you don't exit, you'll have to stay in the realm for 100 years. The realm guardian said. This disciple will remember. Everyone, prepare to enter the hidden secret realm. Meng Fanpeng shouted. Tens of thousands of people rushed into the hidden secret realm. I've been waiting for this day. Yang Jian's eyes lit up as he looked at the scene. His expression was solemn and he stepped in without any regrets. Yeah. Maybe this is fate. I never thought that Man Shui would have such a day. I will not disappoint the heavens. Man Shui also quickly walked in. Jiang Chen, I still feel that I have a chance to defeat you. Wang Chongyang said faintly. When we all come out, I'll fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. That's because you always have this illusion. Finally, in less than an hour, everyone had entered the hidden secret realm. Ren Yuanzi sighed slightly. I wonder how many people will come out this time. I hope that Jiang Chen will not disappoint me. However, his strength was simply too weak. Moreover, I'm surrounded by enemies from all directions. I really don't feel at ease. Xian Qingming said worriedly. Why are you being so sentimental? Haha. Don't worry. I feel that this kid is not ordinary. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeves. Old Ancestor Di Long said. This trip will be a matter of life and death. Who knows when we'll see them again? Perhaps, we'll never see them again. Compared to Old Ancestor Di Long's pessimism, Mu Tianan was a bit worried. Even the strongest among them, Jiang Hao, was only a mid-true god. Compared to those experts from the great sects, he was much weaker. Although the hidden secret realm could train countless experts, some of them would never be able to enter it. Instead of saying it was a vat of dye, it was more like a melting pot. It melted everyone and gathered those peerless geniuses. From the moment they enter, their lives no longer belong to them. Ren Yuanzi looked at the sky and smiled. 1 year later, it'll be the time for them to soar to the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen and the others were extremely careful when they entered the hidden secret realm. The entire hidden secret realm was a world of its own. The sky was filled with gray light. It was a little dark, but they could see everything around them clearly. It was as if the sky was filled with yellow sand. There were countless plants that were completely different from those outside. They were tall and slender, towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall, and all of them were common. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be covered in dust. Looking from afar, there were deserts, mountains, and jungles. It was as if they were connected to the sky. I've heard people say that the plants and beasts here can kill people. You must be careful, Pan Hong said and warned the people around him. Lu Qianxiao's expression was solemn as he stared at the people around him. Let's part ways here. This is the messaging spiritual talisman. Lu Quanchao handed the messaging talisman to Jiang Chen. Alright, thank you, senior brother Lu. Jiang Chen cupped his fists and said. Take care. Ling Long glanced at Jiang Chen and said calmly. We're leaving too, junior brother Jiang Chen. Farewell. This message talisman is for you. Zhang Lei said with a smile. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely be there. Jiang Hao also gave Jiang Chen a messaging talisman. The people from Heavenly Star Sect, Earthly Hades Sect, and Yellow Flame Sect had all left. Now, only Jiang Chen, Pan Hong, and the other 12 senior and junior brothers were left. There doesn't seem to be any danger in the surroundings. An inner disciple said. Roar, right at that moment, before he could finish his sentence, an enormous beast behind him bit off his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone backed away, and when they looked closely, they saw a 30-meter-tall, three-eyed beast with skin as thick as stone, chewing and swallowing the inner sect disciple who had just said that he was not in any danger a moment ago. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the gigantic three-eyed beast, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's too terrifying. Such a ferocious beast could eat a half-step true God realm disciple in an instant. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. This big fellow was too powerful that it made them tremble in fear. This fellow's strength has reached the mid-true God realm, but its speed is too fast. Plus, it's not stupid. That sneak attack just now was obviously premeditated. Pan Hong shouted in a deep voice. Get ready to kill it. Jiang Chen and the others did not dare to be careless. The three-eyed beast was huge and its skin was as hard as a rock. This damn thing killed one of our brothers. We must not let it live. Man Shuai's eyes flickered with a bright light. He took the lead and charged over with the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and he rode the wind and waves. A terrifying energy slashed down, but it didn't affect the three-eyed giant beast at all. On the contrary, the three-eyed giant beast let out a roar, as if it was venting its anger and excitement towards Jiang Chen and the others, because it could eat humans again. The person that it just ate was a delicacy to it. Be careful, Man Shuai. Jiang Chen shouted. Man Shuai's eardrums were torn by the three-eyed beast's roar, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and he was sent flying backwards. He stabbed the green dragon crescent blade into the rock in his hand to stabilize himself. No one had expected that they would be attacked by such a powerful beast as soon as they entered the hidden secret realm. One of their brothers was killed and Man Shuai was forced to retreat. It was too shocking. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen quickly went forward. At the same time, Wang Chongyang and Bai Yunfei followed Jiang Chen's attack and attacked the three-eyed beast crazily. Great Palm of Destruction. Pan Hong was a mid-true god expert after all. The three-eyed beast showed a trace of shock as it was forced to retreat. Yang Jian and the others took the opportunity to attack from all directions. The 12 of them attacked at the same time to fight against the three-eyed beast. At this moment, they were a whole that no one could separate. Once one of them fell, they would gradually fall apart. They had to stay in the hidden secret realm for a year. No one could imagine what kind of danger they would face in this 1 year. But as soon as they entered, someone was sacrificed. Everyone was extremely depressed, but they could not express it because the danger in front of them had not been resolved yet. Pan Hong's palm was the fiercest. It landed on the three-eyed beast's head. The beast roared and swept its palm. Jiang Chen and the others were forced to retreat. Only Pan Hong and Yang Jian managed to get close to the beast and slashed it with their sword and saber. However, the beast's body was as hard as metal. The attacks from Jiang Chen and the others did not cause any damage to the three-eyed beast. It was like scratching an itch. Not good, retreat quickly. This fella is going crazy. Jiang Chen shouted and quickly retreated. Get out of my way. Yang Jian took the lead and rushed out with a cold look in his eyes. His tearing sky eye burst out at this moment and a dazzling light shot through the left palm of the three-eyed giant beast. The three-eyed giant beast let out a terrifying roar and pounced towards Xianxia and the others. "Thanks a lot," Pan Hong said in a deep voice and glanced at Yang Jian. Fortunately, Yang Jian made a timely move and managed to force the three-eyed giant beast to retreat. Yang Jian nodded and dared not be negligent. His tearing sky eye had a great impact on the three-eyed giant beast. "Oh no, that guy is going to use his third eye," Jiangchen said. Yang Jian and the three-eyed giant beast's third eye collided. The three-eyed giant beast's third eye was extremely terrifying. It pushed Yang Jian back and Jiangchen did not seem to gain any advantage. Pan Hong took the opportunity to attack. Blade Light and Sword Shadow cut through the void and slashed down, tearing a wound on the three-eyed giant beast's back. "Here it is." The corner of Jiangchen's mouth curled up slightly. He threw out the 3,000 flames dragon seal and hit the wound. The fierce fire burned the wound and completely charred the three-eyed giant beast's wound. The excruciating pain caused the three-eyed giant beast to enter a berserk state. Its 10 feet tall body kept staggering back. The others also rushed up to the void and gave their all to hinder the three-eyed giant beast's movement. Its other 2 eyes should be the gate of life. Attack its eyes. Jiangchen rose up with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword's terrifying sharpness played a great role. The three-eyed giant beast did not expect Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword to cut through its defense. The wound was half a meter deep and it was in so much pain that it jumped up and down. Under the leadership of Yang Jian and Pan Hong, they became more and more proficient in attacking the three-eyed giant beast. They were not as flustered as they were before. Jiangchen attacked 3 times in a row. The sharpness of the heavenly dragon sword easily cut through its defense. With its injury, it was a little powerless against Yang Jian and Pan Hong's attacks. The three-eyed giant beast began to feel that it was at a disadvantage. It wanted to look for Jiangchen, but Jiangchen was extremely fast. No one knew where he would appear and disappear from. Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword and the great void technique made the three-eyed giant beast extremely angry. It could not catch Jiangchen at all. Pan Hong and Yang Jian were also extremely shocked. With the great void technique, Jiangchen's life might not be threatened if it was not a lot stronger than Jiangchen. Jiangchen knew that it was almost impossible for a heavenly god expert to catch him. Because his great void technique could even travel through the void. Catching him was just like a fairy tale, wasn't it? Jiangchen wielded the heavenly dragon sword in an unstoppable manner. Each of his attacks was ruthless and ruthless. Moreover, he appeared at the places where the three-eyed giant beast could not defend against. As for its vital point, Jiangchen did not attack it. Instead, he left it to Bai Yunfei and the rest to harass it. Facing the injured three-eyed giant beast, both Yang Jian and Pan Hong were strong opponents. At this time, both of them displayed their leadership skills. Neither of them was willing to be outdone. Although Yang Jian's strength was not as strong as Pan Hong, his third eye, the sky-ripping eye, had a miraculous effect. Just now, he was also the one who forced the three-eyed giant beast to take a step back. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for his companions to attack. Jiangchen smirked. He did not hold back at all. Over 30 sword strikes were all over the three-eyed giant beast. The three-eyed giant beast was infuriated, but it could not stop Jiangchen. It could only allow him to inflict wounds on its body. It was a humiliation to the three-eyed giant beast. At this moment, the three-eyed giant beast also wanted to run away. It realized that it was no match for these people. It had underestimated these humans too much, causing it to fall into a passive position. At this moment, its body was already full of holes. Wanting to run away would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Why would they give it a chance to run away? Jiangchen's decision to not harass the three-eyed giant beast gave it a lot of pressure. Under the leadership of Pan Hong and Yang Jian, the three-eyed giant beast was heavily injured. Bai Yunfei, Man Shui, and the rest were quick to rub salt into the three-eyed giant beast's wounds. The damage they did to the three-eyed giant beast was unimaginable. Go to hell. Pan Hong let out a furious roar and unleashed the angriest voice from the depths of his heart. He stabbed the saber into the three-eyed beast's third eye. The three-eyed beast took a few steps back and finally fell to the ground. It roared and screamed in despair as it walked toward death. Pan Hong and the rest were panting heavily. Their faces were covered in sweat. They had just experienced a life-and-death battle. We finally defeated this three-eyed giant beast. Damn, I'm so tired. Man Shui gritted his teeth and sighed. But in the end, they still obtained the final victory. But at this moment, not a single one of them could feel happy. Their fellow disciples had been killed by the three-eyed giant beast. How ironic and sorrowful was that? But no one could change it. Life and death were determined by fate. This was the lesson they had to learn in the hidden secret realm. Only those who did not care about life and death could become a true hero. It did not mean that they had no feelings, but they knew how to hide their feelings in their hearts. Especially at this time, perhaps the greatest sorrow in their hearts was that they could not complete true redemption. However, death was death, and no one could change anything. A handful of yellow soil, a smoke beacon, they were all just fleeting clouds. What they had to think about next was their own condition and situation. They had to figure out how to get out of this predicament and how to get out of this crisis step by step. At this moment, it wasn't hard for them to imagine that what everyone faced every day could be a separation of life and death. It could also be the last day of their lives. Treat every day as if it's the end of the world. This is the best ending for us now, Xianxia said with a smile. He was quite optimistic. Perhaps he was the youngest in this world, but his thoughts were the clearest in the three realms. Xianxia is right. Treat every day as if it's the end of the world. This is our only choice. We're a whole now. Don't abandon, don't give up, Yang Jian said in a deep voice. This time, Xianxia's contribution is undeniable. Without his divine sword, we might not be able to break through the three-eyed giant beast's defense. Pan Hong was full of praise for Xianxia. Xianxia, your heavenly dragon sword, what is it? Peak of divine tool. Just one more step and it will become a heavenly divine tool. Xianxia laughed. What a joke. If you guys knew that it's a primal origin treasure tool, what would happen? You guys would be so envious of me and think about me every day and night. Impressive. I was wondering why you didn't put a divine tool in your eyes. Wang Chongyang praised. No one would ask about Xianxia's background because it was his privacy. Xianxia had already given them face by telling them the truth about the heavenly dragon sword. No one was a fool. There were things that should be said and things that should not be said. Look, the three-eyed giant beast's body has melted. What's that? Someone exclaimed. A triangular crystal appeared under the body of the giant three-eyed beast that had melted into yellow sand. That should be the three-eyed giant beast's crystal. It should be something good. The divine origin energy in this thing is quite dense. It's comparable to a beast's demon crystal, Xianxia said. When Yang Jian looked at the demon crystal, his face was filled with envy. You can have this demon crystal, Yang Jian. The three-eyed giant beast and your sky-tearing eye should be similar. No one objected to Pan Hong's words, because Yang Jian had indeed made a great contribution in killing the three-eyed giant beast. Furthermore, the three-eyed giant beast was very similar to Yang Jian's sky-ripping eye. Giving the three-eyed giant beast's demon crystal to Yang Jian was the best outcome. The group of 12 finally started to move forward. They walked very carefully with Man Shui and Yang Jian leading the way. The two of them understood the situation first before moving forward. In this place, the desert and the oasis were completely connected. Towering ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall could be seen everywhere. They were as tall as mountains. Moreover, deafening roars of beasts could be heard from the forest, shaking people's minds. They didn't dare to stay here for too long. Along the way, they saw a few corpses. It had not even been a day since they entered the hidden secret realm and there were already people falling down. 365 days. Nobody knew how many more there would be. It seemed like it was not a joke that less than 1 out of 10 people could walk out of the hidden secret realm. Look, there seems to be someone running in this direction. Wang Chongyang's eyes were sharp, and he saw that there were indeed 7 or 8 people running in their direction a few miles away. And at this moment, Xianxia and the others felt a tremendous shock. That was because the ground beneath their feet started to tremble, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Not good, that group of people is fleeing. Let's run, there might be something terrifying behind them. Pan Hong shielded Jiang Chen and the others behind him and shouted in a deep voice, letting Jiang Chen and the others leave first. When Jiang Chen and the others turned around, they discovered that those people had already fallen one by one. Behind them, wherever those people passed, only a pile of white bones was left. It was quite terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 500 meters away from them. That's an ant tide? A profound Feng sect's disciple said in a trembling voice. Because those 7 or 8 people had already turned into white bones. They did not even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Those people were basically late void gods and early true gods. But at that moment, no matter who it was, they would be devoured by the millions of ants. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone screamed. At that moment, everyone's mental defense started to crumble. Jiang Chen did not expect that the white ant tide could devour people in an instant. Moreover, it did not even stop for a second and the people were devoured by the ant tide. What should we do? Bai Yunfei was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, he had placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's strength might even surpass Yang Jian and Pan Hong. One should know that Helian Wushuang, a peak mid-true god, was killed by Jiang Chen. I'm afraid it's too late to run now. Let's fly. The 3 inner sect disciples flew up to the sky. No. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, his body was bitten by the flying ants in the sky. 3 sets of white bones fell from the sky at this moment. It was a horrifying scene. The 3 men who were talking just now were now separated from the heavens. Countless of flying ants found the location where Jiang Chen and the others were and started to attack them. Let's try everything we can. Jiang Chen roared and drew a circle with the Qilin Saint fire. The surrounding area was surrounded by the Qilin Saint fire. Countless ants rushed towards them. Looking at the burning ants and the countless flying ants, everyone's palms were sweating. If Jiang Chen was a second slower, they would have fallen and turned into white bones just like the other 3. Especially Bai Yunfei, his face, body, and hands were all sweating. Jiang Chen stood there calmly. Yang Jian and Pan Hong were no exception. They looked at Jiang Chen with lingering fear. Jiang Chen's brows were knitted as if he was thinking about something. White bones, ant tide. These 2 words rose in everyone's heart. A pungent burning smell wafted in the surroundings. Millions of ants had already died under Jiang Chen's Qilin Saint fire. More and more ants seemed to have started to change their direction. They bypassed Jiang Chen's Qilin Saint fire and continued to advance forward at an extremely fast speed. Half an hour later, billions of ants had retreated. The ear-piercing rustling sound also disappeared without a trace. It was finally quiet. Everyone was sitting on the ground, looking at the piles of scorched ants around them. Their hearts were pounding. Jiang Chen had saved their lives once again. Those 3 who wanted to protect themselves didn't see that the flying ant tide in the sky was even more terrifying. Otherwise, why didn't they fly into the sky to avoid the ants? They thought they were smart, but in the end, they were eaten by the ant tide until only a pile of white bones was left. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. Another 3 people had fallen behind and became eternal in this place. They died in the way of life and death, turning into dust and sleeping here forever. He wanted them to calm down. However, he did not expect that the 3 of them did not choose to believe in Jiang Chen. In the end, they killed themselves in order to save themselves. Another 3. Pan Hong's voice was a little depressed. One day, less than a day, and all 4 of them were dead. Not even their bodies were left. What a terrifying place it was. It was like a man-eating hell. Now, they finally knew why there were so few people in the hidden secret realm and why there were so few people who could get out of the realm. Jiang Chen did not have any solution. He was not a savior. However, this was all he could do at this moment. Out of the 13, only 9 remained. He did not know what would happen to these 9 people in the future. Jiang Chen knew that his initial thought was very wrong. He initially thought that he could protect his friends. However, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to protect himself in the future. This was not the hidden secret realm, but the Avicii hell. They were too impulsive. Sigh. Yang Jian smiled bitterly and sighed. But what could they do? Even the gods couldn't stop the ants wherever they went. The terrifying ant tide that numbered in the billions was enough to devour everything. The ant tide left a horrifying impression in the hearts of these people. The man-eating ant tide was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There was no warning at all. Thinking about it, everyone felt like they had a new lease of life. For a moment, they thought they would become a pile of bones in the next second. But Xianxia still saved them from danger and saved them from the ant tide. But it was undeniable that this scene would become an eternal nightmare for everyone. Their own fellow apprentice brothers had turned into 3 sets of bones in a single second. Just a moment ago, they had been alive and well, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into 10,000 corpses. Who would be able to endure such a blow to their hearts? Everyone, don't act on your own. Otherwise, life and death will be decided by fate. And don't implicate everyone. Pan Hong shouted in a deep voice. At this time, as the eldest senior brother, he had to show some dignity. If it wasn't for the 3 of them making a decision just now, they wouldn't have harmed themselves. Xianxia, this time, you saved our lives again. Unknowingly, even Pan Hong gradually understood that although Xianxia might not be the strongest, he was the one with the most cunning ideas. At this time, Xianxia had become the real backbone. What's the point of saying this now, Senior Pan? Let's find a place to hide first. I feel that something big might happen nearby. Xianxia shook his head and said with a straight face. At this moment, he didn't want to look at the 3 skeletons anymore. They were courting death and no one could stop them. Moreover, the ant tide had already disappeared to who knew where. He was afraid that there would be more people dying. This was something that he couldn't do anything about. Bai Yunfei, Wang Chongyang, and Man Shui all followed Xianxia's lead. Now, even Pan Hong was the same. The remaining 3 already knew how capable this little outer sect junior was. Yang Jian was smart from the beginning because he knew that he was not Xianxia's match. He could only choose to follow Xianxia and listen to Xianxia's command. At this moment, life was extremely fragile and could not provide warmth. In this cold and gloomy hidden secret realm, staying alive was the only thing one could ask for. Xianxia and the others found a secluded place. The 3 of them stood guard outside in case any danger appeared, so that they could react in time. Did you guys notice? That swarm of ants isn't targeting us, nor is it looking for food. Instead, it's running in the opposite direction from us. This means that there are only 2 possibilities. They're chasing something, or they're running away from something. Xianxia said. I don't understand. I only know that we should stay away from the ant tide. Bai Yunfei shook his head like a rattle drum. Xianxia was so angry that he did not know whether to cry or not. You. What are you afraid of? Since the ant tide is afraid of my Qilin Saint fire, it means that we are safe. What else do you have to worry about? I'm afraid. This is the first time I've experienced such a terrifying fear. Bai Yunfei scolded in anger. He got rid of his worries. He hated himself. Why couldn't he be stronger? But he did not want to see the ant tide again. We'll move forward for a distance. If there's no danger or movement, then we'll go back and chase after the ant tide. Is this what you mean, Xianxia? Pan Hong said. That's right. But I don't want to waste our efforts. We need to think carefully. Should we move forward or chase after them? Xianxia nodded and said. We just came from there. There shouldn't be any danger. But we can't deny it completely. Most likely, the ant tide is running away from something. Wang Chongyang murmured. Yes, I think so too. So, if we continue to move forward, we will definitely meet what we want to meet. Although it's dangerous, it must be exciting. Xianxia smiled faintly. He was the only one who could still smile at this moment. Pervert. You know there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go there. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes. But he knew that he must not fall behind. At this moment, he would follow Xianxia and the others to find something even more terrifying. Something that even the ant-tide is afraid of. We do feel like we're courting death. Man Shui said with a smile. Although it looked like a joke, he did not turn back. Since they had entered the hidden secret realm, then they must not care about life and death anymore. Otherwise, how could they survive in the face of death? You're right. You know there's a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go there. If we're scared of the tiger, then we'll become cowards. I believe in Xianxia. Pan Hong said seriously. At this moment, no one would be a deserter. Bai Yunfei was just trying to lighten the atmosphere. At this moment, no one talked about those three anymore. But it did not mean that everyone would not think about them. Was it self-inflicted, or was life and death fated? No one could say for sure. But now, he had to take it one step at a time. To live a more exciting life. After the united front, Xianxia stepped on the layers of ant-tide and walked at the front. He was like a mighty ancient warrior. Yang Jian was the same. Both of them looked at each other, no one retreated. Wherever he passed, Pan Hong would recognize the people who had fallen to the ground. Those are the raging fire sex people. Those are the immortal crane sex people. And these are the people from one of the 10 major sects, the Mad God Palace. To think that one of the 10 major sects, the Mad God Palace, has people who died here. Pan Hong sighed endlessly. The strong might not necessarily survive, and the weak might not necessarily die. Sometimes, luck was also very important. Xianxia and the others walked for 800 miles. After 3 days, they finally saw a barren mountain. The grass and trees were withered and everything was withered. It was as if this was a land of death. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The spring water was also blood red. Under the dim sky, it made people feel even more depressed. Japan's Luoying Mountain, Xianxia saw a few broken words written on the mountain peak. Although it was dilapidated, it was still faintly visible. Look, there are traces of battle there. And they're all new. Bai Yunfei said. His pupils shrunk. A sword that could cut a 1,000-meter cliff. It was terrifying. Roar along with the roar of a beast, the dark clouds in the sky started to tremble. I didn't expect you to be here earlier than I expected. Xianxia sneered and looked at the giant fire fox in the sky. It had 9 tails and a fiery light soared into the sky. Its red tails stirred the wind and clouds. The surrounding aura became extremely hot. Since that's the case, I'll leave this 9-tailed firefox to you. Xianxia Lingling smiled. His eyes were cold. His men had already reported to him. Xianxia was in the Japan's Mount Luoying not far away. As long as they entered the foothills and reached the peak of the mountain, they would definitely anger the 9-tailed firefox. If he left, the 9-tailed firefox would definitely vent its anger on him. I hope you won't disappoint me, Xianxia. Xianxia said faintly. But after that attack, he quickly ran through the foothills, trying to get rid of the 9-tailed firefox. We should have found it. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. If he was not wrong, the thing they were looking for should be here. But at this moment, he suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm afraid this place isn't as peaceful as we thought. Xianxia said. His premonitions had always been accurate. This Japan's Mount Luoying was definitely not as peaceful as it looked. Everyone, be careful. Pan Hong said quietly. He was also carrying out Xianxia's order and carefully went through the Japan's Mount Luoying. The surrounding plants had all withered as if all their nutrients had been sucked dry. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard in the wilderness. A shiver ran down Bai Yunfei's spine. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this place was strange and intolerable. But he didn't say anything. Everyone was very careful, afraid that something might go wrong. After the deaths of 4 people, no one was able to take a leisurely stroll. Death could appear right next to them at any time, and the god of death would brush past them. The soil beneath their feet seemed to have completely dried up, and it seemed as if it had lost all its moisture. Man Shui and Wan Chongyang exchanged glances, and both of them raised their guard by 120%. They were deeply afraid that the slightest negligence would harm themselves or their fellow disciples. Only by being united could they be united. Everyone understood this logic. Only by linking their lives together could they let go of the last bit of worry and anxiety. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The sounds of collisions were getting closer and closer to them. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. He looked up and saw a fiery red silhouette piercing through the void. Langya's face was a little pale, but his lips curved into a sinister smile. Xianxia, I'm going to give you a big present today. Ha ha ha. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he flew towards Xianxia's direction and finally managed to escape. However, the incoming nine-tailed firefox was already closing in on Xianxia. Yang Jian and Pan Hong's joint attack was pushed back by the nine-tailed firefox. Both of their faces were filled with shock. However, it was undeniable that the nine-tailed firefox was too terrifying. With just a wave of its hand, it had already broken a 1,000-meters-tall mountain. One could imagine how terrifying the impact of the nine-tailed firefox was. Who dares to touch my golden lotus? The nine-tailed firefox's voice was deep and extremely oppressive. That penetrating power made Xianxia and the others tremble. All of them retreated and gathered together. You don't want to talk? Then I can only kill all of you as an offering to his soul in heaven. The nine-tailed firefox's entire body was emitting blazing flames that engulfed the horizon. Her enormous body covered the sun and the sky. Everyone stared at this scene speechlessly. Because they didn't know what the nine-tailed firefox was talking about. Even Xianxia, who was hiding, frowned his brows. Where's the golden lotus? Even he did not see it. Where did you come from? Why are you targeting us? We don't even know what the golden lotus is. Xianxia harumphed coldly and stood proudly as if he was not afraid of the late true god nine-tailed firefox. You despicable humans. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You've all come here precisely for the sake of obtaining my golden lotus. Didn't you all come here to plunder and plunder for the sake of obtaining treasures? Did I say something wrong? Hee hee. What a joke. I better not believe in the words of humans. If you don't hand over the golden lotus, I'll kill you all. The nine-tailed firefox did not differentiate between right and wrong. It rushed towards Xianxia and the others without giving them any chance to explain. Damned fella. Xianxia, I'll fight you to the death. Xianxia saw that figure clearly. It was Xianxia. The nine-tailed firefox was also attracted by Xianxia. His intention was clear. This ambitious fella did not only steal the golden lotus, but he also wanted to kill him. However, Xianxia felt relieved after thinking about it. After all, the two of them were already like fire and water. It's just that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Xianxia wanted to kill Xianxia, so why wouldn't Xianxia want to kill him as well? Then, let's see how you're going to deal with this nine-tailed firefox. Humph, Xianxia harumphed coldly. He turned around and left quietly. Even if he were to face the nine-tailed firefox, he would only have a slim chance of surviving. It was impossible for him to kill it. Now that he had lured the nine-tailed firefox to fight with Xianxia, a man and a beast would not give in. A fierce battle would surely break out. A mere void god trash dares to fight with me? Ha ha ha. Xianxia had already made up his mind. As long as Xianxia died, Xianxia's item would belong to him. However, he also thought of a problem. The golden lotus that the nine-tailed firefox mentioned might have been stolen by the black shadow that he saw in its lair. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't wait to catch up with that black shadow. As for who that black shadow was, he had no idea. However, Xianxia would never let it go. Looking at the nine-tailed firefox's anger, that golden lotus was definitely not an ordinary item. It wouldn't be too late for him to deal with Xianxia and the others after getting the golden lotus. After that, he just needed to sit back and reap the benefits. We don't have the golden lotus that you mentioned. You've become crazy after losing something. You're just a beast. Compared to a human, your intelligence is too low. You don't even know that you're being used. Ridiculous. Xianxia sneered. You're just a lowly human. How dare you argue with me? You're not qualified. The nine-tailed firefox instantly flew up and flames filled the sky. At this moment, Xianxia was completely shrouded by it. The nine-tailed firefox waved its hand and thousands of fire arrows were shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia was calm and did not panic at all. He used the heavenly dragon sword to block the fire arrows. Moreover, he did not panic at all. He was completely calm and composed. The nine-tailed firefox's eyes turned cold. Looks like this little guy is quite interesting. Although his strength is not good, it's not easy for him to block the first wave of fire arrows. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the bright moon? The nine-tailed firefox coldly harumphed. Its 9 slender tails swept across the universe. The surrounding people's countenance changed drastically because the sea of flames was pouring down from the sky. Except for Xianxia and Panhong, everyone was forced to retreat because the nine-tailed firefox was too strong. It was a late true god realm expert. Only 2 of them were true gods while the rest were all half-step true gods. Their strength was not enough to withstand the flames. Wherever the flames passed, the flames would spread. They could not withstand the blazing flames at all. That's the nine-tailed heart flame. Xianxia gasped. The nine-tailed heart flame was not inferior to the Qilin Saint flame. Because the nine-tailed heart flame was completely fueled by its vitality. The raging flames of vitality could melt everything in the heavens and earth. It was a divine object that transcended the mortal world. The nine-tailed firefox was an existence that was on the same level as the Qilin Saint beast. No one knew when the nine-tailed firefox came from, but it had existed since the beginning of the immemorial era. However, it was as rare as the Qilin. You guys retreat for the time being. Leave this to us. Panhong shouted. At this moment, there was no other way. They would only be delivering their heads to the enemy, which would only increase the casualties. It was better for them to recuperate in peace. Once there was any other movement, they would be able to react immediately. Then, you should taste my flames too. Xianxia shouted. Even the nine-tailed firefox was slightly stunned when the Qilin Saint flame appeared. It did not expect this guy to have such a powerful means. No wonder he was fearless. However, his strength was still too weak. In the eyes of the nine-tailed firefox, even if he had the right to be arrogant, it was not enough to show off in front of it. Because its nine-tailed heart flame was not inferior to the Qilin Saint flame. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia struck out the Flame Dragon Seal. It was even more powerful than the Qilin Saint flame. This is? The pupils of the nine-tailed firefox shrunk as it exerted its full strength. Compared to the Qilin Saint fire, the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was much more terrifying. Moreover, the nine-tailed firefox was not willing to be outdone. Its heart flame incinerated everything as its 9 tails swept in all directions. Whether it was Xianxia or Panhong, both of them were blown away by the nine-tailed firefox. In the end, the nine-tailed firefox managed to block the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Although it was also shocked, the difference in strength between the two was still too great. No one doubted this point. The nine-tailed firefox came whistling over at lightning speed. The nine-tailed heart flame engulfed Xianxia completely. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by the power of flames. Xianxia! Bai Yunfei roared with a cold look in his eyes. However, no one was able to break through the nine-tailed firefox's defense. At this time, Xianxia was controlled by the nine-tailed firefox. This was something that no one expected. Halt, Bai Yunfei! Xianxia grabbed Bai Yunfei, but Bai Yunfei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Are we just going to watch Xianxia get killed by the nine-tailed firefox? Bai Yunfei roared at Xianxia before leaping into the air again. Wang Chongyang and Man Shui didn't hesitate either. The 3 of them had the strength of Panhong, but they still weren't able to do anything to the fox. Instead, they were sent flying by a single swipe of the fox's tail without mercy. You're overestimating yourself. Die. The 9 tails of the nine-tailed firefox completely entangled Bai Yunfei and the other 2. The powerful trio was completely powerless in the hands of the nine-tailed firefox. 9 swords of prideful frost. Swords shatter the void. The sword in Wang Chongyang's hand waved again in an attempt to avoid the nine-tailed firefox's defense, but the latter did not kill them. This was because Xianxia had appeared in front of them again. How is this possible? The nine-tailed firefox was extremely shocked. At the same time, Bai Yunfei and the others were also shocked. You won't be able to trap me. Xianxia sneered, but the nine-tailed firefox was already furious. Its 9 tails swept through the air, causing the world to tremble. Under the fury of the nine-tailed firefox, Xianxia was unable to stand firm and was sent flying again. This time, he wasn't injured. But in order to save Bai Yunfei and the others, Xianxia was viciously struck by the firefox. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart, as if his bones didn't belong to him anymore. SSSS, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were bloodshot. The nine-tailed firefox was truly too strong. At this moment, the gap between the two was completely revealed. With the gap of 3 levels, Xianxia would only be able to passively take a beating if he didn't use his full strength. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. I'll find a way to escape, Xianxia said in a deep voice. He patted Wang Chongyang's shoulder. Wang Chongyang was the calmest of them all. Now, Xianxia had no other choice. If they all stayed here, they would become a burden to Xianxia and make it impossible for him to use his full strength. But, Bai Yunfei still wanted to say something, but Xianxia covered his mouth. If you don't want to watch me die, then scram. I don't want you to become a burden to me. Xianxia's angry roar left them all dumbfounded. They had never seen Xianxia so angry before, and so solemn at that. Only now did Bai Yunfei realize that in Xianxia's eyes, they were indeed a burden. Although Xianxia's strength was similar to theirs, only Yang Jian and Bai Yunfei knew his true strength. Is it really okay? Pan Hong was very nervous because he was worried that Xianxia would be killed by the nine-tailed firefox. In that case, he would become a sinner. Before this, he had promised the sect master that he would protect Xianxia. Now that he had to abandon Xianxia, how could he feel at ease? Don't worry. Xianxia has killed a peak mid-true god expert before. He has many means. The second genius of the Tai Chi sect, Helian Wushuang, was killed by Xianxia. You should know this. Yang Jian dissuaded. At this time, if they continued to stay, they would only add to Xianxia's troubles. The only one who could really help him was himself. All right. Pan Hong was extremely unwilling, but under the advice of Yang Jian and the others, he left first and took a detour. Bai Yunfei's eyes were incomparably red. The moment he saw Xianxia, Bai Yunfei knew how much he longed to be able to fight side by side with Xianxia. However, his strength was too weak and could only bring endless dangers to the other party. Although he was respected by many in the outer sect, he finally understood how stupid and arrogant he was. In fact, he was nothing. If he met someone who was slightly stronger than him, he could only run away. There was nothing he could do, and he couldn't share the responsibility with Xianxia. I'm unwilling. At this moment, the nine-tailed firefox obviously did not want them to leave just like that. Because Bai Yunfei and the others were its perfect lunch. Your opponent is me. Xianxia sneered. He rose up with his sword and blocked the nine-tailed firefox's path. If it wasn't for your supreme-grade origin divine tool, I'm afraid you would have turned into ashes by now. The nine-tailed firefox sneered and said disdainfully. Really? Then let me see how powerful you are. Haha. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the dragon transformation. At this moment, his strength had risen to the middle true god realm. The sudden change made the nine-tailed firefox slightly shocked. Never thought that you're from the dragon clan. But even so, there's no one here who can support you. Your strength is still not enough. The nine-tailed firefox moved its 9 tails and displayed its prowess. It was fighting fiercely with Xianxia. Both of them were evenly matched. The nine-tailed firefox did not expect that Xianxia would be so powerful after his dragon transformation. His heavenly dragon sword was an extremely powerful origin divine tool. At such a young age, with such a cultivation realm, he could already hold such a origin divine tool. Even a divine king might not be able to own a origin divine tool. Along with the deafening clashing sound, both of them had a winner and a loser. However, it was obvious that the nine-tailed firefox had the upper hand. After all, its strength had reached the late true god realm. It was not a joke. The difference in strength was the most serious. Man and sword, unity of dragon and sword. Xianxia roared furiously. The nine-tailed firefox struck out with its 9 tails and collided with Xianxia's attack. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, like a sudden clap of thunder that shook everyone's heart. The nine-tailed firefox's eyes were filled with astonishment. In its heart, it was finally in awe of Xianxia. Because this void god realm fella had really opened its eyes. It had never heard of such combat power. Xianxia's union of dragon and sword was actually blocked by the nine-tailed firefox. Xianxia was quite surprised. If the nine-tailed firefox was not an ancient sacred beast, it would not have been able to block his attack. Are you a human or a member of the dragon clan? I'm very interested in you. As long as you hand over the golden lotus, I won't make things difficult for you. The nine-tailed firefox said coldly. It still believed that the golden lotus had been stolen by Xianxia. Xianxia rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. How long do I have to say for you to believe that I don't know anything about the golden lotus you speak of? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then let's see who's the real deal. This is your last chance. The nine-tailed firefox said nothing and attacked Xianxia again. This time, Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. Looks like I need to teach this nine-tailed firefox a lesson. Otherwise, it would really think that I'm afraid of it. Fire god guards, appear. Xianxia roared. At this moment, the 12 fire god guards appeared in front of Xianxia. The 12 fire god guards were no longer the same as before. Because of Xianxia's improvement, the 12 fire god guards had recovered to the early true god realm. The power that the 12 fire god guards unleashed was comparable to a late true god realm expert. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards had their own unique attacking method. They were stronger than a late true god realm expert. The nine-tailed firefox's eyes were filled with surprise. The image of the 12 fire god guards flashed across its mind. The 12 fire god guards and Xianxia joined hands and surrounded the nine-tailed firefox. This time, the nine-tailed firefox was completely suppressed. Such a ruthless move. Such a domineering puppet. The nine-tailed firefox was shocked. Although it had the support of the nine-tailed heart fire, it still felt powerless when facing the flame attack of the 12 fire god guards. Moreover, these things seemed to have some kind of magical power that could resist its attacks. It was completely unable to fight against them. On the other side, Xianxia, who was holding the heavenly dragon sword, did not show any weakness. He launched a few sneak attacks which were exactly what the nine-tailed firefox wanted. The nine-tailed firefox's arm was stabbed and it was completely defeated. Nine-tailed wrath, divine flame. The nine-tailed firefox hissed. Xianxia staggered 2 steps back. Amidst the rising flames, Xianxia finally retreated slowly. The nine-tailed firefox seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. However, it was obvious that Xianxia's suppression was stronger and the nine-tailed firefox was already tired of dealing with it. Xianxia's chest was also burned by the nine-tailed heart fire. Unfortunately, it was impossible to refine his dantian because any of the 5 elemental true fires was not weaker than the nine-tailed firefox. If they really wanted to refine each other, only Xianxia would be able to refine the nine-tailed firefox. Stop it. I don't think there's any need for us to continue fighting. I really didn't steal your golden lotus. You should know very well that if I were to fight you to the death just now, you would have been seriously injured at the very least. Xianxia flicked his finger. The 5 elemental true fires revolved around his body. The nine-tailed firefox staggered a few steps back. The earth trembled, but Xianxia could also feel its shock. The nine-tailed firefox was also very clear that if Xianxia's 5 elemental true fires attacked it, it would definitely be injured. However, he did not do that. If he really took the golden lotus, why would he pretend to let it go? Moreover, he had gone through so much trouble. You really didn't steal my golden lotus? Then, where is my golden lotus? Where should I go from here? The nine-tailed firefox instantly turned into a young girl wearing a leather skirt. She knelt on one knee with a dazed look on her face. It was as if her heart had died. Her 9 tails were swaying behind her, lifeless and lifeless. However, her exquisite face was filled with worry and melancholy. Her beauty was not inferior to Yan Shenyu. Such a delicate girl, was she the nine-tailed firefox? Xianxia found it hard to believe. Is that golden lotus very important to you? Xianxia asked. Yes. That golden lotus is called the soul-forming golden lotus. It is the mother of the lotus in the 9 heavens jade lake. In order to obtain that golden lotus, I risked my life to obtain his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. I wanted to help him transcend and condense his soul. However, I did not succeed in the end. I was also disheartened. After more than 17,000 years, I finally had a glimmer of hope. However, not long ago, the golden lotus bloomed, and his soul was finally formed. The 9-tailed firefox murmured with tears in her eyes. However, it was stolen by someone. I must find the golden lotus. It is my only hope. Whether I can see him again has become an extravagant hope. The golden lotus is broken, and his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are destined to vanish. The 9-tailed firefox's infatuation made Xianxia's heart ache. Such a woman was rare in this world. Infatuated for 10,000 years, she had no regrets. Isn't such a person worthy of respect and heartache? Xianxia could not help but feel pity for her. He was not a cold-hearted person. Although the battle between the 2 of them was extremely intense, it did not stop him from feeling pity for the 9-tailed firefox. 10,000 years of protection, broken in one day. Who wouldn't be crazy about it? Xianxia could feel the anger and struggle in the 9-tailed firefox's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that my strength kept falling, how could I have ended up like this? Thinking back to the past, sigh. The 9-tailed firefox smiled bitterly. But everything had passed. Why should she mention it again? I will definitely find the person who stole my golden lotus. Even if I die 1,000 times, it will not be enough to vent my hatred. The 9-tailed firefox roared. The weak lady had become extremely powerful at this moment. It was the power of love. 17,000 years, the mountain had lost its edge, the heaven and earth had merged together, she did not dare to be separated from her lover. Don't worry. I will stay in this hidden secret realm for a year. If I find your golden lotus, I will definitely return it to you. Xianxia said solemnly. Thank you. If he's still in heaven, he will not blame you. Xianxia said in a deep voice. I have already seen through life and death. But I only have one wish in this life. That is to see him again. The 9-tailed firefox slowly walked towards the depths of Japan's Luoying Mountain. She seemed to be in a daze, causing others to feel pity for her. She was crazy about love. Such a woman must have suffered unbearable pain for the past 17,000 years. Her strength was a clear indication of how fragile her heart was. I will definitely help you find the golden lotus. Xianxia said confidently. Xianxia ran all the way and started to chase after the black figure that disappeared from the Luoying Mountain. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally felt that guy's aura. The heavens will not disappoint those who work hard. Haha. I finally felt it. Eh? Could it be someone from Ghost Eye sect? Xianxia's expression was solemn. At this moment, even he did not dare to be careless. If they were really from the Ghost Eye sect, he would not dare to act recklessly. The people from the Ghost Eye sect were extremely evil. Even the people from the Clear Stream sect and the Divine Pill sect did not dare to offend them. Especially the twin stars. It was said that the 2 of them could escape from the hands of a heavenly god. Even Xianxia, who was confident in his strength, did not dare to act recklessly. He could only wait for an opportunity. This golden lotus was most likely taken by this moly ghost. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, many people walked over with flattering expressions on their faces. These people were all from the small sects that belonged to the evil sections. They had attached themselves to the devilly Gue. With a single glance, one could tell that they were a group of people who would be swayed by the wind. Congratulations, second brother. Haha, you must have obtained quite a lot of treasures this time, right? That's right. Look at second brother's beaming face. You must have gained a lot. Second brother, why don't you take it out and open our eyes? Hee hee. That's right. Second brother, it must be a treasure that even you value so much. It must be very exciting. It must be something extraordinary. Gue looked at his subordinates, who looked at him with admiration. His gloomy face revealed an imperceptible sinister smile. All right. Today, I will let you all have a look at my golden lotus. Haha. Gue took it out and made a grabbing motion. An incomparably dazzling golden lotus appeared in his hand. It was overflowing with brilliance and a majestic aura, causing the surrounding people to hold their breaths. The energy contained in the golden lotus was beyond everyone's imagination. It was like a sacred light that pierced through the sky, filling the surrounding 100 meters with brilliance. Wow. This golden lotus is too mystical. Yeah. I have never seen such a powerful saint object. You're worthy of being called second brother. Second brother, you must have spent a lot of effort to obtain this saint object. Second brother, I dare say that not even big brother has seen this saint object before. Ghost was overjoyed when he heard how his subordinates were fawning over him. With a wave of his hand, he kept the golden lotus. Many people sighed. They were lamenting that the golden lotus was kept by Ghost before they could enjoy it to their heart's content. It was effortless for me to obtain this golden lotus. Ha ha ha. If I completely refine this golden lotus, I might be able to break through to the heavenly god realm. Gue had a proud look on his face. Great fortune, second brother. Doesn't this mean that you're invincible in the entire hidden secret realm? Ha ha ha. That's right. Second brother is mighty and invincible. Bullshit. I'm invincible. What about my big brother? I will share it with big brother today. Ghost said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. Second brother is mighty and domineering. Righteous. Righteous. Ghost's anger subsided. His face was filled with arrogance. Almost all of the 30 people here were from other sects, and they were relying on him. After all, in this dog-eat-dog hidden secret realm, if one did not have an expert to rely on, one would not be able to live long. There would always be some arrogant people who would eventually die because of their arrogance. This was a common occurrence among the disciples of different sects in the past. It's really him. Looks like this golden lotus is a little tricky. Xianxia's expression became solemn. He would not be worried if it was just Ghost alone. But with Qing, it would not be easy. He would not be a match for the two of them if they joined hands. Fortunately, Qing was not here. Even so, Xianxia was still worried. If he really snatched Ghost's golden lotus and he failed to kill Ghost or missed one of them, things would not be so simple. If Qing found out about it, he would have to face Qing as well. Qing's strength should not be any weaker than him. Even as the number one genius of Ghost sect, Xianxia did not dare to fight against him. As the number 2 sect in Linha boundary, Ghost sect's strength was unfathomable. Xianxia did not dare to take the risk. Once he lost, it would be his biggest failure. I'll let you be cocky for now. I hope you don't eat the golden lotus. Otherwise, I'll make you spit it out. Xianxia harumphed coldly and disappeared. Ghost frowned and looked back. He felt that someone was staring at him, but he felt that he was being paranoid. He shook his head helplessly and started to look for his big brother. Xianxia was searching for Panhong and the others while searching for the golden lotus. However, he still could not find any news after more than 10 days. Panhong and the others had lost their direction and were completely separated. When Xianxia used the messaging talisman, he realized that the talisman was useless in the hidden secret realm. In other words, all of his messaging talismans were just decorations. There was no one here who could help him. He could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. In these 10 days, Xianxia had killed more than 20 demonic beasts. Most of them were below the mid-true god realm. If he really encountered a late true god realm demonic beast, he would not want to be entangled with it. Although it was not a problem for him to kill them with his current strength, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wouldn't it be the same as making a wedding dress for others? Xianxia had also obtained more than 10 monster crystals. These monsters contained extremely dense divine origin qi. Xianxia was currently at the peak of the late void god realm. As long as he made a breakthrough, he would be able to reach the half-step true god realm. Xianxia found a cave and calmed his mind. At this moment, he began to break through to the half-step true God realm. After absorbing more than 20 monster crystals in 3 days, he finally broke through to the half-step true God realm. Xianxia knew that he was not far from breaking through to the true God realm. However, he still needed an opportunity to break through to the true God realm. Now, Xianxia felt that he was still too weak. He needed to give it his all every time. Although he was confident that he could deal with enemies from all directions, he needed to pay a hefty price. Xianxia took out the immortal grade pill recipe. Xianxia was shocked. The name of the immortal grade pill was called the Heaven-Seizing Fortune Pill. It meant to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, break through the shackles and become a god. The Heaven-Seizing Fortune Pill was to seize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Once a person swallowed the Heaven-Seizing Fortune Pill, their entire body would be completely transformed, reaching a perfect state. This kind of pill could only be consumed by those below the God King realm. It would completely transform their body, using the power of the pill to cleanse their marrow, allowing their body to reach a perfect state of devouring divine origin chi. They wouldn't need to cultivate at all, they would be able to devour the heaven-earth spiritual chi into their body, completing a qualitative transformation. Due to the majority of the divine herbs contained within, it could also provide incomparable divine origin energy. Every sip, every breath, all without any pressure. The Heaven-Seizing Fortune Pill could help you complete your cultivation state. Your entire person would be like a piece of meticulously carved unpolished jade. Your aura could fuse with heaven and earth, and it could be said to be invincible when it came to hiding. Even an expert 2 great realms above him would not be able to detect his presence. Even a peak heavenly god could consume it. If a god king were to consume it, they would be able to raise their cultivation to a whole new level and break through their bottlenecks. It was easy to imagine just how great the benefits were. Even god kings could not avoid it. Otherwise, how could it be qualified to be called an immortal grade pill? Although it could only be considered as below average among the immortal grade pills, its miraculous effect was enough to shock everyone. Although it only requires 5 medicinal herbs, I've never heard of the other 3. Xianxia smiled bitterly. The 10,000 years blood Lingji and the human-faced demon ginseng were the 2 herbs required for the Heaven-Seizing Fortune Pill. He had never heard of the other 3. Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, Heavenly Snake Gallbladder, One Eye Spirit Spring. What is One Eye Spirit Spring? Xianxia shook his head. It seemed like finding the other 3 herbs was an extremely difficult task. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When Xianxia walked out, he saw a group of people. There were more than 10 people in a group. All of them looked solemn. The leader was someone that Xianxia had seen before. He was from the Overlord sect. He was a late true god. Xianxia. The leader of the group let out a calm smile, a meaningful smile on his face. Not bad. Xianxia said faintly. Someone spent 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones for me to kill you. Tell me, should I take it or not? Zhu Mingyang played with the crescent moon blade in his hand calmly. 3,000 high-grade divine origin stones. That's enough for us to play with a dozen of his women. Ha ha ha. A skinny young man said with a sneer. Heavenly Eagle Mansion, Qin Lang. 5 Elements Sect, Ouyang Xiaoxin. A chubby young man walked out with a cold look in his eyes and stood beside Zhu Mingyang. I heard that this fella is quite wealthy. He took out 3 divine tools at the Gathering Destiny Square. I guess he must have a lot of treasures on him. Qin Lang said with a smile. Looks like you have to tell us the truth. Zhu Mingyang said with a regretful look. We're all from the sect union. We're all here for training. I won't kill you. Hand over all your treasures. If they're worth more than 3,000 divine origin stones, then I'll buy your life. Even if that person asks me, I'll definitely protect you. How about it? Is your grandpa Zhu a man of honor? Ha ha ha. Zhu Mingyang's laughter resounded in the surrounding mountains. Everyone agreed with him. More than 30 people followed Zhu Mingyang's lead and their cheers became louder and louder. That's right. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You should understand this, right? Kid, hand it over and we'll guarantee that you won't die. Otherwise, your puny body won't even be enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Ouyang Xiaoxin said in disdain. Xianxia spread out his hands to show his helplessness. I don't have any money, but I have my life. Xianxin's attitude made Zhu Mingyang and the others' faces turn gloomy. They thought that Xianxia would kneel down and beg for mercy, but they never expected him to be so fearless. Since when did a half-step true god brat become so arrogant? Why do you want to make our relationship so stiff? I've always liked to solve problems peacefully. But why do you have to force me to take action? Although my overlord sect doesn't have a good reputation, we never bully the old, the weak, the sick, or the disabled. You're a disabled cultivator and you're not strong enough. As long as you're obedient, why would I bully you? Hee hee. Zhu Mingyang's face was filled with impatience. A disabled cultivator isn't scary. What's scary is a retard like you. Why do you have to provoke me? Xianxia let out a long sigh. The dozens of people sneered at him. It seemed like Xianxia didn't know how to write the word death. You've won because you've successfully angered me. Now, it's time for you to die. Zhu Mingyang said faintly and closed his eyes. Ouyang Xiaoxin understood Xianxia's intention and waved his hand. Two early true god experts immediately rushed towards Xianxia. Take him down. How is this possible? Yeah, he's only a half-step true god, but he managed to kill an early true god in a second. This is unbelievable. I don't believe it. That sword was too fast. Ouyang Xiaoxin's eyes turned cold. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. But it seems like there's no need for you to live anymore. Ouyang Xiaoxin harumphed coldly and stared at the two of them. Useless things. The sword in Xianxia's hand rose once again. The sword light swept across the entire area. Ouyang Xiaoxin's facial expression changed and he quickly retreated. The nine-toothed steel blade in front of him had a huge cut on it. Moreover, he felt a chill when the blade swept across his shoulder just now. Ouyang Xiaoxin still couldn't believe that this fella had such combat strength. A half-step true god was able to repel him. It was really strange. I don't believe it. Ouyang Xiaoxin was not convinced. After all, there were so many people watching. How could he fail? Absolutely not. Once he lost, it would be a complete disgrace. He was a genius disciple of the Five Elements sect. If it wasn't Zhu Mingyang, he would never bow down to someone else. Five Elements blade art, escape symbol art. Ouyang Xiaoxin's expression was serious. His blade shadows were everywhere. But when Xianxia appeared beside him, he knew that he might lose. He didn't know which hand Xianxia used to attack. When the sword shadows appeared, his blade was already broken. He wanted to retreat, but he found out that Xianxia's sword shadows had already changed and chopped off his hand that was holding the blade. Arg, Ouyang Xiaoxin screamed and quickly retreated. But when he retreated to Zhu Mingyang's side, he felt a trace of fear. Boss, save me. Five Elements True Fire, Burning Flame. Xianxia sneered as the Five Elements True Fire completely enveloped Ouyang Xiaoxin. As a member of the Five Elements sect, he would let him die under the Five Elements True Fire. Zhu Mingyang suddenly turned his head and his expression changed. He did not expect that even Ouyang Xiaoxin would be completely defeated and trapped in the Five Elemental True Flames. Just as Zhu Mingyang was about to make a move, he discovered that he could not get close to the Five Elemental True Flames at all. It was simply too hot. Many people quickly retreated, their faces filled with horror. In less than 10 seconds, Ouyang Xiaoxin was completely turned into ashes by the Five Elemental True Flames. Everyone retreated. Zhu Mingyang's face was gloomy as he walked towards Xianxia step by step. You. What a good move indeed. Seems like if I don't make a move, it'll be hard for you to submit. Zhu Mingyang and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. This Zhu Mingyang had provoked him time and time again, so there was no need for him to be polite. Boss, you must take revenge for young Master Ouyang. Yeah, young Master Ouyang died too miserably. This guy should be cut into pieces. Killing young Master Ouyang, this is intolerable. Kill him, kill him. Looking at the group of clueless minions, at least in his eyes, Xianxia really felt sorry for them. They fell with the wind and did not have a mind of their own. The weak could only be trampled on, be it their body or dignity. Moreover, they did not have any power to resist, they were just a fox using the tiger's might. Or even sad. You will also die if you make a move. Xianxia and Zhu Mingyang were less than half a meter away from each other. Both of them were very confident in themselves. As the number 2 genius disciple of Overlord sect, Zhu Mingyang was naturally very proud. In his eyes, other than the 3 great experts of Clear Stream sect, the 2 great experts of Ghost Eye sect, Xianxia of Divine Pill sect, and his own senior brother Chou Xin, no one else could give him pressure. Even Ling Long and Lu Quanchao of Heavenly Star sect were just a motley crew. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard and also the only joke I can't laugh at. Zhu Mingyang pointed at Xianxia and said, I will give you a chance to make a move. Let me see how strong you are. Even a trash like Ouyang Xiaoxing died in your hands. You should be glad that you will die in my hands. Otherwise, the people of 5 Elements sect will not let you go after you get out of here. Alright, as you wish. Xianxia said indifferently and stood up with his sword. His strength had increased again after reaching the half-step True God realm. Although it was not a big improvement, it should not take too much effort to kill this guy. Xianxia stepped on the void and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to cut off all of Zhu Mingyang's escape routes. Xianxia immediately used the dragon transformation. His strength increased by 10-fold, almost reaching the peak of mid-True God realm. In terms of physical strength, he was much stronger than Zhu Mingyang. Every strike of Xianxia's was extremely ferocious. With the help of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, Zhu Mingyang was forced to retreat. Zhu Mingyang had never thought that Xianxia's strength would be this ferocious. Moreover, Xianxia had become a completely different person after using the dragon transformation. Whether it was Xianxia's body or the Heavenly Dragon Sword, Zhu Mingyang was no match for Xianxia. Xianxia was like a human-shaped beast. Zhu Mingyang's half-moon machete hit Xianxia's body like a tickle. Xianxia's brutal charge made Zhu Mingyang feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Damn it. This guy is too abnormal. Zhu Mingyang thought. If I don't take action now, when will I? Zhu Mingyang roared in anger. Qin Lang was startled. He brought more than 30 men and instantly joined the battle, trying to obstruct Xianxia. However, at this moment, Xianxia was unstoppable. Under the dragon transformation, he easily tore a true god into pieces. Every time the Heavenly Dragon Sword slashed down, blood would be stained. Terrifying sword chi swept across the battlefield. Under that kind of ferociousness, Xianxia made Zhu Mingyang's heart palpitate. Only now did he understand that he should have provoked this god of pestilence from the beginning. But who knew that his strength was so terrifying? Dozens of men were killed by Xianxia in less than a minute. Only Qin Lang and Zhu Mingyang were left. Blood flowed like a river. You're a madman. Subconsciously, Qin Lang took a few steps back. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had just been slashed by Xianxia's sword. It was only because he was able to dodge the attack in time that he was able to escape death. However, Xianxia didn't plan to stop just like that. After missing Zhu Mingyang's attack, Xianxia turned around and slashed at him. In the void, the shadow of the sword cut through the sky. Qin Lang knew that he could not escape this time. Devil, Qin Lang stared at the gray sky. He finally thought of a word to describe Xianxia. Dozens of men were killed by him in a blink of an eye. It was too cruel and bloody. Xianxia, we don't have any grudges between us. I hope you can be clear about yourself and don't do anything stupid. I am not like the 5 Elements sect or the Sky Eagle Mansion. My Overlord sect is one of the top 10 sections. We are even more powerful than your Profound Feng sect's big brother, Heavenly Star sect. Don't waste your time. Zhu Mingyang said fiercely. Lung Lung said. You and I can talk nicely. Why do we have to be so stiff? I will not tell anyone that you have killed these people. However, if you insist on continuing to fight with me, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Between the two of us, when 2 tigers fight, one will definitely get hurt. Xianxia looked at Zhu Mingyang with an elegant smile and calm expression. Xianxia could not help but laugh when he heard Zhu Mingyang's serious expression. Overlord sect is not someone you can afford to offend. If you and I work together, great things will happen. Zhu Mingyang became more and more serious as he spoke. Jiang Chen was embarrassed to interrupt him. When two tigers fight, one will definitely get hurt. Ha ha ha. I like this sentence. But I don't want to be the tiger today. I am the hero who fights the tiger. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Zhu Mingyang's face became extremely ugly. Obviously, Jiang Chen did not want to reconcile with him. Do you want to step on a path of no return? In this hidden secret realm, it is impossible for you to defeat everyone with your strength alone. If you kill me, my senior will definitely take revenge for me. Plus, you may not have the ability to do so. Then I will have to try and see if I have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. I am the disciple of the Overlord sect. Jiang Chen. Fuck your mother. I have said so much, but it's all in vain. Let's just fight. Come on. Zhu Mingyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He changed his tone. He knew that Jiang Chen would not give him this chance. So there was only one way left for him. That was to fight till the end. Make your move. You only have one chance. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Facing Zhu Mingyang's frenzied attacks, Jiang Chen did not panic at all. After his dragon transformation, his fighting strength was comparable to a peak mid-true god. With the help of the heavenly dragon sword, he was able to suppress Zhu Mingyang, who was a late true god. Lone Star Shadow, Full Moon Scimitar. Zhu Mingyang pierced through the sky. Rays of half-moon blade shadows pierced through the void and surrounded Jiang Chen. His terrifying attack was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The heavenly dragon sword and the half-moon blade clashed against each other. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The entire sky was filled with blade shadows. Jiang Chen and Zhu Mingyang landed on the ground with their backs facing each other. Jiang Chen did not move at all. Zhu Mingyang sneered. The half-broken scimitar in his hand had become extremely cold. When he took the seventh step, Zhu Mingyang fell down. There was a bloody scar on his face. At this moment, his body was completely cut into half. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword not only cut his half-moon scimitar but also his body. You will definitely regret this, Zhu Mingyang said with great difficulty. Then, he completely lost his life. I am a kind person. Why would I become a thief? I am a kind person. Heaven is unfair. Jiang Chen sneered. The five elemental true fire burned the bodies of more than 30 people and turned them into nourishment for the hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen did not plan to attack them. Unfortunately, they did not plan to let Jiang Chen go. In the end, he could only take action. Since he had made his choice, he should not regret it. Therefore, Jiang Chen killed those people without hesitation. This was what they deserved. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and bully the weak. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. This was retribution. In this place, there was no difference between good and bad. There was only survival. Jiang Chen would never pity these brainless people. He was not a goody two-shoes. These people died for what they deserved. There was nothing to be regretful about. Such a tyrannical method. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at a man in white who was hanging upside down on a tree. The man smiled. His eyes were sharp. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Clear Stream Sect, Third Grand Guardian, Tang Zhen. Profound Feng Sect, Jiang Chen. I never expected your strength to be so unbelievable. Even that guy from the Overlord sect died in your hands. Hee hee. This is really shocking. Tang Zhen said with a smile. A playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Brother Tang, why are you here? Are you here to chat with me? Hee hee. He's already dead. What else is there to talk about? He can only blame himself. I never kill the innocent, but I will never let anyone go. Jiang Chen said. Alright. I like people like you. Tang Zhen jumped down from the ancient tree. He was dressed in white and looked extraordinarily handsome. As one of the three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect, Tang Zhen's strength was unquestionable. He was much stronger than Zhu Mingyang. Xianxia did not even know how confident he was in defeating Tang Zhen. "Brother Tang, just say it," Xianxia said straightforwardly. "I'm shocked by your strength. I want to kill a beast and I'm lacking a helper. I wonder if Brother Jiang is willing to join me. What do you think about joining me?" Tang Zhen said righteously, putting Xianxia on the same level as him. In the entire Linhe boundary, there were only a few people who dared to be brothers with the three grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect. "What can I get in return?" Xianxia said straightforwardly. "Ha ha ha. Great. I'm lucky to be able to work with someone like you. 3,000 divine origin stones. What do you think?" "I'm not interested in divine origin stones." Xianxia shook his head. Plus, he had no idea what Tang Zhen wanted to do. The demonic beast that Tang Zhen was going to deal with was probably not an easy opponent. Otherwise, he would be able to kill it by himself. Why would he go to such lengths? "To be honest, I'm going to deal with two beasts in the river. One is the green jade profound tortoise and the other is the heavenly river female clam." "Is it the number one tortoise in the world, the green jade profound tortoise?" "His defense is so strong that even metal and stone would find it hard to penetrate it." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "I want the shell of the green jade profound tortoise." Tang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "The green jade profound tortoise and the heavenly river female clam are together. However, their defense is extremely strong. I can't do anything to them. Although we fought twice, it's not easy to get the water avoidance spiritual pearl from the heavenly river female clam." "How did these two get together?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know. If you can break the shell of the green jade profound tortoise, I won't interfere. But my target is the heavenly river female clam. I hope Brother Jiang can help me. You take the water-repelling spiritual pearl and I want the green jade profound tortoise." Xianxia nodded and said, "It's a deal." Xianxia followed Tang Zhen all the way, traversing several hundred li before arriving at a lake that was 10 li wide. It was surrounded by shade on all four sides, with tall mountains as companions. The cliffs were 1,000 feet tall, and the sounds of insects and birds rang out incessantly. Willows were reflected in the lake and ancient trees were sheltering them. The lake was sparkling and the scenery was beautiful. The air here was fresher than anywhere else. "This is the lake where the tortoise and clam are," Tang Zhen said as he pointed towards the lake. "Watch me," Tang Zhen said as he took out his hunting god spear. His entire body shook as he smashed the spear towards the surface of the lake. His aura was monstrous, and a series of ripples appeared on the originally calm lake. The water surged and rose into the sky. "Divine tortoise jellyfish, come out and see me." Tang Zhen levitated in the air and shouted. Xianxia looked at the scene. "Looks like this is not the first time this guy came to challenge me, but he didn't seem to have made any progress." At this moment, a dark green tortoise with a circumference of 1 zhang surfaced from the water. It shook its huge head and spoke in human language. "Despicable human. You've come here several times and you've always been beaten away by me. Now you're here to die. This time, I won't let you go." The green jade profound tortoise said angrily. Obviously, Tang Zhenlai's challenge had already made him extremely angry. "I'm not here alone today. I brought help. Hand over your tortoise shell and the water-repelling spiritual pearl. Then, I might spare your life," Tang Zhen said solemnly. "You cunning humans. You want to take my tortoise shell and the clam queen's spiritual pearl. How are we going to live? I think you're here to die," the green jade profound tortoise said as it gritted its teeth. "That's right. Old tortoise, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed loudly. The green jade profound tortoise flew into a rage out of humiliation. Its face darkened as it stared coldly at Xianxia and Tang Zhen. "Since the two of you are courting death, then I, old tortoise, will start a massacre today." The green jade profound tortoise roared, and water splashed everywhere like arrows. Xianxia and Tang Zhen quickly retreated, dodging the tortoise's attack. The two of them joined hands and charged towards the tortoise. "Slaughter dragon seal." Xianxia struck out with a seal that overturned rivers and seas. The green jade profound tortoise quickly retreated. Invincible piercing spear. Tangent's spear also struck the green jade profound tortoise's body, emitting a metallic clang as sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, the green jade profound tortoise spun up, splashing water and ice swords. Xianxia's sword danced in the air, blocking most of the ice swords. However, the ice swords were incomparably sharp, forcing Xianxia and Tangent to retreat. Such a terrifying green jade profound tortoise. Its strength is at least at the late true god realm. Xianxia said solemnly. Be careful. Its most powerful attack is not just the ice swords. Tangent warned. 1,000 returning swords. Xianxia's sword was ferocious. Thousands of swords were launched at the same time, blocking the green jade profound tortoise's ice swords. The ice swords were cut into brilliant ice flowers. Tangent did not show any weakness as he blocked the green jade profound tortoise's attack with his spear. Not bad, his strength is not bad. Looks like this void god realm brat has some skill. Deadly charge. The green jade profound tortoise let out a furious roar and retracted its entire body into its shell. It then rushed towards Tangent. Tangent waved his spear, and a rain of spears filled the sky as they pierced the green jade profound tortoise's body. However, they were unable to leave a single wound on its body. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard, which was extremely ear-piercing. Let's see if you can block my heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia took advantage of the situation. At this moment, the green jade profound tortoise did not show any weakness and clashed head-on with Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia was pushed back as he could not withstand such terrifying strength and defense. Especially the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Xianxia looked nervous as he quickly retreated. However, a deep mark was left on the green jade profound tortoise's shell. The green jade profound tortoise attacked 3 times while Xianxia attacked 3 times. The green jade profound tortoise's shell was greatly shaken. What a terrifying defense. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was a top-grade primordial treasure. However, it could not break the shell of a late true god realm green jade profound tortoise. It was unbelievable. To be able to leave such a deep mark on my back. This fella's weapon is too sharp. The green jade profound tortoise was shocked. At this moment, it knew that Xianxia was not as strong as Tangent. If he was as strong as Tangent, then it would have to protect its shell well. 2 against 1, what kind of hero are you? Ha ha ha, old clam, let them see the power of our tortoise and clam duo. The green jade profound tortoise sneered and roared. Once again, a giant clam appeared on the surface of the water. Its whole body was golden and its mouth was opening and closing, releasing ripples of water. Is it that brat again? I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Old tortoise, let's fight them to the death. The heavenly river female clam said in a deep voice. Its gigantic body kept opening and closing. There was a woman in the shape of a human in the middle of the clam. However, she did not have any hands or legs. Her whole body was embedded in the clam. It looked quite strange. Below her body, there was a crystal-clear water-repelling spiritual pearl. Heavenly river female clam, green jade profound tortoise, finally here. Hee hee. Xianxia smiled. At this moment, they must have a good fight with the heavenly river female clam. It's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Xianxia said. Really? Then you should deal with the 2 of us first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never be able to fulfill this wish of yours. The green jade profound tortoise sneered. The combination of the heavenly river female clam and Xianxia faced the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment, Tangent faced the heavenly river female clam. Your opponent is me. Now, let me see how strong you are. If it wasn't for the sword in your hand, you wouldn't even be qualified to fight with me. The green jade profound tortoise looked at Xianxia with disdain. Really? If that's the case, then I shall have a good fight with you. Since your defense is strong enough, let's see if my attack is strong enough. Xianxia's eyes were cold. How could Xianxia be happy to be looked down upon by a tortoise? Old tortoise, I must drink tortoise soup today. It's very nutritious. Xianxia licked his lips. The green jade profound tortoise was getting angrier. Damned human, you will die with dignity. What I like the most is human flesh. It's delicious. I haven't tasted it for 100 years. Hee hee. In Xianxia's eyes, there was only the green jade profound tortoise. Both of them kept clashing against each other, especially under the suppression of the heavenly dragon sword. Even the green jade profound tortoise did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, Xianxia began to exert more pressure on it. Only by doing so, Xianxia could perform better. The tortoise and clam were quite strong, especially in terms of defense. Xianxia, who was also a late true god, could not do anything to them. Mother ****. I don't believe that I can't break your shell. Xianxia said while gritting his teeth. He exerted all of his skills. His long spear moved horizontally and vertically, constantly hitting the body of the Heavenly River female clam. However, the Heavenly River female clam didn't feel any pressure at all. It didn't attack and only defended passively. However, this made Xianxia furious because he couldn't break the defense of the Heavenly River female clam no matter what. Now, Xianxia could only hope that Xianxia could break the old tortoise's defense. At that time, the two of them might be able to threaten the Heavenly River female clam. Brother Jiang, can you break this old tortoise's defense? Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Don't worry. This old tortoise is definitely not my match. Xianxia said confidently. Alright, I'll leave this old tortoise to you. Watch how I break this old tortoise's shell. Haha. Xianxia laughed and swung his sword. Wherever the sword passed, not even a blade of grass was left. The green jade profound tortoise was infuriated. Mother ****, don't call me an old tortoise. The green jade profound tortoise roared furiously. It hated people calling it an old tortoise the most. It was a profound tortoise with a bloodline that was closest to a divine beast. Yet, it was called an old tortoise. Alright, old tortoise. Xianxia smiled. However, the green jade profound tortoise had already gone berserk. It faced Xianxia head-on, unleashing a powerful destructive force towards Xianxia. That sturdy tortoise shell was indeed not something that could be broken by anyone. Xianxia slashed down with his sword, and even the sky dragon sword buzzed from the impact. His arm was numb from the impact, and he staggered back step by step. It was obvious that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. He was being suppressed by the green jade profound tortoise. Brother Jiang, are you alright? Xianxia said in a deep voice. I'm fine. Don't worry. This old bastard can't do anything to me. Xianxia squinted his eyes. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities. Ever since he learned the Sword of Solitude, he had never used it. This was also his strongest move. Let's see if the green jade profound tortoise could withstand the Sword of Solitude. You won't be able to break through my defenses. Stop dreaming. Unless it's an attack from a god king, even peak gods won't be able to break through my defenses. Stop dreaming, Xianxia said coldly. The green jade profound tortoise sneered. Let's see if your shield is tougher, or if my spear is sharper. Xianxia sneered. The sky dragon sword shot up and slashed through the 9 heavens. The Sword of Solitude. Solitude and sleeplessness solve all worries. I am the sword intent. Suddenly, Xianxia entered into a mysterious state. The entire void trembled, as if the heavens and earth were weeping because of him. The sword intent of solitude descended from the void. What a powerful sword intent! Xianxia said solemnly. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. He never expected Xianxia to be able to use such a technique. You're indeed capable. But in front of me, everything is futile. The green jade profound tortoise shouted. Incomplete heaven and earth, Styx River divine armor. A terrifying energy barrier instantly appeared on the green jade profound tortoise's shell. That energy barrier perfectly protected the tortoise. No one expected the tortoise to retreat to such an extent. Styx River divine armor, incomplete heaven and earth. The green jade profound tortoise's defense was at its strongest. However, Xianxia's sword intent was also not to be underestimated. Moreover, it wasn't Xianxia's sky dragon sword that slashed through the 9 heavens, but the sword intent of solitude. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His sword intent had already landed, and they collided with each other in an instant. The hardest shield and the sharpest spear, who would emerge victorious and laugh at the top of the night? Xianxia's expression did not change. At this moment, the green jade profound tortoise was also staring at Xianxia. The sword did not break through the green jade profound tortoise's Styx River divine armor. At this moment, Xianxia could not help but sigh. It seems like Xianxia's strength is still not enough. Or perhaps, this guy's defense is a little too ridiculous. Can't he break through it? In the end, I still lost? Xianxia frowned. Xianxia's sword intent had already dissipated. At this moment, Xianxia was pushed back. Obviously, he was injured. The green jade profound tortoise's final counter force made it impossible for Xianxia to continue strolling. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The green jade profound tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the lake red. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was also paying full attention to the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment, the shell of the tortoise started to crack from the inside. Although the wound didn't look big, it was from the inside. The tortoise must have suffered a serious injury. What a terrifying sword intent. Xianxia nodded and glanced at Xianxia. Only the green jade profound tortoise knew how overbearing this sword was. Because it had matured the sword of solitude. In the end, its shell started to crack from the inside. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The sword of solitude was indeed powerful. Xianxia felt that this sword intent was enough to break through the tortoise's defense. At first, he was a little doubtful. However, the tortoise couldn't hide it anymore and it started to crack from the inside. Xianxia was finally confident. This sword had completely crushed the green jade profound tortoise's confidence. Old tortoise. The Milky Way female clam roared and instantly pounced on the green jade profound tortoise, pushing it to the bottom of the lake. This was because the Milky Way female clam knew that the green jade profound tortoise was already heavily injured. She alone was not a match for Xianxia and Xianxia. She could only choose to hide. Once she hid at the bottom of the lake, the two of them would not be able to find her. As the Milky Way female clam and the green jade profound tortoise disappeared, the lake no longer rippled. The surface of the lake returned to normal. Why didn't you stop the Milky Way female clam just now? Xianxia coughed and said in a deep voice. I was too excited and forgot, Xianxia said awkwardly. Xianxia said awkwardly. He did not expect the Heavenly River female clam to escape with the green jade profound tortoise. What should we do now? They have already dived to the bottom of the lake. Are we going to dive to the bottom of the lake? At that time, the two of us might not be a match for the Milky Way female clam. Don't forget that I'm from the Clearstream sect. The Clearstream sect specializes in water battles. I want to see how powerful this Heavenly River female clam is. The corner of Xianxia's mouth turned cold and his expression became extremely solemn. There was a reason for this incident. In the end, it was all his fault. If he had seized the opportunity, he would never have let the Heavenly River female clam escape. However, it was too late to say anything now. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Xianxia crossed his arms and smiled. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he leaped into the lake to search for the Heavenly River female clam. Fortunately, it was a 10-mile lake. If it was a river, lake, or ocean, then Xianxia wouldn't be able to catch the Heavenly River female clam no matter how capable he was. Xianxia, don't disappoint me. That green jade profound tortoise has already become a crippled tortoise. If you can't even deal with a Heavenly River female clam, then I'll really be disappointed. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he stared at the calm lake. He was waiting for Xianxia to give him a perfect answer. After Xianxia entered the 10 miles of the lake, he quickly found the location of the Heavenly River female clam. However, the Heavenly River female clam was too powerful in the water. Even if Xianxia wanted to approach it, he wouldn't have any chance. The clam flapped its body and rippled the water. Even Xianxia, who was proficient in water battles, couldn't do anything. Damn it! Why is the Heavenly River female clam so powerful? Xianxia was depressed. At this moment, he had exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't counterattack. The Heavenly River female clam didn't want to fight with him at all. It only controlled the water and Tangzhen was helpless. However, Tangzhen didn't give up. If this continued, he would definitely fail. Moreover, how could he face Xianxia once he reached land? As one of the three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect, he actually made such a mistake. Moreover, he couldn't even deal with the Heavenly River female clam. It was a waste of Xianxin's effort. Now that the green jade profound tortoise was severely injured, he still couldn't make the Heavenly River female clam submit. This was a huge mistake on Tangzhen's part. No, I must catch you. Tangzhen gritted his teeth and dived into the water. However, every time he got close to the Heavenly River female clam, he would be pushed away by the Heavenly River female clam. The current Tangzhen was like a fat man who couldn't use his strength. He was panting, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, Tangzhen finally came out of the water. No matter how he provoked it, it was useless. The Heavenly River female clam didn't fall for his tricks and didn't fight him head-on. In the end, Tangzhen could only come out by himself. What the F***ck, this pair of tortoise shells is pissing me off. Tangzhen gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse. Xianxia also sighed. Facts speak louder than words. Now, Tangzhen had no way to deal with the Heavenly River female clam. Since the Heavenly River female clam wasn't fooled, there was no way to deal with it in the water. I really have no other choice. Brother Jiang, I owe you a favor for this matter. Tangzhen could only spread his hands. He had no other choice at this moment. He couldn't save his face anymore. He could only brace himself and tell Xianxia everything. Forget it. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That was what I was worried about back then. I was afraid that after they entered the water, they wouldn't come out again. If that happened, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Xianxia and Tangzhen knew this very well. But at that moment, he was too excited that he forgot to stop the Heavenly River female clam, which led to the current situation. No matter what, it's my fault. I even caused you to lose the green jade profound tortoise. I should take full responsibility for this matter. Tangzhen was not a person who would shirk responsibility. Moreover, it was his fault. His attitude surprised Xianxia. The three grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect should be the strongest genius disciple in the entire Linhe boundary. They should be arrogant. But now, it seemed like they were respectful. His humility affected Xianxia. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. Moreover, it's not like we don't have any chance. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He looked at the lake and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Tangzhen immediately became spirited and his face was overjoyed. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "You have another way?" "I'm not sure. Let's give it a try. But it's better than giving up. After all, I've already heavily injured the green jade profound tortoise." Xianxia smiled. "Are you good at swimming? Can you fight underwater?" Tangzhen asked. "No, but we can turn the lake into land." Xianxia smiled. "Brother Jiang, are you stupid? How could the lake suddenly turn into land? Don't tease me." Tangzhen smiled bitterly. This guy is talking nonsense. Just watch. Xianxia smiled. This Tangzhen still doesn't take me seriously. It seems like I have to show him what it means to be a celestial being. Xianxia took a step forward and held the Zulong Tower in his hand. A dazzling light shone and started to suck the water of the lake into the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Tangzhen was dumbfounded. The golden Zulong Tower was sucking the water of the lake into it. Even the fishes were sucked in. In just a few breaths, the water level of the lake had dropped by more than 10 meters. This is too terrifying. What kind of treasure is this? It actually has such a method. Tangzhen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His expression was incomparably solemn. The pagoda in Xianxia's hand didn't seem to grow bigger. It could hold the lake in his hand. This completely subverted Tangzhen's view. It was unimaginable for anyone to hold the pagoda in one hand and hold the lake in the other. "Xianxia, after so many years, the only people that I'm convinced of are my big brothers and second brothers. Now it seems like you're the third. I've learned something new from the pagoda suppressing the river monster." Tangzhen murmured. In just 2 minutes, the entire lake had almost dried up. There was only 100 meters left at the bottom of the lake. The water level couldn't go any lower. At this moment, Xianxia and Tangzhen stood in the air. The Milky Way female clam was exposed in their eyes. Of course, the green jade profound tortoise couldn't resist at all. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, right? You guys still can't escape from our palms. The shock in Tangzhen's heart was self-evident. I'll fight you to the death. The heavenly river female clam roared furiously. Without the support of the lake, her strength was greatly reduced. The green jade profound tortoise was on the verge of death. You're not my match at all, Tangzhen said in disdain. His long spear swept out, piercing through the void, smashing the heavenly river female clam into a daze. She had completely lost her temper. In the end, Tangzhen took down the heavenly river female clam and the green jade profound tortoise after Xianxia. Although the divine tortoise has a long lifespan, it still has its limits. Xianxia sighed as he held the green jade profound tortoise. This green jade profound tortoise could be made into a set of extremely powerful defensive armor. Even a celestial expert would find it difficult to break it. Even a godly king expert might not be able to break it. At the very least, the shell of the green jade profound tortoise was not something an ordinary godly king could break. Such a domineering divine pagoda. I'm so envious. A loud voice was heard. Xianxia frowned his brows. He looked over and saw two handsome young men walking towards them. Big brother, second brother. Haha. You're here at the right time. Let me introduce, this is Xianxia. It's all thanks to Brother Jiang that I was able to obtain the heavenly river female clam's water-repelling spirit pearl, Tangzhen said with a laugh. Who wouldn't know a person that even the divine pale sect treats as an ordinary person? Haha. Xianxia. Xianxia. I'm the second great guardian of the Clear Stream sect, Wu Ruffing. Wu Ruffing squinted his eyes and nodded. A genius indeed. Not simple. Not simple, Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile. Even if he did not reveal his identity, it was already obvious. Xianxia looked calm and smiled, but he did not say anything. These two people seemed to be very powerful. Their eyes were overbearing. Obviously, they were not as easy to get along with as Tangzhen. You're flattering me. You're the true leaders of the Linhe boundary. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Hee hee. Xianxia shook his head and said. Even the divine pale sect is scrambling for him, how could he be a nobody? Haha, Brother Zhang's pagoda is quite powerful. Can I borrow it for a look? Xianyuan Kanglin smiled. Tangzhen's face changed. Big brother, what do you mean by this? I'm just taking a look. What's the big deal? I think Brother Jiang wouldn't mind, would you? If he's really that stingy, then it can only mean that third brother has met the wrong person, hee hee. Wu Ruffing shrugged with a playful look in his eyes. In the end, you want my pagoda, right? Xianxia's expression turned slightly cold as he said disdainfully. Don't be so full of yourself. Not everyone is a bad person. Can't I even borrow it to take a look? It seems like Brother Jiang doesn't treat us brothers as friends. Wu Ruffing continued. Such a despicable reason. It seems dignified, but in fact, it's so vile. Brother Tang, it seems like your two brothers don't like me. I'll take my leave then. Big brother, second brother, what are you guys doing? If all of you continue to be so overbearing, then where will I be placed? Tangzhen said. You're leaving just like that? Haha, I feel like something's missing. Leave the pagoda behind and you can leave in peace. Xianyuan Kanglin said. Big brother. Tangzhen roared. Third brother, you're still too young. Look after him. Second brother, I don't want him to cause any trouble. Xianyuan Kanglin frowned. Wu Ruffing had already pinned Tangzhen down, making it impossible for him to make any movements. Now, you're finally going to snatch it? Ha ha ha. Xianxia sneered. These two fellas are indeed not the same as Tangzhen. Coveting my Zulong tower and doing it in such a despicable manner. Since you've said it like this, it seems like you've realized it. Let it go. You don't deserve it. It's still not too late to surrender. You've helped my third brother before, I can spare your life. Xianyuan Kanglin said in a merciful manner. I feel ashamed for you guys. Hey, we're both from the Clearstream sect, but you guys are such a disgrace. I will not give it to you. If you want it, you'll have to step over my dead body. Jiangchen said coldly. You're too full of yourself. Do you think you can escape from me with your half-step true god strength? Xianyuan Kanglin smiled and shook his head. He seemed to find Jiangchen's words funny. How would you know if you don't try? Jiangchen looked at Xianyuan Kanglin with disdain. At this moment, he must fight with his life on the line. Big brother, you can't go back on your words. Absolutely not. You've been my role model since I was young. Tangjin glared at Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin had always been his role model since he was young. Be it his character or cultivation. But at this moment, the perfect and invincible big brother in his heart did such a ridiculous thing. To think that he wanted to keep Jiangchen's pagoda. This was something that Tangjin had never expected. I have nothing to do with him. I'm not the one who went back on my words. Xianyuan Kanglin smiled faintly. Tangjin was slightly stunned. His face was filled with shame and a bitter smile. That's right. Big brother is right. The one who went back on his words is not him. It's me. Tangjin's eyes were filled with complex emotions. At this moment, he finally understood the common saying in Jianghu. People's hearts were sinister. Even his closest and most respected elder brother had completely forgotten his pursuit and revenge at this moment. He had completely gone back on his word. Third brother, why are you so stubborn? Big brother is also thinking for the sake of our Clearstream sect. This child's strength is not strong, but his battle prowess is amazing. He also has an amazing alchemy skill. He is very difficult to deal with. The pagoda in his hand is also very strange. We just want to borrow it to take a look, but look at his expression. Do you think we can worship him again? Hee hee. Wu Ruffing said with a smile. He pushed all the blame to Jiangchen. You'll understand some things one day. Third brother, don't be too naive. Xianyuan Kanglin shouted. To Tangjin, his words were like thunder. From this moment onwards, the image of his invincible big brother in his heart started to crumble. I'm sorry, brother Jiang. It's all my fault. Tangjin said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with regret. Jiangchen remained unmoved. Some people are destined to live for the heavens. Some people are destined to never understand what feelings are. For these people, the walking dead might be more suitable for them. I will not compromise even if I have to fight till the last moment. So what if it's Clearstream sect? So what if it's Linha boundary? I don't believe that the heavens can do anything to me. Ha ha ha. I can't tell that you're quite courting death despite your weak strength. Ha ha. Wu Ruffing laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, this guy was courting death. If he had handed over the item obediently, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. He had sacrificed his life for an inanimate object. When he died, he would understand that it was not worth it. Wu Ruffing's eyes were filled with disdain. People like you will never understand something like backbone. Wu Ruffing looked at Jiangchen with disdain. Similarly, Jiangchen did not put him in his eyes. At this moment, Wu Ruffing knew that he could not run away anymore. So, he could only fight with his life on the line. As long as he had not reached the heavenly god realm, Jiangchen believed that he would stand a chance. You're really stubborn. But stubbornness will not allow you to leave this place alive. Just like what I've said before, Tangjin is indebted to you. I did not want to kill you at first, but you're too stubborn. Sometimes, you need to know how to give up. Only by giving up can you gain something. Xianyuan Kanglin said, as if he was lecturing Jiangchen on the principles of life. It's disgusting to hear these words coming from your mouth. Only by giving up can you gain something. Why don't you give up all your good stuff? There's a saying in Buddhism, loss is gain, gain is loss. Jiangchen sneered. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin did not seem to want to tangle with Jiangchen anymore. Then, we can only use our last resort. Second brother, kill him. Xianyuan Kanglin said as if he had sentenced Jiangchen to death. Wu Ruffing slightly nodded. At this moment, Tang Zhen's pupils shrunk and his expression changed drastically. But he was restrained by his second brother, he could not do anything. All right. Big brother, you don't need to deal with this trash. Haha. Wu Ruffing held his broadsword and walked towards Jiangchen step by step. Let me see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors say. As soon as Wu Ruffing's voice fell, he raised his sword and attacked with great speed, completely suppressing Jiangchen. A peak late true god strength was unfathomable, completely suppressing Jiangchen by 3 levels. At this moment, Jiangchen's expression became incomparably solemn. Without hesitation, he casted the dragon transformation. Although he could fight against Wu Ruffing with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he still couldn't withstand Wu Ruffing's frenzied attacks. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Interesting. You can fight against me as a half-step true god. Looks like you're quite capable. Those disciples outside of the 10 great sects are not as good as you. Unfortunately, TSK, people like you are unreasonable. Every year, every day, countless people will die because of you. Wu Ruffing's sword stars revolved, his broadsword sweeping across the heavens and earth. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Jiangchen was constantly being pushed back, falling into a passive position. He had no chance to fight against Wu Ruffing. Mother **Ker. Fight. Jiangchen waved his hand and the 12 fire god guards instantly surrounded Wu Ruffing. With the addition of himself, they could finally fight Wu Ruffing head-on. This fella is quite capable. To be able to force Wu Ruffing to use his bright moon sword technique. Not simple. These 12 flaming puppets are stronger than him. Xianyuan Kanglin murmured. Gale slashes the bright moon, autumn water breaks the sky. Wu Ruffing's sword pierced through the 9 heavens. If it was not for Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword, he would have been forced to retreat. Jiangchen's expression was calm. With the addition of the 12 fire god guards, he had also entered a mysterious state, fighting and retreating at the same time. Wu Ruffing couldn't catch his figure at all. With the addition of the great divination art, Jiangchen had a slight insight into Wu Ruffing's battle trajectory. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. Wu Ruffing was the strongest person Jiangchen had ever met, a peak late true god. His big brother might not be much stronger than him, but he would definitely be more difficult to deal with than Jiangchen. Good lad. You've finally made me take you seriously. You should be proud even if you die. Wu Ruffing's expression was solemn. Jiangchen's technique had really shocked him. The 12 fire god guards combined with Jiangchen's unique technique seemed to be able to dismantle his bright moon sword technique, making his bright moon sword technique unable to display its true terrifying combat strength. Bright moon in the sky, sword dominates the world. Wu Ruffing's gigantic sword swept across. Although the 12 fire god guards had completely blocked Wu Ruffing's attack, the fire god guards were having a hard time defending themselves. They were forced to retreat step by step. The crushing momentum of the gigantic sword made Jiangchen feel an invisible pressure. Even though he had cast the great divination art and had some understanding of Wu Ruffing's attack, he still couldn't withstand this strike. Solitude and sleeplessness solves all worries. Once again, Jiangchen casted the Sword of Solitude. This time, Wu Ruffing's facial expression changed drastically. This sword seemed to have transcended time and space. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying away. If it wasn't for the fact that he was prepared for it, Wu Ruffing would have been defeated by Jiangchen's sword due to the huge gap in their strength. Xianyuan Kanglin was slightly shocked. This fella's sword intent was too terrifying. The destructive sword intent made him feel a sense of danger. But that was all. After all, the gap between them was not something that a single sword intent could contend against. Good fella. This is getting more and more shocking. Wu Ruffing shouted. The Bright Moon sword technique was his famous technique. In the entire Clear Stream sect, even in the entire Linha boundary, the only person who could break his Bright Moon sword technique was his big brother. Wu Ruffing unleashed a terrifying sword aura and began to engulf Jiangchen. At this moment, the 12 fire god guards felt powerless and were continuously pushed back by Wu Ruffing. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and struck out the 5 elements Combat Dragon Seal and the Slaughter Dragon Seal to stop Wu Rufeng's advance. But it was still not enough to stop his terrifying pressure. With a sweep of the sword, even the riverbed in the distance was easily cut down. The riverbed within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. One could imagine the power of Wu Rufeng's attack. Zulong Tower, suppress! Xianxia shouted coldly. The Zulong Tower instantly shone brightly and clashed against Wu Rufeng's giant sword. The Zulong Tower did not move at all, but Wu Rufeng was pressured by the Zulong Tower. Such a domineering pagoda. I want it. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Wu Rufeng was also suppressed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen had to spend a lot of divine origin energy to control the Zulong Tower. But it was not a solution if this continued. On the other side, Xianyuan Kanglin was ready to take action. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. These two shameless fellas. Awoo! Awoo! A few ear-piercing roars could be heard. Jiang Chen looked back and saw 2 or 3 sky-devouring giant pythons emerging from the riverbed. They looked extremely ferocious. Originally, after Jiang Chen had sucked up all the water in the lake, the 3 giant serpents had already revealed their tails under the riverbed. But no one had expected that they were actually 3 heaven-devouring giant serpents. The 3 giant serpents were fully revealed when Wu Rufeng cut off the riverbed. The 3 giant serpents were originally hibernating, but they were awakened by Wu Rufeng. Their roars were deafening, and the 3 giant serpents were hovering in the air. Wu Rufeng was the only one who could see them. At this moment, not to mention Wu Rufeng and Jiang Chen, even Xianyuan Kanglin was shocked. The enraged roar of the giant python caused Jiang Chen and the others' expressions to change drastically. It's a heavenly god giant python, run! Xianyuan Kanglin roared. At this moment, his arrogance was useless. If he was slow, he would be devoured by the 3 giant pythons. Jiang Chen's expression changed and he quickly ran away. At this moment, he couldn't care less anymore. This was a rare opportunity. Initially, he was worried that Xianyuan Kanglin and Wu Rufeng would join hands to deal with him. But now, it seemed like there was no need for him to worry anymore. Xianyuan Kanglin and the others were also extremely fast. They started to run for their lives. Jiang Chen. Tangzhen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. But he was already dragged away by Wu Rufeng. The 3 of them left the place at lightning speed. 3 giant pythons' roars shook the heavens. Ordinary people would have been killed by such a powerful sound wave. Tangzhen wanted to save Jiang Chen, but there was nothing he could do. Because the 3-headed python had engulfed the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen was probably done for. 100 miles away, Xianyuan Kanglin and Wu Rufeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. If they were targeted by the heavenly god realm giant pythons, they would have died for sure. Big brother, second brother, you guys have disappointed me. Tangzhen murmured with a desolate expression. As the clear stream sect's 3rd great guardian, he was in such a sorry state. But the most painful thing for him was that his 2 brothers had completely overturned the perfect image he had in his heart. 3rd brother, you need to grow up. This world is not as beautiful as you think it is. You think that you're a good person, but you're just a weakling. You can't differentiate between good and bad by your own thoughts. There's no difference between good and bad in this world, only the strong and the weak. Xianyuan Kanglin said. Then you guys can threaten others like this? Plus, I owe Jiang Chen a favor. How can I face him? How can I face him in the future? Tangzhen suddenly froze. See him? Could he still see him? At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know if he was still alive in this world. 3 heavenly god realm giant pythons, how destructive was that? How explosive was that? Could Jiang Chen survive this calamity? He should be dead. 3 heavenly god realm giant pythons. Hee hee. It's scary just thinking about it. It's a pity. We don't know where the pagoda is now. Wu Rufeng sighed. After some time, let's go back and take a look. If the heavenly god stage giant python is still here, I don't think we have a chance. Xianyuan Kanglin said. 3rd brother, you're on your own. It's impossible for a person to be enslaved by emotions. Only the strong have the qualifications to stand tall in this world. Xianyuan Kanglin patted Tang Zhen's shoulder and left. Jiangchen looked at the three heavenly god stage heavenly devouring giant pythons calmly. If he wanted to leave now, no one would be able to stop him. What are you looking at? You three country bumpkins want to fight with me? Jiangchen said angrily. Lowly human, I declare that you are dead. The heavenly god stage python in the lead said indifferently. F***CKU, who do you think you are? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Dream on, I'm leaving. Jiangchen let out a cold snort and instantly disappeared from where he stood. The three giant pythons looked at each other in dismay. They all had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They had completely lost track of Jiangchen. Where did he go? I didn't see him either. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Could it be that he went through the void? He's only a half-step true god. How is that possible? That little bastard dared to scold the three of us just now. F***CK, we'll find him even if we have to dig 3 feet underground. The three heavenly god stage pythons looked at each other, but none of them could find Jiangchen. As for where Jiangchen went, they had no idea as well. In the next 3 minutes, the three giant pythons started destroying everything in their way. The entire riverbed was turned upside down by them. However, they still could not find Jiangchen. In the end, they could only leave it at that. Jiangchen sat calmly in the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had turned into a speck of dust, floating in the void. Looking at the three giant pythons furiously attacking and destroying everything, Jiangchen was very happy. What is this place? Why do I feel like I've been sealed? At this time, the fire Qilin suddenly appeared and jumped down from Jiangchen's shoulder. It was dumbfounded to see the outside world from where it was. This is my Zulong Tower. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Jiangchen said disdainfully. This fire Qilin did not do anything until he was safe. What the hell is this? Oh, no. F***CK. The time here is not right. It's much slower than the outside world. It's only 1/30th of the time outside. Damn, is this a time divine tool? The fire Qilin could not hold back its shock and said excitedly. Be quiet, what are you shouting for? Country bumpkin entering the city, how can you be so uncultured? Just now when I was being spanked, where the hell were you? Jiangchen said discontentedly. Let me put it this way. My strength is indeed enough to defeat that guy. However, if I have to do everything myself, then what are you doing? Aren't you the canary that's being protected? What's the point of your training? If you're really in danger and you can't solve it yourself, I won't just stand by and watch. The fire Qilin said seriously. You're right. You pass. Jiangchen waved his hand and said. He understood that too. However, the fire Qilin's calm demeanor made him a little angry. He was in danger just now. However, as the fire Qilin said, he was still far away from death. Tell me, is this really a time divine tool? When the fire Qilin mentioned the ancestral dragon pagoda, he became excited again. Time divine tool, these 4 words represented the pinnacle of the entire divine world. Even the top experts of the divine world would want to own a time divine tool. One could imagine how precious it was. Even god emperors were no exception. To be precise, this is not a time divine tool. Then what is it? The fire Qilin asked anxiously. It's a time divine tool. The fire Qilin sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Moreover, it was the first time he heard of such a huge time divine tool. Wasn't this the end? Spacetime divine tool, this is the first time I've heard of it in my life. The time flow outside is 30 times faster than here. In other words, cultivating here for 1 day is equivalent to cultivating outside for 30 days? Isn't this a great deal? The fire Qilin was so excited that he even danced with joy. He didn't expect that Jiangchen would have such a divine tool. It was too shocking. Don't be so surprised. Look at yourself. Can you be a little more promising? Jiangchen pointed at the fire Qilin's nose and scolded. The fire Qilin didn't get angry. He said with a serious face, "Can I cultivate here in the future?" "Are you sure you want to cultivate here?" Xianxia asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. The fire Qilan's head was like a chicken pecking rice. He kept nodding. "All right, it's settled. You can cultivate on the 33rd floor in the future," Xianxia said. "Don't call me if there's nothing." Hee hee. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and went to the next level. Xianxia took out the green jade profound tortoise. At this moment, the green jade profound tortoise was already dead, but its body was still extremely hard. When Xianxia saw the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise, he suddenly thought of an elixir, the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir. This elixir could only be refined with the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise and a few unimportant medicinal herbs to refine the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir. The other medicinal herbs might not be important, but the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise was of utmost importance and irreplaceable. Let's give it a try first. Let's see what grade it will be. Xianxia took out the myriad qi cauldron. The most important part of refining elixirs was the cauldron. Moreover, the myriad qi cauldron could be used to refine weapons and elixirs. It was really popular. Moreover, the elixirs refined by the myriad qi cauldron were better than other elixirs. Motherwort, lingji, blood sunflower, needle tea flower, and the last one, the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise. There's only so much. Let's see how much I can refine. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That was because Xianxia did not know what grade the spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir would be. Xianxia controlled the temperature of the 5 elements true fire and began to throw in medicinal herbs, refining and fusing them. Finally, the flesh of the green jade profound tortoise was fused into the elixir. Time passed by, Xianxia's heart was filled with anticipation. One day and one night. The spirit-severing life-prolonging elixir was finally going to be successfully refined. It took so long this time. On one hand, it was because Xianxia paid attention to the quality. On the other hand, it was because the effect of the elixir needed to be gentle and fresh. He could not rush it. Lastly, it was because the cauldron of elixirs was much more than usual. "Open it for me." Xianxia's eyes lit up. A big pot of spirit-severing life-prolonging pills was ready to come out. Even Xianxia was intoxicated by the rich fragrance of the pills. There were a total of 97 pills and every single one of them was an immortal-grade pill. Xianxia did not expect that he would succeed so quickly. Moreover, it was an immortal-grade pill. Although it was the lowest-grade immortal-grade pill, as long as it was related to the immortal-grade pill, it would not be bad. Xianxia took a deep breath. However, he knew that it was all thanks to the myriad qi cauldron that he was able to refine the immortal-grade pills. Without the addition of the myriad qi cauldron, the pills in this furnace would at most be at the peak of the supreme grade. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Xianxia kept all 97 elixirs and he was extremely excited. This spirit-severing life-prolonging pill could extend the lifespan of an expert below the hierarch realm by 50 years. Moreover, the rich spiritual energy and vitality within it could help Xianxia recover his strength in a short period of time. However, it would be a little extravagant to eat it to recover his strength. Xianxia kept the elixirs and took out the green jade profound tortoise's shell again. This time, he was going to refine a supreme-grade divine tool, the protective armor. It would be very exciting to be able to withstand the attack of a divine king realm expert. "It's all up to you now, old tortoise." Haha. Xianxia laughed and activated the 5 elemental true fire to melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The 5 elemental true fire could not completely melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell after 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, Xianxia was a little angry. Why is this tortoise's shell so hard? Even the 5 elemental true fire could not melt it? The bloodline of one of the 4 divine beasts with the strongest defense indeed. However, Xianxia knew that it was not because the 5 elemental true fire could not melt it. It was because the nature of the green jade profound tortoise was too monstrous. Moreover, he could feel that the green jade profound tortoise had become soft. The 5 elemental true fire could also melt the shell. However, he did not know how long it would take. Xianxia did not have that much time to wait. I don't believe it. Xianxia activated the 5 elemental true fire again. After another 3 days, a part of the green jade profound tortoise's shell had finally melted. However, it was very little. It was too difficult to melt it completely. Right, Red Lotus. She can definitely melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he murmured. Red Lotus, Red Lotus, Red Lotus. Xianxia kept waking Red Lotus. After calling her a dozen times, Red Lotus finally came out of the myriad chi cauldron lazily. Didn't I tell you not to wake me up if there's nothing important? Red Lotus's eyes were burning with passion as she stared at Xianxia. I don't have a choice. I've encountered a problem. I can't melt the green jade profound tortoise's shell. That's why I'm looking for you. Please help me, Red Lotus. Xianxia begged. Remember, I'm only going to help you this once. Don't bother me in the future, unless you've reached the peak of Heavenly God Realm. Red Lotus said. When Red Lotus activated the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and was about to melt the green jade profound tortoise, she suddenly squinted her eyes and her beautiful face was filled with shock. Tell me, how did you get this green jade profound tortoise? I got it in the hidden secret realm. Why? Is there anything different about this green jade profound tortoise? Xianxia frowned and said. This is the Luo River divine tortoise. There's an 1/8 of the god Luo's drawing on its back. Hurry up and make a copy of it. Red Lotus's words were filled with urgency. Although Xianxia did not understand what was going on, he still followed Red Lotus's instructions. Is the Luo River divine tortoise related to the god Luo clan? Xianxia asked. That's right. The god Luo's drawing is the greatest heavenly book of the god Luo clan. It's known as the #1 heavenly book of the 3 realms. It can be used to refine the heavenly dipper, study the earth's pull, and perform the transformations of the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Tell me, isn't the god Luo's drawing powerful? Red Lotus said solemnly. There's a legend in the god Luo clan. The dragon that emerges from the Luo River carries the river drawing on its back. This god Luo's drawing was originally with an old tortoise, the old ancestor of the god Luo clan. However, it was split into 8 parts and became the strongest and biggest mystery in the world. If we can find all 8 heavenly books and combine them into the real god Luo's drawing, we can definitely disrupt the heavenly dipper. How do you know that this is the god Luo's drawing? Xianxia was shocked. He did not expect the god Luo clan to be so powerful. Moreover, the god Luo's drawing must be an extremely powerful book. Because father had a copy of the god Luo's drawing in the past. However, it was stolen by that bastard. Red Lotus said while gritting her teeth. Her expression was extremely dark. Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. Even if Red Lotus did not say anything, he would know who that person was. His current strength was not enough, but he would definitely look for that person in the future. He knew clearly that Red Lotus was furious. He might not know how terrifying the god Luo's drawing was now, but in the future, it would definitely not be simple to be related to the god Luo clan. The dragon that emerges from the Luo River carries the river drawing on its back. At this moment, Xianxia murmured in his heart. This god Luo's drawing is extremely precious. You must keep it well. It might be of great use in the future. Alright. End of chapter 23:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.